Welcome back to the APL playoffs. We're here for the Asia League now. We're into the second play day, which means that things get hot and heavy. If last week was a long show for Asia League, well, you better strap in because this one is going to lengthen out. That's for damn sure. Joining me on the desk once again, my two ever wonderful colleagues.
Hello, Robert. How are we this morning?
Honestly?
Well, it's not this morning, but this afternoon.
Well, it feels like this morning. I'm rough this morning.
I mean,
I'll be honest.
That coffee yesterday.
That coffee he ordered this morning, you
no
weren't
idea.
here for it.
Oh.
It just
Oh,
tasted like
shocking.
milk. It had zero caffeine.
Yeah,
so
you know, like when you go to like a hotel,
flavoured milk.
You press the coffee button and it just
Yeah, but normally that tastes like
there's
bitter.
something. Yeah.
that just had nothing.
It literally was frothed milk.
Could I just take a minute here?
Please,
Not a minute.
We've got
30
a minute.
seconds.
So
I just want to say a big thank you to everyone that's watching right now. If you are watching right this second, I appreciate you.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I just thought maybe he'd want to appreciate them as
Yeah,
well.
thanks. I appreciate
We
it.
appreciate you.
Go buy
Jake and Guz.
some skins in the store.
Go buy some skins in the store. There's some good skins.
When's the Jake and Guz skin coming? Is
It
gonna
might happen.
Is it going to
We
be
could
like
do
a Pickle
Scopos.
Rick kind of like how? What would you do?
Scopos, what is Jake and what is Guz?
Oh, that's
he's
big.
cooked.
That's
He's
a
cooked.
big idea, although I can't really think about the faces imprinted on that. Anyway, of course, we are here for the Asia League. Let's start talking about just SEA in general. Let's have a look at the bracket and start to dissect what we've seen thus far and what to expect for today. Unfortunately, I think we had, I don't want to say necessarily we had some upsets in there, but I was really hoping I'd see Elevate down in the lower bracket.
Can you say that as a host?
Yeah, you know what? Because I can be biased and it doesn't impact anything because no one listens
We can
to
be
this.
biased and it doesn't impact anything.
No
either.
one listens to me. That's the beauty of this. People have to listen to, like, they don't have a choice.
Well,
they can just
they
mute
can
this
mute.
right now. Nah, not during the game. That's not fun. Like, to be fair, I do mute when Michael starts talking. But as things have played out, Weibo Elevate in the upper bracket final, I don't think anyone would have been too confused by that result. When we look down into the lower bracket, as we start to set the tone for today, Daystar Team Orchid. I think Fury might be the only shock for me, Michael, to be down there so early. But even then, they're always such a hit-and-miss team.
I mean, Fury on reputation years gone by, sure, but their performance throughout this stage has been very disappointing. And Elevate clearly are firing on all cylinders. So I'm looking ahead at match 8 as being an absolute banger. I think Elevate really have an opportunity to prove themselves. And if there's a world in which they can actually take down Weibo, then that completely blows open the bracket.
I hope not.
You hope not?
I hope not.
Okay, well, I don't care about your hopes. I'm talking about realistic outcomes here, Jake. As for the other 4 teams on the lower half of the bracket, I'm still pretty unconvinced that any of them can contest the 2 still standing at the top. However, those games down the lower bracket should, be good jewels nonetheless, just not expecting any of them to make it through to that grand final.
A great jewel. Wow. It's a fight to the death, isn't it, Michael?
Well,
Technically, it is, because one of these two, I guess one of the 2 teams from both of the first 2 matches will be done and dusted for their campaign here in the APL playoffs. And of course, whoever wins those games will go down into our final match of this evening. Weibo and Elevate in at Game 3, and I think that's generally when viewership starts to peak for APL. That is the perfect time to have what is considered probably the 2 best teams, maybe in the region, go head-to-head in the early stages
So
of the
you're going to say
playoffs.
the 2 best casters as well.
But moving on, Fury and Soul's Heart will be an interesting matchup. I think that has so much history to it. Those teams have been playing against each other since the dawn of time. There's nothing that won't surprise me in that matchup. But as we turn our attention to the very first game of the day, Team Orchid, not awkward, like I did last week, and Daystar, they go head-to-head here, boys. And I think that this is probably considered, maybe, is it fair to say that potentially we're looking at the younger stars of the region, Michael, coming to a head?
yeah, I mean, there's emerging players from both of these rosters. Again, not wanting to lay down any expectation for them to go particularly deep in the bracket, but in terms of a pure head-to-head, much like our other game in the lower bracket, both of them have very strong chances of extending to 3 maps and being quite close. Both Daystar and Orchid share similar-ish statistics in terms of just raw numbers.
Yep.
So again, anticipating it to be quite a good game.
Certainly are.
I disagree with that.
Okay, we'll go.
Would you like to maybe back that
Why
up?
do you
or
disagree,
we're
Jake?
just going to throw something out into the universe? and
Well,
let's
I
see.
mean, similar numbers. I mean, it depends on how you.
I also
wanna say
said similar-ish.
Similar. Yeah, he said ish.
Ish.
He said
I
ish.
put,
covers
I
him.
put
Sorry.
that.
It
I
co-
put,
it
I put
covers
the
him.
asterisk
It
there,
covers
Jake.
him.
Well, Daystar's the worst team when it comes to entries. Orchid's the second best team, so that helps them a little bit. And then in terms of attack,
That was the
win
one
rate,
number I didn't look at.
Orchid is top 3, and Daystar's bottom 2, and the team that is at the bottom is Leighton Dragons. They're not in anymore. Defensively, Daystar does have a slight edge on Orchid, and that's where you can go to Michael and say, yeah, similar-ish numbers when it comes to defensive win rate, and then you kind of look at the plants as well, and again, similar numbers. So the one caveat being the attacking prowess of these two teams is actually a bit of a gulf, both in attacking win rate and in entry. So that's going to be where Orchid have an advantage, and there is no clear advantage then for Daystar and this roster in being able to say one-up Orchid in one facet. What I will say is Daystar have had some pretty good performances throughout both the group stage and even to some degree the playoffs. 2-1 against Seoul's Heart, a team I rate pretty highly as maybe being top 2, at least top 3 minimum. They got a map off of them on Bank, and they were actually competitive in the series as a whole. We're talking an 8-7, 7-2, which they were the 7-2 Daystar, 7-5. So their losses were 8-7, 7-5 against Seoul's Heart in that upper bracket quarterfinal. Now they would have ultimately lost to Weibo anyway, but you get the gist that these guys can perform. You look at the group stage numbers as well, 7-8 loss to Fury. Close one. You look at the fact that they beat Elevate 7-3 the week before that. So they've had good form. And I think to a degree similar to Elevate, they started quite slow and they've really gotten going. The only difference is they couldn't quite get the win against Seoul's Heart in a close one. So I genuinely look at this game and say, if they can keep going to yet another level, they can certainly beat Team Orchid. We look at the result between these two teams back in the group stage. It was a while ago. It was a 7-5 for Orchid over Daystar. That was on Labs. But again, that was like June 19, so that's a month ago. So you can kind of say that one's a little bit irrelevant to a degree.
No, that's totally fair. Orchid, Team Orchid, the opponent for them today, I feel as though this roster, yeah. What do I say about this roster?
Well, it's stacked, but
The old guards.
The old boys.
yeah, it's stacked, but are they washed? I mean, that's kind of the question that we're posing heading into this bracket as a whole, but especially this kind of game. This is one where obviously days gone by, it would have been like 95% favorites to win this out, and that's not to take away from Daystar. So looking at the head-to-head, it's some elements close, entry, quite a difference maker. One number as well that I wanted to throw out there that I didn't get an opportunity to because Jake just continued to ramble as he always does. Seal had 6 1vx clutches throughout the stage so far, which I have not seen a number that high just based on me perusing other players throughout APLs. So that could be a difference maker if his clutch ability is big in this match, but in terms of just an overall well-rounded roster, Team Orchid very much has the advantage. Is it enough of an advantage for a 2-0?
Yeah.
Doubtful, but it's possible.
Obviously, just in case people are unaware, wrong team for that last graphic. I9 and Mark and Mr. Punch are not on
That's
Team Orchid.
Seoul's Heart.
That's Seoul's Heart.
Yeah, okay, I was confused for a moment.
Yes,
as well.
because I looked. That's why I threw to you and kind of like question marked it. 'Cause I
My
didn't look back
point
down.
the point in terms of old guard, though, to some extent, maybe not quite as relevant to that roster, but I mean, this team is still stacked with the likes of like Jackie, Songler, MC.
Well, yeah, you still have the
those are
names
names
in
that are
there.
well established.
They've
At this
got
point,
3
right?
players, and that's MC, Songler, and Jackie were in the top 7 for EPS.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have that experience.
Yeah, and then, you know, like Hinjin from
But it drops off
last
for
year's
the last 2.
performance. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the problem is, you know, you got the likes of Scarlet and Hinjin that sit very well outside the realm of even close to top 10, 88 and 83 respective EPS, which is just not, that's nowhere near par for the course. Obviously, you know, when you've got maybe a different dynamic in the team, it's not really going to play too much of an impact. We see that across OS as well. But we are needing to double down here on this conversation because I feel as though I look at both of these teams and they have unbelievable firepower. They have really great young gunners, people looking to leave a mark. Funnily enough, I would actually never have considered Souffle as a gunner for Daystar, yet he's up there.
Yeah.
He is the best.
He's been doing very well. The highest rated EPS player for Daystar. He's had 2 1vx's, +1 on the entry, which at least it's positive, +10 KD,
Yeah.
107, 106 EPS if you round it down. But it's interesting they got Songler here in the head-to-head, considering Songler's behind MC and Jackie Wu. And Jackie Wu, statistically, I'll cut Cotley out of this because he's only played the 10 rounds, but
Sure.
he is the second best player in the region right now, Jackie Wu.
Jackie who?
Jackie Wu. The Wu.
The Woo.
The Wu. Only behind Reeps,
Yep.
who is the best player in the region by
It's not even close.
insane
It's
metrics.
Not even close.
I mean, Reeps is essentially, from OST, you've got like Jigsaw,
Yes.
Coxon. Reeps is that guy here in Asia, but he's
Yep.
uncontested, right? It's not even really a contest. Obviously, we'll touch on him later, but here is Jackie Wu's numbers, and he's having a fantastic stage. And I think, guys, over the years, like, I picked my favorites, and when Jackie Wu came onto the scene, he was one that caught our eye immediately,
Yeah.
but he probably didn't quite carry on his performances
Maybe
after
the
that. I
team.
think he stagnated a little bit, but this might be his best stage in a while.
Yeah, it seems to be having a bit of a breakout stage. Clearly, this sort of team dynamic is working well for him. He's, been given the freedom to be playing the likes of the Dokkaebi, especially on attack, defensively, leaning into powerful ops like Azami, Valk, and Fenrir is top 3. So he's been given the license to play some of the most on-meta ops at the moment. And yeah, clearly the team dynamic has been positive for him. So can he replicate that today whilst under pressure, though? Because he has historically been a part of teams that struggle.
Let's have a quick dive into the vetoes and see where we're going for this one. I think ultimately, weirdly enough, I edge out Daystar in this matchup, and that's not to disrespect Jackie Wu and co. I think that they've got plenty of petrol in the tank, but Consulate and Clubhouse is where we start here, Jake. You're not happy about that?
No. I wouldn't say I'm not happy, but I'm a little bit surprised that Bank has been able to get through and not selected by Daystar after their 7-2 win against Soul's Heart last time and then banned out by Orchid. So that right there, when you look at the Clubhouse pick, forget Consulate for 2 seconds here, but you look at the Clubhouse pick, you beat Soul's Heart 7-2 on Bank. So you have the decision between Club or Bank, and you've gone Club. That's a brazen call there from Daystar, and it means that they're going to have to feel really confident on that map. They haven't played it so far in the playoffs. As for Consulate, well, Daystar did play this, but it was a 7-8 loss to Soul's Heart. Obviously, for Team Orchid, they haven't actually played it in the playoffs so far, but technically, when both of these two teams have only played the one best of 3, so it's a little bit limited in that regard. But the fact that you leave the Bank on the board is quite interesting.
And Daystar leave the labs. They've lost it twice, one of which against Orchid. Like, close 7-5, don't get me wrong. In a best of 1, that's a coin flip. But I think it's a little bit bizarre how Daystar have played this out. Clearly, to me, they must have done some work in the background.
Hopefully they have, because this is a do-or-die match here in the lower bracket to kickstart Asia playoffs for day 2. It is incredible to see, once again, a region building very strong and not slow walking to their desk like Jake and Gus are right now. This matchup, to be fair, has a fair bit of weight to it when you consider what these teams have been through. There's been many iterations that have conjoined the two in times gone past. However, this time, it is a great opportunity to push further into this bracket. And look, you may be met by the likes of Elevate at the end. You may be met by the likes of Weibo at the end, but you need to show that you have legs in this playoff series. It's time for us to get underway with our very first matchup of the day.
Jeez, Rob, that's the most work you've done, I think,
I think he said more words in that singular throw than he did the entirety of the 4-2 mappers yesterday.
Yeah, no, you know what? That's good, though, from the old Rob J. Monday. Get the vocal cords warmed up.
Yep.
As we head into this one, though, this is going to be quite fascinating. And to the elimination game, these are always fun in terms of the lower bracket quarterfinal. Team Orchid, Daystar. What's
your prediction?
I think I went Orchid.
Okay.
I need to double check that one because this was a genuine coin flip. And to be honest, I think maybe both of the games that we're going to be covering today, to me at least, were definitely more on that coin flip precipice. Let me get the double check here.
12-3 in predictions.
So I did go Orchid for this. Yeah, my predictions have been a little bit off.
I went Orchid as well. Manic and Pengu both going Daystar.
Who did you go for the next game?
So for today, I've gone Orchid.
Yep.
Wait, let me double check. Wait, did I actually type that? I think I must have. Yeah, okay. Orchid, Soul's Heart, Weibo, and Orchid.
Oh, okay. So I went Orchid, Soul's Heart, Weibo, Soul's Heart. Yeah. I was impressed a little bit by Soul's Heart in the series against Weibo. And
I can't believe I'm 12-3. I'm winning. Wow. By a 2-point margin.
Where am I?
And I think I threw some predictions yesterday.
I haven't seen
You're
it.
10-5.
Yeah, I'm 10-5. Wait.
Pengu 9-6 and Rob J Monday 8-7.
Oh, wait, hang on. Why am I at the bottom of this graphic then?
That's the way it's always been.
Oh, there's there's the leaderboard.
Yeah,
I'm tied with James. That's not too bad. I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
You're ahead of the GOAT.
I'm ahead of, well, he's not really the GOAT anymore.
Well, you know Sharko's the GOAT.
Sharko's the GOAT. And then soon it'll be stomping. All right, let's get underway. Team Orchid Daystar elimination game in the lower bracket quarterfinal here for APL Asia Playoffs Day number 2. Once again, everyone tuning in for APL, you guys are the GOATs. Don't worry about the players.
You're the real GOATs.
You're the real GOATs of the viewers, let's be honest here. Daystar, though, for me, when you kind of look at that roster, and I think Joe Gore's the kind of player that always catches up our eye because he just burst onto the scene. Immediately just came out of nowhere and just dominated, put up Reaps level numbers and performances. But ever since then, he's just kind of been on this downward trend. And he's kind of now stabilized. On the flip side, Jackie Wu probably didn't burst onto the scene to the same degree, but he did make a splash and he stagnated. But now he's kind of upward trending. So Jackie Wu, for me, the one to watch in this series and see if he can get Team Orchid over the line against Daystar. But Daystar certainly are capable in this match. This could easily go to Nighthaven Labs. But again, the map vetoes were very intriguing to me.
So the bans here for Cons, Mirror Mute, Glaz, Dockerby. But some more fringe bans in this instance, namely the Mute and Glaz. Both team targeting the other. Mute ban will bolster the Deimos as well, and Jackie Wu to play that operator over towards the yellow stairs. We highlighted him on the desk, has had a good stage thus far. Has found some form. And there's one death mark available though, and that's on to Souffle. It's a static attack at the moment, waiting for somebody to make their move. MC swings in, dead.
Good nitro. Good start for Daystar. Joe Gore follows up kill onto Songla. That's an aggressive swing from Hinjun with no real information. Seal's going to punish that. Scarlet says, I'm coming in. And they say, you're going back out. Daystar, flawless opening round here to begin on Consulate. Map pick for Orchid. Honestly, a bit of a nothing kind of attack in the end. I don't know what they were really doing. They just seemed a little bit rushed. Like it's the opening round of a lower bracket quarterfinal elimination game, and they just didn't really take any kind of discipline and time in their approach in that round. Really good start though for Daystar. Switched on when a team kind of brings a bit of pace on the attack. Sometimes you can really see, is the defense switched on, ready for it? And that nitro just straight off the bat, the Blackbeard can't get in. And from there it was all too easy for Daystar. We head down towards the basement for the second round. And those are the kind of rounds as well that are really good to win, because it's not really like, oh, someone popped off in terms of, you know, raw mechanics and raw gunplay. It was just really good, systematic, fundamental defense from Daystar. And Orchid on the flip side, well, it's quite awful because they just never looked even likely. They look to bring double shield here. Although Jackie Wu will switch off the blitz for the Lion, so it'll just be the Montang for Scarlet.
10 seconds left.
And I do wonder the Dockerby ban. I was going to mention it on the desk guards, but it is actually a somewhat target ban against Jackie Wu.
Yeah.
He has played it 14 times. He's the most played Dockerby in the region. Dockerby's just also a pretty good operator in general, decent on Consulate, but I think that one to me is definitely screaming target ban to Jackie Wu. Good Rotero early on. Is going to deal with one of the Scopel shells. Does mean for Souffle, by the way, who is in admin. Has to now make his way back manually. It also means for Scopos, when you don't have that transferability, you don't really bring anything else to the round. Like, you're just kind of just a raw gun. You don't have any util.
I think he's prone in admin, by the way. I don't know if the observers want to show him for a second.
Is he in the jungle?
He's over in admin, just prone, chilling, open that tower.
Wait, can we go back to Souffle's play count? I think he's in the jungle.
No, he's running off now.
Ah, he's got some like leaves in the background. Either way, opening kill for Pika. Jackie Wu will fall on the Lion. Trade though, Scarlet doing well on the Mountain to get some control over towards Pillar, and he can, if he so chooses, now think about going for a plant. Not really a lot to stop him. There's no Nitro, there's no real utility. Still losing life, and Orchid have been able to just slip in through the front door. So thank you very much. Jogor covering towards yellow, looking for the retake, but now you're in a post plant against the Montang. Not the worst Gumine. Actually kind of managing the Montang somewhat well, but getting pushed back now. Scarlet not falling back, instead pushing forward. Really good smart play, considering the Gumines where they've been placed. And Souffle on the roam back does catch MC on the back.
This does get winnable, I think, yeah, if he's able to get in. And
well, it draws the Montang back, which allows a little bit less pressure onto Jogor. And it's only 14 seconds. Scarlet's going to have to play well here and not panic. And, well, I don't think he really does. 8 seconds on the clock. Songler can play time, and time indeed he will play. No time here now for Souffle to win this round. Songler will convert it, and Team Orchid are on the board.
Tell you what, though, if he landed that shot into that yellow corridor and immediately 180'd onto the kit, it could have been close.
Tell you what, Jogor looks awfully like Turd a little bit.
Really?
He's got that similar, like, hairstyle.
Damn. I didn't notice.
1-1 scoreline. Good round, though. I mean, I think the utilization of the Montang, pretty early slip in towards Garage, and a relatively easy clear as well, all things considered. Post plant was fine. Like, I mean, I think Jogor just made a really good play towards yellow. Souffle obviously catching MC in the back.
If that lands right there, if that had landed, I think he gets on kit in time. It would have been about a 2-second window. So very fine margins.
Did have the opportunity. Falls short. So far, it is Songler who is the one that started really well. No kills yet for Jackie Wu. Souffle's got 3, and I guess that's the battle between the 2 highest rated players on their respective teams, Jackie Wu and Souffle. Which I think is a really good thing for this Daystar roster, right? Because in years gone by, whatever team Jogor's kind of been on, he's been the one that you kind of look to and say, can he frag out? Can he be the top guy? But if that's Souffle now, and the Jogor actually kind of plays second fiddle, that gives them some really decent firepower on the roster. You know, Giga Chad, of course, formerly Felix, he's more of that support role player. So they've got a good, you know, and Pika probably plays a little bit of that support mix anyway. So it's Souffle, Seal, and Jogor that you really want your kills coming out of. So they've got a really good healthy balance on that roster in terms of roles. And also Daystar as an organization has been really good to kind of see the rise for them in terms of becoming a bit more of a stable team within Asia. You think about their first entrance onto the scene, and they were one of those teams that just got beaten up. They just kind of came in, bottom of the league, didn't really do much. But now they're making a bit more waves in the playoffs. I think they're progressing really nicely. Pop. Jackie Wu on the board. On the Deimos towards yellow. Entry kill onto Pika, and that's the smoke. That's a really valuable opening pick here for Team Orchid.
Seal considers going searching for the trade. About to get tagged though, and so retreats. Jackie looking to make progress. Aggressive, needs to be careful. Rest of the team looking to push through as well.
Oh, good,
they flood
good
site
pinch.
again with the shield.
Yeah, and that's off the death mark as well. And Jackie Wu didn't over-aggress. Nitro Cell gets thrown out, but Jogor doesn't even have time to actually explode it. Shot in the head by Jackie Wu, and he's been the MVP of this round. That death mark got the kill for Hyunjin. He got the opening pick. Then he denies that Nitro from being blown. Hyunjin does get caught from above. Souffle, top floor console, does deny the plant, but it's still 90 seconds. Then gets Scarlet. Realistically, Scarlet needed to be in that position just that little bit earlier. Another shot from Jackie Wu, and he's on now in this round, and he completes it with a 4K. Yeah. That's the Jackie Wu that we know he can play as one of the best in this region. He's the second best at the moment for a reason, and that was his round from start to finish.
Yeah, shit, he's turned into a bit of a Terminator this stage, I tell you what. If that's the kind of win con that they need to lean into this series, then so be it. Good opening pick, and then contested the vert well at the end. Coverage for the plant. Quarter time break. Additional ban per side. It's the Kaid and IQ. So anticipating probably the defense of Daystar to lean heavily into the Valk, which remains standing. Maybe even some Echo as well as we look back at that previous round.
Look how close that was.
Good display.
Decent effort from Souffle. get the 2 there, but Jackie Wu had his fingerprints all over this one.
Fuck you!
Oh my god.
Well, I didn't know Jackie had it in him to say
Jackie.
that. Whoa.
Jeez, he was aggressive. Well, I got to say, you know, Jackie Wu, we've seen him for a little while now. You know, think back to Seventh Heaven, then into Dire Wolves, where he spent the majority of his time throughout the APAC South years. He was only 18 when he kind of came into the scene. He's now 22, so he's at that point in his career.
He's almost 30.
Well, he's at that point in his career now where it's make or break. If you kind of keep being that kind of stagnant level and you don't take that next step, you might be on the chopping block or your career's not really going to take off. But at 22 now, if he keeps performing at this kind of level, he might have a couple more years left in him. This might be the best stage we've seen from Jackie Wu. He's always had promise, he's always had potential, but he's now starting to really live up to that. Big, big round. And gets Team Orchid their second. They take a 2-1 lead. Souffle on the other side has still been playing really, really well.
Another early fight here for Jackie Wu. Frag grenade to dislodge and actually just will push straight through off the back of that sound coverage. Hinjin, though, not so lucky. He gets caught on his entry attempt, so Souffle doing a good job there.
Deathmark out. Oh, this is what you want to see. Souffle versus Jackie Wu, and with the Vendetta, Jackie Wu takes out the top gunner for Daystar. Takes on the mission himself, and it feels like
he's just peaking everything.
He's got that feeling and that confidence early on here in this lower bracket quarterfinal, and that spells trouble for Daystar.
Yeah, he looks really locked in. And pretty self-sufficient. I think that's one of the benefits of having the Deimos with the mute ban. Bit of self-droning and death marks that he can play off, but allows the rest of the team to kind of have freedom to do their thing as well.
He was stalled out towards yellow. He pushes through. Well, he is feeling it. That's a bit of a heat check through the fire, but he gets doused. There's now Daystar answer back. Really decent clean up towards the end of that round. 2-2. We've got a series.
Yeah. I mean, to be blunt, their top 4 attacks suck. Elsewhere, they've looked pretty strong, but their structure of the top 4 really doesn't make a ton of sense, and their execution and timing has not been amazing either. So Daystar have done a really good job in being able to dismiss that on both attempts. The other objectives, though, where it's really going to heat up. Just trying to bring up the round history for this one because I
attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
What was the difference in opening kill time in those 2 top 4?
Well, I didn't prepare it either. It's actually not on. It's not working.
What the hell?
Can't call Derry.
Device activated.
Ooh, Derry.
Place
Oh,
device.
my friend Derry.
Who's Derry?
You tell me. He said the name Derry.
Mr. Holt. Also known as Dez, sometimes also known as Desert Shoe.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, unfortunately our side tracker is broken, so hopefully that can
5
get
seconds to
resolved at some point in time. But we focus in now for round
Attackers are
5,
moving
and
out to
it's
locate a bomb.
back down to basement where things got a little bit dicey.
Well, last time out, it was Scarlet on the Montang, was able to just kind of push through, opened up side breach, and was able to get the plant down at the pillar. Obviously, Daystar, you would imagine, should be a little bit more prepared for that, but they are playing a bit more of a roam heavy on the first floor. They got the Vigil in play, Castle.
Early bandit trick as well, successful onto the secondaries from Jackie Wu. That may just alleviate a bit of pressure on the back lurk.
Got secondary EMPs on the Montang and the Maverick, so I don't think they'll be too stalled out by this bandit. Giga Chad thinking about whether or not to contest. I think this will be the round, though, that Daystar defensively will say, okay, well, they like to play quite aggressive and fast, especially when it gets to the site. Got to be more prepared, and prepared they are. Joe Gore on the Vigil, catches Songler, goes for a little peek outside Visa. Almost maybe had a headshot potential there onto Jackie Wu, who opens up that soft barricade. Hinjin falls to seal. Good start to the round for Daystar. And Orchid now on the back foot through electrical for Scarlet. And Jackie Wu goes down.
Yeah, Orchid have had good moments, especially off the back of the playmaking potential from Jackie Wu, but other than that, they are folding in these rounds. They're essentially no contest. Jackie Wu doesn't make the play and find the opening. The rest of the team doesn't really have the systems in place to do so, which is a concern.
They're just losing players on their own entries trying to get into the building. Hinjin 2 rounds in a row. Songler fell this round as well. Nice little angle there, just to the right side of that. Montang, Joe Gore with the boss G. Good shot from MC though. And I think that's also a symptom of Joe Gore over-peaking out of Visa and kept showing that he was just lurking that entry position. But MC, Jackie Wu, both low. A lot of work to do here for Orchid. This is a round that Daystar must be capitalizing.
Orchid don't have any time. I'd be very shocked if they're able to get any kind of presence inside of the objective. Flank as well here for Souffle. Bit late attention and timing, but can...
Now they've got 2 players in basement now, but Jackie Wu's lurked it behind, hoping to maybe catch someone who's also lurking above, and indeed Souffle is. And a very low HP, Jackie Wu doesn't have a chance to fire the gun back. Scarlet falls, MC in a 1v4, and Daystar about to pick up their 3rd round. Behind the blanks, it's Giga Chad. A little back and forth here on Consulate. A little bit of momentum swing either side. They still got the 1st round, then Orchid were able to get 2 in a row, and it just felt like they were building some confidence, and Daystar answer back. Final round of the half.
Orchid have brought some excitement with Jackie Wu's playmaking, but Daystar have brought just a better overall team play discipline in this series so far. It is Consulate defense, so Team Orchid attack here, if they can pluck one and put themselves in a good position, then all can be forgiven. There are some just concerning signs in the way in which Orchid are attacking at the moment. Entry has been weak. Back control on, especially the rounds in which they're losing, has been all but non-existent. So let's see how they go this time around. It's over to Piano Exhibition round number 6, final of the half of Daystar, looking to extend that lead by 2. They've been the pulse this time around, and so Joe Gore likely to lurk in basement. Kana information can play for the Nitro. Triple BPC as well here in play from Daystar in combination with the Capcan, so there's going to be a belt of utility that's going to be quite an annoyance to deal with. Those traps as being highlighted, scattered around. Not necessarily stacked, it doesn't appear to be for kills, but instead to just chip away and gain info as well.
Well, it's these entries that Orchid need to be a little bit better at. That's costing them here in this 1st half. When the entries have been good, they've been able to secure rounds. But in rounds that they've just lost too many too early on the entries, they haven't really looked like contesting. They certainly can't find themselves in a position where they're just over-reliant on Jackie Wu. We saw what happened to Chiefs last night on their over-reliance on a singular play. Oh, big aggressive vault out. Well, Joe Gore's feeling it, does get traded. Gets rid of the Capital. You do lose the Pulse and Consulate, so that's a little bit of missed value here as a defender, but...
Relatively even trade. I think with triple BPC, the defense shouldn't have too much issue with info, unless Songler is able to farm it.
The only thing I will say, though, Scarlet's 1-6. You're getting rid of the support player for Joe Gore. It's relatively even in terms of ops, but from a player perspective, I think you take that if you're Orchid. 90 seconds left. Jackie Wu trying to play off of MC. Grismont Mines in pocket for Souffle, all pre-plays. 3 players available on the death mark for Jackie Wu. It is actually Souffle the only one he can't track right now. See flashes going off in the background as the entry has been made into CO for Songler, but immediately falls to Giga Chad. They just can't find these entries. Nothing MC can do. Guard break shot in the head. And Hinjin on the roof just feels a little disjointed on these attacks sometimes, Team Orchid. Their entries have been their concern. And Daystar should look to close the half out in a 4-2 lead.
A bit of a turbulent half for Orchid. good moments, but also plenty of poor ones as well. Equally, Daystar doing a good job in closing out these winning rounds with confidence. Engine falls, Souffle to collect. It's a 4-2 lead for Daystar.
Yeah, I mean, it's not alarm bells ringing yet for Orchid. It's only the first half, 2-4. You get to go defense now. Try and control things a little bit better. One thing Daystar did a really good job of was just controlling those entries. Orchid just at no point...
Daystar didn't throw picks. That was the biggest difference maker.
Well, they didn't really throw picks, but again, they didn't really allow Orchid into the building to get map control and move around the map. They kind of really controlled Orchid and their positioning. Blitz ban, Kaid ban to begin here as we head into the second half. No tactical timeouts taken just yet. Don't think they really needed to have been taken though either. Deimos ban and mute ban. I think the Deimos ban is actually really solid considering
well, the Deimos
mute
ban is perfect because
Yeah.
Daystar have banned out the mute wanting to play the Deimos, and Orchid have had a read on that, or potentially an element of luck depending on how much prep was actually done, and called it perfectly.
I will say though, when you look at some of the attacking op numbers for the likes of Souffle and Joe Gore, they don't really play the Deimos, but Pika does. He is prone to sometimes being that Deimos player. It's actually one of my favorite operators because it's kind of interesting that you can kind of play it as an entry fragger and you put it on your best player, but you can also use the Deimos as a bit more of a support role in terms of the death marks and finding information. Almost somewhat akin to like old Jackal to a degree.
Yeah, of 49 rounds, Deimos has been picked 11 times by Daystar.
10 seconds remaining.
It's not exactly a...
Again, that doesn't take into consideration a number of rounds available.
No, and also when you
as well.
consider the map that we're playing on, Deimos can be very, very strong on Consulate. You can see the mute ban, so they might have suggested that they wanted to play the Deimos. I think there's a pretty even bench. Does keep, you know, like Blackbeard is available, and Seal is going to choose that. Montang is also a choice capable, but you do have the Clash available. For drone work for Daystar, though, with the Brava and the Flores. IQ as well. In terms of getting even more information, either denial or just to find out. Clutch drone, I think, just got that default. Already, though, a noticeable difference in terms of a bit more prep work from Daystar on their attacks, in terms of their lineup, what they want to do, the way that they want to hit these sites. You know, bringing Bravo, Flores, IQ doesn't scream fast-paced hit. It screams, we want to make sure we do our due diligence as MC with the opening kill onto Joe Gore. They do lose Scarlet again, who's struggling immensely in this match. 1-7 now. He's the lowest... Well, not even the lowest player, but he's one of the lower-rated players for Team Orchid. Hinjin's actually statistically way lower, and that's probably a weakness for this roster. Between Scarlet and Hinjin, you're not really getting high value. MC having a bit of a quiet game, but he can certainly get to work on defense. I don't know if you can afford to have Songler really playing the Clash role. Although Clash can actually be a little bit more aggressive these days. Usually it's Hinjin that will play the Clash. And speaking of Hinjin, perfectly timed, gets the kill onto Souffle. Man advantage now for Orchid on the defense. Need to be definitely starting off this half with a round win. And certainly from this position.
So Giga tried to rotate across. It's probably going to end up being a con swing in or a CEO swing with a bit of utility. Still has that full belt. Still likely needs to be the one to spearhead some pressure and find a pick or two here from Yellow. Gumine's there to impede his progress, and the Clash rotates across. So it's a good read from Team Orchid, and from this point onwards, they should very much be locking down this round.
Still has that Gumine, by the way. Good pressure off the Clash as well. Good combination between the Legion Clash. MC with the Nitrocell into Giga Chad. Seal now very, very low due to the Gumine damage.
Pika could be a threat. Oh, well, not anymore.
Could have been a threat. It's 3 kills into the round for MC. So from 1-5 to 4-5, that'll feel much better. And for Orchid as a team, they will feel much better off the back of that round win. Certainly different contrast between the first half and the start of the second. More prep work from Daystar. They also got themselves somewhat into the building. But in terms of getting to the site itself, Daystar never really looked all that likely. Orchid were able to at least stop them before they could get close to it. We go to basement next up, 3-4 scoreline. Not a lot separating these two teams. You know, they both got a perennial star player in Souffle and Jackie Wood. And then you've got kind of that secondary star player when you think about Joe Gore, Songla. It's probably a really good team in here somewhere if you merge the top players from both teams respectively. A lot of these players have actually played somewhat together at various times. I mean, technically, these two teams are like iterations of Direwolves of years gone by.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
So it's basement for the 8th round. Tubarao in play. Mirror as well. Mentioned the Echo prior with the IQ. Oh, pardon me, IQ is available rather. IQ was banned out actually of the additional ban in the first half. So it is available here as a tool, but not utilized by the attack. So with that, the Echo will have heightened impact. Jackie Wu in a very aggro position, top spiral. This is difficult to get out of if he is to be spotted. Still patiently waiting for a drone. Does Giga Chad drone said position out? Not yet. Bit of a strange standoff at the moment. Does Seal have a read? I don't think he does. Well, Giga Chad pressured Jackie Wu out of that position with the drone, who turned his back. Probably should have been a bit more conscious of a player potentially already lurking top floor.
Yeah, he peeked bottom spiral, and then I think he dies from long desk.
Yep.
Which, if you think about where your location is, you're more likely to die from long desk than you are bot spiral. I think he wanted to be the aggressor, though, and maybe catch someone off who was down there, and Jackie Wu will fall. That's, again, the kind of play that when you're a star player, you feel like you want to make these make-or-break plays and you go for something spectacular, but in the end it costs you because it's just over-aggressive. It's not needed. You're on defense. Like, you don't have to go for that kind of aggressive play, not this early into the round. Now it really opens up this round for Daystar. Star player has been eliminated. You've got the extra player, just over a minute less, so still some decent time. Everyone is in basement as well for Orchid. So you've got full control up above. You play off of these Boogie Auto breaches, try and play some Vert. You've got Logic Bombs, you've got Util. This is a round really set up nicely for Daystar.
Yeah, it's going to be really reliant on good plant denial here from the defense. Double Nitro, the Echo. MC will be looking to play in an aggressive position. Well, one of those Nitros from Sunglet. No impact. Trying to find a player on Vert, but misses. This clash position pillar could be difficult to clear. Double ADS, at least. MC needs to not throw his life for free here.
And Giga Chad can't really enter in until they deal with this clash, or at least put pressure on it. At least he doesn't have to worry about that Nitro from Songla. Scarlet, though, still does have one. 20 seconds. They have no smokes, by the way. Well, it does get cleared. Souffle, and now they got some backwards pressure as well. Nicely executed from Daystar. A really well-worked round where they never once rushed what they needed to do in the round. The clash and its threat and its position,
yeah, they
certainly a factor, but then they're like, well, instead of just rushing ahead first into it, let's get a back pinch. And
I mean, pretty simple, basic stuff, but yeah, there's so many times where we would see a team panic in that situation and go, oh, we've got to send it yellow and breach and straight into the clash, which we haven't cleared, but they found the right win condition.
A lot of that round opened up, though, because Jackie Wu trying to play an aggressive position.
Well, he probably senses that he's the only player on the team that has the ability at the moment to do that.
But that's the issue, though, is sometimes you're almost putting yourself above the team. Even if it's subconscious. Even if it's not like at a level where you truly think like,
it's not an ego thing.
It's not an ego thing, not at all. but you feel like you've got to make something happen.
Well, he's demoted himself to the clash for this round, so
That might just rein him in a little bit.
yeah.
Well, Souffle 10 and 5. He is making things happen though for Daystar, the top-rated player, and having a very, very good stage. Top-rated player, of course, for the team.
10 seconds remaining.
How do you think Reaps is going to go later today against Elevate?
5 seconds to go.
That's an incredibly random question, but
Well, I
it's a
mentioned
good-
top-rated player, and he
it's a
is
good one.
the top-rated player in Asia. That's going to be a fascinating one.
I think he'll do. I think he'll be fine. I think Elevator obviously a threat, but I mean Reaps is just so naturally talented that.
Well, whoever wins this game, you think about what teams you're eventually going to have to get through. Of course, Soul's Heart Fury after this, that's the direct opponent in the lower bracket semi-final, but then it is one of Weibo Elevate that eventually would be in your path. By the end of today, it'll all be a little bit more clear up. Jogor creeping up yellow on the Amaru. Now 4 smokes in this round and 4 flashes, so decent amount of utility for the
Jogor's
attacking
heard
team.
Songler here, by the way.
Songler making a lot of noise. Jogor on the other side has made no noise, but he also has to watch 2 angles here. If Songler times this swing,
Well, he would have heard that.
and well, the timing was everything, that he had enough of it that he was able to pull the
They
shotgun
both got a
out.
double dip.
Yeah. They both, Jogor doesn't realize how lucky he actually got for a very brief second.
That was quite awkward.
Opening pick goes the way of Orchid, though, and they desperately needed that one. 2 rounds now down here on Consulate, which is their map pick as well. Daystar had the chance of selecting Bank, a map that they beat Soul's Heart on in the upper bracket quarterfinal, but opted for Clubhouse, so they must be feeling very confident there. This feels like a big map for Team Orchid. Certainly need to start getting a little bit more out of Scarlet and Hinjin, though, even though if they're not statistically players you usually get much out of. When you get into playoffs, you do need your lower-rated players to start performing a bit more. Just over a minute left here. Souffle's still alive. And with him still alive, Daystar are always still a chance.
I think they're just looking to go direct side. I mean, I'm watching Giga Chat in Lounge. Just fucking send it in. I don't know why I swore there. Apologies.
Mate, it's not the co-streams anymore, Guz. Seal's going to die and Peak
But
is
it was
not
such a
far
lot
behind
the
him.
F played. He just died with no. I don't think he had no forward drone, and there's still full vert. Sorry, that was a co-stream moment.
You're just preemptive. You're too relaxed. You're just getting into the vibe. Souffle, 1v3, trying to stick to plant. Whether or not he gets it probably doesn't matter all that much, but if he does stick it, which he will, he now creates a post-plant 1v3, which is certainly a better position to be in. Here comes the clash, though. Also knows there's, of course, a couple of players still playing that vert towards meeting and CO. And, of course, the electrification of the clash largely irrelevant
don't
now.
throw this, guys.
Jackie Wu needs some help, and MC eventually does come to offer said help. And so that will be a 4-5 scoreline now.
Defenders disabled.
Okay, keeps things intriguing. Been a weird game. It doesn't feel like either team's playing.
It's Consulate. That's why.
Yeah, a full pelt.
Consulate has that
Consulate
sort of
is a
vibe.
strange dynamic map.
It is.
Sometimes.
It really is. It's a lot of prep work, but then also some rounds there's rushes.
There's a lot of direct potential. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very wavy, up and down. It's just it's not really like you look at a map like Clubhouse, which we're going to next. It's quite same level, whatever
very
site you're on.
predictable.
It's yeah.
Additional bans, Dockerby and Warden.
CO and meeting coming up here. Top floor has been an issue so far for the defensive teams. Sorry, for the attacking teams.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, and sometimes as well, like you're in these playoff games, and to be completely blunt, right now this match just has group stage vibes.
It feels like that, yeah.
It just hasn't, I don't know, for whatever reason, had a spark that, you know, moments where you go, damn, there's a lot happening. And maybe it's because it's first map of the series. Need to let it just kind of develop a little bit. And maybe in these next couple of rounds, as we get a little bit closer to, you know, match point scenarios, then the
Yeah,
the
pressure
heat
might
will,
ramp up a
will
bit,
certainly go up in the
It feels
kitchen.
like, yeah, we've just thrown this match in the oven and we forgot to preheat it. Like,
It's a bit cold. It's getting there. It's warming up. Not long. We just open up the door. It's like, okay, yeah, it's sizzling a little bit. 5-4. They start searching for that match point. We haven't even had like tag timeouts, like any kind of drama. We're just kind of flowing through this at a pretty even pace. No real highlight plays just yet. Outside of probably
we had the
Jackie Wu in the
glimpses
second
at the
round.
start.
Yeah,
Since then, it's been very chill.
second round Jackie Wu certainly was a highlight, but other than that, it's been pretty chill. Seal and Souffle, though, are popping off for Daystar. Jackie Wu has cooled down a little bit. I mean, he got 4 kills in that 1 round alone. So we've played 9 rounds. That means in 8 rounds, he's only gotten 2 kills. So he's very much been a little bit colder as well since that moment.
Nice clear there from Souffle Rotero onto the F-Knot.
It's also very common on Consulate as well, especially like the Flores is very, very strong. Top floor, sit roof, send Roteros down. So that just kind of plays with the pacing of this map as well. But it's all fundamentally needed. Jokor, early swing. Now there's usually an early swing to bait out utility, but funnily enough, there are no nitro cells.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably just the smoke canisters that they're trying to draw out.
They don't have a lot here.
I guess maybe they're trying to draw the clash
1
in.
gas babe left.
Yeah, Daystar have not had to work particularly hard to draw out this utility, which is a concern for the defense.
And they've got plenty of utility themselves. Multiple smokes, flashes, Candelas. Bolts as well from the Capital. Bees from the Quan Hive launcher.
I mean, raw utility, Daystar are leading at the moment.
Yeah. Just over a minute still as well. Looking to put some pressure towards vending, so it's not just a direct hit. They've actually got some pressure around the map and looking to keep Orchid on their toes, and
Yeah,
Jackie
this
Wu
is
will
good.
fall. Giga Chad finding the pick.
And they're trying to make it awkward for the clash. Songler doesn't know where to rotate to. He keeps pivoting back and forth.
Need to clear out this position. MC, though, wins the battle through the tight angle on the doorway. That's needed for Orchid. Oh, Claymore. Pika goes down.
Wait, was that Clash walking into the Claymore?
Either way, MC does get cleared at vending. It will be a 3-on-3 with just over 40 seconds. Everyone is now top floor in the lobby. Hinchin finds 1 and Songler a second, and only Seal left in the 1v2, and he doesn't have the diffuser, but it is close by. Might at this point have to go for a meeting plant, but that kit is in a bad spot, and that Clash Shield is still up, being a nuisance. Final Candela thrown in towards CO, looking to clear these closer angles, but as he does do so, I'm sensing he's going to get shot in the back. No, not quite. It's a drop shot from Scarlet. It's a round win for Orchid, and we are all tied up on Consulate.
Really good work from MC to just hold the pacing on that admin across take, finding that opening pick, absorb some good pressure. I'd love to see, if possible, how that Claymore kill eventuated. I can only think it was the Clash walking into it and detonating it. That seems to be the most likely outcome, unless I'm overlooking something. Unfortunately, I literally looked down at my iPad to try and refresh the stats as that happened. So
I didn't see it anyway. It was just kill feed.
Yeah. Okay, we'll never know. That's it's not even 3 o'clock.
Well, tactical timeout for Daystar developing here now, 5-5 on Consulate. We certainly got a game. Again, map pick for Team Orchid, so they'll be pretty desperate to close this one out on the defensive side of Consulate.
We had a lot of OTs together yesterday.
Now, I do wonder, by the way, you know, we were talking about the match tracker. We got pushed forward today on Asia, and that might be a reason why.
This it should be automated, Jakey.
Well, I mean, I'm just
and
saying.
it also says match starts at 2 p.m. on.
Yeah, it does on
July,
the match tracker,
so.
but on Wikipedia, by the way, it still says we start at 4. So
Wikipedia's washed.
I'm just saying there may be some punky business that could be the reason why. I don't know. Maybe some back-end code stuff.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
Like you said, you
defeated by
got to get Derry on the
They
phone.
did all of the North America stuff, by the way. If you Oxygen beat Wildcard 2-0.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been some funky stuff happening in NA. I was looking at the talent chart.
They flogged them, by the way. Like Dash 217. Grixer had 22.
I thought you meant 217 KD for a second. I'm like, wait, 217 EPS.
No. As in like 2 kills, 17 deaths.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that makes sense considering considering they got flogged. Yeah,
they got flogged.
I was like, what?
Yeah, no, he had a stinker.
Yeah,
Grixer, Yoga, and Co absolutely dominating Wildcard in the bin. SSG beat out M80, so more bad times for the Fabian. And I know dropping 35 kills in that one. SSG. Whenever you feel like they're just...
Be awkward if PSG do well tomorrow.
Oh, it would be awkward, wouldn't it? And then SSG beat out Oxygen.
Yeah, right.
Some big...
Oh, Jackie, hands off keyboard. Hands are off the keyboard.
On the Kavera. He's just chilling.
Oh, hands are back on.
Hands are back on.
He hears noise.
Yeah, he's had an intriguing old game. That one round was spectacular. Outside of that, he's actually
we cursed him.
Largely irrelevant.
Yeah.
For the second best player in the region.
Has he been droned? The $1 million question.
I don't believe so.
I also don't think the prize pool for this region is $1 million.
Could be one day. Yeah, I'm watching the secondary feed here, and I have not seen... Oh, hang on. Giga Chad.
Wait.
Giga Chad has droned him out. So Jackie Wu has been droned. Good spot by the Obs and myself.
You can't pat yourself on the back.
Wow. I mean, I did get... I spotted him coming in from vending, so...
Jeez, you want a medal?
Yeah, actually I would. Yeah.
Tough luck.
Songler gets the opening pick onto CL, so no Capitao. Songler has improved as this match has developed. In fact, yeah, the floor has been raised a little bit with Hinjin, Scarlet getting involved.
I mean,
5 to 7 kills is the total kill margins for all of the players on Orchid, so a very even performance.
oh man, this is weird. Basement round, by the way.
Jackie Wu is just playing time.
All he needs to do is just sit here. Even if he dies, just don't peek. Like, literally do not peek.
Oh, wait, that might have been a misdrone. Hang on. There we go. Got him.
Okay, they get the kill. Minute to go, though. Basement attack.
Is that worth in the end? There's a minute left. Basement. Multiple drones used, lost. 3 drones left.
Yeah.
And he doesn't get a kill.
I think so.
If he had got a kill, absolutely worth, but now Daystar have got the player advantage.
Daystar have shown good efficiency on this basement site late round, so that does make me concerned for Orchid, especially a player down now.
If Gaz is concerned for Orchid, I'm concerned for Orchid as well. Very much concerned. And this is to get that match point margin as well at the conclusion of this round. 30 seconds though. Only the one smoke for Joker, so he's got to actually really think about how he wants to utilize this and get some advantage with the Glaz. Still actually opening up Breach as well. I mean, they are running a little low on time, and Hinjin gets the kill onto Souffle.
Well, they likely need to go for a pillar plank. Kit's yellow, and MC is holding that.
Giga Chad, big kill on to Scarlet, lives up to his new name. Into red time though, MC on that clash. Can he get involved? Can't get to the pillar, and no Kit
I told you, Jake.
Well, you said it was going to be a little bit of a concern for Orchid. In the end, apparently not. Daystar fumbled the bag. They absolutely fumbled that one. They had the player advantage. They had enough time. But credit to Orchid, they got some very pivotal kills, and it feels like for Team Orchid, they're just scraping through this match. Yeah. And that would be a disaster for Daystar, because they've honestly had Orchid in a good position on Consulate. As we go to Expert Piano, it's Orchid who have got match point, and if there's anything to go by from our games that we covered yesterday, 8-7 could be on the cards.
Yeah, I mean, no correlation, but yeah.
Zero correlation.
Could be 100% coincidence, though.
As, yeah, actually, I think we said it on the desk when I was saying, oh, we had the longest 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 you could possibly really have.
水管，水，爆掉，1号ping，没事，前后各一，电脑，没时间，你别死救。Let's go，let's fucking go！
Who was that? Was that Scarlet? I couldn't tell.
I couldn't tell, but I love the energy coming out of Team Orchid. What? Was that MC maybe?
Yeah, I couldn't quite pick who it was. I mean, I like the energy though, it's good.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it certainly is. 6-5, Orchid, their map pick. Trying to close this one out now on defense. First floor.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
Whole Solace combination here on the first floor site. So anticipate a pretty aggro map clear / basement presence. Hinjin likely to play in through garage. Jacobu currently lurking over towards the eastern side of the map. He'll probably play for early info on the Visa side. Yeah, he's lurking electrical at the moment, so that makes sense.
Jockey was almost going to bottom frag this game. If you had told me that after the second
He
round.
looked like the Terminator on the Deimos. He was not missing a shot.
Starting shock drone.
I don't know what's been going on in the second half.
Shock drone from Souffle. It's a fascinating game because I think overall Daystar's attacks have probably looked a little bit better than Orchid's.
I think their ability to adapt mid-round has certainly looked stronger.
But
Orchid tried to jam a lot of attacks, whereas Daystar have tried to actually pivot properly.
But Orchid have just scraped some rounds, and that's the difference in a 6-5 game.
CC shield is ready.
Once again, more prep work from Daystar. I also think the Clash play... Well,
Oh, speaking of,
oh,
that's a
hang
good
on.
clear.
That's a big loss.
That's not ideal. They've been heavily reliant on the Clash this half.
And I was actually just about to say the Clash play has been really good. Songler does get the pick anyway. Shield or no shield, no worries for Songler.
Jackie Wu's still below feeding info as well.
Oh, I don't know where Hinjin's going though. Just caught running on the Solus.
And
I
he's
think
on
had the
Solus.
Spectrum up actually. It was not gone, that's for sure. That's a freebie for Seal and an entry. 60 seconds.
That's weird. Solo should be below. Bad
Well,
flash.
that's a bad flash. Seal's like, what are you trying to do? Blind me? Songler again, another kill.
Doesn't
the
need the shield.
shieldless Clash has found 2 kills. Don't worry, boys. Oh, make it 3. Oh, not quite. Good little shoulder peek, actually. Good Seal got the kill onto MC, and this match is now starting to heat up.
30 seconds. Still smoke util for a plant coverage if Daystar require it. Likely to go for the hatch drop into piano from this position. Double impact for Songler. No nitro for Jackie Wu.
Yeah, but he can still get info with the sensor. Developing information.
That's if he doesn't die here.
Well, that's if he doesn't die.
What is he
and
doing?
He does, and he just runs it. There's 12 seconds. You need to wait for them to play the drop to
chill.
get into the site. Hold your spot. You don't need to panic. But panic they then did. Songler, who's already done so much without so much. No shield for the entirety of this round. Giga Chad, if he gets denied, the round is done and the map is done. But he sticks it. Now plays behind the piano. Songler now knows as well that Seal is up above. Good tag onto Giga Chad, but time will be the biggest factor. Breaks the mirror window. Impact doesn't actually get over the piano. Songler runs out of chances, and we go to overtime.
They just panicked. They absolutely panicked in that round.
What
I don't
is
know what they're
Jackie
doing.
Wu doing?
Jackie Wu, I don't think was getting pressured from Vert in that instance. He could have chilled. They had the...
He couldn't get through the doorway because of the vert. But you also don't really need to get through the doorway at that point in the time.
Directly above
Yeah,
him.
not directly above, no. He could have stayed where he was.
We also had the Solus play meeting, which was a complete throw as well. I don't know what's going on.
And, I mean, as great as Songler did, with
You're
shield to a Rotero drone, is also
That's
just...
why this match is so unpredictable. There's so many win cons that are just like getting crossed off that are still allowing round opportunities to be won. I mean, again, you're playing that Pulse Solus, and neither of them ever played down below the objective at any point in that entire round. I don't know what's going on. This is crazy. Neither of these two teams, if they play like this, stand a world's hope against a Weibo or an
Not a
Elevate. That's
chance.
just the stark reality.
Yeah, I mean, it might sound a little harsh, but I agree with you
I
wholeheartedly.
mean, it's, again, obviously circumstances are very different. Whatever. Like, but it's reality.
It feels a little sloppy. It feels as if there's definitely some growing to do for both of these two teams, and because one of these two teams will progress forward.
Yep.
And
play the
Soul's Heart or Fury.
Yeah.
And either way, that's going to be probably an upgrade in opponent quality. And then after that, it's Elevator Weibo. So, I mean, like, let's be completely frank here. These two teams, whoever wins this is going to have to find an extra level.
Oh, absolutely.
And in terms of who's got that potential to play at a higher level, I mean, to be fair, Orchid can play much better than this because Jackie was 6 and 9.
Changing mags.
He's had a stinker after an absolute amazing start to this game in the first 3 rounds. It's just not really been activated. Someone's pressed the off button on the Terminator. On the flip side, though, CL Souffle have been playing well, and they probably deserve this now, Daystar, after forcing overtime. They've shown just a little bit more This becomes a critical round because if Daystar win this, I don't trust Orchid's ability to attack.
So the Clash should play, but there is the buck threat
Oh
below.
no, Jackie's just having an all-time stinker.
And that's the smoke down first. Last operator you want to be losing on this side. It really opens up now that CEO plant.
On the smoke, credit to Daystar though, because they've kept their level largely the same. I think they've been probably the more consistent team. Like Orchid's had maybe higher highs, but they've also had much lower lows.
Yep. B's below, can the buck get value? That is the Clash. This is big. Oh, Seal just unable to really net that
Doesn't
kill.
get the kill, but it's still pressure. And Songler has to reposition, probably then, you know, gets into a bad area. It's still good work overall from Daystar. Unfortunate that Seal couldn't find the kill, but it's still good pressure. I mean, now you got the Quan High. Like, if you're Songler right now, you are in the war zone. Like, you are just, you're getting shot from below. You got bees on you. He's literally standing on the desk, trying to avoid the pressure from below to hold his position. That is some really good work from Daystar. Songler was having an awful time. He just wanted to get out of there, and he's probably thankful he now just sits the round out. Souffle shoots Scarlet in the back. Plant will go down. No one is denying this because there's no one close by. MC can't swing this. He's got no cover, and Daystar can now get themselves towards match point if they close this round out, which they really will.
Wow.
Match point.
And you know what it all circles
map
back
point.
to? Jackie Wu. You lose the smoke first. The easiest win con from that point is once you have the buck below, deal with the Clash, plant CEO. There's no plant denial. Hinjin, I think, as well, tried to land the trade, which maybe would have made it a little bit more possible, if not still very difficult. He missed that onto Seal, and yeah, it was basically over. Like, phenomenal attack from Daystar, but big question marks on what the hell is going on with Jackie Wu right now.
Well, I think it's also another really good example. Daystar in that round, the way that they kind of played it was they don't just kind of get locked in and tunnel vision into one method.
Right. That smoke down CEO, that I almost certain would have been the call in the comms. Like, that immediately they snapped into action.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It was really good.
As I mentioned before, it's been a rough one now for Jackie, but if he comes to life for one round, it could get them back to 7-7.
Could be the difference maker, yeah. It's not over until it's over.
Souffle up to 15-9, Seal up to 14-6. Those two have been outstanding in the fragging department, but it's not like the other three have been awful either. 9-5, 7-8, 7-8. I really wish we had the match tracker here, because I think what I'm kind of looking at in terms of the KD numbers is when Daystar win, they win, they win. But when Orchid win, it's like scrappy and they're still losing players. Like, I would love to see, in terms of the rounds that Orchid have won, the survivability, because it's probably quite low. Derry.
So it's top floor, round 14. Double area denial with the Chanka and smoke combination here. So there's backup plans available for Daystar.
Also, speaking of Derry, I mean, we're coming for designates in terms of OT games.
I made it this way,
If we're not first, we're in a close second. Might have to start getting out. We're going to overtime, guys, at you. Souffle. Oh, lovely headshot. Jackie!
No.
Stop peeking!
I can't even be mad at Jackie for that one, because what the hell is Souffle doing playing there? I've never seen that. That's just not, that's such a stupid place to play, and he gets rewarded.
We need two players either side of Jackie Wu holding his arm saying, all right, we're going in, Jackie. We're all going in together. Let's go. Because he's just not
I think
living.
he was just looking to set up for some Roteros, and he just got slammed.
Well, he's got no Roteros to set up now. 90 seconds, because they started to close this map out and then head to their map pick of Clubhouse. Souffle has outplayed Orchid's star well and truly, and it hasn't been close. Still has a Grismont mine as well.
Swapping mags!
Daystar surely should be converting this position unless they find trouble dealing with the shield.
Pull through gas babes for Giga Chad.
Yeah, and the flame's now raining out.
Seal getting through to Songler, and with
That's
MC
it.
falling, you can probably say this one's done to an 8-6 margin in favor of Daystar. They will take Consulate. They have obliterated Orchid. And Scarlet pulls out the pistol. It's all but just desperate. A prayer that certainly will never be answered. Orchid succumb to Daystar, and the day is shining with a knife in the back to close out the opening map. It just looks like another day for Daystar. There's no over celebrations. The job's not done. The opening map goes their way. Clubhouse will be coming up. Their map pick, their choice, and what could be their pathway forward in this lower bracket.
Attackers are activating the bomb diffusers.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Into the level 1v1, the close end to the ball, win, saves and
impossible, like it's a game. Oh, what a way to frame me. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over being you. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something new. I'm not even famous, but all you blaming on some lame excuse. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something new. I needed new friends when you didn't show. Poured out my heart while you say home. And I tell you something, it broke my confidence. When these thoughts are toxic, it's darkness. Only showing up when it's convenient. Why is no one here to save me? Moving pieces cross the board like it's a game. Oh, what a way to frame me. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over being you. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something new. I'm not even famous, but all you blaming on some lame excuse. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something. This is the start of, this is the start of, this is the start of something new. This is the start, this is the start, this is the start of something 왜네 앞에서 no way 날 기억하고 맡길 수 없는 걸. Yeah, you are the only thing I need. I can feel 뭐라고 해도 여기 you and I. You're my world, 모두 다 스쳐갔던 난 영원한 your generation. 놀란 I am made it, 놀란 다음에 need it, no. Oh, it's your generation. 새로운 generation. It's your generation. 새로운 generation. It's your generation. 나로 나의 긴 시간 어제와 내일 또 지나 어디까지 갈까 한계치 몰라 무한한 dreamer 열린 꿈 미래를 꿰뚫어 view 다른 의미 you're my rule 다시 펼쳐보는 데서부까지 feel so good. 나 여기 you and I. You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 난 영원한 your generation. 놀란 I am made it, 놀란 다음에 need it, no. Oh, it's your generation.
Well, the sun is shining over Daystar. They take the opening map on Consulate. They go 1-0 up in the series, and now they head to their map pick of choice in Clubhouse, where they can try and progress forward to the lower bracket semi-final. This is when you come in and talk, Michael.
I don't know, you were just looking at me and giving me a smirk. It was low-key making me uncomfortable. Tech pause after bans. Thanks, MC. Never mind, says Songler. Okay, cool. Even better. Bandit and Kaid for defense will be taken out, so double electrification and double shields for attack. It's Monty and Blitz to be taken out for the remainder of this first half. Both sets of bans on any map but Clubhouse would probably be a little bit unusual, maybe outside of the the shields, of course, but defensively, definitely more common here on Club. Should free things up for Hard Breach to pretty much get to work at whatever wall and surface they want. But creating space with shields will be a much more limited option for the attack.
Yeah, and one thing that might help Jackie Wu here as well is Army's his most played defensive operator, and we didn't really get to see the utilization on that on Consulate, and a map like Clubhouse really does play to the strengths of the Azami, so I'm expecting him to have a bounce-back game, and really for Orchid, they need him to have a bounce-back game. He's their top player, he's their top fragger, he's their best, and if he's not going to be performing, you know, well, they're going to be eliminated. They starting on the attack, at least. They kind of get a free swing in this first half. Less expectations on them to do well here. Clubhouse, especially starting off on sites like basement. Defense really should be prevailing, and especially for Team Orchid, already down 1 in the series. Need to be starting well, getting on the front foot. A little bit of an extension with the castle barricades. Stage hold for MC. Songler all the way actually in con. What are you doing?
Songler caught reinforcing at the 2:30 mark.
Like, even Joe called. He said the same thing.
I think that's warranted. I don't think reinforcing that late on basement is freaking insane.
I've never felt so vindicated and so validated. Thank you, Joe Gore. Yeah, I mean, that is.
That was a thing. Okay.
Good shot back from MC. Seal not really probably giving respect to the stage hold.
Yep. Engine as well was also in stock. Jackie, we vacated that top 4 aggression and he's now in the basement. Deimos in play for this round though, for Daystar. A tool that may have been useful in aiding for the map clear, but that hold above has been vacated. 4 stack down below. Scarlet a little bit more aggressive over towards that main stairs position, but he'll probably look for a drone or 2 and fall back himself.
Just over a minute left, so despite the shenanigans to begin with, I mean, Orchid is still in a position where they can take out this opening round. Plenty of options for Pika in terms of the death marks, all players available. Trying to find the little angle. And Souffle is losing the battle against the Vulcan Canister. There you go. Kitchen Hatch getting opened up now as well. Now there's no real utility on defense besides the gas babes. That's it. That's all they've got.
Yeah. A proper set of Capita utility here from Souffle should make things quite difficult for Orchid. He is currently overwood stock, so maybe for a blue hatch drop, Giga Chad considering a Moto drop. Flashes in through Church, here we go, gets caught. Souffle still hasn't dropped.
Pika's also flamed off here as well.
Yeah, this has been a bit awkward, but Orchid are feeding.
MC did not need to peek that. He's flamed off, 15 seconds left, just hold Gen, force him to push out, clear you. Draco, you can see the way he's just pushing into Church. He's got no real clue where Scarlet is. That's Kit on the floor, Pika in a 1v2. Pulls out the Vendetta, and he will get that one. And he will get that one as well! You can't be losing those rounds, Orchid!
Oh,
like, why is he just standing out in the middle of Church? Like, you could go play Moto and just hide. You know, like, you know where the kit is. You killed the player that has the kit. And there's 5 seconds left. Just go and rotate into Moto. Instead, he's standing out in the open of Church.
Sit back down. Take a deep breath. It's only round 1.
Yeah, and I got up twice.
We could have another 14 rounds of this.
Oh, no, guys. No. Like, that whole round from Orchid. And I think
that's a write-off. That's a write-off round.
I think this is also somewhat a symptom of Consulate. They shoot themselves in the foot. They make it harder on themselves. I mean, like, MC just throws his, like, bang. Like, what, you don't need to do that. He's still flamed off. He's not progressing forward. It was a good kill from Scarlet, and at that point, you should have just repositioned into Moto. Like, the kit was outside the door of Moto. and he's pushing deeper into church to try and make contact when there's 5 seconds left on the clock. And I think this is sometimes a symptom in the Asia Pacific region. We saw a little bit of it in OS last night as well, where teams sometimes don't do the right option in just the boring option, which is fall back, survive. Let the clock run out.
Do you want a lolly?
Yeah, I want some teeth.
Candy.
I want a teeth.
There you go.
Thank you.
That way I can get you to shut up for 5 seconds.
Wait. Go another one.
I might send that to production. See if we can get this on the stream.
Do one more.
Okay. We'll send it to you, Chris. Our director is.
Yeah, our director actually just was also making a comment about Jackie Wu. What are you doing? You're playing smoke. You're dead already. Over 2 minutes left in the round. Even production is wondering what Team Orchid are doing here.
Yeah. This could be a quick map if it continues to trend this way, but consistency doesn't seem to be a hallmark of Asia at this stage. So.
Well, there's nothing that's going to get Rob off the couch quicker than his favorite 2 words in Siege: quick map. Shikizzy opened up, and so far, to the credit of... Oh, he is off the couch! He's going into the snack room!
That's it. That's the second thing that will get him up.
Just over a minute.
MC burnt out, but able to reposition over to the
Good keeper barrier, just to delay a little bit here. Oh, Seal, though, gets rid of Hinge in.
Oh, boy.
Oh, it's just falling apart for Orchid. MC got aggressive towards Con, because at that point he really had to. And only Songler left towards Con, thinks about a Nitro. But he's got so much more that he has to worry about. Even the swing in comes through. And Songler's just trying to hide and hope that he doesn't get cleared out. And indeed, that's what happens. Shoots out Seal in the back, but that plant's going to go down successfully. Nitrocell does get the down onto GigaChat, though, and he creates a 1v2. Somewhat doable.
Not into the shield.
Not into the shield, though.
I picked 2 rounds then for Daystar. Very clean. Orchid struggling, and their star player, Jackie Wu, not firing. But it can't all be on him. The rest of the team needs to show some more resistance on site. They're giving away
Well, I
picks
know
too
why he's
freely.
not firing. He's got a Fnatic logo. Well, I mean, what do you expect? He's got a Fnatic logo. They're awful.
Are they?
Absolutely.
Gee,
Attackers need
that's
to
harsh.
locate and defuse bombs.
It's not like Tristan's watching anyway.
He was asleep.
Honestly, he might not be in the team soon.
You said that, not me. Oh yeah, Fnatic are actually last in Metal.
You had to just go and double check.
Jeez, I thought they were a bit...
No, they're not very good. Maybe another roster change might work for Fnatic.
Loading full magazine.
Is this game over? I know it's very early, but...
I would say 2 attacking rounds earlier from Daystar. Orchid have not really done anything of note. This is shaping up to be a Daystar victory, which, in all honesty, I think the rise of this Daystar roster needs to be celebrated. Now, the job's not done yet. There's still a lot of Siege to play out here on Clubhouse, but they've been really, really good to watch throughout this stage. Evergreen improvement. I think they're a well-rounded team. And in years gone by, a team like this would have been like, it's Jogor or Bast, but Jogor's not even really the relevant piece in this roster. It's Seal and Souffle.
Yeah.
If you've got Jogor on your team and he's third fiddle, you've got a decent team. And Pika is probably maybe one of the best players in the region that could play that 4th role. Not a hard support, but you're going to play between support and kind of, setup operators. 4-0 in this game. Of course, in his prime, Pika was known as a little bit of a fragger, but days gone by. So they bring the Scope Pulse, they bring the Clash, and Orchid need to bring a bit more pressure here. It's been far too easy for Daystar on Clubhouse. They questioned over on the couch the map veto process for Daystar, not choosing to go bank, a map that they Beat Soul's Heart pretty comfortably on. But so far, it's been a really good decision to head over to Clubhouse. Joker caught in the background, actually, on the Blackbeard. Caught out by Scarlet. Good start to the round here for Orchid.
Yeah, they're a bit stalled out at the moment. They don't know how to deal with this clash. They're waiting for someone to make a play. It could be Pika. Oh, Pika.
Throwing grenade.
Big kill from Pika. Forces Hinjin to rotate away from main breach in towards Cash, and he actually puts that shield down. Oh! Songler caught running. Good trade back. It's a 3-on-2 still. And Seal, though, then deals with MC. And the clash is still up, and Jackie Wu, who hasn't found a kill yet inside a Cash, has a Nitrous Cell. So they do have a really good way in still denying any kind of default plant that Daystar may want to get to. On the other side of the server rack, on the garage side, you've still got that Nitrous Cell. You've still got the clash. So Giga Chad and Seal are going to have to really think their way through this, because right now I would still say for Team Orchid, they're in the better of the two team positions.
Giga Chad's on Diffuser out breach, not Seal over towards garage. So I don't know what the game plan is here from Daystar. Giga Chad will need to rotate. Maybe top red is final destination.
30 seconds, they need to get moving. And if he does go top red, guess what's going to be waiting for you is the clash. I mean, this is not going to work out for Daystar. I'd be very surprised if they win this round. Jackie Wu gets the headshot. That's Kit over towards red. Seal in a 1v2 against the clash, and Orchid really should be on the board from here, unless they fumble the bag, which they do not. A messy, scrappy Cash and CCTV round.
You want to whack your mic one more time?
I can't even do it if I try now. It's always those funny things when you do something and you're like, I don't think I could actually do that if I tried. No.
Yeah, the clash, they're stalling things out. Team Orchid doing a good job playing around that as a win con. Daystar got stalled out. I think they probably could have better optimized the 2v2 a little bit, but still, Orchid were in the better position just objectively, utility-wise. Blackbeard and Warden will join the remaining bands to form the total of 6 for rounds 4, 5, and 6. And it's basement. A reattempt here from Orchid. Daystar, a little bit fortunate to clutch out that particular objective last time out. Slight throw from Orchid, but it was close. Up until that fumble.
Well, they also got a freebie last time as well on this Songler with the very, very late reinforcement towards Con. Don't think that's going to happen again. 6-1 for Pika. Very good start here on Clubhouse. Once again, Scopos will be employed. They don't go the castle stage extension though this time. Kind of a decent amount of success. He was able to get a good, nice kill towards stock from that position. Electing to forego for a bit more denial, a bit stronger on site. Let Songler be the, I guess, the main lurker up above. They do go top extension towards Jacuzzi in terms of at least reinforcement and a mute jammer, but I don't think Hinjin's going to do much more than potentially play for mainstays, but he's in bathroom. So this is like, we're all just going to play very different points of the map. You got one in cash, one in bedroom, one in stock, one in changing, and then one in arsenal. They're basically all separated around the map.
Yeah.
This is a rank game.
Yeah.
It might work.
Did they start clue into this and go direct there? That's what I wonder. At what point do they go screw it? They get the first.
Well, it's the Azami as well. Now, Joker, by the way, is already in dirt, and Seal could drop pit, so they could go for a bit of aggression towards site. And Jogor is continuing to put the pressure on Scarlet with the Soda canister. By the way, while all that's happening in dirt, you still got one bedroom, one strip, one top red. Like, they are completely isolated. Now, obviously, Songler is able to transfer back, and he does. So 2 on site and 2 off site. Jackie Wu goes for a wander, makes a bit of noise. There's a flash that comes out of secret. It's going to force him back up top red, but it's good intel right now for Daystar to know that is the last player. And guess what? He's top floor. We have sight. Jackie Wu has to drop stage. And as you mentioned, round over. They trade. But Daystar still had players left alive. And hence the highlight cam showing a dirt push at the end. 3-1, 3 attacking rounds. You say round over. This might very well be series over very shortly.
Yeah. Orchid seemingly have quite a strange game plan here on Club, and I think that last round probably exemplifying it a little bit. it's another good example where the Orchid setup and the win cons they're playing for aren't great, but Daystar do get the info, react accordingly. They don't get baited into trying to clear this Orchid roam. They just go direct. They had the utility, they had the information, they had the firepower, they had good pressure, and they executed it cleanly. So some remnants from what we saw back on Consulate.
I'm trying to say, by the way, on Wikipedia, we are listed as analysts. That is honestly a highlight of my career.
Why are they listed as commentators?
Commentators are Dev and Pengu, and we are the analysts.
Well, that's a load of shit.
I didn't do it.
We are not smart enough to be analysts.
5 seconds to insertion. Shield set. Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
Well, Oda's available now. Do we go and get him in?
Cash Gym, round 5. An Orchid fight back. Or will Daystar continue to roll forward here? Clash is once again in play, currently employed over towards CCTV. Although Daystar at least immediately aren't posturing for that map clear, it would seem. In fact, they may ignore it entirely. Exterior con to be opened up as opposed to kennels. Logi hatch to be popped and jacuzzi to follow most likely. No hard breach denial from the defense. That prompts Hinjin to now begin rotating in through cons. The Clash is moving back to the other side of the map, which is the correct read at this point in time. Funny thing is as well, actually, Seal is rotated really across the kennels and opened that. So at the moment, Daystar are asking a lot of questions of this defense as to what portion of the map they want to invest this utility.
They've cleared so much as well. Cuffs barricaded and the Vulcan canister, sorry, the fire extinguisher as well. So they've cleared out that gym area already. Mirror window has been broken. So this jacuzzi side of the map now is pretty available for Daystar.
Orchid just got really good info as well. They actually have a yokai in garage that has spotted no one on this balcony. So they know it's a jacuzzi stack with maybe like one kennel side.
Well, if they know that, they've still got like 2-3 players towards red.
Yeah.
Joker, what's going on, buddy? Just over a minute. Still, Seal's making his way back towards Kennel's breach. Wait, is he just... Do they know he's standing
he's going to get timing.
Oh! He makes his way in.
His presence isn't known, though. They're not going to expect this. Yeah.
Oh, nicely done.
That's well played.
Advantage Daystar. Down to Scarlet and MC. Oh, no, good shot. MC has found his second in the round. He still has an impact. No Cuba barriers available, though. And Seal, though, now brings it down to just Scarlet. And Scarlet got tagged a little bit. Position known towards Logistic. Plank going down inside a gym. Scarlet watching for that con doorway push. Nothing he can do to stop it. Nothing that they can do to stop Daystar.
That's a really well played round from Seal. We didn't get to see a lot of it until the back end. But as I sort of mentioned, he had yokais in garage spotting and giving really good information. Oh, pardon me. No. Yes, sorry. The defense had the Echo spotting really good information. Yet Seal, the entire round, he just chilled outside kennels. He waited for them to try and action off that info later on in the round. And that's immediately what happened. Jackie Wu's, in his mind, is like, okay, CC is probably clear now. No one's playing here. The Habana's likely rotated to like a Logi drop or exterior con or whatever. I'll play this position, maybe catch someone if they go to the balcony. And that's exactly what Seal was able to lean into. Caught that good timing, really just well played across the board. The team elsewhere, again, easy work over to Jacuzzi. There was that play from Seal and that kind of snowballed things. There was decent resistance. MC hit a nice shot, but then, yeah, Seal just continued his charge forward. It doesn't really show the teeth particularly well, but it was still funny.
It doesn't really show the full thing, but I'm sure we can get something later on the desk, get it fully blown out. And
you love yourself,
5 seconds to go.
Well, it's good to love yourself. Do you love yourself, Michael?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. See? I don't think Rob loves himself.
Reloading.
Nah, Rob loves himself.
Right now, Daystar loving themselves, though. 4-1 up here in Clubhouse. Their map pick. Second map of this series and edging closer to the lower bracket semi-final. They'll be playing the winner of Soul's Heart and Fury, which we'll be covering next after this.
Yeah, looking forward to that game.
Can Fury wind the clock back a little bit? I will say one thing about Fury. They always seem to play their best when their back's up against the wall and in playoffs. And the backs of Orchid well and truly are touching the wall right now. They are on the ropes. Daystar looking to land that knockout blow here and find a 5th attacking round on Clubhouse. No Slongler, no Azami, and no garage presence now outside of a Yokai drone. It is completely open. Derry.
Those stats are killing me. I feel like I've been debuffed.
You've been neutered. There's the Scopos shell that has now...
Ooh! Gone 6 clear onto a Clash Shield, okay. That's some interesting tech.
We've seen Hinjin lose the shield, but we've also seen that happen back on Consulate, and it was, I think it was Songla. He was able to do quite well even without the shield. Still good time remaining in the round as well for Daystar. With this player advantage, they're starting to creep up on Conside here. Seal can make his way over towards Garage. It's only the Scopos by himself. Giga Chat gets caught, jacking way through the window. Trade from Souffle. 1 for 1. You'll take that if you're Daystar. Logic Bomb will ring out. Remember, it's a shieldless Clash. Pika, get rid of the shieldless Clash. Now looking to clear out Rafters. One's trapped in, and that's MC by himself now. Surrounded, finished off, executed. 5-1 for Daystar, and 2 rounds away from progressing forward here in the bracket. And it feels now almost a certainty.
Ring the bell. What? I've never heard a bell that sounds anything like that. Well, it's more like a ring-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding. What?
Okay. No more bells.
Why are you laughing
Let's
at
put the
me?
bells away.
Okay.
Let's put the... You could have
You
just said,
started it.
wave the white flag, or...
I was going to say that, but I say that all the time.
Yeah.
Kaid, Mira, Habana, and Ace.
Well, it feels like a series that never really had a true spark to it. In fairness, the end of Consulate, you know, it's hard to believe, but Orchid found themselves 6-5 up, could have actually closed out the opening map. And we would have then thus be preparing for Nighthaven Labs, but they lost the only match or map point that they had available. And from there, Daystar were able to close out in overtime. And boy, what a strong attack on Clubhouse, and talk about a vindication for them in terms of their map veto selection. 9-2 from Pika, 8-5 from Souffle, 6-3 from Seal. Even Giga Chad's going equal. It's actually Jogor, bot fragging, the only one negative. So there's even more room of firepower available for this Daystar roster. It's been tremendous to watch them perform here, and I'll tell you what, I mean, whether it's Soul's Heart or whether it's Fury, I don't think it'll matter. I think Daystar will be competitive in that lower bracket semi-final.
Jogor contesting Kitch early, but able to vacate that position.
That would have been a big kill on the Songler.
Oh, honestly, he should have probably been the one that died, but makes it out. Daystar pretty aggressive offside at the moment currently, maybe sensing that with Orchid lacking confidence, they can try and net an early kill.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess it depends on, like, Jogor, for example, taking an early fire as a Goyo when you've placed your Vulcan canisters and you can gain, say, a kill like onto a Kappa Tower who has so much utility still available. Those are risks actually worth taking. But on the flip side, you know, Seal aggressive towards stock, playing as Army, who can certainly play a bit more bunker down Arsenal. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Like, there's essentially two operators here, probably the Valkyrie and the Goyo, that you can be aggressive with. And there is Giga Chad towards Secret. has a keeper barrier for a little bit of help. And Hinjin gets eliminated by the roaming seal inside a stock on the Azami, and that's the Ying that has been eliminated. A big loss for Team Orchid in this round, and a good contest from Daystar. I mean, Orchid have got no real map control. They've got one in kitchen, and they've got some top floor. Remember, this is basement site. If Daystar wanted to, and really probably at this point should, they can just go back to site. There's a minute left. None of the hatches have been opened up. They have a 2-player advantage. You can all 5 play site from here. Orchid are not winning this round. But they just stay peeking and stay aggressive, but stay winning.
They're just winning every gun.
They are just absolutely bullying Team Orchid. I mean, this is an absolute shit show. Like, this is awful from Orchid. They're getting slaughtered. Like, Daystar are giving them ways in because, in theory, once you get that opening kill, traditionally what you'll see teams do is they'll rotate back to site. The Church Arsenal. You take the player advantage, you've delayed time, you fall back. Daystar have actually gotten more aggressive, more aggressive, more aggressive. It's too late for that. Now you're just wasting our time in terms of the timeout. What a waste of time. What a waste of time. Daystar have just been far too good for Orchid here on Clubhouse.
Yep.
But also in a way that, the way that Daystar have played this though, I still think fundamentally, better teams would punish this.
Yeah. I tend to take shots.
Ball from Grace for poor old Jackie Wu. Well, Daystar's aggression goes rewarded. Timeout taken by Orchid. They're 5 rounds down, and it's 5 series points for Daystar, who have just been so incredible to watch. We need like a somber tactical timeout. You know, like when we feel like it's over?
Like the GG timeout.
Yeah. Like, okay, they're probably done. Let's all stew in it. This one's like the hype timeout where it's like, it's 5-5.
Do you think it would sound better with bells?
No. No. No ring-a-ding-dings.
Ding, ding, ding.
Depends on what bell are we talking about. Are we talking about the more classical...
How many bell types do you know?
Like, you know, Italian-style bell in the middle of Rome where they're going, dong, dong. I've never realized, but it's hard to kind of make a bell sound.
That one was actually quite good, but it was the action that really made it what it was.
No one got to see... You got to see the action. You were privy.
Yeah. I've seen some...
You've seen some things.
I've seen some indescribable things behind this desk this afternoon.
Gym Bedroom coming on up out of the tactical timeout. Orchid will fire 5 attacking rounds in a row. Very unlikely. Very
impossible.
unlikely.
Impossible.
I tell you what, Scarlet's very fortunate that the match structure is down because I'd love to see the over KD. Oh!
It's breathing.
It's got some life in it. I think it's going to be now manually inputted. So Scarlet, you're in some trouble in about 5 minutes.
Yeah. There's a lot of zeros. No one's got any numbers, bro.
5 seconds remaining.
So it's Gym Bedroom then for round 8.
Well, look, the fascinating thing for me now is actually looking at Daystar's map pool. So Consulate win, Clubhouse win. They beat Soul's Heart on Bank. So that's 3 maps. You can't ban all of those coming up into the next series. I really kind of hope we get Soul's Heart versus Daystar again because it really was a close series. Like 8-7 in favor of Soul's Heart. That was on Consulate. 7-2 to Daystar on Bank, so dominated them. And then it was a close one on Cafe 7-5. So Daystar will probably look at that series and think, well, if we play Soul's Heart again later tonight, we could beat them. It's a pretty close contest. And then if that happens, you've made top 3. That's an impressive performance. Daystar have a really good chance of making top 3. And then at that point, it's like, most likely, and hopefully, a lower bracket final versus Elevate, and you've got nothing to lose.
How many rounds does it take for Daystar to close out this bloody game, though?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes teams go 6-1 up and then they troll a little bit. They get over-aggressive. But the way that Daystar played it in the last round, if they just play, again, aggressive, then they're just better than Orchid. Okay, Giga Chad just
got caught from Con.
Yeah.
Good trade. Trade back.
Well, I mean, this is just ranked, isn't it?
Yeah. It's probably the most unstructured club we've seen.
Yeah.
At least I've seen.
And just down to Songler, and he drops to his death. And, well, a 7-1 scoreline probably doesn't lead to a whole lot of hype.
Shrug of the shoulders from Seal. I think that well summarizes this series. Where were they?
Where were they? Seal's gone searching. Daystar. I'll tell you what, a tremendous performance for this roster to progress forward to a lower bracket semi-final. Incredibly strong against an Orchid roster that looked decent at times throughout the stage. They were the second seed. Oh, from second seed to first team eliminated.
A little bit disappointing for Team Orchid, there's no doubt about it. First map had glimmers of hope, and then it's just... I do have a beanie on, Michael, and then it's just completely fizzled out so quickly. Daystar never looked in doubt on this map. I just feel sad for Team Orchid, if I'm being completely honest, because for me, they're the outlier in this playoffs bracket. Like, you look at the names in here, you know, your Soul's Heart, your Fury, your Elevate. All of these teams have stature, have history, have proof that they can get it done. Team Orchid, for me, are the ones that are kind of like the I don't want to say the scrappy team pulled together, but they are pulled together, and they are a mix of multiple different rosters that we've seen. And unfortunately for them, they don't manage anything.
Did you have the beanie on before?
No, I did not.
No, he didn't.
It is nippy in here.
I can actually see him now because before the light was...
It was blinding you. Well, like, you know...
Can you see his hoodie? Can you see his beanie?
I can see the beanie
What
because
is-
What does it say, Michael?
I don't think I have that one.
Boston
No, I
25.
Where? I think I saw you around the area of Boston.
Yeah.
In fact, I think we took a site.
Did we meet in Chick-fil-A?
Oh, we did, and we went to
Raising
the
Cane's?
Boston Tea Party. You know,
Oh
like-
yeah, we went out and about.
We had
a
a
Can you guys
beautiful
focus
day.
on the
We
game?
had a beautiful day, and you know what? It was snowy. It
Oh,
was
it was
like
great.
Christmas.
Yeah.
Where were you?
Enjoying summer back home.
Oh, well, that was a terrible idea for you. But what was a terrible idea for Team Orchid is taking Daystar to Clubhouse. That was scrappy, it was unmethodical, and it was a very scary map to watch if you were a SEA fan.
I mean, Orchid didn't have a really say in the matter, I guess.
They didn't.
So
Well, very
it's just
true.
Yeah, it's funny the way the series closed out, completely fizzled.
Yeah.
But at one point on Consulate, Orchid is 6-5 up.
Yeah.
I mean, cast your mind back to the first couple opening rounds where Jackie was literally looking like Terminator, just snapping onto everyone, not missing a single shot. And
All
then
downhill
just
since.
completely silent the remainder of the entire series, and the team fell into a heap.
boys.
And we're through.
Yeah, it
And
was
unfortunately,
weird.
I mean, those are the kind of things, the consistency in bigger moments is something that we've talked about in SEA a lot.
Yep.
And realistically, the only team in the last 2 years that has been consistent in that period was Bleed. And then Bleed went into stage 2 last year and absolutely botted out and just... I don't know what happened, and it continued on. Obviously, now Weibo, and now looking very good. They're back in fine form. But there's this element where we just can never find consistency here, guys. And especially when it comes to big
I think
matches.
Fury usually would probably have been that more consistent team.
In playoffs. In playoffs, absolutely. Fury are probably outside of...
Not now, though.
No, well,
Yeah, which
we'll
is
wait
the
and
funny
see.
thing, like-
We'll wait and see, right? Because they've got a whole run. They have 4 games left if they want to be champions, and we've seen them make these kind of runs before, so it's not unheard of. But I would say that I'm probably just a little bit disappointed for Team Orchid here. They should have got.
Well, they
more
were the
out of
second
this.
seed. Second seed, first team out.
Yeah.
I kind of forgot they were second seed.
If you
I'm
watch
not
that,
gonna
if you watch
lie.
their last map back of the stage, being that club and cast your mind back to that seeding, it's
straight sets.
like crazy.
Yeah, and now we're
They'll
here.
be the only. They're the only team that can be knocked out in straight sets from the top 2, right? Because every other team at least won their first game in APL. Is that correct?
From the top 2 seeds.
Yeah.
From the top 2
I actually think
seeds.
you're correct.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure that was like one of your fun facts last week was the
Yeah,
fact that they were the only
GG.
team to lose in the top 2 seeding.
Yep.
And that trend just continues, and they completely capitulate on their final what ultimately is their final day, which is crazy.
But we take away massive positives for Daystar here.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that Daystar have continued to impress. Still, the one thing that just interests me is like the dynamic with Joe Gore and where he's come from and where he is now.
Yep.
He's just a middle of the pack player and just does his job.
Which is good.
There's nothing wrong with that, though.
No, not at all. I wish Jigsaw would do that so Chiefs could perform a little better.
No, you need Jigsaw to be Jigsaw. You probably need Oda to be the middle of the pack player to be honest.
Very
We'll
true.
go back to it. But
Very
no, I
true.
think what makes Daystar so strong is the fact that you've got Seal and Souffle that have improved and really taken the mantle as the 1-2 fraggers on that roster, which then alleviates any kind of pressure on Joe Gore. And I know we've been following Joe Gore since his inception, and he burst onto the scene like we said in the pre-match. So he's always going to
drama.
He's always going to have eyes on him, and his name's always going to draw attention, at least from us.
Yeah.
But now where he's at in terms of his career and on this team, he's a middle piece, right? But if he can play his middle piece role well enough, then that's a solid pick. And then even then, you got Pika, who back in the day was one of the top players on his respective teams. He's now the 4th string. But he was outstanding on Clubhouse. So they've got really, really good spread quality. And Felix can have good moments too. Giga Chad.
Come on, mate.
I gotta
sort it out.
So I think for Daystar, look, did I underrate them a little bit coming into this series? Not necessarily. I did tip Orchid, but it wasn't a genuine, like, I think Orchid's going to smash him. It was just a coin flip. Like, it really just, for me, came down to, who's going to have a better day, Jackie Wu or Souffle? Well, in the end, it was Souffle. I thought maybe before it was going to be Jackie Wu, and 2 rounds in, it seemed like it was going to be Jackie Wu.
Yeah.
And that was really...
And then nothing.
And then nothing. And Clubhouse was a total shambles for Orchid, so they ended up getting smashed in the end. But coming into this series, it was always a genuine coin flip.
Yeah. Well, what isn't a coin flip is an interview. We have Harambe, one of our favourites from the region.
Morning, guys.
Harambe.
Morning, guys. Morning.
How are you, Harambe? It's been a very interesting series, this one, because as Xenox was saying, I think all of us on the desk would have expected this game to be a little closer. Now, not necessarily, leaning outside of your favour, but still, we expected a bit more out of Team Orchid. How did you feel the game went in the server?
I think we win the game just from the map vetoes. The map pick is just what we wanted.
Yeah. Wow.
It's good. It's good.
I want to expand on that, though, because obviously you guys beat Soul's Heart last week on Bank comprehensively, and it was available, Bank or Clubhouse. Was that something that you came down to the decision between those 2 maps, or you were strong and adamant on choosing Club?
Yeah, because they've been perma-ban Bank for a long time before this stage. So I think they let out Bank just for counters. So I try to avoid that and bring us to the club.
You now have a bit of a break, Harambe, to prepare for your next
long
game.
break.
Yeah, quite a long break. Soul's Heart Fury, of course, the winner of that. Who are you anticipating to play in that match?
I hope Fury win. I hope Fury win.
Okay.
I want to touch on that break.
And I hope there are no more rehosts.
Yes, we all hope that.
We all hope that one.
Come on.
Last night, of course, in Oceania, we saw Chiefs. They had that long break, the same break, so they played at the same time slot as you guys, and then I think it was like about 6 hours or something, and then had to play their last series, ultimately losing that one. They looked a little bit sluggish, tired towards the end. Is there anything that you've thought of now over the next, whatever it may be, 4-6 hours or so, for you and your team to get them as best prepared for that best of 3 later tonight?
Yeah, I think I was about to tell them just like clear your head and don't even think about playing Siege or think about what's going on in the matches. Just like be empty, then reset, then we come back to the game.
Yep. God,
Smart.
I very much commend that spirit. I mean, you could almost fly to Australia, given how long that time is in between now and then. We could have you on the desk here.
I hope.
But one question that's kind of on the tip of my tongue, and something we've been talking about a lot on the desk, Harambe, is Joe Gore and where he's come from, his very first iteration into the league and where he is now. He was known as a fragger, an absolute gunner, one of the best that had touched the game for a very long time. But now he's kind of fitting into the team and I guess part of the mold. How do you see him as an individual and as a player?
Jogo definitely have great like individual skills and gun skills, like definitely.
Yeah.
But he just gotta learn how to play the game as a team.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't like that in the first appearance on 23rd
Yeah,
season.
yeah. I can't,
Yeah,
what
he
was the
wasn't
team?
playing like as a team. He's more like, yeah, I want to go, rush. And no, we just stopped that and play as a team.
Yeah. No, well, it's looking good, and hopefully we get to see in a match against Fury a little later on. Anything you'd like to say before we let you go, my friend?
Grab some beer, grab some snack. It's gonna be a long day.
I couldn't have said it better myself. I may as well just wrap from here. All right, mate. Thank you, mate. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, guys.
I can't attest to the beer. I can't attest to that.
Tea.
Grab yourself a nice cup of Joe.
I wanted to clarify, by the way, in terms of Joe Gore's first appearance.
Yes, please.
It was only the start of last year.
Wow, 2024. And was it for Daystar?
No, Dire Wolves, which is essentially the Daystar roster that we've got now.
No, he was on a roster before.
There was APR, but they didn't make...
No, then it would have been... I swear I saw him before.
We need a fact check.
Yeah, I think definitely before Dire Wolves.
I'm on his Wikipedia page. He was
well, if it's on Wikipedia, it must be true.
It must be true, indeed.
No, well, I mean, where else are we going to get the stats?
Exactly. I don't know where else you're going to be looking.
Could you imagine if Wikipedia crashed tomorrow? We'd all be having a job.
Well, we didn't have the match tracker today, and guys were struggling. He was on...
Yeah.
I'm sitting here refreshing the match tracker just every 2 minutes.
He was on APR, and then they failed to qualify, and he got picked up by...
I swear he was on someone.
Feels like it was longer ago than that.
Yeah. It does feel longer ago.
It felt like probably back half 23.
It probably felt like 23, but start of 24.
There you go.
First appearance with Dire Wolves.
Some of the best gunners that we're seeing in Asia at the moment, just not Asia, but like APAC as a region, are young gunners now. Yeah. They're coming through. I mean, we're starting to actually get a bit of a pipeline here in Siege and APAC. It's really nice to see. But what might be a little bit better to see is our second best of 3 of the day. Soul's Heart take on Fury after this short break.
มหาลัยอะไรแต่ว่าในตอนนั้นแบบหลังจากแข่งไปสักพักผมก็ด้วยที่เป็นวัยรุ่นแล้วก็ดูแล้วว่าอนาคตในตอนนั้นเนี่ยมันน่าจะดีอยู่ครับผมก็เลยตัดสินใจตอนนั้นไม่เรียนต่อก็คุยกับพ่อแม่ตรงว่ายังอยากโฟกัสแข่งก็เลยตัดสินใจไม่เรียนต่อแล้วก็โฟกัสในด้านการแข่งหลังจากตอนช่วงที่ใกล้จบม.ปลายเลยครับหลังจากตัดสินใจก็ไม่ค่อยมีแรงกดดันจากครอบครัวเท่าไหร่ครับครอบครัวเหมือนเข้าใจแล้วก็ปล่อยให้ทำมากกว่าก็ตอนที่Challenger League หรือว่าทัวร์นาเมนต์ที่คัดเปิดเข้าให้โปรลีกของ Rainbow Six Seed ในของ Southeast Asia เนี่ยสามารถเปิดให้สมัครได้แล้วก็สมัครไปเล่นนะครับมันจะแข่งประมาณเป็นรายอาทิตย์เก็บแต้มแต่ทีมที่แต้มเยอะน่ะจะได้เข้าไปในโปรลีกเราก็เก็บแต้มกันแล้วก็ขาดแต้มนิดนึงเลยอดเข้าไปก็เลยได้เข้าไปเล่น Challenger เราก็ไต่เต้าขึ้นมาจาก Challenger เป็นทีมที่ดีที่สุดเสร็จแล้วปุ๊บพอเราขึ้นมาเป็นทีมที่ขึ้นมาจาก Challenger มาเป็นทีมในโปรลีกในซีซั่นนี้ผมจำไม่ได้ซีซั่นไหนนะแต่ว่าซีซั่นนั้นเราแบบระเบิดพลังเลยเราแบบตบทุกทีมชนะหมดไม่มีทีมไหนไหวแม้แต่เอเลอร์วูฟที่แบบว่าครอง1เป็นทีมสิงคโปร์ที่ครอง1มาในโซนนี้มาตลอดก็เอาเราไม่ลงทำให้ตอนนั้นเราเป็นเอเลอร์วูฟกับเราได้เข้าไปเล่น APAC Playoff ที่ญี่ปุ่นเป็นครั้งแรกแล้วก็เป็นประสบการณ์ไปต่างประเทศที่แบบไปแข่งครั้งแรกของผมด้วยก็เป็นอะไรที่ตื่นเต้นมากเลยครับเราก็ได้เรียนรู้อะไรเยอะจากการไปแข่งตอนนั้นเหมือนกันรู้สึกดีมากที่ได้เป็นทีมที่เก่งที่สุดใน Southeast Asia เป็นความรู้สึกที่บอกไม่ถูกครับรู้สึกว่าเก่งที่สุดรู้สึกว่าไม่มีใครเอาลงรู้สึกว่าเจ๋งประมาณนั้นแต่ว่าจะบอกไงดีมันก็ต้องบอกว่าในช่วงเวลานั้นเนี่ยการในทั้งทัวร์นาเมนต์แล้วก็อะไรหลายๆอย่างเนี่ยมันยังไม่ได้โตมากนะมันก็ยังไม่มีผู้เล่นหน้าใหม่เพิ่มยังไม่มีทีมยังไม่มีสปอนอื่นๆเข้ามาเนี่ยมันก็เลยทำให้ยังไม่มีคู่แข่งเยอะครับก็เป็นช่วงที่เราได้กอบโกยแล้วกันกอบโกยไปเยอะอยู่ครับอยู่ช่วงหนึ่งเลยก่อนที่จะจอยฟูรี่เนี่ยตอนที่อยู่กับคิวคอนเฟิร์มเป็นปีที่เหนื่อยมากครับก็พอมาเรื่องการจัดการต่างๆเราก็ต้องบอกว่าช่วยๆกันทำให้ผมเนี่ยต้องได้รับหน้าที่ในการเป็นทั้งคนส่งเอกสารแบบว่าตอบกลับอีเมลอะไรพวกนี้แบบ paperwork ด้านหลังบ้านด้วยตัวเองด้วยทำให้แบบว่าก็รู้สึกเหนื่อยเหมือนกันนะผมในตอนนั้นทำให้รู้สึกแล้วก็ยิ่งการแข่งขันเนี่ยแต่ก็ยังโชคดีครับที่ในที่สุดก็ช่วงต้นปีนั่นเองก็ฟิลลี่มาเคาะประตูเปิดโอกาสให้พวกเราได้ต่ออายุทีมนี้ได้ไปต่อ
like that. I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat. You've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat. You've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll just la 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. Just drop like I'll just drop like I'll la 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 la.
Welcome back to the APL playoffs here for the Asia League. Things have heated up in the first matchup, and unfortunately, overcooked team Orchid. They're done and dusted. Michael, would you like to do the pleasures?
What's the procedure?
What has it been?
You pick it up, and you can either yeet it stage left, or you can throw
I'll
it
gently place them. I want to give them a gentle sending off.
Have they got a little...
Yeah, you've also got to piss
Like,
off their
yeah.
little one.
Is
No.
that one?
No. Yep, that's the one. I hope
It's a bit
that's
hard
the
to
one.
tell with the lines.
Yeah, I can understand
Very gentle
that.
of you.
Well,
Yeah.
they got smacked in the server, so I didn't
Yeah.
need to...
I think Daystar were a bit harsher.
Exactly.
Yes, yeah. I think that it probably looked a bit more like,
Whoa.
that kind of energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we going to pick those up afterwards?
He will. He's got plenty of time.
But
Production.
if he bends down that far, he might not get back up.
It's very true. I mean, that you would be shocked how comfortable that couch is to lie on. But
It is nice.
it is time for us to move on to our second best of three of the night. We're flying along here in the Asia League. And I think Soul's Heart is probably just a good place to start because this roster, we've already seen them earlier in the day. In the earlier graphic, we get to see them again. But this, honestly, I will be serious. I feel as though this roster has such unbelievable potential. But, Michael, are they past their prime?
Well, firstly, Rob, thank you for your seriousness. I really appreciate that on the APL desk here for stage 2 of the Asia playoffs. It's always good to see, especially when I'm having to work with the guy next to me. But Soul's Heart, yes, they are a team where we pose the question. They were once great, now probably good. Can they return to greatness? Is that a possibility? I think it is in the realm of possibility, and they've been well-rounded throughout the day. And as we'll highlight with Fury in a moment's time, they could be in some trouble today.
Yep.
So there's an opportunity for them to sort of set the platform. Will they be able to outgun Daystar though? Because as we've kind of seen, I think throughout this region, this sub-region specifically of Asia, a lot of these games have boiled down to gunfight heavy procedures, lacking some of the structure and adaptability that we've seen in other regions. I don't know if they can match Daystar in the gunfight department. We'll get insight in this matchup, and presuming they win, obviously, we'll have the matchup later today.
Yep.
So that's what is going to intrigue me, how sharp they look inside of the cell.
Yeah, well, they're not looking too sharp there, are they? They're looking kind of scary. I won't lie. Let's have a look at Fury, or at least start just chatting about Fury. Now, today they do have a substitute in, so it's always interesting when this happens. We've got 2 Darks in the server at the moment. Unfortunately, with Firelord out, I mean, it's really hard to not say this, Jake, but it's...
Do we actually know, I want to know, what's the reasoning for this substitute? Is this an unavailability or is this a swap? Because Firelord had a 73 EPS throughout the stage. He was one of the lowest performing players in the league. Have Fury just gone, screw it, we have to try and change something, otherwise we're not going to make it anyway? Is that what they've...
Look, we'll try and get official wording, but I agree. I think this is probably a swap. I genuinely don't think Firelord has done enough to warrant his position on this roster. And it's harsh for us to say, you know, these are people first and foremost, and then players secondly. But this is...
That is unbelievable from you. Can I get that quote again, please?
Is he behind you with a gun on your head?
Hang on.
The people first.
People first.
Players second.
Players
and
second.
we always got to remember that.
Everyone at home
you are right. You are
remember
correct.
that. Put it on a T-shirt.
I'm expecting him to get that on a T-shirt.
But then he says, and then at the end of that he says, but. So, God, what comes after but?
Well, the but is he's been really underperforming.
Yes.
So
yes.
I do wonder if this is a tactical substitution.
You'd have to
or if
imagine.
it's an unavailability.
Yeah,
we'll hopefully find that out. Now, Rob, have you got your rod? We're going fishing. Now, what are we fishing for? We are fishing to see what Fury can do to win this series.
Nothing.
We're going to go.
You're going to have to have a really good rod to find that.
You're going to have to have the longest rod you've ever seen to get that deep into the water, mate.
Is it the entries? No, they're worse than Soul's Heart at the entry. Okay, we're going again. Is it the plants? No, Soul's Heart the best team in the region when it comes to plants. Is it attacking? No, Soul's Heart are the second best team when it comes to attacking, and Fury are bottom 3. Is it the defense? Oh, we're on. We've got something.
Oh, we've got something.
Fury,
is it big?
Fury have got a 4% higher defensive win rate.
Oh, it's just a trout.
Soul's Heart
Throw it back.
are the second worst team at defending.
Oh, hang on.
The only team worse is Arrival 7, and of course they never arrived, so it is Soul's Heart in terms of playoffs that are the worst in the region for defending. So that's going to be something Fury take into account in this series, is Soul's Heart aren't the greatest on defense. When you look at these numbers, though, especially that cost difference, that's...
oh, my...
Damning stats across the board. The EPS is huge. The entry stats... yeah, I mean, everything...
Hang on.
Is that because we've subtracted... Is that 4 divided by... 4 player EPS is divided by 5, maybe?
You have to remember Soul's Heart have played an extra series.
It would still be lower.
They played 3 extra maps than Fury.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the 47%, because Firelord has a 47% cost. Everyone else is above that, so that's not possible for it to be that low.
Right, so you're insinuating
you're talking about that,
yeah. Well, unfortunately, that's where it leads to.
Right. Well, look at some of the head-to-heads here. Scatman and Dark pretty evenly matched across at least the EPS numbers, the cost numbers. Entry 13-8 in favor of Scatman, but Dark has also taken far more entry.
Oh, you're fishing
battles.
here. You're fishing.
He's going pretty deep with this one.
It's like some level 99 level fishing.
Yeah, it does. It really does. You're going to have to sit there for a while, mate. Sit in one spot and just figure it out, because the stat man is the stat man for a reason. You know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean, actually. You've kind of derailed this a little bit.
I derailed?
Well, Michael,
you're the one that came in with the analogy of the rod. I thought
it was good.
I think it was good. I stand by my
co-caster. That'd be the first. You know what? There's always time for a first. But unfortunately for me, Fury just have not lived up to the mark. If we're going to talk about this quite seriously now, I feel as though they have individually underperformed. Now, does that mean they will continue to underperform? No, it's playoffs. This is where these kind of teams come alive. The experience on both teams is enough to hold them in this game alone.
And one thing Scatman does have as well, which, again, these are the 2 highest rated EPS players for their respective teams, which neither of them are even in the top 15 overall in the region. But Scatman's actually 3rd, tied with a couple of other players, but still statistically 3rd in terms of 1vx's. So that's Stemp, Scatman, Naka, and Firelord.
No.
I don't know how Farlord's got 4 1vx's, but he's up there. Good job, Farlord. That is a very statistical anomaly because everything is just like green, Rob. Oh, Farlord, 1vx's. And of course, at the very top of it is Seal, which you pointed out in the previous series, 1 VXs. He's got 6 of them. So that's certainly a factor when it does come to Soul's Heart. And I think Soul's Heart, we've seen enough of the graphics. We've spoken enough about this. They're clearly the favorites in this matchup. But Fury do have longevity. They've got experience. And they usually save their best for these kind of matches.
They've got a substitute.
The substitute may actually be better.
If Fury win this, I'd be shocked.
The substitute may actually improve
Jake, people first. Don't forget.
I know
he's a person first.
The substitute may actually be better.
So hang on.
It will not be better.
What you're saying is person first.
He said
player
substitute
second.
won't be better. So I like this now because I've got something to.
You guys will have something
when
to talk
when
about
I'm right, I can rag on
he
him
could
in
be
an hour's
right.
time.
It doesn't matter because I have, like I've got nothing on the line here.
There's just expectations.
If he's right, Soul's Heart win 2-0. So
yeah,
I'm
unbelievable.
chilling.
We're happy. Speaking of being happy, it's time for us to get into the vetoes and change the mood here a little bit. These
I picked
boys.
Soul's Heart too, and I'm leading predictions, so I know what I'm talking about.
I'm leading predictions.
I'm
Who
leading
did you go for last game?
Not Daystar.
So you have absolutely no idea what you're
Didn't
talking
you have
about.
Orchid as well winning the lower bracket semi-final as well?
Maybe.
You've absolutely shot for the moon, brother. You know what? It can't be as bad for you because I picked Fury in both this one and the latest semi.
I think I'll still be leading. So
yeah, I think you will
Lair,
be.
Border, and Labs.
They are some interesting maps, my friend. I think one that might lean into some friendly banter.
Our second Lair as well for Asia.
Well, it's the #1 map for Fury. They've had a ban against them 8 times, so they've been able to hide that. I'm sure they're chilling. They've abandoned at all themselves. Border on the flip side is 7th preference for Souls, banned with a 4-3 record, but they've played it 2-0 and they've won both occasions, last of which was 22 days ago against Fury.
Yeah, 7-2.
So I mean, it lays the runway for a 3 mapper under normal circumstances. I'm still kind of scared. Like, Lair is the kind of map you need really good structure and team play.
And
your substitute can be great, but if you don't have that synergy, you can get cooked on that map pretty easily.
Fury's picked it. Who's played it? Soul's Heart. Soul's Heart and Waver are the only 2 teams that played Lair so far.
So
in
it's
Asia.
perma-banned against Fury. Soul's Heart have already played it.
Yep.
So if you go off those stats alone, Fury have been able to not play it, hide it, and never ban it, and they've also got some information to go in on. You're right there, Jake?
Yeah. Just dropped my pen because of the vetoes.
Ah, yes.
Well,
yeah.
the border is a freebie, really, if your Soul's Heart. If you can replicate the performance that you got on this map against this team in the group stage.
Would you say 7-2?
7-2.
Yeah, that's just, it's not even close. I mean, the fact that they've let Border through, clearly they know that something went wrong.
And also, Soul's Heart played Labs in the upper bracket semi-final against Weibo, and they won it. So from Soul's Heart's perspective, they've literally got 2 of the 3 maps that they played against Weibo and were competitive on against Weibo. Against now Fury.
And not only that, we've
with
seen...
the sub.
Fury with a sub.
You've seen Fury play it a couple of times. Like, it's just, this doesn't feel like it's bowing too favorably at all. So Soul's Heart 2-0 at this point.
Yep. I will say that with about 90% confidence.
I will say that the Lair is the one subjective pick for me that I go, that might not be the reason.
Well, there's a fog of war around that map because we haven't seen Fury touch it and they never banned it. So
I'm looking at this as either a 2-0 for Soul's Heart or a 2-1 for Soul's Heart. I really don't see an avenue of Fury winning this series. But that's the beauty of us sitting here saying that now, because then hindsight in a couple of hours from time, we might look silly.
We can look stupid.
But we also have to give
it's our job to set expectations.
Presumptive expectation and prediction.
Yeah. Well, it's,
not sure what we're looking at here. Well, Fury and Soul's Heart, I guess, one of those 2 are going to be knocked off the table. Or in the bin, or I don't know.
Maybe both. Off the table into the bin.
Oh. You'd have to be good with that one, though.
It's time to ring the bell, Robbie.
Ring the bell, Robbie.
It's time to get underway with this one. And Jake and Guz are going to slowly make their way over, so prepare for the longest throw in history. It is time. Soul's Heart. Fury. A game that's been played throughout the ages. 2 teams that have battled each other more than enough times in the Asia League, have had more than enough experience. Both of them have a lot to prove in this playoffs bracket. A new year, a new format, new teams arising in the Asia League specifically. things could get very hairy very quickly. But one thing is for sure, Fury go into this handicap. They are playing with one arm behind their back at the moment. Soul's Heart, they could well take their strides to pushing themselves one step further into the playoffs bracket. It's time to get underway with Flair.
And we're Jake and Guz. Thank you very much, Robert, for the long-winded throw. As ever, consummate professional. Where do we go? Fury, Soul's Heart. Soul's Heart.
Where do we go? Or where do we go? There we go too.
To there we go.
Okay.
Second time we're going to be seeing Lair, of course, as mentioned on the couch. It is Soul's Heart, who had played this against Weibo back in the upper bracket semi-final.
I mean, this has to be a Soul's Heart 2-0. The way Fury have played this stage, plus a sub.
Well, that's when
At
Fury
minimum,
get
it's
you.
a 2-1.
I feel like that's when Fury get you the most, though. When you feel like we've seen the worst of them, and we feel like maybe they aren't looking so great, they find a way. And that's why, like, don't get me wrong, I ended up predicting Soul's Heart to win this series, but I do want to kind of play devil's advocate for Fury. That this is a roster that if Crit J plays to his best, and he's been down on his best so far throughout this stage. Like, if we're referencing Dark as the highest EPS player on Fury, something's gone wrong with Crit J. He's 24th. He's 99 EPS.
Yeah, that's wild.
Minus 5 KD, minus 1 entry. Like, he's had a stinker for a player that at times has probably been heralded as maybe the second best player in the region, only behind Reaps. He's not even remotely close now, at least based off this stage. And BG Man, like Colas, Dark, I mean, these are good players that have been around a long time. So a lot it comes in for Farlord. Hopefully at some point we can maybe get confirmation as to whether it was a attack sub or if it was very much due to unavailability. As for Soul's Heart, though, a roster that has definitely had their own ups and downs. You think back to when Onigiri first left this team, it felt like a hole was really put in. Then they took a bit of time to fill it out, and okay, now they're starting to establish that this is the core 5. The Onigiri days well and truly gone past them. I just have that, like, I can't shake this nagging feeling that Fury are going to bring their best in a do-or-die elimination game, playoffs, and maybe Solotic comes in and just provides a spark. Like, it's a fresh voice, it's a new set of eyes. And I know that you're going to disagree on that, and because... And this is where I agree with you. Historically, how often do you see a sub come in and a team perform better? Like, maybe never. But Dark with the opening kill onto DCH. So the map pick for Fury. They attack into Lair first up. They find the opening kill onto the Mute. Good start for Fury.
And the point being, especially in a region like APAC, if you're good enough, you'll be on a main team. You won't be a sub.
You just have to wonder, was it patience has run out for Farlord? In terms of his numbers, so 38th for EPS out of 42 players. Minus 30 KD. There's only one player that has a worse overall KD, and that's GigaChad. Minus 2 entry, 50% cost. Again, the 4-1vx's is staggering. It is the outlier for his performances throughout this stage. Typically, Farlord will play Blackbeard and Twitch and Montang, so he's playing more supportive kind of roles. But even still, if you're playing Blackbeard more than any other operator, you need to be aggressive and confident. And on defense, again, he'll play those supportive ops like Azami and Smoke and Fenrir. So I'm expecting Solotic to probably fill that role. Slow and steady, though, after that opening pick. But Jay down below with the skeleton key. He's going to be the one that has to really step up, and a good start from him. A second pick found as Mr. Punch will fall. All it takes is Fury to perform well on leg, give them confidence then heading into border, and we could have a series here. As we saw in Consulate in our last series, you can't sometimes get carried away with the first couple of rounds.
No. Absolutely not, but it has been a solid start for Fury. Now it's just about finishing the job here in the opening round. 30 seconds. Monty available. ROU's in play.
Oh, good shot. Solotic, hello. Welcome on into the team.
That was nice.
Very clean. And like Collins can walk into R6 and get this plant down. I don't think that Shamika launch is going to stop him. Indeed, it will not. And Scatman's alone by himself, well, this would be the dream start. It would be a flawless start. Exotic's found a second elsewhere as well on the Zofia. Scatman, can he at least take one with him to deny the flawless nature of this round? Looks like he got droned out towards Master, slips in towards Mez. But the round is done. And it will be Fury to find the opening round here on Lair. Solid attack to take out top floor as well. Certainly now well positioned to find this kill on the Scatman. And honestly, good discipline from Fury. It's very easy in a 1v5 to start running around and wanting to get this final kill, maybe pad the stats a little bit, but everyone's just holding key positions. No one's really over-swinging, over-aggressing. Maybe BG was the one that was sensing an opportunity, but even he too did not go for an overpeak. See Mad Duck Ranger in the background, a little bit of
he looks very chill.
He's chilling. Vaughn, Mad Duck Ranger, whichever handle he goes by these days. That's a good start. That's a good sign. And it's a reason why I'm like on the desk, like I'm in this tricky position because we've all predicted Soul's Heart. We're all talking about Soul's Heart being the team that should win this series. You look at the numbers, you look at the general play from these two teams, but someone's got to advocate for Fury as we get a rehost coming up. Solotix had a great start and he's been kicked from the server, but Fury themselves deserve that notion that they can bounce back. Historically, this is a team that within this region has a lot of substance, has a lot of history, and has shown they've got the capability to perform above what they've been playing at. And for their sake, I hope that happens today. Rehost coming up.
Well, the break is ready, Jake. So let's take 5 minutes and we'll be back after a quick rehost.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
cross the board like it's a game. Oh, what a way to frame me. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over being you. And maybe it's all in my head, guess it's time for something new. I'm not even famous, but all you blaming on some lame excuse. And maybe it's all in my head, guess it's time for something new. I needed new friends when you didn't show. Poured out my heart while you say home. And I tell you something, it broke my confidence. When these thoughts are toxic, it's darkness. Only showing up when it's convenient. Why is no one here to save me? Moving pieces cross the board like it's a game. Oh, what a way to frame me. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over being you. And maybe it's all in my head, guess it's time for something new. I'm not even famous, but all you blaming on some lame excuse. And maybe it's all in my head, guess it's time for something. This is the start of, this is the start of, this is the start of something new. This is the start, this is the start, this is the start of something new.
We return after the rehost. Fury 1-0 up after a
Attackers need to
very, very
locate
strong
and
start
defuse
here
the
on
bomb.
Lair.
How was your break?
Yeah, it was a decent little break. Yeah, ready to get back underway. Alright, good start for Solotic though, as the substitute coming into today. 2K in the opening round for what was a flawless round in the end for Fury. Obviously for Soul's Heart, they're going to have to play a little bit better than what we saw from them in that previous round. Long, long series ahead though.
Floor secured.
So to basement we go then for round number 2, and nothing standing out as being too out of the ordinary in terms of the op comps, but the Vidra perhaps a notable one. DCH on the roam over towards Master, but was spotted on transition by Locolis. The Fury will be very much aware that there's a player on this second floor position. Whether or not they intend on acting on that information is a whole different story. Rest of the team over towards basement. There is some pressure first floor as well, though. Mark playing Armory stairs, and Armory itself also being held by Scatman. Nicole's on the Monty. It will be a valuable tool in looking to deal with that in a more safer fashion, and Deimos as well will also be powerful.
Yeah, pretty similar lineup as well for Fury in this round. They dropped the ace for the Habana, so not really a massive change there, and then the Sens for the Deimos. Oh, speaking of the Deimos, like with the opening kill onto Scatman, deals with the mute.
I tell you what, Fury better not just like smash this series, or my mind might explode.
And you'll look a little bit sillier. Just a little bit silly.
I stand by everything I said on the catch. There's no world in which Soul's Heart should be losing this series. Like, there's just no world.
Well, we might be living in that world.
Yeah, maybe. Which is stupid. You're playing a team that struggled throughout the group stage.
Yeah,
and has
but
a sub
don't
in.
underestimate Fury and their ability in the playoffs.
Nah, it doesn't matter.
There's history there. There is history. And Solotic coming into this roster might just provide, as I said, that little spark, that little renewed optimism. If he performs, it might just elevate everyone else. Now Mr. Punch getting targeted by the death mark of Dark. Did actually have the predictions as well. There is only one person from our crew that has gone for Fury. And not just once, but twice.
I think it was James, wasn't it?
It was Rob J. Monday.
Oh. There you go.
So I kind of hope Fury don't win now, because otherwise we're not going to hear the end of it. Good J down to half health, playing the vert towards reception. Double stack towards basement now for Soul's Heart. Mr. Punch still up towards security, and he gets caught. Zolotic is switched on. 3 and zip. It's not like Zolotic is a newbie either. He's been around the block. Knows how to play Siege. Slotted in very nicely. Gas may be thrown out by Mark, but he's starting to feel that pressure, and he knows he's still got players up above that he will have to deal with. Closer towards I-9, Gaspade thrown towards his location, and he will fall to Solotic as well. And Dark will finish off the round. Solotic's 4 and 0, Fury are 2 and 0, and a great start here on Lair. Guz cannot believe it.
To be fair, I feel like we saw a very, very similar start from Orchid in the last series, and then they fell into a bundle. So, could be the honeymoon period here for Fury, or perhaps they are here to play and are going to pose a serious threat. Certainly wait and see, but winning the opening 2 rounds on a Lair attack is not to be squandered. Go back to second floor for Soul's Heart. Understandably so, this is the strongest side typically on Lair. Need to see them wake up a bit. The stats, of course, are reset after the rehost, but their kill spread at the moment is...
well, there's a couple of concerning things right now. The first round, 5 alive. Second round, 4 alive. First round and second round, Dark opening kills.
Now, they've got 1 kill in both rounds. Is that correct?
Camera ready to activate.
Yeah, 1 kill, which was Mark right at the end of that round.
Which was a completely unimpactful kill. So,
yeah.
In some respects, back-to-back flawless rounds from a team with sub. Like, what is going on? That is just unacceptable.
And the Salve is 4 and 0, 211 EPS.
What are we doing, guys? Wake up.
Dark, of course, the highest rated player for Fury throughout this stage thus far. 16th overall in Asia. 104 EPS, but has started hot. 3 and 0 start, 2 of those being entry kills. It's Scatman, of course, the highest rated player in terms of EPS across both teams. 13th overall. Yet to get on the board, but not exactly alone in that department for Soul's Heart. Mark with the only kill. We had the rehost as well, so the Fury numbers are not quite true, but the Soul's Heart numbers are relatively true. The 1 kill for Mark is all they've gotten so far. And I think this is always the prospect with a team like Fury. You know, you're performing below expectations, performing poor. But then you know what they can do if they actually play to their level. And that's why it's hard to just completely write them off based on, you know, a group stage that clearly was not that great. Lost to Elevate on the final play day, barely beat Daystar 8-7, got smashed by this very team in Soul's Heart 7-2, like we referenced on the couch. They got destroyed by Weibo. They lost to a rival 7. A team that finished in the bottom 2, barely beat Orchid, and the only real significant win was on Playday 1 against Leighton Dragons, the team that finished dead last. They were somewhat competitive against Elevate in the quarterfinal, 7-5, 7-5, 7-5, but on the wrong end of that, losing 2-1. And if you do look at the body of work for Fury, it's easy to sometimes just look at them as the 6th seed. But it's not like they've been completely horrid. And if they can just perform back to what we usually see from them, yeah, they can win this series. Good start. Minute left. 5v5. Soul's Heart haven't lost anyone so far. Nicole is struggling a little bit here with the barbed wire. The pressure over towards the mezzanine being dealt by Mr. Punch.
I think what the game plan is here in terms of route to site. Did they try and open up the wall? Well, they filter the doorway. Maybe breach is open, but transition from ops across might be a challenge.
Still got 4 smokes, by the way. He's still got 4 smokes.
Oh, the smoke canister's not deep enough there from Scatman. Could prove costly. Now wall opens a route towards the plant.
1 gas wave still available. Like Olas has been able to get into Mask though. DCH takes a shot through the smoke, 12 seconds. Fury need to pick up the pace here. Critchay needs to find an angle through the smoke on the glass, but so far, no one really presenting. RAU goes out as well. Good nitro from Mark, knows there's mess pressure as well. Turns his attention behind with, but the collapse from Soul's Heart is ever impressive, and they defend top 4 very nicely. Soul's Heart on the board here on Lair.
Yeah, bit of work there from Soul's Heart. They didn't feed any picks for free into Critchay on the glass.
Respected the smokes.
Respected the smokes, while still maintaining aggression and pressure, which is a very fine balance in that kind of situation. They still had close proximity to where that plant was going down. They still had a nitro cell as well for Plant Dinar, which also landed. Just did really good job. Fury, yeah, went for that really compact attack. With so much utility stacked, it got pretty awkward to kind of work out what was going on. They needed to get value from Critchay, and he just didn't have that opportunity to present it to him. A good opening round. Oh, good opening round win, I should clarify there for Soul's Heart. It'll be basement repeat again, as expected. Tertiary won't see the light of day until required. Last time out, 4 players were still standing from Fury.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Very
as
clean
many
attack
bombs
where
as they can.
pretty much completely dismantled the roam. They got an early read, especially on the likes of DCH and the Vigil, which will see repeat here round 4. They played around that quite well. So I'm a little bit intrigued that Soul's Heart will double down here with essentially the same composition outside of Legion taken out for Clash. Maybe Clash will provide a little bit more support on site, but I think off site is where they had a lot of issues last time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, though, if you play a little bit more bunker, maybe you just play DCH as the solo Vigil roam, and then the rest can kind of play down below, or at least close to below, control the rotate
5
paths.
seconds left before insertion.
Dark's going to switch over to the Dockerby. First time we're going to see Dockerby here in this half. Azami banned out, Montang banned out. And the Montang was exclusively used by Fury. All 3 of the opening rounds saw the Monty get brought. That means no shield play available for Fury unless they opt for the fuse, which they have chosen not to in this round. So far, Solotic has also been somewhat of a Zofia one-trick, except for that previous round where he did slip onto the Capital.
It could be a useful tool in dealing with the Clash as well, those additional explosives.
But to be honest, even if Solotic if they say, look, if you're comfortable on Zof,
yeah,
we just need you to come in and just shoot.
Yeah, it's all about comfort.
We'll do the rest.
Sophia is the comfort pick. It's still got enough utility to be useful. It's not the worst off meta pick ever. Has DCH been spotted? Able to escape. Marked cover. I9 as well for Overwatch. And much better work this time around from Soul's Heart, not feeding these picks for free offsite. I9 will stick around, however. There's a Goyo canister, and of course his shield for stall. Lacole's is posturing on that portion of the map, as you can see, top left. Maybe looking to transition down the staircase later. So Fury with control. They'll get to work with Vert in a moment's time as well. And so far, a rather 50-50 round at the moment.
Took till the 7-second mark remaining in the last round to find the opening kill. So time management for Fury did cost them on Master and R6. If they're not careful, it could cost them here as well on Lab.
It was 202 on their last baseman attack.
Now, Terra is not going to clear the glass shield from I9. He can retake position. Another Otero making its way down the stairs, but he's able to slip that one. Flash. Pressure from Fury. Bit of help, though, from Mark. Loved the little combination here between the smoke and the Clash. 4 versus 4. DCH did get dealt with, but they have been also able to find the kill onto Dark. This is a really good stall out right now from Soul's Heart.
Without explosives, the attack is cooked, and I9's in fact rotated out, not caught. And no one's cutting them off on the window down below. There's a 3-man stack.
Well, they deal with it. They take Critchay with him. I9 lost his life, though. Mark's going to be careful, but up close with a shotgun, it's so strong. Did they get the second push to come through from Solotic? So he got the trade. They can also get the revive, but we're into red time. They don't even have the kit. Time will be the biggest factor. Drop down through the hatch. They need to go for these kills. Solotic has picked up the diffuser. Can he find a way to start sticking this plan in time? He cannot. Soul's Heart win the round. Little scrappy, messy. We get that from Lair sometimes. But largely well defended from Soul's Heart, especially towards that armory hallway with the clutch and the smoke combination really stalling out the push from Fury.
Yeah, far better peel defense, really good hold. Had that cross established. Fury could have broken that down or at least cut it off with a bit more oomph by having a player down below on the staircase instead of the triple stack. It was pretty unnecessary at that position, given the kind of utility that was getting chucked at there. It was just flush spam. Maybe if there were more explosives, it would have been a little bit more required, but yeah.
So we go 2-2 after a fast start from Fury in the opening 2 rounds, and fast indeed.
It's Consulate all over again.
The time of the opening kills, 2:24 and 2:02 in the first 2 rounds, and they got both those opening kills through Dark. Then it drops to 0:07, so 7 seconds, and then 53 seconds.
Yeah.
Both of those, though, going to Soul's Heart. So the flip in strategy, Soul's Heart not presenting as many options around the map, far more structured, as you said, peel defense, not giving their lives away.
I think you just try and choke time and make that a win con. Fury's gun skill needs to be respected. I definitely wasn't trying to suggest on the desk that that was one of their weaknesses. It was really just the case that their teamwork, especially on a map with so many layers of complexity like a lair, where things are still being worked out, where you should be able to exploit that by having greater team play.
Yeah, I mean, right now, there is not a single player on Soul's Heart that's going positive. On the flip side, you've got Dark Lycolis +1 each, Solotic +5. He's 6-1.
Oh, the mirror trick misses. They missed a punch placing the window too low. BG Man expecting it, placed it as high as possible, and so able to successfully open the ball. So that's a small win for Fury early on here in the 5th round.
And this is Fury's map pick as well. Border to follow. So they go to Sense again. So far, I mean, mixed results. The opening round, it wasn't really a big factor in their round win. Didn't do much in their round loss either. Now they bring it here for bunks and briefing as we see this site for the first time in this half. Also the Warden, a timely used operator in this round with the Ying on the board, chosen by Dark. First time seeing the Warden. And first time seeing the Ying. So a real change up here on the tertiary site for both teams. But again, the time for Fury, it just starts to dwindle. They've done their best work when they're aggressive early and seeking and hunting for these kills. Just over a minute. Mr. Punch holding. Still 2 nitros available as well for Soul's Heart.
There's a stall out.
They're just poking and hoping for the best, and the best does then eventuate. Crit J gets a freebie. Mr. Punch goes for the swing. Crit J's got the better angle, hits the headshot, and they get the opening pick.
I mean, with control above, though, Soul's Heart surely can deny plant. There's no contest above at the moment.
Still no contest and running on time, which means that you might end up just kind of trying to send it in. The smokes might help, but hey, it's a Warden holding above. Glasses deactivate, though. DCH is very much still worried about potentially someone coming for that flank up above, but we know he's uncontested. Dark with the kill onto I9, though. DCH hasn't really been able to play a factor from above. He's not been able to stop this plant. It goes down successfully, and with that now, the round should go the way of Fury, unless Soul's Heart can muster up a decent comeback here. Now down in the post plant, down a player. There's one on the rappel. Mark probably sensing he can't quite make this rush through the stairwell, and indeed he's correct. Crit Shake is waiting for him. And this is going to be Fury finding their 3rd round.
Bad read or bad comms. I don't know what's going on with Soul's Heart here. DCH had line of sight directly onto this.
Stick it and hold it. No. Not going to happen.
He had direct line of sight on this, and no one was above contesting it. He literally could. All he had to do was walk across and deny it. So he's either getting... There must have been a lack of info.
I think once I9 has died, I think they've lost sight, vision, control, and DCH probably just hasn't got any information.
I think once you see the sense roll out, you need to just know that that's where the plane... Like, that's the win con, is the plane in that exact position every time. We've seen it in multiple games.
Well, the power of the Sens now, of course, not affected by the Warden glasses. So very helpful in at least being able to offset the Warden holding the vert from above. Good round for Fury.
Every opening kill thus far has been converted to a round win.
Yep. And also, if you look at the survival, 5, 4, 4, 2, 4.
Yeah, a lot of one-sided rounds.
So a lot of one-sided rounds. J got the plant down with 10 seconds remaining in the round, so it was still a slow pacing round, as has now been the last 3. A real change up from the opening 2 rounds where Fury's pace was really aggressive. But we get to now end top floor once again, Master and R6 for the final round of this opening half. Last time out defended by Soul's Heart successfully. And of course, that was the round in which Fury tried to employ the Glaz towards the mezzanine. Soul's Heart respecting the smokes, didn't get over aggressive, didn't throw lives away. There was 7 seconds on the clock when the opening pick did eventuate, so it was a really stalled out round from Fury. So what can they do differently this time? They don't bring the Glaz. They also don't have the Montank to help facilitate mezzanine pressure. So they go the Grim as well instead of the Capital.
Taking my cover back.
So it is a change up. The Ash as well makes its first appearance in the half for Solotic, so I guess he's coming in really to play that fragging role.
Yeah. Pick whatever gun feels most comfortable. Ash Charge Year 2 will be only really limited in its usage. You might be able to pluck the Clash Shield with some good timing, but it's pretty unlikely.
5 and 2 now for Dark, 6 and 1 for Solotic, and Lycola's 3-1 puts Fury well and truly ahead in terms of just raw gunplay. Which actually might be a good sign for them going into border. I9, shield down, shield back up, frag grenade wasted. It's been playing the Clash well. The thing I like about this Clash, though, is when you put that shield down, it's not like it's always a freebie. You're going to be very careful when you take these battles, and he wins out the battle against Dark on the Sense, and he gets really aggressive, leaves the shield behind, and I think BG Man was expecting him to still be at said shield when he swings that doorway. He's watching close left, but I9 had already swung out wide. A really good power double kill from I9. He does eventually lose his life. Maybe went for a heat check. Could have really looked to consolidate, fall back, keep the shield, play sight. But he went for a little bit more, and that gives Fury a look back into this round. Flash over towards main stairs, but up close with the shotty on the Alla. It is Crit J that will lose his life. Still man advantage for Soul's Heart. Down to Lycolas and the sub in Solotic, who has been fragging.
Stranded outside though, Lycolas will be heard. Mark looks the other way, but DCH collects the kill. 1v3 for the sub.
I guess he looks away there because he knows DCH got the cover.
Yeah, trusted him, yeah.
So down to Solotic in a 1v3. Really, there's no pressure on him here at all. DCH has got a Nitro. He's getting stalled out. And Soul's Heart have kit. There's nothing he can really do outside of an all-time classic sort of play. Spots the gun barrel, waits for the peek. Can't win the battle against the Fenrir, and it's a 3-3 half here on land, the opening map of this best of 3.
Yeah, so a bit of a dicey start there for Soul's Heart, but able to stabilize 3-3. Respectable scoreline.
Also respectable at the end there from Solotic. He's stalled out by the smoke. He could have at that point with 10 seconds left just said, I'm just not going to bother. I'm going to keep a nice 6-1 KD going into the half, but he sent it in. He tried.
Yeah.
Especially when you're a substitute, sometimes you can be in that little slight change in mindset where you think, I might try and really make this my role.
Try and be a bit selfish.
And try and be, you know, and try and look as best as I possibly can, but it doesn't go unnoticed. He tried it. 3-3 though, I mean, who's really kind of won that half, or is it suggested by the scoreline it's all even?
Yeah, very neutral, I would say.
Good moments from both teams. Fury got out of the gates in the end. 3 of the last 4 rounds went the way of Soul's Heart, but what's their attacks going to look like now?
Monty, Thermite, Kaid, Bandit, your bans for this second half.
Got to remember as well, I mentioned on the couch that Soul's Heart are the worst team remaining in the playoffs for Asia League at defending. So they got the 3 rounds there, and if you think about then, okay,
what's their attack win rate?
They're the second best team when it comes to attacking.
What's the number?
51%.
Okay.
Which,
so 7-5?
It's, you know, like, it's a decent number over Fury. It's a whopping 7% difference. It's just Weibo are in first with a 67% attacking win rate.
Yeah, that's nuts. What's the defense?
Weibo's? 62%, which is 3% above Elevate. So a little bit more in line, and plan and entry numbers are pretty similar to Elevate as well. Just their attacking prowess, and I guess Reaps is a big factor in that. Reaps is 22 and 9 on entries, plus 52 in KD. There's only one player in the region that has more kills than Reaps. Who is it?
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
There's only one player that has more kills. So there's 2 players that have more kills than Reaps. Who are they?
I mean,
they've also got 40 extra rounds on Reaps.
Yeah, okay.
It's Ion and Stemp from Elevate.
Yeah.
So
I was going to say likely
in 100
likely the Elevate.
In 145 rounds, Ion and Stemp have got 118 and 117 kills respectively. In 109 rounds, Reaps has 116. Reaps also has a 41% survival rate, which is the highest in the region. He is the highest for cost. He's the highest for entry, the highest for KD ratio at plus 52. The second best is Stemp at plus 21.
I will never understand how he is consistent with that sense. It's genuinely remarkable.
And we're back into this one as we move forward into this second half. Slow start for Soul's Heart on their attack. Critche onto the clash. And this is where I think Solodic will probably be a little bit more role dependent in terms of the operators selected on defense. Now looking at Farlord, and typically will play Azami, Fenrir, Smoke. He's on the mute right now, which I guess probably falls into that same category.
Reloading.
It's slow and steady start for Soul's Heart. So far I think Fury will be content with how things are transpiring, but to be fair, Master and R6 as a site definitely can play quite slow. Got to deal with this clash.
Well, they did a pretty good job pushing it back. Good flash time.
They don't have any frag grenades though.
Oh, that could have been an opportunity. Should have been.
And still being given an opportunity. The constant peaks there from Mark, and eventually gets overwhelmed by
There's 2
Critche.
offside. There's 2 offside, so you need to be pushing objective now in response to that. Oh.
Oh, up close, just.
Oh my god.
Just going to walk in from I9. Little slip in through the breach.
Get Mr. Punch across and you can start thinking about a plan.
Well, you can also get this air jab out as well. It's going to block off that mezzanine push for Critche. He has to actually rotate off and can't contest his plan.
There is
Straight
no
into
one
Mars.
anywhere
There
near
is
the
no
side.
one even remotely close.
Oh, wow.
Beautifully executed by I9. I9's essentially won them this round by the pushing, kill clear,
Well,
and then the air jab over towards the mezzanine.
2 below. Someone needs to step up and make a play.
Solodic. Well, he's not going to give up on this one. The sub for Fury. Good headshot onto I9. 1v2 post plant.
Mr. Punch outside. He'll chill.
Mr. Punch
Yeah, nice try.
was hiding, and DCH was waiting.
I mean, 2 players below. You've just got to try and send it. I9 caught a pretty good timing. Got a bit fortunate there into the Azami throwing out a Kiba, but he committed to the play, landed these shots. Then was conscious of escorting that diffuser across, got utility out. The rest of the team got in line.
Critche got that opening kill as well with the clash knife. So it's the first round that an opening kill has not converted into a round win in this match.
First opening kill with a knife, perhaps, in APL.
It was at the 54-second mark as well. I mean, again, like Master and R6 can play very much low on time. It's a little, for me, it's a little bit like Cafe Top Floor, Bar Cocktail, where it doesn't feel like the attacking team is doing a lot, but they don't need to do a lot because of the way the site works. Now, Master and R6 on Lair is quite similar in that regard. It's a lot of fighting for Mez control, trying to open up breach, and a lot of that you can take a lot of time to do because you don't need an abundant amount of map control. You don't see lurks down
It's not like a
towards
long
basement.
It's not a particularly long
Yeah.
checklist, but each step is incredibly tedious.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
It's just not a site that, again, you see lurks or map roaming from the
Attackers are
defense
moving out
either.
to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Arc onto the Blackbeard. It's BG Man who's really struggling right now, though, for Fury. 1 and 5, 43% cost. The only one that's in the red in that department. In a close match to begin. Soul's Heart, I mean, honestly, on the next map of Border, where they've already beaten Fury 7-2, they definitely go into that map as favourites and puts emphasis on Fury here on Lair. After Fury's strong start, it's now 4 of the last 5 rounds in favour of Soul's Heart, and that's got to be a concern. Fury need a circuit breaker. They need to stall out this momentum that Soul's Heart are just quietly building on this map.
So warehouse creep across then. Mark on Blackbeard in the absence of the Monty. We'll do our best to track Crit J as well throughout the round. He's currently second floor server. Not being directly contested currently, but could flank the likes of I9 establishing Vert. Here's a look over towards lobby, but won't find too much. Straight past the drone.
Oh, you gotta get
no.
Crit J.
What?
Well, he does get the kill on the Mr. Punch. At least makes up for it.
How do you get that kill, but not the first?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
remarkable. Just one of those
I9 was not prepared for that push from Crit J. And he doesn't get that kill onto DCH either. And DCH punishes Crit J.
God.
Well, Crit J in his prime probably ends up with a 3K in that position and completes the round in favor of Fury. But the stage that he's been having, and unfortunately that moment highlighted for what's been a top player not performing at his best, now opens up the round for Soul's Heart. Everyone in basement except for I9, and from that first floor position, gets the kill onto Dark. 20 seconds left in the round. They're quite low, 3 of the 4 players, but apparently that doesn't matter all that much as they clear out BG Man. Lycolis is all that's left in the 1v3. Kit not currently acquired for Soul's Heart. It's either a retrieval or find this kill. And sitting the smoke nicely. DCH has got it. Can he find time to stick the plant? Oh,
that was close.
I don't know if he could have. That came down to timing.
They're lucky that smoke faded.
They are very fortunate. 3-5, Soul's Heart. Fury not as fortunate, and Crit J.
I think if there's anything that summarizes that his stage is just that play. I mean,
Yeah, that sums it up.
I can't believe it. That miss. He probably can't believe it either. That was ridiculous.
Tactical timeout for Fury as they talk things over. Now down 2 rounds. I mean,
That one was sharp.
that kill was great, but
Replay operator's been very generous, not showing.
yeah, he honestly only showed the kill and missed 2 of the whiffs. The whiff onto I9 and the whiff onto DCH. And he got them both low, but he should have killed easily I9. He had the freebie and he made the smart play. Saw the inactive drone walk straight past it. The yellow ping intel on I9 and just couldn't get the kill. And you can kind of see it on his face. He knows he's let that one slip away. And with that, maybe the round as well for Fury. And if they're not careful, then therefore maybe the map.
Back into things then. Feels like Soul's Heart is starting to run away with this one. Here is the whiff.
Damn. And then it was a really nice kill.
It was such a well-orchestrated play too, right?
Yeah.
The Scopos top floor.
He did a lot
down
right.
slowly, creeps past the drone, has the opportunity.
Just let himself down at the most pivotal point.
It happens, but it's these fine margins in a match like this that can make the difference, especially when you're the team that's trailing and you're trying to get yourself into the front door on defense.
Yeah, and to highlight Crit J, in terms of a positive aspect, he's got 3 opening kills in this game so far. So
he's been pretty good, yeah.
So his kills have been impactful. Unfortunately for him and his team, the last 2 rounds, where he's got now 2 rounds in a row, the opening kills, they haven't converted.
Yeah. The defense proving to be a challenge.
CritJ is 3-0 on entries. By the way, again, the rehost that we had after the opening round, he's actually not 5-6, he's 6-6.
Yep.
In the same vein for Solotic, who's 7-4, 5-4 for Lycola, 6-5 for Dark. 2-6 for BG Man, though, is holding true. On the flip side, though, I mean, for Soul's Heart, it's a pretty even across the board. 6-5, 6-5 for DCH and Mark, 6-6 for I9, 4-5 for Mr. Punch, and 3-5 for Scatman. But he's also got 6 assists, so clearly he's involved. Feels like this round might be the knockout punch if you go 6-3 up here.
Yeah.
2 attacking rounds in a row.
After the attack.
And yeah, after the tactical timeout as well. This feels close to must-win territory for Fury, especially on Master and R6, which they failed to defend earlier in this half, back in round 7. Last time out, they had the Clash, and the Clash, of course, played by CritJ, who got that opening kill with the knife. They forego that now for the Warden. BG Man falls early, though, on that Azami. A free kill for Mr. Punch. No Kiba barriers, and a tough game now for BG Man. Continues to develop, now 2-7.
Double range hard bridge as well, so the transition from ops towards site here should be more comfortable for the attack. They'll probably shape for another default plant position. Losing the Azami also their chance of making that work would be less protection on the site. CritJ locked down to lobby stairs, the rest of the team progresses through ops. It's so important for CritJ to not die here, otherwise it unlocks a pathway
Yellow
for
ping.
control. 60 seconds.
I think it was a drone from Mark over towards main stairs that was providing some yellow ping intel. He's got 3 death marks available. Onto CritJ, though, the only target. There's also, yeah, there's that yellow ping in Master Office. I9 has good intel. So they know there's one on the other side of the mez, and they know there's one inside site. DCH does confirm the kill onto Solotic, who after a very fast start has slowed down a little bit, but there's 0 expectations on that player, and so far has exceeded him. Anyway, it's not on him. Dark just caught napping. Lycolas, again in a position to try and save the day, but he too will falter, and Fury as a whole falling apart now on Lair. And there are those stark similarities to our first series. Orchid out of the blocks, first couple of rounds, things are looking great. Fury out of the blocks, first couple of rounds, things are looking great. And the map now, though, is going the way of Soul's Heart. Up 6-3-3 map points here for Fury's map pick.
It is kind of funny just how similar this does feel to the Orchid game earlier on Consulate. Fury started out great on attack into Lair, won the first 2 rounds. Soul's Heart able to stabilize and now running away with it a little bit. Double shield ban at the 3/4 time break. Blackbeard and Clash, both of which have been influential at differing points. The Clash has seen a little bit of playtime. It was shown once in round number 7.
Yeah, and that
Blackbeard
was
once in round number 8.
And it kind of had impact in that round as well. That was the CritJ round with the knife kill towards bot main. I think that we saw it probably have its best use though in the first half when it was played by I9. I9's Clash work, especially the smoke stall out Armory Hallway, his ability to defend Master and R6 as well, and be aggressive. You think when he got that double kill with the swing. So his Clash work was far and away superior, and so far, I mean, Soul's Heart have been far and away superior. As you said at the very beginning of this game,
to feel a bit more vindicated.
After
Jake.
the second round, you know, you're saying there's no world in which Soul's Heart should be losing a series such as this, based on the evidence that we've had throughout group stage and even the early portion of the playoffs last weekend. And it looks as if the vindication for you has arrived.
And
6 of the last 7 rounds.
And the picture doesn't get much prettier for Fury going into this second map, where Soul's Heart have shown good fight on board in this stage against good opposition.
And the picture looks like it's burning when you consider the substitute is the best performing player on the roster right now.
That's wild. I mean, they have plugged him into a frag heavy role, but I mean, again, despite that, that's pretty insane. This is a matchup where the spotlight should be on the quick J's of the world, right?
Well, the spotlight certainly was on him, but for all the wrong reasons. It's never over till it's actually over. 3 rounds in a row required for Fury. See if they've got that within them, but they haven't won a round since the 5th round. As I said, 6 of the last 7 have gone the way of Soul's Heart, and if it wasn't for that 5th round, we'd be staring down the barrel of a 7-2, which was the scoreline that these two teams had last time on Border in the group stage. Dare I say, it looks like it could be similar here on Lair, and then, well, Border to follow again. Doesn't really lead with a lot of confidence.
Reload! So heavy presence warehouse across, a lot of droning taking place. Cludges available for Mr. Punch. They'll be useful against the Banshees, as well as the F-Not Mines on the BPC from Dark.
I do wonder if, I mean, Fury go out at this point, and the stage that they've had for a team that's been together so long.
Ooh, that was a nice shot.
Nice shot from, like, Colas, and stalls me from a little bit of that doom and gloom talk, but when do you start thinking about potential roster changes?
Yeah, I don't know.
Has this roster peaked and run its course?
Enemy entered detection.
And if so, what do you change?
You got to go permanent fit.
Oh. Oh, Mark! It's done. Soul's Heart, clean it up in swift fashion here on Lair. Far too dominant, far too good. I9 is chuckling. So is Mr. Punch. It's all happy days for Soul's Heart. 7-3 victors. They steal the map pick of Fury away. That really felt like a dagger through the heart.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Sipping lemonade from my lemon tree, honey. Let me spill the tea on all these haters all love me. Broke up all the killing it, winning attitude. 당당하게 올라가, see my altitude. 나랑 맞서 싸우면 baby you would lose. If I wasn't me, I get it, I would hit me too. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. 자신과의 싸움에서 지면 야구르지. 매일매일 일어나서부터 보는 거지. Look in the mirror, say you're a winner. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. In a bad mood, 바꿔버려 in a hurry. 꿀꿀한 기분 털어버려, I don't worry. Get through the weather, feeling get better. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah.
Banger after banger, tell them Tina Mina do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do that better. Banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger. Tina Mina do it better. Who could even do this better?
I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah.
Banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger.
주문을 걸어봐, yeah. 처음 본 순간부터 눈을 뗄 수가 없었어. 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까. Then you got me sinking low. 사랑이란 단어로 썸도 아닌 썸을 타며 행복한 줄로. 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리. 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly. Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me. 내 곁에만 있다면 baby can't you see.
หลังจากผมย้ายกับซีรีส์ได้เป็นอิสระขึ้นเยอะเลยครับ เพราะว่าไม่ต้องห่วงเรื่องหลังบ้านแล้วไม่ต้องทำเอกสารอะไรเองแล้วโฟกัสได้กับการแข่งอย่างเดียวมีเวลาโฟกัสซ้อมมากขึ้น แล้วก็ทีมได้ทำการเปลี่ยนรูปแบบโครงสร้างของทีมมาเป็น full time มากขึ้น ได้มีการเพิ่มเวลาซ้อมของช่วงบ่ายช่วงเช้าเพิ่มมากขึ้นครับผมทำให้ตอนนั้นคิดว่าทีมเราน่าจะมีประสิทธิภาพมากขึ้นนะ แต่ว่าความเป็นจริงก็ในไลน์อัพแรกที่อยู่กับฟิวรี่เนี่ยไม่ค่อยประสบความสำเร็จเท่าไหร่ครับผมแพ้ทุกทีมเลยได้อันดับโล0 แต้มก็เลยทำให้มีการปรับเปลี่ยนหลังจากนั้น แล้วก็ในระหว่างที่ผมเล่นให้ฟิวรี่ในช่วงก็ตั้งแต่ก่อนแล้วก็ระหว่างเล่นด้วยเนี่ยจริงๆผมจะมีปัญหาส่วนตัวที่แบบว่าคนในทีมก็รู้แหละครับแต่ว่าผมก็แบบว่าไม่ได้เอาไปพูดเยอะเนาะก็เก็บไว้กับตัวเองแล้วก็คอยแก้ปัญหาตัวเองก็คือเรื่องของคุณพ่อครับในช่วงนั้นเนี่ยคือคุณพ่อผมเป็นเนื้องอกในสมองแล้วก็ต้องผ่าตัดขอร้องอยู่นานให้ไปหาหมอเถอะอะไรเงี้ยเพราะว่าเขามีอาการแบบว่าพูดติดขัดเริ่มเสียการสื่อสารอะไรเงี้ยมาสักพักแล้วจนในที่สุดก็ผ่าตัดได้ครับผมผ่าตัดสำเร็จแต่ก็มีปัญหาเกิดขึ้นนิดหน่อยแต่ว่าก็ยังปลอดภัยดีแต่ว่าก็มีผลข้างเคียงก็คือร่างกายซี่ข้างขวาเนี่ยจะแบบว่าไม่มีแรงแล้วก็อ่อนแรงอะไรเงี้ยทำให้ส่วนใหญ่ต้องนอนอยู่ห้องแล้วก็ต้องถ้าอยากให้กลับมาเหมือนเดิมมันต้องคอยกายภาพครับซึ่งหน้าที่นั้นก็ตกเป็นของผมเองผมก็ต้องคอยดูคุณพ่อที่อยู่ที่บ้านไปด้วยเพราะว่าคนอื่นแบบว่าตรงว่าต้องทำงานครับมันก็ไม่สะดวกซึ่งผมนี้ก็ต้องซ้อมอยู่บ้านแล้วก็เลยได้เป็นดูแลคุณพ่อไปด้วยซ้อมไปด้วย ก็เป็นช่วงเวลาหนึ่งในชีวิตที่เหนื่อยอยู่เหมือนกันครับผมก็ซ้อมไปเรื่อยแล้วก็มีการปรับปรุงทีม Fury เนาะเราก็ได้เป็นไลน์อัพใหม่ที่ดึง i9 กับ BG Man เข้ามาซึ่งระหว่างนี้เนี่ยผมก็คอยซ้อมกับทีมคอยดูแลคุณพ่อไปด้วยแล้วก็ต้องบอกว่าในสเตจที่2ของปีนั้นเนี่ยพอเป็น i9 กับ BG Man เข้ามาช่วยเนี่ยเราทำผลงานได้ดีขึ้นครับแล้วก็ในสเตจสุดท้ายของปีในที่สุดเราก็ต้องบอกว่าทำความฝันของผมอย่างหนึ่งได้แล้วกันนะผมก็คือไปแข่งเมเจอร์ได้ก็เรื่องที่เสียใจในปีนั้นที่เหนื่อยใจก็คือในก่อนหน้านั้นที่แบบว่าได้ไปนิดเดียวเนี่ยคุณพ่อก็ได้เสียไปก่อนนะครับผมก็เสียด้วยอาการโรคแทรกซ้อนเป็นติดเชื้อในกระแสเลือดมันก็เป็นภาพที่หนักใจนะว่าเขาน่าจะไม่รอดแล้วก็เตรียมใจครับผมแล้วก็เวลานั้นมาถึงจริงก็ยังเสียใจอยู่นะครับผมอาจจะไม่ได้แบบในเวลาจริงแบบใครมาถามอะไรเงี้ยผมอาจจะแบบว่าไม่ได้ออกอาการมากแต่จริงๆก็คอยเสียใจอยู่ครับผมถึงแม้ผมจะระหว่างที่ดูแลอาจจะดูแลไม่ได้ดีมากแต่ก็เรียกว่าผมก็เต็มที่เท่าที่ผมทำได้ตอนนี้เขายังอยู่แล้วกันครับผมซึ่งหลังจากซึ่งเอาจริงผมก็แยกเรื่องนี้กับซ้อมได้ดีอยู่ครับผมก็เป็นผลทำให้เรายังสามารถได้ไปเมเจอร์ได้แต่ก็น่าเสียดายตรงที่พ่อก็ไม่ได้อยู่เห็นผมได้ไปเมเจอร์ครับ
Well, a very touching piece, but unfortunately for Fury, it's not really looking a whole lot better here either. Down a map in the series and facing elimination. Well, it was a good start on Lair. Great start, even. But alas, Soul's Heart really got things going, especially as a coordinated team. I think that was the difference in the opening map. You kind of look at the numbers across the board, like 9-6, 9-6, 8-6, 5-5, 4-6, and they didn't really dominate on the entry battles either. It was just a really good, solid team performance from Soul's Heart. Certainly just played the map and their operators a lot better. Crit J got 3 opening kills on Lair, had 6 kills overall, so 50% of his kills were opening kills. As we get the bans, Blitz Montaigne
I think
taken off the board.
Only one of those actually converted into a round win, correct? So,
yeah, correct.
Yeah.
And the Colas even got the opening kill in the last round, but that too was not converted. So they had 3 opening kill rounds that they did not convert on Lair. So it left a little bit on the table. Zami Clash also banned out. So we head to border. And of course, has already been referenced a few times now. Last time these two teams played in the group stage, it was a 7-2 victory for Soul's Heart on this very map. They start defense first up. And looking a little bit deeper into that particular game, it was 4 defensive rounds for Soul's Heart, followed by a flawless second half where they got 3 straight attacking rounds. And there'll be 2 attack rounds for Fury in that. I will say though, I mean, Solodic looked pretty decent on Lair, and the way he's essentially playing this fragging role, coming into a map like Border, if he continues to play at that level, that might give them a bit more firepower in comparison to what they would have had with Firelord last time out on this very map. So there might be room for improvement when it comes to Fury.
No, I would agree. He wasn't a hindrance really for them at all. In fact, he actually got them off to quite a good start.
He certainly did. Ended up having the most kills, 8 and 6.
Most in lobby or for Fury?
For Fury. On I9 and Mark, they had 9 each. So it wasn't it wasn't a super frag heavy kind of map where someone went and dropped 15 or anything like that. BGA trying to sneak this clutch drone through the barbed wire undetected and in towards Office, and looks like he'll grab this bulletproof camera. He'll take that. Nice little start.
Yeah, that's really good work.
So Mark playing towards East Stairs and the Fenrir, as Scatman plays the Mozzie towards security. Crit J down below, the only one inside of the building right now for Fury.
May look to help pinch from below to this East Stairs position. Rest of the team can...
Oh, that's unnecessary damage from Dark, expecting maybe a repick after the gas babe thrown by Mr. Punch. Takes 2 ticks of that gas babe.
Crit J's going closer and closer below here. Mark under a lot of pressure.
He makes the cross. That was a risky run.
And doesn't get caught.
But space taken, though.
Still makes it across.
Towards East Stairs as Dark now makes his way top waiting.
I'm reloading.
Well, if you're Soul's Heart, you're pretty happy with this round so far. You've gotten away with, yeah, essentially murder there.
I will say, though, for Fury, they've got themselves into a position where they've really opened up this office side of the map. Got East Stairs control. Consulate switched off of the Dockerby for the IQ. Just this is where you need to pick up the pace, but they have been stalled out by that gas babe, and Mr. Punch still has one more in pocket. Power of the smoke, very evident here. They still haven't dealt with Scoutman's insecurity either. Obviously, Critchay trying to deal with him from below. I'm really concerned with the remaining time in this round.
But there's no pressure on the objective. Fury are going to need to start making acts of desperation, and Soul's Heart are going to capitalize.
It's not the easiest of objectives on border to attack into, but they've really just been stalled out. Those smokes denied the East Stairs push. They haven't cleared out security. Now there's more numbers as well around this position with the player at 90. It's an onslaught on border. A lot of what we saw on Lair now transfers over to the opening round of border. Soul's Heart continue their domination in this lower bracket quarterfinal.
Certainly not the worst attack ever. I think structure-wise it wasn't too bad, but execution-wise, allowing so many players to be able to peel and rotate off compromised positions really, really cost them. Like the pressure over towards top east at the start was quite good, but they didn't capitalize with a kill. They didn't find anything over towards the likes of break. Security also wasn't flushed out correctly. The vert wasn't quite landing where it needed to. Just very small issues here and there, which compounded. They spent a lot of time trying to execute those plays, which meant that at the end they had 20 seconds to basically just run in and hope for the best, which
never really works out at the top level.
Not the most optimal strategy against the Soul's Heart, who are comfortable on bank.
Throwing F-Not.
Just feels like the Soul's Heart, the only thing that may actually cost them this series is if they get a little too comfortable. A map like Border, sometimes you can feel like you've got the freedom to move around, be aggressive, and overplay the map sometimes. Really, as long as you just keep playing really good, disciplined, structured Siege, even here on Border. Clearly, they've got Fury where they want them in this series. That feels like the only way that Fury are going to get back into this is if Soul's Heart start kind of shooting themselves in their own foot.
Reloading! If it runs on batteries, I see it.
So early drone work then here from the attack. Fury looking to identify maybe a potential weakness in this hold. They've established quite a few drones actually over towards security, and so Mark will need to be quite conscious of that. In fact, he's likely on drone right now. I can see VG flicking that. Celtic as well. Soul's Heart need to do, much like they did in the last round, a good job in stalling out the round, not giving away a pick for free, try and force some utility usage here from the attack, and then just peel out. Or at least try to when required. I believe that was a 1-1 trade. Dark takes out Mark, Mark takes out Dark. So pretty neutral in that regard. It does mean that the Fenrir management through the mid to late round now will be a little bit compromised for defense, but it's not horrible. And as we approach the midpoint of the round, it remains a 4 versus 4. Nitro pre-rip, but gets caught. Critchay would have been on the receiving end of that had it have landed at his feet. The lineup was correct, it had every possibility of being the case, but he'll survive for now and convert later on. But once again, similar to the last round, as we encroach on the final minute, Fury is still quite a distance away from the objective. There's still some strongholds that haven't been particularly contested, like Fountain top floor, top stairs.
Yeah, and nothing towards the site really either. This is an important battle. DCH stays alive. I mean, the one thing for Fury, though, is they've got themselves the player advantage now. They can run another pick in the next, I'll say, 20 seconds or so. It'll really go a long way. I9 has been droned out on the other side of this castle barricade. He's got to be careful as well. Down the hallway coming was Crit J, and he does land a shot. Good pinch, good pressure. I9 felt stuck. Now, this is a round you've got to convert. Certainly now they should be able to convert in the 1v4 with 30 seconds. Should be rudimentary for Fury to get themselves around here on border. Well, you would hope. Yeah. And indeed, it will be that round secured.
Yeah, they didn't capitalize on their power positions that they had. A minute on the clock, and I think they got a little bit overzealous. We saw I9. For some reason, he's holding top east and then pushes all the way through to Mez and got caught in a very awful spot. The Fountain hold didn't really translate to much because the rest of the team was able to take that control off I9. So it crumbled a little bit there towards the end. But a good response from Fury. They remain competitive. It's a map where we have some quite low expectations given the last head-to-head between the two and the way in which Fury sort of capitulated a little bit back in the lap. Good start for BG, 3 kills. Scatman as well responding with 3 of his own over the fence for third round. And this is one that I again think will still be a comfort for Soul's Heart. It's one that's heavily reliant on holding power positions, particularly on the vert. You want to be holding half wall and maybe box as well to some extent if you're playing the mirror. Security extension likely, or at least a possibility. Fury will need to look to break that down.
Good news though for Fury, already getting one attacking round has got them halfway to what they got last time. And an early round as well relieves a little bit of pressure. That's certainly been building after their loss on Lair.
Reloading. IED scanning. Deploying short drone.
Bomb located by attackers.
This will be just a prep over the next minute or so. Deal with the utility, use the Roteros, try and get Dark involved on the Buck. And Solodic to find out where these Valk cams are located. So we've got the shock drones as well from BG Man, so expecting probably not a lot of confrontation in the next 30-40 seconds. This Crit J goes for a wander through break. He might catch someone here top floor. Default's already been shot out. 4 Nitrocells available for Soul's Heart in this round. No more Roteros as the Flores dealt with, like Colas will vacate. It's 3 opening picks in a row now for Soul's Heart. Of course, didn't convert in the previous round. As the punch will reposition over towards Fountain. So strong presence top floor for Soul's Heart. Sight below them. Dark might be just thinking about a little push in towards Office. Nitro got thrown, but really to no proper direction. Mr. Punch feeling the heat and the pressure. Does lose that battle. DCH through Archives was able to get a trade. So keeps the advantage with Soul's Heart going into the final minute.
Yeah, Soul's Heart should be able to consolidate from where they are currently.
BG Man needs this pick.
Yeah, they've got to try and brute force Office here a little bit. They don't have Fountain presence defense, and that's now been droned, so they can push forward and try and trade out DCH. Ultimately, they want to try and find a clean pick.
Frag grenade, but he'll be able to avoid it. DCH clearly not panicking too much. He knows he can stay tucked in because Mark can watch the cross. Yeah. So even if they swing that doorway and clear him, Mark will get the trade. You can play that trade game now. And here it comes. Oh, good swing, good peek, and that was quick. No chance for the trade from Mark.
Sharp.
Sharp indeed. Round alive still here for Fury. Of course, the sight down below, but now you got to kind of beg the question, what do we do here? Like, do we try and clear out I9 in towards Armory?
Do they know he's there?
Well, yeah, they don't even look like they know he's there. Oh, I9 should be on for a freebie. And indeed, he will get Solodic, who had no idea this had not been properly cleared. Glasses activated. Damage onto Crit J. BG Man was there as well. And there's just no time to win this round now, though, for Crit J. Scatman to get the final bullets with the SMG-11. 2-1 up. Go, Soul's Heart.
Crit J's having to do a lot of work here, and he's trying his best. Did a good job to break the cross earlier, but then the rest of the team couldn't quite follow up. and they didn't have much of a read in towards the likes of box and deeper through armory, which made it very difficult to transition in towards site. Soul's Heart fall back, play the win con correctly. And as we prepare for round 4, it's an additional ban per side. Mirror and Twitch taken out, so they'll neutralize. The Mirror has been pretty influential, and so Soul's Heart try to protect that, and Fury say, well, you're not going to have it.
At that moment there, when Critchay got that swing peak kill, I thought maybe there's a chance still for Fury, but even at that point, 30 seconds, you hadn't really got any kind of presence down below. You still had to clear armory. It just comes the time factor again for Fury, and I think that's probably been their shortcoming so far in this series, is clock management. Just really not kind of getting into their attacking routines as quickly as they need to, which is, when you look at the contrast, the opening 2 rounds of Lair. 2 minutes 24 and 2 minutes and 2 were their opening picks. They were aggressive, they were fast, they kind of really broke through the lines of Soul's Heart quickly. Ever since those 2 rounds, we've not seen that from Fury. They're getting stalled out, they're getting pushed back, they're not able to break through those lines. Not getting these rounds to fashion out in a quicker fashion. They're just looking like a team that's probably running out of answers as to what they can actually do. And then you start to overthink, and then you start to overwork, and you look at Critchay in that previous round, and he's like, he's trying to do quite a lot. That's too much for one player.
Gotta reload.
So the Brava introduced for the 4th round. And that will be an important tool against the Fenrir, possibly even the Electro Claws and the Mozzie Pests as well.
Scanning for electronics.
Of course, the first time we've seen Brava appear in this half, we saw a bit of a reliance on the Twitch to counter the Bira, but they were cancelled out in the ban phase, and so that is a reflection of this new system that we're in, where the dynamic can shift for the final 3 rounds of the half and play out a little bit differently to the rounds preceding it. Fury getting stalled on the fringe, as is classic here on Order. Not wanting to risk that first move being an opening kill against them. Scatman inside of security, a bit of aggro. Dark elsewhere. Small fight. Shots landing onto him. Ranged hard breach over towards the 90 corridor will perhaps weaken that security hold a little bit. Also, Critchay on the bottom floor seeking information as Dark again takes another hit of damage. Missed Punch contesting that hallway despite the wall being opened up. But not overpeaking. I think that's been one of the strengths of Soul's Heart for the majority of this map so far, is the fact that they're contesting enough to pressure, but not overpeaking to the extent where they give away free picks.
Minute left already. I mean, it's around this point now, if you really wanted to, for Soul's Heart, you could look to get a little bit more aggressive.
Good drone.
Push deeper positions, and Scoutman, well off of that drone, you probably expected a little bit more. There's the slow walk across from Dark, and he will get punished. Scoutman wanted to quickly get the confirmation, but knows there's one more over towards break. Now does get the confirmation kill. Knows where one of the 3 players are. In fact, make that 2 players. There's 1 below, there's 1 break. Calls that out to the team. 40 seconds left. Solodic is, of course, on the exterior. But again, it's this time factor. DCH thought, okay, maybe they're going to be pushing security. He will fall back. Oh, he's got the read. Oh!
You didn't see him.
The timing, it's everything. Will he go back and check that properly? Solodic a little bit closer now. Critchay making his way up main stairs, and no, DCH didn't give that position the respect it really deserved. He just kind of went for a wide swing. Flash out, Warden glasses activated for a little bit of time now. Has a Nitro available, but knows there's 1 close. Can he get a rip, send? He goes for the Nitro on the close angle. That's going to get shot. An intriguing decision from I9, but honestly, in a 1v3, like, he probably is not winning that round. Big for Fury, just to keep themselves alive here.
Yeah, good work early there from Scatman over towards security. He was able to find a couple of picks. Able to withstand the pressure from the Vert. The finish was a little bit sloppy, but still got the job done. And then Soul's Heart capitulated elsewhere, opened up opportunities for the push over towards my breach, bit of pressure, beepers, etc.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
So
many bombs as they
overall,
can.
actually shaped up to be quite a decent attack before going that initial push for break. So they keep things interesting. 2-2 scoreline, continuing to fight. Over to Telos and Buffer for this following round.
Reload!
So also just need to be careful here, not let this multiply into a lead for Fury. I suspect that attacking is going to continue to be a challenge for both sides. And when you consider Soul's hard attacking win rate being not amazing, it is important that they do have that lead heading into the second half, irrespective of their opponent.
To locate a bomb and defuse it.
Good spot from Critchay on the drone. Spotted in security. Well, they're interesting. They go for the barricade open up to send the Con Hive Launcher Bees in, but I wonder if they might have been better off trying to go for the kill. Does push Mark out of security. 9-9, that's super aggressive. We were talking in the previous round that Soul's Heart haven't been giving their lives away, but well, in this instance, I9 has gone for that, and it does not work out. It gives Fury a really good look in now in this 5th round. This will be the first time that Fury have found an opening kill on border. They have a 5-on-4 for the first time in this half. Can they convert and find a crucial 3rd attacking round?
Yeah, the drone work has been quite impressive in this half so far. We still have 7 up as well for the remainder of the 5th as we encroach on the halfway point. Just being patient at the moment. Still 2 summons as well, so hard breach available, and Critchay will be eventually looking to get to work on a bit of vert as required, although there's not really too much pressure below him at the moment. It's a focus on the horizontal clear. You got Mr. Punch retreating off his mark as well. Oh, Mr. Punch almost caught. Certainly caught by a surprise.
He's got to drop
to survive, and yeah, we'll just fall back. That's smart. Mark as well will vacate above.
Yeah, consolidate site. There's a minute left. You've lost control above. And Mark goes for the peak for information. Yeah, Fury look like they're just starting to switch on a little bit here. Punishing some of these mistakes from Soul's Heart. And certainly now in probably their most dominant round that we've seen from them since the opening 2 rounds of Lair. Which I guess that would be considered the good news for Soul's Heart, is that this has not really been all that common from Fury, but boy, is it being devastating. And this is going to be 2 attacking rounds in a row. And really opens up this map now. Scatman by himself. Oh, he can't even get the kill onto BG, man. Sometimes that SMG-11 can be a wild beast to control. And Solotic will get the final kill of the round. Flawless for Fury, 3-2 lead. And already better than what they did last time on this map against Soul's Heart. And signs of life. There's a pulse.
Yeah, important now for Soul's Heart to claim this final defensive round. Got to try and do a better job, I think, in shutting down some of the info gathering from Fury. Their drone work's been quite solid, and they're acting on that info pretty cleanly. They're often finding a pretty vacant part of the map and then being able to exploit from that position.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Soul's Heart need to be a little bit more conscious of that. We return to Armory and Archives after the Teller's bathroom attempt. Soul's Heart have done a pretty good job, especially Scatman, who typically has that role in shutting down this security corner of the map. But there have been some weaknesses elsewhere, probably most notably top east has been a bit of a struggle for them, and then Alphys tends to capitulate. So.
Well, it doesn't help in the last round that I9's gone for a run out and just died straight away.
Yeah.
And then the peak from bottom east stairs. So it's just these little things that Soul's Heart have certainly given over to Fury to get them back into a position where they can compete on this map. Arcanaz, of course, was won by Fury in the 4th round. Scatman looking to play bot main towards customs rather than security this time on the Mozzie. Does show presence and looks to go back up main. And he takes a bit of damage on his way back up towards security. Overall, not really successful on the Mozzie lurk down below from Scatman to come back to this very position where he has been playing so much in this half, but now very low on health. Oh, but he finds the angle onto Crit J.
He's looked good here.
I was about to say as well, for Crit J playing the buck there, it's not like he needs to do too much damage. That'll make it 5 of 6 rounds that the opening kill has gone the way of Soul's Heart, but they haven't really been converting on their advantages. And Mr. Punch losing his life pretty freely to Dark negates that early opening kill. All tied up, 4 versus 4 with 90 seconds in the round. Again, not too bad here from Fury. No real map control though. Haven't cleared out Scatman from security. And maybe could be lulled into this trap again of that clock management that has cost Fury in rounds prior. Need to make sure that from here they start to really ramp up their pacing.
Yeah, looking for east stairs control now. BG Man rotates below to go up the stairs. Solodic will help clear, while Stark will probably be tasked with contesting or at least cutting off Scatman. I know, though he does find like Colos. I'm not entirely sure what his position was. Maybe over towards the balcony, but either way, it's a pick for Soul's Heart and an advantage for the final 45 seconds.
BG Man stall out towards east. Falcon canister will pop. Still a nitro as well for Scatman. He's over towards security and hasn't really moved for the last 40 seconds. Nor have they really sent anyone over there to deal with him. And again, it's just going to be this time stall out for Fury that's gone against them. They can't really clear Mark. He's stuck, but it takes a bit of time to still clear him. Bees go out, entry gets made in through the window in towards officers, and Mark is just prone in the corner. Solodic is by himself, and we tie the half at 3-3.
Yeah, good way to put a bow on that half from the defense. Soul's Heart doing a great job at establishing, especially crossfires there throughout the late round. Scatman did his job early round over towards security. I now found a freebie onto like Colos on the opposing side of the map as well, and that made the final push quite a challenge. They didn't really have the required utility or positioning to be able to make a meaningful play in towards Office, which was this time around held quite well by the defense. We switch halves, and so the second ban phase, or technically the third, I suppose. Monty Mirror. Mirror was the third ban alongside Twitch back in the first half after round number 3. Oddly enough, only saw playtime in that third round, but it was still an influence that Fury didn't want to deal with. Soul's Heart not wanting to deal with it from the offset. Second ban's likely to probably be the Blitz and maybe, I was going to say maybe Kaid or Bandit, but it will be Castle, so additional laying of utility. Castles are pretty powerful in some of the map extensions that you'll see typically over towards like the likes of Security and Break Room. So 3-3 scoreline. Shuri looking to fight for their spot in stage 1.
Yeah, it's a survival fight now. Last time out on this map, though, they got no defensive rounds against Soul's Heart. Now, you think about top floor Armory Archives, like surely you can get 1 or 2 of those, and that might get you to 5 rounds. How the other side's going to go, hard to say. But for the second map running, it is a 3-3 half. An attacking onslaught though from Soul's Heart on Lair in the second half saw them win 4 straight. Could they do something similar here on Border, or is there more life left in this series? Right, Haven Labs the decider. Fury must get there if they are to stay alive in the playoffs. Look at the series overview right now. Solodic 13-9, Scatman 13-9, leading all comers. It's interesting though, Solodic, for all of his fragging prowess, 0-0 entry. He hasn't been in any entry engagements. He's the only player in the server that has not featured in that statistic.
And he shouldn't feature this round. He's on the smoke.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. His defensive role is very much more the hard support. He's not really going to want to feature in the entries, but I would have thought on some of his attacking rounds, playing Ash and Zoph, maybe he just doesn't have that license to be first in. I9,
Yeah,
good angle.
That's really smart.
Really solid angle in towards Passport. Gets rid of Dark. Another opening kill for Soul's Heart. Make that now 6 of the 7 rounds in their favor. And another early one as well. Outside of 2 rounds, they've all been around the 2-minute mark. And hacked cameras as well, courtesy of the Dockerby from Mr. Punch. Ooh, hello, boys.
That's pretty valuable. BG Man and Solodic actually retained their positions, oddly enough, over towards that 90 corridor.
Yeah, really trying to defend 90 and security right now are Fury. Mark trying to make his way in through break. Has yellow ping intel. Wants to flush out this position towards security. Double frag grenade. Forces Crit J into action. He can slip back now, but does need to be wary of below. Salma was thrown at this 90 wall, and it will open it up. He goes prone, and Crit J's up against fighting some demons right now, and the prone work has been decent work. Logic Bomb as well is ringing, plus red ping intel. Crit J is just fighting demons in this corner, and it's like Colas that helps alleviate those demons. Mark trying to confirm the kill. Finally, they get it done, but at what cost? It's a 3v3. Fury are fighting here in this 7th round. So much pressure is certainly on them from the utility of Soul's Heart. No logic bombs left. Smokes and flashes available, but still a gas babe and a nitrocell for the defensive team. And not a lot of time now for Soul's Heart. That's going to be against them.
Probably got a shape for Armory Plant here, I would imagine. I9 can creep beepers, his mainstays currently. And so there's a big reliance on BG Man here for Fury.
Feel like a big reliance as well on just the ability to find that first kill. And Mr. Punch can't do that on the Dockerby. Scatman will swing ball. Fury defend vigorously after so much pressure in the mid-round, especially with all of the information provided by the Dockerby hacked cameras. So the battle towards security really was Crit J's ability to just stay alive under so much pressure for so long. That kept Fury in this round. They go 4-3 up and just edging a little closer to that 3rd map.
Yeah, he soaked up a lot of pressure, allowed the likes of like Colas to help cover. BG Man aggressed breach and caught Mr. Punch in a bit of a lull who didn't cover it correctly, and that resulted in another pick.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Good from Fury, showing fight on the map where we least expected it. Thought that this would be even more one-sided than the 7-3 pack on Lair. But they not going down without a fight, really embodying the spirit of this team and roster that they've had for a few years now, it must be said. As Teller's in play for round number 8 rather. Interestingly, the Tuber out has been brought here by defense, so Kujay looking for a bit of stall util. I do wonder where specifically he's wanting to utilize this. I mean, in an extreme case, it could be to be solo proficient on the off a single wall, maybe. He's currently posted top east at the moment, though, so let's see. Maybe even just to let you to a passport wall. I don't quite know, but we'll see.
It's been a rough map for Mr. Punch, 2 and 7. Playing the Dockerby, can he get a little bit more involved as this map progresses? Suddenly Fury just finding that little bit of fight that's within this roster. Remember, this is a do or die elimination game. Soul's Heart would not want to go to Nighthaven Labs and give Fury a look in to get out of this series alive at their expense. But they've been much better here on board than I think we originally anticipated. Aggressive though from Crit J, overly aggressive.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
They throw away some lives at the start. Dark and Crit J thought about that balcony run out, and they're both going to fall. It gives Soul's Heart an extreme advantage now in this 8th round to tie things up.
Two massive pieces of utility as well on the board so early.
Just not needed. Part like Colas, he's been steady. And does steady the round for them at a time where it looks like it was well, truly getting away. So Lotto taking a little bit of a beating towards officers. It's got a BG man close by, so like Colas is playing by himself, and that's all that he needs. The veteran, another big kill, another one at the hallway, but missed the punch. Finds 2 in this round after finding only 2 in the 7 rounds prior. Mark will finish it off, and we are tied once again. Back and forth we go on border.
Yeah, probably can be labeled as one of the bigger throwdowns we've seen so far. Crit J got extremely aggressive at the beginning. Dark followed it up and died early for a 2nd round in a row. So things just reset naturally. 4-4 scoreline. But it's now the tertiary in play. Vent Workshop offers an opportunity for Soul's Heart to maybe compound the pain a little bit here. Fury not going to reattempt, as is such a case in the modern meta. We typically don't see any site reattempted.
Defenders
We
protect
haven't
your
seen
bombs being defused by attackers.
much in the way of a direct attack at all throughout this series. It has been very map clear heavy, and so I do wonder if it's in the back of the minds of Soul's Heart here to maybe go for something a little bit more aggressive and direct to try and catch off Fury from a tempo standpoint.
Attackers have
Initial
discovered
picks
the
though suggest that
location
is
of a bomb.
not going to be the case. So unless they identify something in the prep phase that tickles their fancy and we see a repick or two, it's going to be another map clear. Now considering the Bravo, that will be in response to the double B or triple B PC setup. And then Banshees and F not mines as
10
well.
seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to go. Attackers objective.
Hard to really actually get a grasp as to where this map is heading in terms of a result. There's no real momentum that's been built up. Over the last 4 rounds, 2 apiece. Back and forth. No one's been able to get 2 rounds since Fury did back in rounds 4 and 5. The one statistic that is really damning, though, is the 7 out of 8 opening kills in favor of Soul's Heart. Like, they're really dominating these early rounds. Just haven't quite been converting them. 3 of those 7 have not been converted. So they've had 5-on-4 advantages. To be fair, one of those rounds was an instant trade, so you could make it, I guess, 2 rounds, so they had a significant advantage. Rob's gone back into the snack room again for, I think, the 5th time already. There are 2 best-of-3s by the end of tonight, Rob. He's not going anywhere.
He's a big man, he needs a lot of fuel.
It's a big tank. They bring the Glaz.
Whoa,
by the way, they have no smokes for this Glaz now. And there's no Dockerby either, like Colas breaking this little opening kill streak that Soul's Heart have been developing. And he got a 2nd. It was a trade, but it's still a win against the Blackbeard. That's a huge start to the round from like Colas. So Lotte can't win his battle though against DCH, but he does get the ace very, very low. And again, there are no smokes for Scatman to play off of here on the Glaz. So the SMG is out.
A weird instance where they have site control, but they don't feel comfortable planning. The entire defense is up above.
Got to try and find an angle and just hope for the best here. DCH maybe thinking about just getting him to watch the hatch, and so far this might be the best play. Hole opened up above. Well, it looks as if this will be a converted plant though. DCH does lose his life for it. Good information here for Scatman. Oh, but Crit J wins the battle against Mark. You thought maybe you could time the battle, going for these shoulder peaks. Good turnaround, but there's another one. Bot main stairs, and Dark times it nicely. 5-4, Fury edging closer to a 3rd map. Vaughn's just chilling in the background.
He's looking very chill.
He looks very, very relaxed. There you go, there's the fist bump, there's the smile.
Happy with how that one played out. Yeah, Fury backed themselves on the 3rd and made it work. I mean, respect to them. It can be a risky play style, especially when you are forced to then retake in the post. It's not easy in Siege, but...
I mean, you lost DCH immediately as soon as he gets that plant down, and then Mark loses his battle.
Mark had to win that fight.
Mark had to win that fight, and then suddenly it's far more winnable
and then
for
there may have even been a world where he gets that and he could have halved like top east and then retake convert or something crazy, but yeah, not to be.
So the bans come through. Dockerby and Azami will be no longer available for selection. And still, Soul's Heart have not won 2 rounds in a row on this map at all. First round, third round, 6th round, 8th round. It's been few and far between in terms of consistency from Soul's Heart. If they want to win this one in regulation, they now need to win 3 straight. So where's that going to come from? Starting to just feel like Fury's turning the tide. And how would they then therefore go on Nighthaven Labs? Honestly, we would have no idea. And this was the map that I was probably more confident in for Soul's Heart than even Lair. And they won Lair far more convincingly.
Ready to defend.
It's Armory for round 10. Again, Crit J Task is playing one of the key positions here on border. If it was the security run out to contest both the entry to break, but also the balcony outside.
Both of these two teams played Nighthaven Labs for what it's worth. Very recently in the upper portion of the playoffs, it was a 7-5 loss for Fury against Elevate. That's competitive. But even better for Soul's Heart, they beat Weibo on the map itself. But that was the weird game. It was all attack. It was 5 attacking rounds for Weibo, then 5 attacking rounds for Soul's Heart. No one could defend the map. Quite strange. Not trying to speak it into existence, but it becomes more relevant for every round that Fury do muster up.
Bit of a slow start here for Soul's Heart. Now looking to contest though, and like Colos will fall. He's trying to peel from that top east stairs position, now claimed by Soul's Heart, but gets caught. I think a lot of this is going to rest on the shoulders of Crit J over towards security.
Yeah, playing that Scatman role that we saw in the first half. This time on the Fenrir. Can duck back in over
so
towards Armory.
Well, Mr. Punch is going to redrain that immediately, and security will be called clear. They'll take that control.
This Blackbeard can be very influential as well when pushing the site.
Crit J now down below main lobby for a flank potential, but caught.
Almost trying to do a little too much there again from Crit J. Like, there's a minute left. You probably don't need to drop down. Play site, more bodies on more numbers on the site itself. Now in Fountain looking to get cleared out is Dark. Hasn't really got a lot of support. Mark thought about pulling out his own weapon, but put the shield back up. Gets into a better position, then up close. Good swing from Mr. Punch. Good clear onto Solodic. BG Man in a 1v5. Not happening. It's 5-5. All tied up. Flawless from Soul's Heart. And we continue to go back and forth. Since the 5th round, it's been Fury, SH, Fury, SH, Fury, SH. There is not a lot of consistency, but Soul's Heart will look to try and break that now going into the 11th round and seek for the first time on this map a 2-round win streak. For that, it would also give them match and series point. Huge round coming up and no tactical timeout taken by Fury.
Yeah, I don't know what you would really discuss about that round outside of maybe the Crit J flank.
I wouldn't even discuss the round. I'd just say, what are we doing here, boys?
Yeah. Yes, yeah, more so preparation for this one, right?
Bathroom and Towers. The second time in the half, last time one out by Soul's Heart.
Yeah, which is why maybe the
in fact, it
should be used.
It hasn't been successfully defended by either team so far on this map. Ooh. And it's been played 3 times prior to this. Fury won it twice. Soul's Heart won it once. All of those on the attack. Here we go. At 5-5, your playoff life is now in the hearts of a round. Well, sorry, in the hands of a round that no one has been able to defend this site. That is a daunting task, and you don't take attack to kind of talk things over. Fawn has got some incredible trust in his troops. He's too
just a chill guy.
He's just a chill guy in the background.
I guess he just hasn't seen anything to suggest that they need it,
I guess you do hold it that if you do lose this round and 6-5 down, then the round after that you can take the timeout going into the 12th. This is free. There's no one on site. Not only is he getting information, but he also got a little bit of utility.
Yeah, only the one BPC BG man still has his in pocket. Perhaps tactically to place down late. I'm not too sure. We'll see. Currently contesting over towards break room at the moment. Again, Soul's-Heart not showing the interest in fast direct hit. We haven't seen it from either team throughout this entire series. Both have been very much dedicated to the util and the map clear. So Shock Drone's time to shine now. DCH looking for utility and claims a default, maybe an F not mine. Can't quite catch it.
It was 90 default.
Was it? Okay. I like this lurk from I9.
Yeah.
I don't know how dated the info he's playing off is though.
There's no real objective to clear above though from Soul's-Heart. I mean, it's Fury on the defense. They will have that vert to the end of this round. Dark though loses his life. Oh, and like Coles just gets overwhelmed as well. Now, there was one trade back, but Crit J gets caught long angle, bound by Scatman towards main lobby, and Scatman finds another one as well. As BG Man was trying to, well, shuffle on over towards the site and help out. Solodic now in the 1v4 for the substitute replacing Farlord. He's got too much of a task here. And a good read, a good game sense to catch DCH. Opens up a little bit more of an angle. But that Blackbeard, as soon as he comes around the corner. Oh, he got both! He got both! The substitute making the impact play to maybe give Fury match point advantage. He's got 25 seconds. He's got plenty of time.
Scatman just needs to be patient. Do not give him the audio cue, but he is shuffling.
Well, Farlord could never! It's a quad from Celotic!
Oh, does he find the diffuser?
Wait, no, wait. Okay, he's got it. He's got it. Oh, Hart was pounding. He's made the clutch of his life to get Fury map point.
Feels like we finally had some excitement tonight. What a way to kick it off. Jeez.
That is a monstrous moment for a substitute for a team on the brink of elimination, and while that round was at match point, it sets it up now for Fury, stolen away from Soul's-Heart, who must now force overtime.
Jeez. Let's watch that one back.
I mean, even that first kill there onto DCH to have the read and talk about impact.
And then the wall bag.
We don't have the comms for this one, but you can see it on their faces. Look at Vaughn. He's like, hang on. He's like, he doesn't know where the kid is.
Could you imagine he wins and it doesn't find the kid? I'd cry.
Oh, I can't imagine, because he does find it, and luckily he had enough time. If there was less time and he's wandering around and he doesn't know where it is, that could have been quite something.
Well, they defend the undefendable site.
They do, and in a 1v4 post plan of all ways as well from the substitute. You couldn't script it. Now, will that be enough momentum carried over into this 12th round to secure them the map and send us to Nighthaven Labs? For what would be, I think, really a 50-50. Both teams have played it.
At this point.
Both teams competitive on it.
Reloading.
It would set us up here for our final match of the lower bracket quarterfinals. Daystar won earlier against Team Orchid today. They await the winner of this game to see who they'll be playing later tonight. Because Weibo elevate in the upper bracket final directly after this match. Question is, will it be in about 10 minutes or maybe an hour and 10 minutes? Soul's Heart just need to collect themselves here. They would know, and no one would have to tell them. They threw that round away.
Bit early control over towards top east from the Blackbeard though, and that will pose a threat. Right, contemplating his next move.
Exotic is now officially the top fragger in the lobby for this series.
Oh, they are. I'm stunned. Where has he been all stage?
On the bench. 90 seconds left in the round though, and Soul's Heart, well, they're starting to get some decent presence over towards these stairs. They haven't really made a lot of headway elsewhere. Dark getting aggressive. He can go for the right Claymore though. No! Dark! He just got tunnel focused in on the player. And even as he vaulted, you could see from his perspective, he was like, oh no, I've seen the lines. Try and turn around and shoot it. And that might cost them. But while Solotic is still alive, there's always a chance. A creep up main stairs from I9. Crit J Insecurity has to make the run back over towards Armory. I9 can follow suit. He knows it's clear. Freebie indeed from I9. Entering to Fountain. Deals with Solotic. The super sub is down. So it's like Hollis and Crit J to try and confirm this map. Crit J, can he activate the most important of times?
So much pressure on Crit J. Lycolis low on HP, but he plucks one.
He's been good in the clutches so far on this map. Lycolis proving to be that veteran who's got the leadership to maybe get them through. Marcus still on that Blackbeard though. The frag grenade is perfect. Crit J maybe to follow suit from the sub who gave him the script to follow for this match point round. With 14 seconds left, the Blackbeard is the nuisance who's got the kit, but it's Scatman. Scatman sends this to overtime on border. Oh, little wipe of the brow, little wipe of the forehead for Scatman. I know they're sweating this one out. Double defense for Soul's Heart as we head to OT. The first time in this series.
Going to be Armory Lockers to kick things off. And the band's flipping back to what they were in that first half.
Attackers need to locate
so
and
Azami,
defuse as many bombs as
Clash,
they can.
Mirror, Blitz, Monty, Twitch. Can Soul's Heart clutch this map up after that remarkable clutch itself from Solotic to give Fury a map point, only for it to be snatched away with a clean attack in that final round, that 12th round of regulation. Is this the round we see something direct? I'm starting to think it's a possibility. Fury with some aggro repicks, the Rayora in play, Sense, Blackbeard. Are they thinking about something direct over towards Archives? Now, it's important to consider that it's absolutely stacked, that plant position with Goyo utility. So, could be a challenge. They have spawned on the opposing side, so maybe Armory is the play, but who knows? The Sense could also just be a crucial tool in helping to gain a bit of map control, coverage. Doesn't necessarily have to be an ultra-aggressive style of play. Scatman again in security. He's played this position well so far. He's up to 13 kills. Fury need to be very, very disciplined in this clear.
Uses his Mozzie Pest. One thing that Fury have done well though is not feed him any drones. Talk about being targeted. Deathmark, Logic Bomb, and Scatman knows that the rush into security was coming and he vacates rather quickly.
Yep.
Really good read. But does give security over to Fury. Really good clear.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the risks you run without banning the Deimos. Sometimes you just have to fortify map control. It's the percentage play, and you can deal with it later in the round. Mr. Punch lurking. Nitro Cell in hand.
Mr. Punch is going to be the one that's going to make or break this round if he keeps going forward through break.
Oh,
Which he
has
doesn't.
a really good cam here.
So he's down below first floor. But he could make his way towards main stairs.
Here we go, bang.
Vault cam, and bang indeed. The explosive nature of that Nitro Cell gets us off. And Mark, well, doubles down, and it's a fallback from Lycolis. He's almost retreated back a little bit.
I don't think Soul's Heart are going to overpeak this.
I'm reloading.
It's too much on the line.
Needs to get a bit of help. Where are these ROUs? Where's that sends that Solodic is currently running through break?
Scatman has Nitro up close too.
Oh, you've got to get that one. Allow the cross, and you will then have to deal with him later. Lycolis wants to make this entry in. We'll talk about a frag grenade. Explosives everywhere here in this overtime round. Deathmark to come out onto Scatman, so he'll be spotted out close. Mr. Punch still towards bot main. Can have an influential moment in this round. Crit J with the Vendetta, though, deals with Scatman as he was marked out. So Mr. Punch has to start making a decision about walking up main stairs, and he will do just that.
So 15 on the clock, Solodic Diffuser in hand.
He's watching it.
Difficult cross to break here for Fury.
It's all about the timing. Oh, what a shot from
Round
Mr.
over.
Punch. That's kicked down on the floor. Hang on a second, though, in a 2v1 with 4 seconds. Running, though, and sprinting was Crit J. The Blackbeard comes and saves the day. Round was not over, guys. It's never over for Fury. They fight to the death. They have stolen some critical rounds on Border. And they're 1 round away from Nighthaven Labs.
They've done it again.
They've done it again, those cheeky buggers.
How long was on the clock there?
3 seconds.
Jeez. I mean, when the diffuser down, I was like, bang, round over, and then I was like, oh shit, that's
2v1, hang on, not quite. You can hunt down quickly.
Yeah. I mean, Mark, understandably, he didn't really have anywhere to run there. He had to take on the fight.
There was nowhere to go. And if he had turned around and started to run away, he just gets shot in the back.
Exactly.
Crazy, crazy finish here. And despite everything, the one constant has still been these opening picks. 13 rounds played, 11-2 in favor of Soul's Heart. But it's now 5 of those rounds that have not converted the opening advantage.
Dark has been the opening death 3 rounds in a row.
It's the late rounds that Fury have been at their best. Like Cole was in the late round, Solodic in the late round. Like Cole is up to 12-8. But 1-3 on the entry. Really, that feels like the circuit breaker. If Lycolis is still alive late round, he's so impactful. But if he dies early in these entry battles, which has been, well, prevalent. And let me actually have a look at this. So Lycolis death, it was a round win for Soul's Heart. Lycolis death, it was a round win for Soul's Heart. Lycolis death, it was a round win for Soul's Heart. If Lycolis dies early, Fury's ability to maintain strong advantage in the late round, well, it does then falter. I just have that feeling Nighthaven Labs is calling.
I'm reloading.
Tiny Cam shot out by Mr. Punch. Claymore sat down. Are there any more twists on this map of Border? Dare I say, Laird wasn't really all that spicy. Border has turned up that level to the max.
Yeah, Soul's Heart posturing for the clear above here. It's a triple stack armory from the defense. This round will be won or lost on the top floor. Good scouting from Mr. Punch, information gathered. Still no gunfight.
Opening kills have been minute 50, minute 30, 1 minute, 1 minute 22, 1 minute 22.
Okay, they drop. Okay, so the battle will not take place on this top floor. Forfeit control.
Oh, I9 as another
BG
opening
couldn't get
pick. Crit J will fall. Now, Lycolis and Celodic are still up for Fury on the defense, but no, Lycolis is down. So now it's a 5v2. Make it a 5v1. Well, Celodic got a 1v4 before. He now needs to do one extra. He can't do that, not in his capabilities. Flawless from Soul's Heart on the brink of a third mapper. They bring out one of their better rounds. We go to 15.
Bands will flip. It's round 15.
Looked back, by the way, at that opening round of overtime. 1 second was left on the clock when they got the kill. Seven.
Who takes it?
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well, if you want the, my heart says Soul's Heart based on the way that they've played in terms of the overall play. But again, ever since round 5, no one has won 2 in a row, which means it's Fury's turn to win.
New camera feed up and running.
I already kind of said it before, but yeah, quite literally back and forth. No one has won 2 rounds in a row since rounds 4 and 5. And since then, 1 for 1 all the way until this moment. Who won the last round? Soul's Heart. Who wins this next round? Well, based on the numbers, it's Fury. Spoiled it.
Great analysis.
Thank you. So I can, based on what we've seen so far, Soul's Heart will get the opening pick. Fury's going to win the round.
Event Workshop successfully defended on one occasion by Soul's Heart in the first half. They only played it once. DCH got the opening pick onto Lycolis on that occasion. It was at the 2-minute mark as well. So there was some early round aggression, and that doesn't seem to be the case this time around. It's a little bit more tapered back. The glad to see an appearance in combination with the Capital, so there's going to be a big smokestack here for Fury to try and exploit. Celodic impacting elsewhere. So prep work just at the moment here. Nitro cell onto Crit J does not land. Mr. Punch retreats. Crit J is very much stalking this horizontal control, looking for maybe an opening pick. Don't know if he'll necessarily get a lot of value from the sledge from this position, but perhaps those frag grenades could have impact. So we're top floor, not bottom floor. Okay.
Yeah, Fury's won this top floor twice though.
So ignore my stats there about vents, but still an interesting position for Crit J to be lurking here on the sledge. And we'll vacate. So minute 10, and I think they are ultimately posturing for an Archives here. Surely, like Hollis on the balcony, unless he's maybe going to solo lurk in that position, he can be self-sufficient on the smokes, and the rest of the team can hit elsewhere. Make it difficult for those in Archives to have impact. That is a possibility. Diffuser is being rotated for an armory.
I think they want to get Crit J the long angle through the Archives door. I don't think that necessarily means, though, it's 100% Archives. But Crit J's gone a long way away around. Indeed, maybe bringing that diffuser over towards.
What are they doing?
40 seconds left, guys. Come on. Your playoff life is on the line here.
So it's like
Decisions gets dropped over to Lycolis, and Dark gets caught by DCH. Big pick to begin. Another opening kill for Soul's Heart, but it's all set up now for Fury, surely to follow the script. They just send it in, and it might just very well work. DCH traded, a 9-9 will fall, and it's a 3v3. Nitro thrown out as a hope and a prayer.
No diffuser.
Nothing, though, has connected off the back of that. As you said, no kit at the doorway towards Archives, and Scatman has got it watched, locked, and loaded away. With 5 seconds left, they can't surely do it from here. Indeed, they cannot. Super sub or whatever. It doesn't matter. Celodic will fall, and so will Fury. Soul's Heart, in a nail-biter on border, will take this series in the lower bracket quarterfinal 2-0. Fury, well, they fought their hearts out in this series and honestly had improvements but too little, too late. And this team with so much experience and history in this region will be the second team eliminated today.
Heartbreak for Fury and Fury fans alike. This one was, I mean, that was emotion-fueled, honestly. I genuinely did not expect to see Fury have that in them. They fought back tooth and nail. A clutch from a substitute that turns into overtime. This had it all, but unfortunately, after a lackluster first map, Fury did not have the legs in this to push it to a third. And ultimately, Soul's Heart walk away with a really well-earned victory. From here on out, it now looks like Fury, the conversation for them shifts quite dramatically. It's so heartbreaking. This roster that has been in this region, and not talking SEA, I'm talking about the wider APAC region, for so many years. They've been at the top level for so many years, and it just feels like each time they come close, they just slightly falter. And in this case, they have faltered out of the playoffs.
It's disappointing. I mean, we've become accustomed to seeing Fury make deep runs, to be contenders, to make majors. And for where they've fallen, you know, I made a tweet last night. I said, oh, so it feels like a changing of the guard.
Yep. That's a fair point.
A team like Chiefs being knocked out, well, a team like Fury being knocked out, not necessarily by Soul's Heart, because they themselves have been around a long time as well, but and to be fair, Asia as a whole, outside of Elevate, all these players have been around a long time.
Yep.
Not as much of a changeover in O's, but in terms of org representation, in terms of teams progressing as far as they have throughout the playoff bracket, it does feel like a changing of the guard in terms of Fury being knocked out this early on.
Yeah.
To have Daystar progress above Fury, that's a changing of the guard moment. Obviously, Elevate themselves coming into the region, that's a changing of the guard moment. So, you know, it's disappointing for Fury, but the writing was on the wall when you consider their group stage 6 seeds don't usually go on and win playoff stages.
No, it's a very tough ask. And we have seen Fury in positions like this before, where they've come out and played very well in playoffs. It's just not the case. It's just, unfortunately for them, they've faltered one too many times, and it has now bit them on the backside. However, for Soul's Heart, again, it needs to be known. If you're a new viewer to APAC, like if you're tuning in for the very first time, these two teams, they have been locked in battle for the last 5 years solid. Probably even longer, but for the last 5 years since like APAC South was conceptualized way back in 2021. It's been neck and neck. It's always been these two teams. And obviously Bleed has come in and just absolutely dominated in the last 2 years. But these were the OG SEA teams that continued to fight. Soul's Heart definitely have their number in this one.
What's that rain?
It's quite good. I hope everyone can hear that.
Yeah, I was wondering what that was.
That's why I looked up. I'm like,
that's shed roof rain. That's shed roof.
That's a shed roof for you. We're just out in the barn somewhere. But guys, now we look forward to a matchup between Soul's Heart and Daystar. I'm actually quite surprised. I feel like I didn't expect this particular matchup.
That's why you voted for Fury.
That's why. It's exactly why I voted for Fury.
It certainly subverted my expectations.
Yeah.
I think in terms of framing that next game, I mean, it's tough because, again, I wasn't anticipating it. We saw enough from Soul's Heart that I think they'll be competitive in that matchup, but Daystar, I think in terms of just fresh blood and mechanical ability, and even to an extent, I think their synergy at this point in time probably does have a slight lead.
Yep.
But I think it would be unfair to say that Soul's Heart don't go in with a serious chance at being able... Like, they played some good Siege today. Fury, I think, especially in the way in which Border specifically were able to clutch up these rounds time after time after time. And Soul's Heart, I mean, sure, you can attribute that to them not playing those situations well, but it was their bounce back. Like, they had snapback rounds where they were like, no, we're not going to let that impact us. And I think that mental edge against a Daystar, that's probably one of the advantages that they can try and lean into quite heavily.
Looking forward, I guess, to our next matchup before we start talking about the interview, if we have one. This one is probably, in my eyes, this is game of the stage for SEA.
I think this is the highlight matchup for all of APAC.
I would agree with that.
I
would
genuinely
solely
believe
agree with
that.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of reasons why. Weibo, to me, look almost like the defenders of the APAC region against the incoming Brazilians. I've been basically saying since the start of the group stage, in terms of the best APAC team possible that we from the APL region can send internationally, Weibo's got to be that team that can get to that level.
Yep.
Whether they were there a month ago or 2 months ago, it doesn't really matter now. It's what can they do now in this position, upper bracket final, consistently getting better. They were pushed by Soul's Heart 2-1 in that upper bracket semi-final. So I still think of Weibo as a team that's got more improvement within them as a team. I think they can get better.
Yep.
And on the flip side, I think Elevate have gotten better and gotten better quickly.
Yes.
And that's kind of scary for me.
Yeah.
As of right now, today, and that match is happening soon, I genuinely think they're even. I genuinely believe that. I will say Weibo has a higher ceiling and higher potential that if you were to say in 6 months, where do I see them? I think Weibo will be able to gap Elevate. But right now, today, it's a coin flip. Elevate have got some really
couple
strong...
of coin flips.
There's a couple of coin flips.
It has been that case.
But you want that. You want that. So Elevate, their form has just increased out of sight.
Yeah.
And maybe it's a case of getting comfortable with the region.
I was going to say, I think it's a matter of time. They've just had enough exposure to this region now that I think they're feeling in their element.
And I will also say, for the APL fans, they are all going for Weibo in this game.
Yes.
They will be devastated if Elevate win this.
Yeah. Well, we bought enough time to welcome in Nano from Soul's Heart. Nano, a very big victory for you and the team today. How does it feel to beat Fury 2-0 in a close second map?
I can't believe that we actually knocked them out.
Yeah. Were you not expecting that?
No.
Wow. Wow.
Too humble.
You expected that to be a lot closer?
Yeah, just we try hard, but they're better.
Yeah.
But yeah, we actually knocked them out in the last round.
Jeez, that's very humble.
Yeah, I was going to say, Nano, you realize you guys won, right? You got Daystar coming up next. Obviously, they played earlier. Did you get to watch much of their series against Team Orchid? And if so, how are you preparing for them now?
Yeah. I think actually, I hope they got back out during the match. and and just hope our team get a good dose of luck. That's all.
Good dose of luck.
Need more confidence, Nano.
Yeah, go be assertive, Nano. Tell Daystar what you think of him. No, don't. You're too humble. You're too humble.
I don't know if I've got any questions. That ain't really going to be too insightful. I just want to say congratulations on the win today. Obviously, you guys played incredibly well, and I just want to wish you guys all the best in the rest of the bracket. You are one of the most loved teams in Asian Siege, so it's good to see you guys doing well again.
Thank you.
No problem.
Anything you'd like to say, Nano, before we let you go, my friend? I know there's only 3 hours or so until you play your next game.
Yeah, I would like to say thanks for coming and cheering on. Hope we didn't break your channel point. That's all.
Oh, well, thank you, Nano. We'll speak to you soon, mate. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
That is probably...
I wonder who was the favourite in the channel points, to be honest.
Actually,
that's
a really good question. That's a really good question.
All I'm going to say is I'm going to be really harsh here, but if I'm the CEO of Soul's Heart is, I don't think, an organisation.
Do you have a... Could you imagine him as the CEO?
But I would be sacking Nano on the spot. Have some faith in your team. My boy, you got to hype them up. You're basically saying, I can't believe we won. What the hell are you on about?
That's just classic SEA, though.
Yeah. It is. They're very humble.
I love it.
Which is really, really good. And obviously, I'm sure behind closed doors, he's probably a little, come on up the voice.
His channel points comment then is very similar to Alistair's screw you pick'ems. It's as close as we get here in Siege, especially in APAC. But look, I think ultimately for Soul's Heart, that probably encapsulates a little bit of their theory behind the team. They are very humble players.
They are. It's a humble region.
Yeah, when you meet I9 in person and you're talking to him,
They're some
he
of the
can't
goats
even
of the-
believe he's at a major.
Like, there's some of the goats of
like,
the- there's
why
some
am
of the
I here?
goats,
Like,
they are literally
But they
some of
don't
the
act like
best.
it.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, that's the region that we're playing in at the moment. Asia is just such a humble
I would say
region when
one
it
team
comes
that's
to
maybe
Siege.
not as humble.
Yeah.
Weibo.
Yeah.
Weibo.
and you know what's funny? Elevate were actually, well, Psycho was incredibly humble last week in interviews. So that's going to be an interesting matchup. A fate to determine the duel of the upper bracket grand final. A duel of fates.
Oh.
It's been said. It has been said. No, DMCA, quickly go to a break. We'll be back after this.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Match of the stage up next. That is a big one that we have coming to you. Weibo and Elevate, arguably the two best teams that we have in the region at the moment. Whether that's true or not, we will never know until we get to LAN, if we ever get to LAN. And well, the best game, not just in SEA, but in the region, needs mediocre casters, and that's what we have right here for you today. We've got our good friends Nick and James joining us for the third matchup of today. Nick, I'm going to ask you first, my friend. It's been a short, nearly 12 hours since I saw you last, and it's just, I feel so lucky to be able to see your face once again, my friend. How are you feeling about this matchup coming up?
I love sarcasm, and I love me some good Rainbow Six Siege, and I think Weibo and Elevate will provide us with that. Yeah. I'm excited, I will say that, and I think that the previous desk, the greatest casters of the region, of course, they said it best. Bit of a coin flip. Which one's going to be coming out on top?
Wow, you listened to that one? I'm shocked. I turn it off. I turn the volume on. When they start talking, like literally, I just completely mute so I can't hear anything. It's probably the best way of doing it. Dev, would you like to do the honors for me, my friend? We have a sin bin, whatever you want to call it. Unfortunately, Fury, adios amigos. They lost their matchup against Soul's Heart. If you are just tuning in, Dev, please, the honors in the bin.
The bin!
Goodbye.
Oh, and we also have the big one. The big one.
And then my favourite part, the Brexit tackle! And we're done, skis. I'm breaking legs out here today, gentlemen, and I think that this matchup might break hearts as well. It is only the upper bracket grand final, so it's not. This is not the be-all, end-all, but it does mean that you miss a best-of-3 next weekend. It's a pretty important game.
We're qualifying a team for the grand final of Asia.
Yep.
Whoever wins this will be one game away from being crowned Asia champions, and of course that means an invite over to EWC as well, which is everything that these guys are gunning for, being champions of the region. And a lot of people were coming into this stage expecting it's got to be Weibo, right? Like we had the two best teams of last year. You know, not Fury, I guess, but, you know, Bleed became Team Joel, and Elevate merged to be the same team. You got the best of both worlds. And then, of course, New Kids on the Block over from Brazil. Elevate are quite a serious contender. I think people are still probably, there's a bit of a difference between these teams, right? There's going to be a story behind Weibo as the homeboys. There's going to be a story behind Elevate as the villains, the villains, the invaders. And we'll see whether that gives them anything to go off of. I think that Weibo probably are. They've won my heart. I feel like they're looking like the better team right now. We saw that in the previous result, but of course, like you said, remains to be seen.
I would say that Elevate have actually won my heart in the interviews last week with Psycho. He was way too humble in all of those conversations. He was like, yeah, we understand we're coming in, and, you know, it was tough to get used to the region. But ultimately, Nick, this is a roster that should be doing a lot of damage. A former world champion, and of course, a bunch of players from Brazil that still, in their own eyes, would want to prove themselves, not just to the region, but to the rest of the world. Like, you can't come over to APAC as the quote-unquote weakest region and then not finish first. There's a lot of weight on their shoulders.
Yeah. These guys definitely have, what we say, expectations and potential, and I think they've actually had a pretty slow start to the stage and not been winning as convincingly or as dominantly as we thought they would. But with that being said, I also think they have gotten better match by match, and you can kind of tell they're getting used to the teams and the players. Psycho in last week's interview was talking about that, saying, we don't know what maps our opponents play, we don't know their tendencies, we don't know the actual players themselves, where when you play domestically in Brazil for as long as Psycho has, for example, you know every single team in and out. So I feel like the big thing here for Elevate is how good they're going to be at the end of this stage, which is right here, right with the end of playoffs, and of course in the future in stage 2 as well.
Obviously, this head-to-head does, statistically favour Weibo. There's also a part of this conversation that we have talked about in multiple regions now, including this one, which is all of these teams that are coming into the region need time to adapt. In officials, not scrims, not prac, like nothing. Like, you can boot camp all you want in a certain location, but it's not until you get into officials, devs, where you really start to find the landscape of, one, the players you're playing, and two, the teams. And I think that Weibo realistically should have been the most confident and comfortable team heading into playoffs.
Yeah, of course, the only exception to that rule, the only thing that goes against that is the fact that Elevate actually played in Rio, of course, at Reload, so they have a lot of experience, yes, not playing in this region, but playing at the best tier of competition. They played a lot of APAC teams at that event, especially. In fact, their only wins were against APAC teams. Weibo on the flip side, of course.
Sorry, I tried not to laugh that hard.
Sorry, just a little subtle burn there on the side. Weibo on the flip side, of course, they've been back home. They've been scrimming. They've been trying real hard. They've got this new Chinese organization supporting them. They've got a real revitalized roster. They're looking in peak form right now. And we see that in their results, right? Like, obviously, good stats here. Albeit not that different between the two teams in terms of the pure player stats. But if you look at map stats, Weibo are actually undefeated. They won all 7 of their games. Only one went to overtime. That was against Elevate. And then they won against Soul's Heart in the upper bracket quarterfinals. On the flip side, Elevate actually started pretty strong. They won against A7, who didn't make top 6. Yep. Then they lost 4 games in a row.
That's crazy.
That was Daystar, Soul's Heart, Weibo, and Leighton Dragons, who also ended up bottom 2. Of course, Elevate rounded up the season with 3 wins and then dismissed Team Orchid pretty handily in the first match of the playoffs. But it definitely, like, holistically, they struggled a lot more in the Asia League Stage 1 than we saw from Weibo.
Yeah, and disappointing for them, I have no doubt about it. However, there is one player in not just this matchup, but all of Asia and potentially all of APAC that stands as king at the moment, and that's Reaps. Reaps has been absolutely phenomenal across the board. There is not a stat line that would not absolutely blow you away here. I mean, you know, you could be like, yeah, cool, he's an absolute fragger. Yes, he is, but he is also finding entry kills left, right, and center. His usefulness in these rounds for Weibo is unmatched. It's unparalleled. Pengu, from your, I guess, experience, and look, you can say it from your perspective as an analyst, as a caster if you want to, but how pivotal are players like this that are reliably one of the best in the region? How impactful are they in these games?
I mean, a player like Reeves can make or break a series, whether it be a best of 1 or a best of 3. If this guy has a Reeves classic game, he's going to take over, he's going to carry, he's going to make it so easy for Weibo. If he's having a bad day, however, all of a sudden you're going to see them struggle, maybe lose in regulation, or struggle to get to overtime. So the difficulty rather here is if you become too reliant on an individual player to perform. Reeves is so damn consistent that you pretty much have to be reliant on him because he shows up every single day. And there was conversations even last year, maybe a year and a half ago, maybe Reeves going international to European, North American teams because he is that good caliber player in a weaker region. He deserves better. He deserves higher praise, higher salary, whatever.
He's got Weibo.
Never happened, but he had offers. No. But before that, when they were not really... And even with Bleed and whatnot, right? They do well domestically, they go internationally, whatever.
Yeah.
Now they got a good home, they got good support, but individually, Reeves is above the region, many would say, from Europe and North America.
Well, I mean, we said that about Jigsaw for so long, and then he went overseas, and
what happened
now
there?
he's back.
I mean, with and without Jigsaw, I don't think Fnatic have achieved very much. To be fair.
Okay, well, on that note, how about we just move along?
I just want to say one last thing on Reeps. Since we were talking about EML and Europe, like a lot of people say that like Reeps is like Chinese Shaiko. Like that's the way he's viewed in this region. If you're more familiar with like EML, that's the kind of weight we put behind this guy.
Yep. Now let's kickstart these bans, shall we? Let's get underway with this conversation. Just straight off the bat, I think the Elevate ban onto Cafe is incredibly interesting. They've had it banned against them 11 times, but they have lost it the 2 times that they have played it. However, Pengu, we open up with Border as an Elevate pick and then backing up with Weibo picking Clubhouse.
It's spicy. I love the Clubhouse pick from Weibo. They're very efficient on that map. I think it's very ballsy from Elevate to go to Border, but I think it fits their playstyle of, challenging, fighting, being overly aggressive. But if there's one team in this region that could really punish you on a map that's aggressive oriented, it's Weibo. And they're very efficient on the map as well. So I could actually see this from the map Veto be a 2-0 here, not in favor of Elevate.
Oh, interesting. So you'd be leaning into the Weibo side of things.
I would be looking into Weibo, yeah. Just for the maps alone, I can totally see that. I just think like Elevate, they have to win Border or it's curtains. Like that's it.
Dev?
Yeah, well, I do expect a lot out of Elevate on border. They beat Orchid there. But yeah, Clubhouse I think is going to be really tough for them. They lost it to Soul's Heart. Weibo are really good at that map. I'm not sure if we'll get to Consulate, but yeah, I think these first two maps, also just in terms of playstyle, like, I mean, Pengu, you always love to talk about this. What a contrast between border and Clubhouse, right? Frag Fest and then Util Hard Breach Center. So it's going to be a real showing. We're going to test these teams, not just in one facet of Siege, but in multiple aspects of the game.
So let's hone in a little bit on the conversation around border here, Nick, because I think that for many people at home, generally the consensus is you pick your map, you win your map. But this one's not as clear cut. It's not as easy as a conversation because, as you were saying, Weibo have that ability, that prowess to get aggressive in your face and find kills. Not just get aggressive, right? Like so many teams we talk about their aggressive play style. And yet, so many times they can't capitalize on it. Like, I think Scars was a good example when we saw them at international events. We would always talk about like how aggressive the Japanese region can be, but then all of a sudden they got to international events and the aggression was just squandered. How easy will it be for Elevate to, I guess, squash that down from Weibo's point of view?
So that's the thing, right? Obviously, this is very map dependent. If you are a better team against a weaker team, you can run over your opponent on any map, even a very, a strategical map like Clubhouse, you can still go for aggressive plays. When it comes to border, it's one of the most difficult maps to defend, simply because strategically, you don't have a lot of different ways to win as a defender besides getting kills. Where on most other maps, you're gonna have wall deny, or you're gonna have anti-plant deny, or you're gonna have different areas of the map that favors the defenders. Border isn't like that, so it very much comes down to, can you actually fight back in the 1v1 gunfights and set up those mini plays? And that just means that border as a map is kind of like what we say old Coastline or old Oregon. It's a massive coin flip of a 50-50. You don't want to pick border as the better team against the worst team because you can't really assert your dominance that well on the map.
Well, it's time to get underway with this Clash of the Titans. It's the best way to put it. Two teams going head-to-head. Although Elevate may have been in Asia for a long time, they've brought the Brazilian blood, the play style into this region, and Weibo must defend not just their title, but their honor in this matchup. A best of three that could well go the distance if Elevate can stop what has been a Weibo train all stage long. It's time for us to get underway with Border as we head to the incredible, gorgeous, illustrious duo of Devmata and Pengu.
Thank you, Rob. That's right, it's time to get into it. It's map number 1, and Pengu, as we said, this is Elevate's map pick. Now, big call from you on the desk there. You reckon Elevate need to take this 2-0?
Yeah, I reckon right now it's a tough one where Elevate, if they can find a footing here on border, I just don't see them going out to win on Clubhouse. So Weibo definitely favored, I would say. One small thing I couldn't quite fit in there in the segment, Weibo, I believe, were quite sick last week, actually. Like the players in real life, they were having some illness going around boot camp or whatever. They, hopefully, I don't know for sure, are better now. And they will be back in peak form. So whatever small issues they had last week, low energy, not really being 100% in the server with performance, that should be completely shifted now. And they should now be literally at peak form at the perfect moment.
Yeah, we can see them all in their boot camp as well. Both teams at their boot camps right now. Both teams, almost all in their jerseys as well. It's nice to see, in the Asia region, we don't always get that level of support that you might expect to see in Europe and North America and Latin America. But of course, here in Asia, we've got some big organizations behind these teams. When the Chinese org Weibo entered the scene, it was a big move, of course, acquiring a player or a roster of players from the two best regions. A lot of expectation on their shoulders. So one thing we haven't talked about is that expectation for both of these teams. On the one hand, obviously, Weibo, for a long time, these players have been gunning it at the top echelon of Asia, struggled to make a big splash internationally. I think Bleed probably did the best. I'm going to say it was the Atlanta major. They took some big scalps there, knocked out teams like M80. But on the flip side of that, obviously, Elevate, The organization that's been through more rosters than any other organization in Rainbow Six. They've had a North American team, they've had a Brazilian team in Brazil, they've had an APAC team, they've actually had both an Asian and Oceanic APAC team. Now they have a Brazilian Asian team playing in APL. A lot of expectation on them, especially as they are a partner team with Ubisoft. They were invited to the kickoff event in Rio. So yeah, high hopes for both of these teams, but of course, there's only one spot for a champion, and the winner of this gets a real shot at that by qualifying for the grand final.
You see double shield ban from Elevate, the Blackbeard and the Monty trying to just stop Weibo from easily accessing the building and the entry paths with those shield operators. Weibo, Mirror, and Castle, of course, trying to play into that border playstyle where defenders don't have many things to play around, but many areas in the map that favors them. By getting rid of either Asami, Cancel, or the Mirror, you're gonna just weaken that even further. Elevate, what they do have, they have trap operators. They have ways to stall for time in areas like the Fenrir, the Smoke, the Goyo Fire, the Lesion Mine, so trying to weaken the attackers of Weibo. Right now, just holding ankles. Ape finds Ion in break room. Romeo down east stairs, making his offense, looking for a play. Oh, gets shot down, turret. Yeah, prime form right there, gets an easy pick.
Now, Psycho's actually retaken CCTV as well. So despite Elevate having a numbers disadvantage, oh, it might flip actually with Reaps. Letting it slip like that, Weibo have suffered and forfeited their advantage. Like I said, Psycho retaking this position does give a lot of ground here to Elevate, but Speakeasy's playing it well, using the Grim, and Turd cuts it off from 90. Very well played there by Weibo to once again get themselves back in front.
Yeah, fun fact, Turd actually owns the 90 hallway from East Stairs. Every game I see from Weibo and Border, he's always walking down, getting 1, 2, 3 kills every single round, and no one can quite stop him. Reeves jumped in the office window earlier, got shut down, kind of a solo play from him, but now it's a 3v2, still fearing Weibo, holding their angles, cutting off the rotations. Naka's stuck inside of Archive's corner. If he crosses, they'll see it. So yeah, he's still going to be stuck.
It really needs to find a pick here. Stemp is trying to support him. Can cover his back. Out come the Grimm's bees. Out comes a drone and a grenade. Oh, the grenade might actually kill him. It does. Oh. He had nowhere safe to play. He completely bottled it. Now it's all up to Stemp. Good gun he's got with the Vector, the ACOG. Okay, Turd. Little bit of an unnecessary 1 versus 1 there. Taken by Weibo. Speakeasy and Hoven. Got to figure out how they're going to play this. The most important thing is not to give more 1v1s to Stemp here with the Vector. Oh!
Just isolate. Gets a bit of damage, but not a kill.
EMP goes out. He knows where they're coming from. And they double up both together. He gets the down on Speakeasy. Hoven, a good flash. Now that is what we need to see from Weibo. But Hoven, he's got to lock in here in the 1v1. ARX, not a very big magazine. And Stemp in the opening round, no less. A big 1v3.
Very awkward situation there for Weibo. Not really respecting the 3 versus 1 perhaps. Turret falling early, taking that 1 versus 1. I feel like there are a couple different ways you can problem solve that because, you know, Elevate had the one position that mattered. They control that small box and armory, which is metal beepers, armory door, archives door, and the exterior archives door. So no one could really clear them. What you can do here in the 3v1, assuming that you have no hard breach, which they didn't, is send one player on armory door. Now you got a backstab going. Now Stem has to turn his body 180 degrees, looking behind him and in front of him. That can create a timing for Weibo where they can get a 2v1. The second option is Archive's window. You rotate the player outside on the window itself, and you can now see that small box door from outside the building and limit Stem's movement and not allow him to play in that safe area behind the half wall. Weibo didn't do either of those things. He kind of just brute forced the door. They walked in first 1 by 1, then 2 together, and it didn't really work out. A good early start from Weibo. The fact that they could roam clear, the fact they could get to the building and get to the bomb site, it's a really good sign for Border to come, because that's where most attacking teams will struggle, if anything. So Elevate, they gotta fix that weakness. They gotta hold on better and stronger on the roam themselves.
Well, they do. Now, Border's a little map. So numbers advantage means a lot. Wow, that's a bit of a view. You can see how small this map is just from this overview. And when you get that numbers advantage on Border, it takes about 2 seconds to regroup and make sure that you're actually playing off of your 5v4, 5v3, whatever it is that you've got. So it's great that Weibo did that, and then it's a little bit concerning that they lost the 1v3 by all feeding the same player. Turd got a little bit too excited, I think, after his 3K.
Yeah. Overheated. And what was it that Rob was saying? I don't really listen to him when he speaks. Something about one team not having a lot of respect. That's maybe Weibo, and disrespectful playstyles can be good. Ape just disrespects Psycho, just runs on in, gets the kill. But Turd last round, if he respected his opponents more, maybe he wouldn't make that play.
No, you didn't have that confidence.
Yeah, you do.
Weibo definitely got a bit of a chip on their shoulder, maybe. Especially, you know, Ape and Speakeasy, who previously played on Elevate before the organization decided to dump their Asian roster and import the Brazilians. So a little bit of a grudge game here for those two guys.
Oh, that's unlucky. Injured though, not killed. Is Ape outside? Turd, help me please. Here comes the revive from Speakeasy instead. Turd approaches Armory, where one defender will be. They see him. Pre-fire comes out. Can't confirm the kill though.
Stem.
Oh.
You can't afford to do that, especially when you're the Allans. Wow, Romeo actually jumps all the way outside, finds his kill, gets air jab, and then gets out alive. Unfortunately, he doesn't get back in alive. Now, with Stem finding a 2K, actually, it's brought things back for Elevate. They were looking a bit grim there for a second after the trade came down onto Romeo, but now a 2v2, one player on each team low on HP. Weibo need to play this perfectly.
That's a very even one. Ape and Stem, one bullet from injured are dead. Reeves and Ion full HP. In this situation, no clear favor. There's no real utility. There's no C4s on the defender. There's no grenades or flashbangs on the attacker side. Weibo gotta just play together right now. Maybe try and get Ape in first to bait for Reeps, the quote-unquote statistically better player. And of course, more health on the health bar. 20 seconds to go. They don't got a ton of time here.
Of course, that lends itself to Elevate. On the side, though, Stem goes down.
Ooh.
Low HP, and he dies to a single bullet. Ion on a retake. I don't know how Reeves has exposed himself to that. It's Ape on low HP in the post plant 1v1. He has the better gun. He has that ACOG to fight the narrow angles, and Ion doesn't see him on the first pass. Sees him out of the corner of his eye, and now he knows where he is. A spray with the SMG, but Ape takes him down. And Weibo does not go 2 for 2. No, they finally lock in that round. A little bit sketchy, though. I was worried that history might repeat itself. We might have seen 2 Elevate clutches back-to-back.
Yeah, Weibo, the only place they can improve right now is just kind of playing more safe in the moments where they are able to. So, for example, that 2 versus 1 at the end before Reeps dies, Ape has like 80% down the diffuser. You know, he's almost there. Reeps doesn't need to hold a very aggressive long angle. You could just play passive. He's up against the SMG-11. You can play like Ape, like crouch walking by the desk and make yourself a very small target. He had 2 smoke grenades in pocket. Small things like that right now is kind of the only area where Weibo are kind of falling behind. But of course, it comes down to Elevate also being extremely clutch in these moments. And that's kind of been the story for Elevate. They have been a very good team of individuals more often than not, where they will clutch, they will get a 2-piece, they'll get a 3-piece, but we're not seeing a ton of trades from them. In that previous round, Weibo gets 2 kills with 2 different people playing together, and then Elevate, what do? Well, Stem gets a 2K himself, and then he falls back. It feels like Weibo right now operating much more like a machine. You know, 4 people attacking security, they get the opening kill. 3 people attack Armory, they try and take down Stem, but he's successful. Whereas Elevate, they are having individual people fight back against a horde of enemies, it feels like. And that can, of course, make or break these gunfights. How many times can Elevate get 2 kills with one singular player in a position where it should be impossible?
Yeah, you're right. Weibo look more like the team, but Elevate have a lot of star players, and we've actually seen that so far in the league. So far, all of APL Asia, Weibo have 4 clutches between them. Pengu, there are 8 clutches, twice as many for Elevate, and that's before this map started, of course, and we already have 1 clutch here from Elevate. So you can see it in the numbers as well. Elevate, they are a clutch team. Weibo need to be careful, even when they're in those 2v1s, 3v1s, because it's very easy to let them slip between your fingers when you're playing against players like these guys on Elevate.
Here we see it again, people together in custom, smokes going out, Reaps on window side repel. Might just breach this soft wall and try and go for a plan with the smokes and blitz. Bottom east stairs will be a problem most likely here. The issue is, that's the smoke on east stairs, so no plant deny, and he goes down. This could just be a freebie.
And yet, 9 players still alive in the server. Everyone is just waiting. Oh, here's a good swing though. Ion finds one. He still has his strong position here. Up on the rafters. He can backstab if that execute attempts to come through here from Speakeasy. And that's why Weibo are not getting ahead of themselves here. They're slowing things right down. They don't want to go for that fast execute.
Yeah. I thought they were going to go for it, but I like this. They're just droning, they're double checking, then they lose the Easters player. Now they got to reposition and again, re-drone once more. The roof drone on the scattered of office gets a lot of information for Weibo. They see fountain, they see office, they see the hatch. And there is a world here where you don't even go for the plant anymore, but Ape finds one, they're retaking these stairs, they are going to go for bomb site.
Yeah, but their focus here is just continuing to extend this numbers advantage, which is absolutely the right play. They go hunting upstairs, Ape with the pistol as well. Finds Ion, just Naka left, and I think for a brief moment he saw ahead. Turdster, he gave away the first kill in that numbers advantage position in round 1. He needs to make sure not to do the same again. Ape is going to cut him off. Really well played. Very nice execute there from Weibo. And that is... Somebody help Stemp, please. Reeves calling out, Elevate in the old chat. That really is how you play off your numbers advantage.
That was incredible. I mean, they actually abandoned the blitz downstairs who had diffuser. Now, I kept thinking they're going to hit the bomb site. They're going to hit the bomb site. The east stairs is just going to be a distraction. No, they abandoned blitz downstairs who's applying that fake pressure saying, hey, I'm the blitz, I have diffuser, you know that. If I'm here and I'm like going into your face, there has to be people behind me, right? No. 3 other attackers are upstairs, attacking east, attacking office, attacking 90 long hallway. It's so well done from Weibo, and it feels like they're everywhere on the map in the server. Every single round so far, win or loss, there has been a Weibo player so far in what we call Narnia, in some irrelevant area for no apparent reason, and they just keep getting these kills, backstepping the players of Elevate. And then Elevate are forced to retake these positions, like they lose the Easters player. Now they gotta walk back into East and take a really hard gunfight to reclaim that area. But then Weibo, because they built the opening kill, because they have numbers advantage typically, they can just send more manpower to then take that space away from them once more. So Weibo doing a great job at moving around the map, taking what's free and fighting for what's not. It's very simple, it's highly effective, and it feels to me that Elevate are being forced to react to what Weibo are doing instead of being allowed to play their own game, because Weibo aren't playing into what Elevate they want.
Yeah, and I tell you what, this Weibo looks the most of a team than we saw from the previous iterations of these rosters. So, you know, the old Bleed and Team Joel's and the old Elevate that Speakeasy and Ape were a part of. This current Weibo that we're seeing right here on Border is looking more of a unit than any of those previous iterations we've seen before.
Yeah, those small sluggish moments last week surely came down to them being a little bit ill. They look a lot sharper today. Ape, I didn't even realize, is 8-1 by the way. Just kind of out of nowhere.
You also got a pistol kill
planting,
last
intriguing. Yeah, this guy's everywhere. And he's on drone duty. Hello, Gridlock was standing right there, looking the wrong way, or also on drone. Psycho with a second. That looked like they might have been the freest kill ever for Weibo with a perfect drone bait. But I'm not sure if that was miscommunication or really poor timing from Hoven, but they get punished, and for the first time, Elevate convincing early round start in a 5v3.
Yeah, that's weird. It did look like Hoven was covering him, but not only did he not, he allowed Ape to die, he also immediately after died himself to Psycho, who's in CCTV. So, clearly pushed a little bit too hard. Trying to look for a floor bang, though. Ooh. Actually does a lot of damage onto Psycho there. Man, the power of yellow pings. I was actually recommended a YouTube short yesterday from some content creator called Pengu, where he was complaining about how powerful yellow pings are. And
I'm pointing out why it shouldn't be in the game, okay? Not complaining that it is. I just want to point that out. I probably am complaining too, to be honest.
Well, I don't know. Every time you open your mouth, I feel like you're complaining.
It does happen sometimes. After a long day of ranked where everything goes against me, I die of yellow pings and my teammates have no hands or feet, it gets the worst out of me, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, back in the day, like, when did yellow pings come through? Was it after you stopped playing?
Yeah, I played with yellow pings in Pro Play, I believe. I want to say it got introduced in 2019 or 2020. I'm actually going to research that
I don't think it was 2019. I think it must have been 2020 because I don't think the you know the Nora Ringo and the Empire G2.
2020.
Era. Yeah,
it was after SI 2020.
There you go. So just after Space Station beat NIP in Montreal.
Yeah.
And of course, back before you had that, you really had to have specific callouts for every room and every spot in every room. And wow,
I've seen that before.
Almost died to this nade. We saw another player, I'm not sure if it was Narco, die in the first round to that exact same grenade. It's not going to work out this time though for Weibo. It's up to Reaps and he's taken out by Stem. Elevate, by far the most convincing round we've seen for them yet.
When you get that 2-piece early on, it should be easy sailing. I will say Weibo did a great job at attempting to clutch it out with the utility, with the floor bang, with the yellow ping. But yes, Elevate locked that one in nice and comfortably. Yellow pings, you're right. We used to have, I think, a lot more specific callouts, but not only that, I also think we're just better at communicating, period. And something that I see when I play ranked these days, whether it's solo queue with my random teammates or with people that I do know, up and coming tier 2 and tier 3 players, the general level of communication is pretty damn awful these days. And you can't even blame the players because they've been giving a tool that gives them bad practice of communication. On ping, floor bang ping, shoot ping, proning ping, planting ping, droning ping, drone on ping. You don't need to have very good exercise of communication anymore because you now have a tool that simplifies the entire process. So it's a tough one. It's a very strong tool in competitive play to go for floor bangs and to get very accurate information with little to no effort. But it's also a great tool for newcomers and people who don't really have a microphone or are new to the game to have a voice in the server. So it's a very big conflict of, hey, this is great for the game, arguably in these areas, but it's a problem competitively in those areas.
But you know what the flip side of that is actually the best teams in the world will not just say, here on ping, here on ping, here on ping. They'll have to have really detailed callouts, whether it's southeast corner of CCTV, you know, or whether you have a specific word for that corner of CCTV or this common spot or this common spot. You have really specific words, and you can pair that up with the yellow ping in tandem to get the most picture-perfect, accurate call-out and potentially a wall bang or a floor bang or whatever it is that you're going to do.
Oh, for sure. It's one of those, like, the contextualizing in the ping makes it a lot stronger. Blitz gonna fly out this window. He thought somebody was gonna be ping close. There isn't. He's far. Gets one. Flash goes out. Second player runs away.
Oh, no, he's dead.
There's a second for backup.
Yeah, that was a bit of a mistake there. In fact, there was a three-way crossfire, but Reaps lands a nice QE one tap. Stemp here, a little bit exposed. I didn't realize, but that wall is actually soft. After the chaos subsides, Elevate are left very much wounded. It's just Stemp and Psycho left. And they're both on this top floor where the bomb site's actually downstairs in Ventilation Workshop. And Turd is on the verge of actually breaching into that site from Bathroom.
Just waiting for the call right now. Some drone information, the timing to be aligned. I mean, there's half the round to play. Weibo are in no rush. They've only lost the Blitz. Downside right now, there's no smoke grenades on their side. They can't cross the lines. Great shot from a Stem, takes down Reach upstairs. And now the plan can't happen because he was covering upstairs. Now Stem retakes it, C4's the floor.
That was a miss.
They're both above. They could just plant armory, maybe.
I don't know how Psycho's found his pick, by the way, but there should be plenty of info here for Weibo. I mean, how are you not aware? How does Turd not know? His teammate has just died through the floor. Another one of his teammates died from a player in Archives. You had the roof above him being shot with a shotgun, and he's completely unaware, crouch walking into sight. A lack of information here for Weibo has led to this 4 versus 2, becoming a 1 versus 2. A yellow ping again, and this one will net Hoven a free kill. The power of yellow pings, right? Now it's up to Psycho. On the dock. As Hoven gets that diffuser back. Now he has grenades, but there's not really a practical way to use them right now. And the shotgun here, the Bailiff secondary for Psycho, opens up another avenue for him. He's heard that case open. Oh, he's going to be able to go for it, surely. And a nice clutch up for Psycho. Elevate again, stealing rounds from Weibo.
small things being misplayed there, and I think sadly in 2 separate rounds it's kind of come down to Reeps playing too offensive on the angles. When you're outside the office window holding the archives hatch, your entire job is to play Overwatch, right? You cannot allow a defender to walk in archives, look down the hatch, and kill the person planting. The thing is here, you're playing 3 versus 2. There is a world where you can play a little bit more passive top floor if you're Reeps, allow the defender inside of archives, and maybe even kill the planter, then you kill him. Now it's 2 versus 1, you still got the advantage. The other option is that you jiggle peek the windows so you don't risk dying to a pre-fire. The third option, you have a drone upstairs that you can watch, and then when you see the person entering archives, you hop off the drone and you take the gunfight. Reeps are stood still holding a passive angle, gets pre-fired by Stemp, because Elevate, they understand what Weibo are trying to do. Right here, he's active holding the angle. Yes, he has a DMR. Yes, he can stay SMG-12. But if you get pre-fired and lose that gunfight right there, the round becomes that much more difficult. On the flip side, in the 2v2, I do think a lot could be changed up. Weibo got a gun ventilation because then it's about the armory verticality. We saw the hatch wasn't open up. Of course, Weibo wouldn't know that yet. But they just kind of stayed instead of workshop with the hatch open, and somehow they had no idea Stimp was right above them, despite him just killing Reap seconds prior. Bit of a rough one. But again, Elevate to show up clutch when they have to.
Yeah, they really do.
It's a nice try.
Yeah, it was, and I don't even know if there was audio there for Romeo, if that was just blind luck. Shooting open that window at the right time, almost gets a kill on Hoven. If he had any other gun, he probably would have, but it was the lack of bullets in the mag for the SMG-11 that made him suffer a little bit there. At least he survives, he gets away. Elevate have a nice setup, bit of presence on the top floor. The last time we saw Weibo attack this bomb site, it was with that blitz, Nick, and it was where they got very close to executing on the site at the start of the round, and then just kept baiting Elevate into throwing bodies and furthering that numbers advantage for themselves.
Oh, out of nowhere, Ion takes down Hoven. He's going to be on the Dokkaebi, of course, so a very high-value pick early on. It's going to further just kind of make this more difficult for Weibo. Finding an entry, getting the building. They don't got a blitz this time either, so Dokkaebi was kind of like their one operator.
Just look at how aggressively Elevate are playing this though, right? Like, we're peeking outside onto the balcony constantly throughout the round. And Weibo on the flip side, instead of contesting those positions, instead of trying to play that slow, steady game, they're just like full-on lurking. And again, it's over through customs where they pushed with the blitz last time. No blitz this time around. They have hacked a lot of these cameras and a lot of this util, the proxy alarms, which has allowed them the ability to sneak in through, but they're going to have to worry about Vert sooner or later. They'll have to worry about these Vulcan canisters as well. And they're not taking a lot of ground. They're allowing Elevate to have so much control.
Not sure what the game plan is right now. The win condition, the strat in mind, I don't really see it right now. Time for desperation, go for kills. He whips every single bullet, finally finds it, traded back though from Cycle through the smoke. Reeps in a 1v4. An ugly round for Weibo.
Yeah, very, very ugly. I think a bad call from the get-go, and it wasn't helped by the fact that they were losing players left, right, and center, but Elevate have certainly come back with a vengeance. It's a 4-2 split on the defense on their map pick in the first half. Weibo chose to start on the attack, and they did not do good enough. Now, as we flip into the second, Elevate really do have control, and they're going to need to garner that confidence and refine it into some seriously powerful attacks here.
Normally, there would be a big cause for concern given the side score, but if there's one team that can absolutely pop off on defense on an aggressive map, it is Elevate. But I also think it can be Weibo. So I think both teams here can actually make this a statistically defender-sided map just because they're not afraid to get aggressive and understand the different win conditions. Also, with how close some of those rounds were, it could have been 5-1 Elevate or 4-2 in favor of Weibo. Like, you definitely had both sides of the coin here. Psycho saying respect and thank you, likely due to the glass ban. If you guys recall, if you go long enough back in time, when glass first got reworked and could see through smokes, Psycho was probably the single best glass player in the entire world, and one of the first players to revolutionize how you played the operator in pro play as an entry operator. And back then there was no Maestro, there was no Warden. I don't believe bulletproof cameras were even out in the very beginning of that.
They came
so there
out
was
when
no real
Maestro
consequence
came
spraying
out.
a smoke. Yeah, okay, so as I recall correctly then, there was no real things you could do on defense. You can toss a smoke, toss a C4, or you go for a crazy spray. Guess what Psycho did? He'd prone the ground and prone in the building if he had to avoid the pre-fire.
The Glaz snake meta, good old days.
Yeah.
And just to comment on what
rough,
you were talking about before, Pengu, about like, attacker, defensive. So Weibo's the best attacking team in Asia right now. 68% of their attack rounds they've won, pardon me. But they're also the best defense winning team. They're 63% they win on defense. It's just because they're undefeated, right? So they're obviously going to have the best stats. But, I mean, Elevate, for example, are the second best at defense with 60%. But their attack win rate is much lower at 47%. So, look, if anyone is meant to be good at attack, you would think it would be Weibo. So I do think that's not quite good enough for them. But, of course, there is time to bounce back on defense here. But I'm really excited for Elevate to see what they're going to bring to the table, especially, you know, absence of that Glaz leaves all the shields in. You know, you've banned the Grim, you've got the Ying still in. In this case, they're actually not going to bring any of that. The unusual pick for me is the Brava.
Yeah. Brava can be kind of nice if you can find the Finria mines, default camps, but it's not the highest value. People go soft. I know main stairs. Hello, is anybody here? Yeah,
what?
AP swings. It's good for 2. I mean, that's kind of just the round. No, oh, wait, never mind.
What?
Elevate straight back in with 3.
This has been a very chaotic first minute of the round. There's only 3 people left alive. Only 65 seconds have passed. Potentially another kill to bring it back to a 1v1 for Romeo, but it goes begging. Turdster and Reaps are very much separated right now. What is going on with that bulletproof camera?
Is it? Huh?
It's in the Shadow Realm right now, and he can't quite shoot it. With lots of info. Man, the value that that proxy alarm gave Ape and Weibo. Ape on 11 kills right now. There you go. That BPC will die. There's still another one. Oh, what a shot! Ooh. Turdster, why are you peeking that? That's another chance that Turdster has had to lock down an advantage for Weibo, and he has let it slip. Let's see, Reeves, what you got. You saw his head for a brief second, and now he's trapped in this corner. He's got the automatic weapon for close range, up against the DMR, sprays him down, bit of damage, but he loses it! No, he doesn't! It's a direct trade! And that means Weibo win the round because they were defending. You can see they are not happy about it. The round might be theirs, but still, that was a huge mistake after mistake to let it get as close as it was.
What a ridiculous first round, and we're speaking about the Brava and the literal amount of value that he already has in the server. What you could really have in big value there if the prox alarm on Metal Stairs was hacked and destroyed, taken care of, whatever, that probably wouldn't happen. That was a sign for Weibo that, hey, there's danger in this area, let's go for a swing, and Ape found that 2 opening. Elevate answered back with 3 of their own to, you know, make it their round. But then Weibo, to no surprise, they lash out, they keep the aggression, they match them 1-to-1, and they keep just finding kill after kill. This was a nasty shot onto Turd. Boop! Ridiculous. Yeah, active holding angles, peeking in those moments, not necessarily what you should do, but to be completely honest, I don't think Turd expected or thought there was any world where he would die in that angle.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, well, that was an interesting round. We've traded to a lot of those in this game so far, Pengu. Is this Weibo versus Elevate diff, or is it border diff? I can't really tell.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I do think that this is actually just the nature of border with 2 good teams that are able to match each other. We're curious just how crazy Clubhouse will get, and of course Consulate if we get to go the distance. One thing that I've not noticed until now as well is Speakeasy is actually 0-6, so Weibo putting up really good numbers despite not having their 5th player on the scoreboard. Now, he was playing support roles, kind of baiting for Reaps and just being like a person to go in on blitz in 2 separate rounds and whatnot. He has gotten good value, he's done a good job, but statistically right now, wherever Speakeasy is on the server, Elevate get that for free because he's not shooting back. 0 assists, 0 kills. We gotta get him, you know, warmed up here on the first map and get a couple of kills in, ideally.
Yeah. And he is the leadership figure on this team as well.
Yeah.
But that doesn't excuse having no kills. On the flip side, Stemp, by the way, is absolutely farming. He's even out fragging Ape, who we commented on earlier. Stemp was even called out by Weibo earlier, and you know, he got that big... It was him who got the clutch, if I'm not wrong, in the very first round, the 1v3. He's been a big player here for Elevate. This is actually kind of the same attack that we saw from Weibo, isn't it? Except with the Monty instead of the Blitz.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of it. Middle stairs. Beep boop again.
Oh.
Pre-fire, but Romeo wins this time. Good trade from Weibo though.
Oh, and traded back again. A reinforcement missing, unfortunately, and there was one in pocket. They could have reinforced 90 there. Nonetheless, they do exchange a few more trades. It's just constant back and forth. Like, how on earth do you keep up with this? After the dust settles, it's Psycho v2 on the Dokkaebi as Logic Bomb rings. Turdster's about to find himself in a 1v1. He's lost a lot of critical 1v1s that has caused his team to lose the numbers advantage, and it happens again. Speakeasy, the guy that you called out for being on the donut, is now found himself a breadstick, is looking to make it a double. As the cams get hacked, Psycho has everything he needs except that diffuser.
Do they know where Speakeasy is with the hack cams? That's the big question. He's hiding inside a blue right now. Default cam likely shot. Yeah, it is. They have no idea. Psycho 2 flashbangs and a lot of experience here. Has to make it count.
Speakeasy nerves of steel. Is he going to check this angle? He does! The swing, the shoulder peek, and the re-peek with the SMG-12. There was absolutely no way that Speakeasy stood a chance after that peek. Nice try comes out in chat. Elevate 2 rounds ahead and just 2 rounds from taking the map.
Really gotta see Weibo play more together when it comes to those 2v1s right now. They have had them 3 separate rounds now, where they've had either 3v1 or 2v1 and been unable to play together. I mean, Psycho was the perfect operator for the clutch. He's playing Dokkaebi, had one call in pocket, gave him the info that he needed. But Turd just kind of planted himself in a corner. And normally that's pretty good because they gotta drone it, they gotta check it, whatever. With the phone ringing, he's gonna hear it and you're probably just gonna die to a pre-fire, which is exactly what happened. Elevate, they are playing these rounds like they have no care in the world. And it's very impressive at how accurate and consistently they're doing so. Like, they're getting in and they're getting the trades, and they both times they've actually come out getting more kills than players they've lost. Until then Weibo starts clutching up, and then Elevate wins the round regardless. They love that metal staircase. They will fly up. This time they had a backup though on the break door to get the trade kill. That was massive. Weibo, I do not envy them right now. It must be incredibly difficult to understand what is happening in these rounds on defense, because the comms are gonna be, you know, screaming, beat boops going off, you hear barbed wire shuffling, there's attackers seemingly everywhere, not outside the building holding you, right next to you, inside the building, right by the bomb site.
You don't have time to call out, oh, I died from here, because by the time you say that, he's already moved.
Yeah.
By the time you say that, you already need to have traded that kill. This is just a lot of instinct play, a lot of just good refragability and good awareness. Also good audio. Like, you're going to need to be able to hear what's going on. Like I said, Border's a small map. Those proxy alarms are coming into play massively. You're not always going to have someone dead or safe to sit on cameras, despite a lot of cameras, 2 bulletproof cameras in this case being picked. I'll tell you what I like though, Pengu. It's the Legion and the Ella, these traps. It's passive information. This Castle as well, which gives you a form of passive information as well, knowing where Elevate can and cannot be, what castle brackets they have destroyed. It's the castle himself who actually finds the big player to take down. It's Stemp. 2 separated kills onto Elevate players. Leaves them in a little bit of an awkward spot.
Time to go hunting. Gotta just find some freebies. There might be one. Yep, Speakeasy goes down, and on off screen, Reaps as well from Naka. And all of a sudden, again, from a 5v3 lead, Weibo favored on defense border, down to a 3 versus 3. Psycho low on health. Weibo has bomb site control, but ventilation here, it's not a strong bomb site to cover. It's all about that verticality upstairs. Hovin, great shot, takes down Naka on the Lion. Iron and Psycho now, 2v3.
There's been a lot of isolated 1v1s. In fact, every single kill has been a 1v1, untraded, with nobody nearby even to take a fight to follow up. Weibo now in the advantage. It's been furthered. It's all up to Ion. With Psycho going down, the Deimos must do it all. They know where he is. Hovin falls back. This is the right move. And this is the key thing here, right? How many times have we seen Weibo forfeit their advantage? It can't be Turdster again. Surely not. Finally, he gets the kill. He does actually trade himself back, but A lot of times I'm seeing Turdstar in the advantageous position and losing his life when his team is previously in the advantage. He's often the first dominant to fall, so I'm glad that he found that kill. But Elevate, they still have a little bit of headway here. They are still 1 round in the lead.
Okay, Castle ban actually comes out. I was sitting here thinking to myself, what could be a good target ban? I was thinking like Mute or Warden if you want to like force like the Ying or the Blitz or just flashbangs or smokes.
They just want to run in there and have everyone take 1v1s.
They do. They want nothing to stop them from taking gunfights. So Asami, Mira, and Castle, the triple down essentially. Any sort of changing of the walls and lines of sight is completely target banned. And Weibo, they recognize that, right? They're taking out the Grim, the Glass, and the Dokkaebi. All 3 very strong operators to take those gunfights. The only thing you could change here to like really match it is get in like the Blackbeard or the Deimos part potentially here, just because like they're also very strong in the 1v1s. But you're respecting and fearing the utility dump from Elevate, of course, by banning the Grim and the Glass. I think it's a pretty good stuff here from both teams.
Yeah, the Dokkaebi also is just so good for that Elevate play style. We've seen them play it 2 of the 3 rounds so far, but like, you know, if you just hit that logic bomb, everyone from Elevate can walk in, and it's like every player is just a proxy alarm, right? You just have an audio cue for where every player is, so that's absolutely lending itself to their play style. Weibo want to try and restrict that. They don't want Elevate to be able to just forcing out these explosive early rounds. It's funny, actually. Oh, actually. Hold that thought. When I see a Ying with a shotgun, I'm going to hold that thought for a second. What the hell's going on?
Blackbeard Osa, this is screaming Archives take with Ying Armory. The thing is, you can either play for kills or play for a plant. Blackbeard has diffusers out of Armory. The Osa's out of the Archives. Normally Osa would be the planter. They could also just take the Osa shield and Archives door, go for a bait plant, or you could do this, long line of sight all throughout Armory. Then you attack Armory itself, the Ying with the Blackbeard defense walls. And you can basically just go for a straight attack. You can use the sense outside CCTV here and cut off the security door and just run straight past the roaming defenders.
Okay, here comes the sense comes out, locks out that line of sight from CCTV. In goes Romeo, and there is a player waiting for him, but Speakeasy finds the kill regardless. Trades come through from Elevate, and amidst the chaos again, it becomes a 3v1. Ape pushes a little bit too hard, bites off a little bit more than he can shoot, and it becomes a 1v3 for Hoven, who gets a lot of damage onto Naka, but that player does go for the plant regardless. Psycho from the rear side with the Osa, and that is another round on the board for Elevate on the back of this highly energized, highly chaotic playstyle. And guess what? It's put them all the way on map point here for Border.
It's well done from Elevate. It's very clear vision. They had the right operators in the right position, and everyone played their role. The sense went off, the Ying rushed, the Blackbeard goes in. The only thing that could have gone better for them is the simple fact that if Ying had gotten him with the shotgun and killed the Warden to start things off, that round would have gone even smoother. But that doesn't happen. It's kind of like the expected outcome. Ying will go in, probably die. Then the Armory guys outside, they will succeed. They go in the bomb site, the bomb goes down, the round is over. That was the first time where Elevate went for an actual execute. They were playing for map control, they're playing for a rush, they're not just playing simply to get kills. And I think there was a good attempt there from Weibo. They didn't really have a lot of counterplay operators. The big thing here with the Sense rework that happened not that long ago, it's now a projectile wall. It's not a smoke wall anymore. You can't see through it as the Warden. So it's a genius trick. You're basically much having one operator that can see through smokes and flashbangs, and you pick the Sense, which nullifies that, and it enables the rush in a different way. Elevate, they're not shield players, right? Yes, they have the Blackbeard, but it's mostly just to have a shield in front of you to get in safely with the diffuser, not necessarily to use the gadget or the weapon especially. So they just do a good job. Weibo now, they have to be aware of the rush. They gotta be aware of the plant, the execute, gotta be aware of utility, but also the entries. It's a lot of things to keep track of, and it's very hard to counter here if you're defending on border.
Oh, well, they've taken their tactical timeout of Weibo. They've had a chance to talk to Meepy, their head coach, and figure out what the heck is going on. What the heck has been going on, Pengu? I mean, Elevate have just continued to ramp up that pressure. They are all go today. And it works on border. Might not work as well on Clubhouse, but a resounding victory here was certainly set up for a much closer series and potentially a much more Elevate favored series than I was personally expecting. We know Elevate's good, but Weibo beat them last time they played, and Elevate have been a lot rockier than Weibo. Maybe with the exception of Weibo being a bit sick last week. But yeah, certainly they've been outpaced today. There's no doubt about it. Elevate are looking red hot and ready to go on every single one of these attack rounds.
Cygo's really been ramping up. Individual clutch, now 13 and 5. Playing a lot of different flex roles, whether it's Stalker B or Heart Breaching, Entry or Backstabber. It's funny because it feels like Naka, Romeo, and Ion can just kind of chill. Stamp and Psycho does so much heavy lifting in the kill department. There's the nade.
There's Psycho finding a kill, by the way.
Elsewhere.
Temptation as well to go
Reeps
for the ADS here from the Blackbeard. Yeah, Reeps is going big. Oh my god, Reeps! Yeah, go nuclear with that Scorpion, why don't you?
Oh my god, the timing.
Yeah, Ion just missed a player. I think that was Turdster walking into Fountain. Completely sailed past each other. Romeo's still outside the building. Here on the Archives Balk. In goes a Twitch drone. And the thing is, if this was any other game, Pengu had been like, oh, look, that was a good try by Elevate, but it's dumb. This round is so not over. This round is so not over. I've seen so many clutches from Elevate in this game so far. I've seen so many comebacks from 2vXs. A 2v4, you know, I heard someone once say that like a 4v2 is the most dangerous scoreline to have in Siege, in the man count. Because when you're in a 4v2, you have a false sense of security. But one feed, and that immediately becomes a 3v2, which is very winnable. And then a 2v2, and at that point you're like, guys, we're sweating.
Yeah, we are. The thing is, though, Weibo are not looking for a fight. They're playing nice and passive, holding cross. Wait, I say that. Reap stands up. Oh no, he's looking for a fight.
Oh,
Why?
no. Oh,
Here
no.
comes the second. Gets shut down as well. Hovendo finds one elsewhere. Romeo goes down. Iron in a 1v2 against the Mutant and Orcs, both on the bomb site itself. Or in the workshop right next to it.
And this is so winnable for him as well. Another shoulder peek from Speakeasy. Hoven on the long angle. Ooh. Saves it for Weibo. It's not quite over yet. But damn, did it look close. Ion made it look very, very good for Elevate. This whole map has been very good for Elevate. A brief moment of heroics from Reeps on that Ella in CCTV. Gets Weibo another chance to push us deeper into this map of border. One more round is all they need, and then we're going all the distance. The only time that these teams have actually played each other in an official was overtime, Pengu. It was during the regular stage, and that took a full 15 rounds. 8-7 that was.
So that's how even a match they might be. One round can separate a win or a loss potentially here. In this case, one round is either overtime or regulation victory.
Yeah. Both teams actually were really good at attack in that particular game as well. Went all the way to overtime with both teams getting 4-2 attack splits on Cafe, no less. And funnily enough, here we are on what is typically an attacker-sided map, and we're seemingly defensive favored.
10 seconds to go.
Reeps is on Ella once more, and I feel like that's his, just go crazy Reeps, right? You got passive utility, you can just place down the traps, you have a good weapon. I say good weapon, which is a crazy statement for Ella, but they did shadow buff it for Siege X's launch. It has less recoil than previously, and we see it being played in a lot of different regions now in professional play. Also has made a higher pick rate presence in ranked lately.
You're a big fan
last
of it.
round, Reeps went... I am. I think people have forgotten just how strong Illa actually is because the weapon was unplayable for so many years. The Grismod mines are highly effective. You can't see a damn thing. You can't hear a damn thing. It guard breaks any of the shield operators, which are very much in meta. And in a very aggressive match like we're seeing right now against Elevate and Weibo, it's the perfect anti-entry operator. If there's a Griswold mine somewhere, you know you're safe as a defender because if they walk in, it'll get popped and you'll be much favored in that gunfight. And we saw Reeps last round running around getting 3 kills very easily and very quickly. 4-2 bullets, high fire rate, and a lot less recoil than previously.
Yeah, and impact grenades as well. There was a long time where Ella didn't have that impact grenade. You're only bringing the shield with her. Now she's got that, so she can be a much more aggressive roamer as well. Reeps has one in pocket. Elevate getting closer to pushing in.
Oh, turd. Gets away, takes a lot of damage. No healing operators being brought so far. We see Elevate playing a lot more together. 3 people on East Stairs, 1 person on Archives Repel, so 4 people in the same portion of the map. With the last attacker downstairs in bathroom, the Bok playing verticality. Turt's gonna play the half one side of office. He's gonna be in a lot of trouble here. Somehow he's alive for now.
Ooh, this is dangerous. The fire comes out, wow. Iron has just escaped that fire. Continues to hold his angle. 3 players stacked up for Elevate here. At the top of East Stairs, Turdster so tempted to go for a swing. They know exactly where he is. Out comes the E1D. Out comes a flashbang as well, so he ducks his head down. He's covered as well from behind by Hoven, but never mind, because a jump in the window nets Romeo the kill regardless. Romeo is still alive, but the rest of his team are seemingly falling. 50 seconds to play, and they haven't made a lot of headway aside from this ground on East Stairs.
Good hold on there for Weibo, trading bodies. Turd playing the bait game. Now it comes down to Ape's position. Going to get this kill. He does. He got the first one. Looking for a second. Doesn't confirm it. Psycho's still alive. Looking for a range.
This fire could be good though for Psycho. Ape starts to burn. He goes for a swing, and Psycho reads him to perfection. But there's not a lot of time left, and Speakeasy has left Psycho all alone. This man has 15 kills. But he might have to fight the rest of this in overtime. It's a 1v3 as he sees Reaps for a brief second, and he's about to walk dead into a crossfire. He goes down, and Weibo push us the distance. It's another overtime map here in the APL.
And it deserves to go the distance. I mean, both teams are playing so good back and forth. Weibo actually play much more together as a team, having setups, having trades. Elevate, similar story. 4 people in the same area, but they struggle to break that first point of entry. It took them so much time and so much effort to simply kill Turd, who was on 30 health the entire time. When they finally got inside of office, they kept falling apart from the long lines of sight. All the way from break room, from security, and from fountain. Things are gonna swap around though. We're gonna have Elevate go back to playing defense and Weibo going back to playing the attack. So the pace now will shift. You just played 6 rounds on one side. You find your stride, you found your footing, you read out your opponents. Now you gotta remember, what was Elevate doing on defense again, and what do you think they're gonna be bringing out at this time instead? Operator bands, of course. Now we see double shield and the Nomad, whereas Weibo got rid of the Fenrir, the Mirror, and the Castle. So not too different for the defending bands. But it does mean Weibo gets, what? The Grim, the Glass, the Ying, the Dokkaebi, all those powerful, very aggressive operators that can go for some quick plays.
Feels like a hell of a long time since we saw Weibo on the attack and Elevate on the defense. I'm trying to remember what that half looked like, and as I look back over my notes, it was really just Weibo getting good advantages and then Elevate stealing them. Elevate absolutely thieving. We had clutch after clutch. Big one from Psycho, even bigger one from Stemp. Of course, that's where those two got the majority of their kills. But we also saw a big half from Ape, of course, as we can see. He's been fragging out. He had a lot of 3Ks, a lot of 4Ks. How are they going to handle this, though? If we go back to an armory attack, a nade from Speakeasy that I guess the idea was just to predict that someone was playing aggressively, but doesn't find anything. He's actually going all the way out to be on Overwatch from the Crow's Nest over here. This is not something you see every day.
Interesting. Okay. This is, it's giving 2016 vibes right now. People actually played this back in the day, but I'm not sure if they're gonna not attack security at all and make the defender think that he's safe to run around. Oh, he's left the position. Okay. He's gonna go elsewhere. Turd finds Ion very early in this round. Okay.
Oh, he's going to get shot, though. Ooh. Psycho always seems to be fishing for another kill. And so he evens things up. Turdster now, that's the hard breach gone. I'm not sure whether Weibo will be missing that. I'm not sure if they intended to use that hard breach, but yeah, I mean, lose your Legion for Ace. That's definitely a worthy trade for the Elevate side.
Just gonna slow down the attack. You're gonna be rotating again. I mean, okay, wow, so Speakeasy started in the tower, then went security, then went East Stairs, now into Archives. Gonna use the smokes, the Lion, a fast attack. The issue is there's Goyo cannons are still in Archives, I believe, plus 1 Toxic Babe, and 2 separate defenders and a 3rd in office.
Yeah.
They're all ready for this, besides Psycho.
Yeah, Psycho's been spotted on this rotation again, though. So they should know at least roughly where he is. And they need to deal with Romeo, who's in office. I don't know what that nade was playing at, but it didn't find anything there for... I'm not sure what that was, actually. If it wasn't a nade. Speakeasy hasn't used it. Speakeasy's actually going for the plan right now. The smoke does go down. Naka is going to be able to deny from the below. Surely he shoots, but he doesn't find the kill. And certainly not before the diffuser goes down. A very risky plan for Weibo, and I thought it was doomed to fail, but no, it succeeds. And Elevate have missed their chance at making this an easy round. Now Naka has to go for a jump out. He's been watched. Reaps takes him down with the Glaz. Psycho and Stem, 30 kills between them. These two, they have to try and make this retake happen. But Weibo, they've put them down. They put them in the dirt. It's a 4v0. And from being in such a deficit, Weibo find themselves on map point on border.
I think Speakeasy in that round was simply, you know, he was being allowed freedom for him to think. He was in the tower, not really doing much. He was running around, not really doing much. At least it looks like that. But likely what's happening right there from Weibo is communicating, guys, what can we do here? And Speakeasy cooking up that perfect execute. And they got all the right tools. The glass and window coverage, 2 sets of smoke grenades, and a plant going down. There were 2 things that went wrong for Elevate. One, the single toxic babe they had from Romeo missed the mark. It did not smoke the default plant position. It clipped the archives, a big wall at the desk or whatever, and it didn't really hit the mark. And then Nakia and Melusi shotgun drops downstairs. Shotgun's right next to the planter, not right beneath him. And therefore doesn't find that kill either. And that's how they are victorious there. Very late tactical timeout from Elevate will be called. They need 2 rounds here in a row, or they're gonna go down on their own map.
Yeah, and after being 6-4 up, and let's be honest, like Elevate have been in control of this game. They may be 6-7 down, but this, if you just asked me, like you covered the score, you erased my memory of the score just of each round and how they've played out. You asked me to guess the score or guess who's winning. I'd 100% be saying Elevate, because just vibe check, Elevate have felt in control of this game. I don't know if you agree with that, but it certainly just feels to me like a lot of these rounds, even when Weibo have had the advantage, Elevate have consistently had the confidence and the wherewithal to bring those rounds back. Psycho's been deadly. Stemp, I mean, he's actually fallen off a lot in this second half of this map, but in the first half, he was very deadly.
You say fallen off, but bro is the third top frager in the entire server, so that's how far ahead he was of the curve.
Oh, he was. Like, there was a point where Ape was...
You're not wrong, but...
There was a point where Ape was 8-1, and then he sat on like 12 kills for ages, and then he's just fired up in these last couple of rounds. It's a similar story with Stemp, right? Like, he overtook Ape, he sat on like 11, 12 kills for a while. He was then overtaken by Psycho, and now he's been overtaken by Ape again as well. Reaps is coming for his heels as well, so yeah, I mean, he's been great, but it's consistency that's the problem for Elevate.
Between these 2 teams, there's been 6 clutches, 2 from Weibo and 4 from Elevate as well, so
that's insane.
This could have been over a long time ago, you know, for either team. If those clutch moments goes in the other direction or just favors one team single-handedly. But to go back to your point, I do agree with you that Elevate has been in control most of this map, even when they're looking like they're down in numbers or the round is practically over. They always have a good fight in them. And I think a big kudos there goes to Psycho, who's individually really stepped up in this game, 16-8, playing flex operators, and of course, leadership-wise, of course, I imagine keeping them in this very much as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's the player that all these guys look up to. I'm sure that a lot of these Elevate guys were just watching Siege.
You grew up watching him.
Yeah, exactly. You grew up watching him as your idol. It means a lot to see him performing on your team, leading the way from the front. Very different to, like, if you've got a player that you used to look up to, but he's like, you know, bottom fragging or not finding many kills, and he's telling you what to do, you're like, well, what do you know, old man? You're not winning at all.
No.
You don't look good. You're a little bit washed. Nah, Psycho, he's been playing the game since bloody forever, and he's still in peak form. He's still looking hot. He's leading Elevate forward, but he does need to lock in. The whole team needs to lock in. They're back on the attack. This is where they have struggled, Pengu, by the way. They looked a lot better on their defense than on their attacking side, and there seems to be some form of an execute now from them. Naka moves into the bomb site under cover of smoke and cover of darkness. Reaps goes for a kill.
I think it's free.
And yeah, the Nitro Cell misses. Isle manages to cover him and take down Speakeasy. And now Reaps still trying to push for this kill on the player outside of Passport. Eventually gets it, and that's Psycho going down. But it's probably going to be too late here for Weibo. Iron goes deep, but Romeo finds 2, so it is well and truly over. Iron to find the final kill. We're going to a 15th. Elevate. They might have lost a defense round to Weibo, but they reply in kind.
A simple Monty, walk in the bomb side, hold F and get down that diffuser. Despite the scoreline being 7-7, we have only seen 3 plants with that previous round's conclusion. It has been about the kills, it's been about map control, it's been about clutches. Weibo will go on the attack again as you swap every single round in overtime. This is going to be the final round of Border. So whatever you bring here has to be your very best. We've seen teams play fast, we've seen them play slow, we've seen them very rarely play for a plant attempt. But in overtime, it seems like both teams are trying to go for that, as 2 rounds in a row has been a post-plant victory.
Regulation was very much the defender's game. It was hard to go for these attacks. The attacks that were won were very chaotic, especially from the Elevate side. I mean, every now and then you see an execute-based attack work out. Of course, you remember that Archives execute we saw from Elevate. But here in OT, it's really been credit to the attacks. They've come through. Both teams have found them. Now Weibo has to find it again. And my question is, are they going to do something slow? Are they going to do something fast but chaotic? Or is it going to be plant-centric? And as you said, the plant-centric attacks have been the ones that have been far more successful. Elevate on their defense in this game have wanted to keep that fight going to Weibo. They don't want to let it become a 4v4 or a 5v5 in the late round. Elevate want both teams bloodied. They want 30-40 seconds left on the clock in 2v2s. And then they want players like Psycho and Stemp to clutch up.
Of course, early round, gotta drone, gotta play it safe. We know Elevate on defense, they love swinging out those windows, jump out the windows and doors, looking for kills, getting aggressive, but when you get into these deep 7-7 matches, often that will change, because Elevate cannot afford to risk that play any longer, because if they were to die, you know, that could very well be the round with that. Romeo instead with a C4 in hand, Kai Claw being brought out for wall deny, that's the first time we've seen that so far. And no real way for Weibo to respond. I mean, they have a, you know, single grenade on turret and Speakeasy. That's really it. So hard breaching might become very difficult. C4 goes out, it clips the wall, it doesn't go anywhere. Bit of a missed opportunity.
We've seen too many of those C4s in this game, by the way. You know, you've got the outlines on it. It's not that hard.
You'd think that.
Out goes the logic bomb.
The smoke, the push.
Yeah, what's Reaps going to be able to achieve with it? Oh, it sees the Warden for a second, but guess what? That's Warden. That's the one player that you can't be fighting. A Frostmat does make things a little bit slower here for Weibo. Nitro goes out as well, doesn't claim a kill. Turdster on the forefront of this attack. Romeo is in a critical position. He's got such a good crossfire with Naka here as well. It's hard to go for a Glaz execute when you're worrying about this Warden, but Turdster finds the angle onto an overzealous Romeo. Swinging ill-advisedly from Fountain, he loses his life, and it comes down to Naka here on Archives.
No more smokes, unfortunately, but 2 flashbangs in pocket. A plant attempt, I'm not entirely sure. That Kai Claw, the walls being locked in and reinforced, is really paying off. No Selmas to speak of either. Weibo and Speakeasy, they gotta really problem solve the situation, because I don't see an easy way in. They might need to force it, win a couple of gunfights, and then try and see what happens next.
That's the nade we needed. Reaps gets down from a long angle from Stemp, seemingly. Meanwhile, Uppe, he's just actually seen Psycho on his screen. He saw Psycho and he didn't shoot. I think he mustn't have registered that was a player. He gets the double kill regardless. But now he makes it a 1v2, and he can't find the final 2 kills. Uppe devoid of the 20 bomb as Elevate steal the victory. It's an overtime 8-7, but the Brazilians have won the first map.
It's a ridiculous final round. Weibo goes in for a fast take. There's a warden that counters the glass. There's a frostbite beneath the window, entering the Dokkaebi. AP did, I assume here, it was a well thought out triggered discipline play where you saw both players in security, goes in deep, gets it, gets the second, but it wasn't enough. We have to see who comes out on top in Clubhouse, the second map.
Yeah, the Kings of the Clutch are elevating. They've won the first map. A tooth and nail battle. Of course, Clubhouse is our next arena. That'll be up after this.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Tree, honey. Let me spill the tea on all these haters, how love me. Broke up all the killing it, winning attitude. 당당하게 올라가, see my altitude. 나랑 맞서 싸우면, baby, you would lose. If I wasn't me, I get it, I would hit me too. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. 자신과의 싸움에서 지면 야구르지. 매일매일 일어나서 부터 보는 거지. Look in the mirror, say you're a winner. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. In a bad mood, 바꿔버려 in a hurry. 꿀꿀한 기분 털어버려, I don't worry. Get through the weather, feeling get better. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah.
Banger after banger, tell them Tina, me not do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do that better. Banger after banger. unpredictable, like it's a game. Oh, what a way to frame it. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over being you. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something new. I'm not even famous, but all you blaming on some lame excuse. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something new. I needed new friends when you didn't show. Poured out my heart while you say home. And I tell you something, it broke my confidence. When these thoughts are toxic, it's darkness. Only showing up when it's convenient. Why is no one here to save me?
Well, Elevate might have just gotten away with map number 1, but it wasn't without a serious fight. Very much a back and forth map, and well, Weibo could not get it across the line on border. We now go over to Clubhouse, which is Weibo's map pick, and after that 8-7, Elevate will hopefully have enough to keep on fighting here. It's only going to get harder from here on out for them. Pengu, we said that if Elevate were going to win the series, it was going to be Elevate taking border. They've done that.
Yeah, they are in a very good position right now, and they should be very happy with how they performed on that map. The concern still lies here for Clubhouse, so like the whole aspect of Elevate winning out on border kind of spoke to us saying, okay, we gotta go to the third map decider, and that's where Elevate can be victorious, because there just wasn't a logical way where we see Elevate, or where I don't see Elevate winning out on Clubhouse. Due to the nature of how Elevate are playing, their strategy, their play style, I don't see this map really playing into that all that effectively, whereas Border, very much does. So, of course, they can show up massively, they can do some clutch moments, some clutch rounds, and they can, of course, change that. However, Weibo strategically sound, right? We saw them problem solve time and time again on Border. Speakeasy doing a great job, and this time, there's a big switch up. Elevate have gone for double Heartbreacher ban, leaving all the shields open, something that they banned previously. And Weibo, they're being very smart about this. They are saying, okay, you're gonna ban the Heartbreachers, we're gonna ban the Wall Deniers, and the Kite and the Bandit. That means the Speakeasy now can play the Munty and do really high level IGLing, as you'll be safe behind the shield. And just trying to coordinate, hey, which walls do we open and in what order? And when you play the Munty, you can also bring the secondary can openers, a secondary heart destruction. So you think that the Ace Thermite ban is gonna have a massive impact, but I'm gonna tell you right now, it doesn't. Hibana and 4 can openers will do the same, if not more, heart destruction than playing Ace or Thermite in this lineup.
Yeah, it's the beauty of Clubhouse. There's 100 different ways that you can play the hard breach game. But of course...
101.
101. Wow. All right, my bad.
Yeah, it's the 101, right?
Yeah, true. But yeah, I mean, obviously things change a lot when you change the bans. Well, yeah, a lot of tin can openers and the Hibana.
He plays the Magnum. I forgot about this.
Yeah, that's really weird.
The only player in the world who plays Magnum on Munty.
Turd's actually going to find a very early kill. And guess what? If you're going to kill any player, I reckon it's probably the Azami you want to take down. Either that or the Clash. Azami obviously generating her Kivas throughout the round. She's really powerful in the late round. Not sure if that was a Nitro cell. It couldn't have been. Somehow Turd
couldn't have been.
Didn't see how that happened.
I didn't either. It seemed like an explosion.
Was he near a breaching charge?
And there's
no... Ape has a breaching charge.
It could have been a breaching charge, actually.
I think that might have been it.
That'd be funny, though.
Oh, yeah, he would have walked past when the detonation was on the hallway from bar?
Yeah.
Into the hallway? Yeah.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
That would make sense. Thankfully, he's alive, because right here, breaching that mirror window is going to be very important. C4 response, maybe. Here from Stemp. Waiting for the right moment. It goes out. Oof. Finds nothing. Nice attempt, though. Weibo, because they have the Munty, and there's no C4 now, the only plant deny is the Goyo canisters, which can all be shot vertically or destroyed by the remaining Ash Breach. So I do feel like Weibo here, in a very stable round, just go for a default plant attempt here. With or without dirt, they can drop the kitchen hatch and look for a play. The only real counter right now is going to be Psycho on the Clash, who, if he positions correctly and gets information for his team, could become a problem.
That's the thing. He can play in that usually unplayable position here back at AKs that you usually want that Azami for. Flashes will make his job a lot more difficult though. He can call that the players have dropped the hatch and now he can put the shield down and go for a peek, but he's covered off from the player up above. That's Reaps finding his first, and Speakeasy to confirm that plant down. Naka goes to replace the Clash's position, playing off of the shield. It's just Turd and Reaps, though, remaining as the Monty fell, and Stem finds his kill vertically onto Turd, leaving it all up to Reaps, who fails to hold the posts. A trade means that Elevate are going to get this clutch, and a big retake on the first round.
Oh, man. It didn't look like that was going to be winnable, but they do it. The Clash Shield being put down right before Psycho actually goes down was huge. He grants a cover for the Goyo, who's inside a third, to get a playable position. They flank the main slayers, they do it well. I think Weibo, strategically, they're so good, but there are these tiny, small individual moments where they could probably play it a little bit safer. The way that they choose to challenge the main staircase, right? Turret with 20 health right here. White swings it, dies. They didn't have the correct vertical destruction on the staircase itself, where they can watch that from a better angle. And then the second unit, 1v3, I mean, two guys are sprinting up the main staircase, third guy's gonna be defusing downstairs. You're putting the team in a very bad spot. Sometimes Weibo, what they gotta do is just calm their nerves and just try and play a little bit more passive and let the timer do the work during the post plant. They don't have to go for those kills, they don't gotta seek them out, they didn't have to stress, but I felt like Turret was definitely stressing a bit too much there.
10 seconds left.
Turd's been such a prominent fragger for Weibo and of course for the old Bleed and Team Joel roster. He had this funny moment where he was kind of like temporarily dropped and then picked up again.
I remember that.
They trialed for his spot, but he was better than all the trials, so he retained it, which was great, good for him. But yeah, I don't want to rag on the guy, but I did feel like on the first map, I said his name a lot. By the way, Reap's going down first. That's not good. Not a good look at all. Yeah, I said his name a lot because there were a lot of situations where Weibo were in the advantage, like, 3v1s, 4v2s, whatever, and then Turd is, like, dying early, taking a 1v1. Like, it's just the first step. What did you say the other day? In a 1v5, the first two players have permission to kind of feed. But once it's a 1v3, everyone has to lock in. I kind of felt like that was a few too many libbies were taken on Porter in the numbers advantages when it wasn't in a 1v5, but like a 1v3, you can't really be going for that feed. When it's like a 2v4, you can't be going for that feed.
It's a good point by you, because it is true. I actually, thinking back now as well, that definitely happened a fair bit on Border. And criticism, of course, being fairly justified there. A bit dangerous Papa Stemp here, though. Playing on these small steps inside of Garage. Soft walls. Blue window.
Yeah. That said, of course, losing Reaps early does limit the amount of soft breach you've got available. I assume he had the shotgun secondary, and that would have been one of the main ways that they were going to be opening up these soft walls at the bottom of Garage. Okay, good info on Ion. Likely because Reaps was dead, he was watching one of the cameras placed in lobby. Stemp is now going to escape. He does have support of Romeo as well on the rafters, who keyed up that doorway to make sure that there was a safe passage out of Garage. The Weibo have now taken control below the bomb site. What's the next step for them?
The question is whether or not they attack Catwalk rafters right now. They've gotten the Hibana trigger in the exterior walls. That's soft. They can be demarked, open up. The issue with Catwalk rafters is that they have like 3 Jaeger ADSs here. So Capital won't necessarily work.
Oh, well, the flash still
They're gonna flash it. They're gonna think it's clear, but the ADS are far left. You see it here. They're all on the left-hand side. So he's baiting the flashbang to the right side. If he moves left, it will be caught.
Yeah, I mean, that works unless you just get domed, apparently. And this air jab actually could be pretty solid here. It might knock Stemp back down. Indeed, it does. However, thankfully for him, he was safe regardless. 2 players here just watching. They need to try and win this fight. Oh no, the timing is off for Speakeasy, and Psycho finds them both. Elevate locking down the rafters. And their second round of defense.
Weibo able to get inside the building, really. When they finally do, it's numbers disadvantage. They got utility against them. They got cameras looking at them. The crossfire established from Elevates.
And it comes down to lack of problem solving. I don't know if they figured out there was a Jaeger when the ADS is on catwalk rafters, but typically when you see that kind of setup and you only have a little bit of, util burn, often teams will just go connector, reach the cash wall, and go for a backside execute. Weibo fully committed, and it wasn't pretty. And it took them a long time to get there, right? We saw Stemp earlier on Castle playing downstairs between lounge and bottom garage, staying alive for way too long. Now Elevate will just go through the bomb site rotations. Downstairs, CC, now onto Gym. And if they're victorious here, they get a full perfect bomb site rotation, which on Clubhouse, it's a scary, scary thing. It has 4 playable bomb sites. I know we don't see Bar all that often, but I generally do think it's very playable, especially when you get another operator band in the mix to kind of like make it even stronger. But Elevate, they got their tricks.
I feel like we casted that bar bomb site a couple of times in this stage, and I can only think of maybe one round it was won by defense. But you do have to play it perfectly. It often comes down to a late round retake, time slipping through. But regardless, we're here on Gym for now, and this often hedges around how teams go taking the cash side of the map, and then how they flip that into the second phase of the round, which is actually executing onto the bomb site. Right now we're in phase 1. Weibo are looking over at Cash CCTV and figuring out, well, how are we going to deal with this? Little do they know there is a clash waiting for them.
Oh, good old Psycho with the clash. The first step, as you said, Cash. What's the response? Well, the clash is playing top red. You got the Asami Keeper Barriers. You got the Mute Jammers on the interior wall. Here comes the X-Kairos, but there is no secondary MPs, and they haven't used the Kali Lance on Speakeasy. That Lance would be used to destroy the Mute Jammer, then you use the X-Kyro pellets, because right now, if Speakeasy were to use it, he'll destroy his teammate's X-Kyros first.
Oh.
C4 goes out. I think a single pellet is blowing up, actually. Oh yeah, a single
actually
one.
might enable an angle here. Up8 needs to be careful not to be exposed here to Ion. Oh, but no, he flips it the other way around. He used it to take control. And Cash has fallen here. It's all up to Naka in a 1 versus 4. Only Turd has fallen here for Weibo. With half a round remaining, it's going to be an easy conversion. Their first round on the board, finally. And yet, look at how slowly they play it. They're not rushing things. They're not overextending. They're playing it slow and steady, making sure that if they lose a body, they do get that trade. They know exactly where he is. Everyone jumps in at the same time, and Weibo out frag. Poor Naka on the bomb site. Finally, the first round is on the board for Weibo.
Not entirely sure what happened there. So much killing, utility, pushing, everything all at the same time. Weibo, they full commit. They get rewarded. That single X-Kyro pellet that ended up opening up this cash wall actually got them a kill as well. On top of that, Clash Ban coming out, and then triple Heartbreach taking the Hibana out of action. So now it's Maverick and can openers for the attacking lineup. What they will do is, of course, it will, in a way, the attackers operator lineup will get stretched kind of thin, because now they need an operator with EMPs, they need can openers, yada 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 yada. But there are some very powerful operators that can bring this utility. The Ying, the Grim, the Monty, for example, they all have the secondary hard destructing gadget. They also, most of them, the Monty and the Grim, have EMPs, secondary EMPs. Then you have Striker, the new recruit rework operator, that can bring 2 of any secondary utility, so EMPs and can opener, flashbangs and grenades, and any sort of combination. What you're giving Weibo right now is the ability to pick very strong primary gadget operators who also happens to have hard destruction. That's the only reason why I think triple Heartbreach is kind of iffy in Siege, because you're not actually weakening the attackers. In a way, you're actually making them stronger because they can pick really powerful gadgets. Unless you can deal with those gadgets, of course.
Yeah, quite a meta that we're in now. You can ban 3 hard breaches and be like, yeah, actually, no, we'll be fine. We got enough can openers to get the job done. But really, Elevate have an idea here. And I can only assume it's to impact check the kitchen hatch, because that's the big value of the Hibana here, right? Like
that is true.
You've only got your 4 tin can openers, and there's obviously 3 hatches and potentially some off-site hard breach you might want to use. And we've got 3 impacts remaining here for Elevate. The holes have been open, as you can see in the pip in the top right-hand corner. Holes have been opened to go for that impact trick. Last time around, though, it wasn't even the roam that was successful here for Elevate, but no, it was actually the retake on the bomb site, as we see the first of these tin can openers used. And the Scopos inactive shell dispatched with quite quickly. Oh, that's... yeah, that is not good. So critical that is, because that's your 2 hard breach charges, by the way. Only 1 left, by the way.
Disaster.
This feels like year 1 we just lost our thermite.
These strikers there has 1 spare in pocket, but very limited hot destruction, no demo strikers, down a player.
This gets impacted.
I mean, Elevator playing this very cheeky.
I mean, if this gets impacted, it's GR, surely. Reload. Okay, it does breach, but still, I mean, that's your only hard breach for the whole round.
It's a tough one. I love the roam game from Elevate. Like the fake roam with the Scopus shield, the Capcan traps. It adds like another layer to this defensive setup. Not just hard turtling downstairs. They're applying pressure and presence on the map. Weibo, it's time for plan B. Go crazy. Don't call, go for gunfights. Ape goes down. The one-way keeper, kind of. Ouch.
I don't know how he found that angle, but at least something comes up for Weibo. Elevate lose their first player. It's Naka. Trapped by that grenade, by the Blackbeard pushing him away. This is still not going to work here for Weibo. Elevate have such a good setup. They can forfeit control of Armory. It doesn't really matter. They don't need a player playing at the AKs. It's going to be a nigh impossible plant position for poor Reaps.
Gotta make it happen, though. 1 grenade in pocket, 3 flashbangs. You gotta make it count. 20 seconds to go.
Oh, wow.
They're rotating to kitchen hatch with 2 players. Oh, they gotta double drop this, or at the very least, 1 guy has to get down that hatch.
Needs to be a big nade coming through from Speakeasy. He sends it over. Ion finds one. Everybody from Weibo falls. Psycho snuck back into deep Armory through the hallway. And easy as you like. Elevate lock down the basement for a second time.
Well, Elevate surely are showing up strategically. They are playing these rounds very well. They understand their win conditions. They got the plan thought out very well ahead of them, it looks like. Weibo will call a tactical timeout because I think right now they recognize they are not getting in early and they're not getting to execute. I'm not sure if that's an issue with the triple hard breach ban or just like the early stage of the round or miscommunication, but they need to stabilize themselves because what they did on Border so well was getting opening pick and progressing the map. Right now, they're losing opening pick very often, and then they can progress the map very quickly, and they're forced into a very bad last-second execute, backs against the wall. Yeah. So Elevate, they just have their number.
And that round just passed. Was probably the worst one yet there for Weibo. I mean, falling to little mistakes like the Capcan, despite you droning out everything so thoroughly to figure out about this Scopus, and you're tunnel visioning and dying to Capcan traps, losing 2 hard breach charges to those Capcan traps. Not really I mean, to be fair, it's pretty impossible to come back from that position anyway. Like that 4v5, once you've got that hatch open, even losing that player in oil pit, there's not a lot you can do to win that 3v5. But regardless, Weibo, they need to have some more inspiration here. Of course, basement is locked. Don't have to worry about that bomb site anymore for the rest of this half. Elevate turned back to CCTV cash. This was also a dominant win for them. That Rafters hold was dead solid.
Yeah.
It was actually Psycho on, I thought he was on Wamai last time around. He was so valuable. It was so hard to flush him out of his position. The ADSs and the Wamai in combo made it very difficult for Weibo to try and push Rafters, but they insisted on it regardless. So we need that tactical timeout to be the marker of the start of inspiration for Weibo, because Elevate have begun running away with not only this map, Pengu, but also the series.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit worried. I really am. When you have a very effortless first half on Clubhouse, the issue is you don't need to change much on the second go at it. Weibo are the ones that have to figure out the problems. When they've been locked out as much as they have, they can face the exact same setup from Elevate. There's no reason to change that too much up. So they do the same thing. ADSs, Wamai discs. Weibo, I said last time, when you see that kind of heavy catwalk setup, you should go master bedroom connector and go for a back bomb set execute. Right now, very much looks like they will be. Got Ion on the roam. The support of Psycho inside of office. Gonna try and stall for a bit of time, kill a couple of drones before falling back, surely. It's very hard to roam here. That's the big thing. Also, is that every single piece of hard destruction used? It is.
Wow.
If the one on side is reinforced, they can't breach it. That's kind of what I'm worried about right now.
Yeah, which kind of means that you would typically have to go for a Rafters take, and they're not looking like they're going for a Rafters take, but the early kill comes through in favor of Ape. Psycho almost found one, but he didn't. Amidst the chaos, again...
Have a spare reinforcement.
Yeah, Elevate are just fighting tooth and nail to bring this on back. Hoven and Speakeasy have both gone down. Turd and Ape are very much lit. It's the Blackbeard who's fallen, by the way. And the Grim, who also would be really nice if you do pivot to a late round Rafters take. This is not a good round here for Weibo yet again.
Elevate with a small miss though. They have a spare reinforcement. The single walling connector is soft and can be opened up by Sophia or Flores or Deimos, so that's not really going to be a problem. It's been opened up by Flores just now, yeah. Had that been reinforced with that spare reinforcement though, there was no way in. They spent every single can opener elsewhere. Of course, Elevate might not know that. It's a 3-on-3, still hard to plan because Blackbeard died, but there are 2 grenades in the pocket of turret on the Deimos. They have to find some value. Yellow ping doesn't find the kill though.
Ape needs to be careful because he is lit. That was very valuable though. It was a good idea. Oh, what are you doing? Stemp is just in the middle of sight.
Days.
He finds a kill on the off angle, though Turd finds Ion. Still, these two Weibo players are very low on HP and Stem. That's such a good map 1. Turd knows where he is, thanks to the death mark. Now subsides, and he finds the kill regardless. A 2v1, but so clutchable here for Naka. He's watching the perfect angle, and both of his adversaries are very low on HP. However, he's completely oblivious to the fact that Ape is outside his window. And Weibo really needed that round, and they got it.
Impressive one as well. It did not look easy. Elevate actually making a couple of mistakes. Swinging the angle on top red. Players falling down. They're getting killed by Turd. Without using much utility. I feel like you just let Weibo go for a plant there because you got Catwalk Rafters, you got top red control, you got the server. You're chilling. Elevate, maybe too willing to fight in that round. And of course, I'm going to go back to my previous point. They did not reinforce the bombs at wall. Somebody either forgot to do it or they just had a spare for funsies. Weibo though had to fight tooth and nail from the very beginning to just only scrape by and win that round. They gotta get us a more convincing attack and victory here and try and even that score to 3-3.
It's funny, I feel like, yeah, you often see hard breach bans on Clubhouse. Rarely do you see the triple hard breach bans. Keep in mind, like, Maverick is open, so they could be going for Mav here if they wanted to fully breach things. I mean, it matters less on the basement, but, you know, for CCTV, you could just top and bottom CCTV, bring a spare set of can openers, instead of using, like, one operator, put 2 can openers on the main wall. I don't know. It's an interesting idea.
Yeah, it's again about stretching yourself thin, right? Because right now in this lineup, who would you replace with the Maverick? You have EMPs on Monty, you have Cannabis on Grim and Striker, which are both strong operators. You could do it, but I also think because you have the Kite and Bandit band, you only gotta worry about the mute, which to be honest, Elevate are not bothering to bring most of these rounds because it's, again, it doesn't really matter, I guess. Wall will get open regardless. Yeah. They can slow it down here, but they won't get much else than just time deny. Which again, if Weibo are being slow in these rounds, that can be beneficial. But the value here isn't necessarily all that great.
I mean, it might be. It depends if it allows them to hold on to this whole area for a bit longer. They're going to fall back. The final Zoto goes out, freezes up that wall for a little bit longer. It just forces Elevate to basically sit there and wait. But they've been smart. They've decided to take control of Rafters instead. And thankfully, with the double shield operators, it allows them to do that without too much of a risk. The breach has finally gone out, but they've gained control because of these shields. So actually, that's quite well played from Weibo.
Didn't have anybody on the window though. Couldn't catch any defenders falling back. But I think you're happy with a 5-5. No one died. You got map control. You got your shield operators. The question is, what do they envision for this round? Whenever I see a mirror on the board, I'm always thinking, take office control, take office control. Then you gotta worry about a C4 downstairs in kitchen. So either you play windows against the frost, that could be kind of tricky.
And we could shoot them off.
Or you go office and you worry about the C4. Yeah, and you should know. A nade going out destroys the deployable shield. You could try and plan the match first, but then again, C4s are deadly. One goes out, takes on turd.
Yeah, that's the Blackbeard going down, but there is a trade. I don't know how. A big flank, it seems, through Con. What's going on? Psycho left to his own devices on the other side of the map, and he single-handedly backstabs the team. Meanwhile, the rest of Elevate come to life, and Weibo fall flat on their faces. It's a pretty dominant half. All things considered, Elevate will be happy that they've walked away with the 4-2.
The switch up, right? Elevate have been playing very passive the last, well, I say very passive. For Elevate style, it's been quite passive the last 2 or 3 defensive rounds. Then the very end, they switch it up. They push forward a C4, they flank Garrus at the same time, and they just lash out before Weibo gets to get the 5 versus 5 execute that they actually desired. Why you bait every round? Wait, who did he ask?
Reaps.
Who's that directed towards? Reaps. Oh. It's Reaps.
Yeah.
Bandicide, Ace Hibana. Oh, it's Mirror actually, okay.
So they're actually not going to get rid of
like
the Thermite, at least not potentially till the 3rd ban. Maybe they want to impact trick basement. It's the only reason I could think of that you would particularly want to get rid of the Hibana.
I quite like the Thermite ban over either Hibana. I think Thermite Hibana personally is the highest value. Just thinking here, when you put the mute jammers on the upstairs walls, you can Thermite repel and get rid of them, right? You can circumvent the whole thing just by Thermite repelling. And then Hibana is obviously the highest value for hatches, which is like most bombs up, but basement especially. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting call. Yeah, obviously the thing about the Thermite is you only have the 2 charges, so you can get 2 hatches. You know, Ace, you can only get 1.5 hatches. Kabani, you get most hatches. Obviously, Ace,
every hatch.
Yeah. With Ace, you can only get like 1 walkable hole, 3 crouch/vaultable holes. With Hibana, you can actually get like a lot of walkable holes if you Hibana trick and then bring something else like a Buck or a Zove to assist. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, wow, that was a very early Gon 6 to take down that castle barricade. I think Ape might have got a little bit of a fright when that happened. It is going to be the Thermite
jump scare
on Psycho. And there's 2 sets of tin can openers. So this is the difference. Like, Elevate are actually bringing just a lot more hard breach in general.
I like it though. The worst way to lose a round or to feel like you don't have an easy way to win it is by having not enough hard destruction. So rather get too much and one guy dies early, you got a backup spare.
Yeah.
They got a lot of different util, right? They got Nomad, which can deal with the clash. They got the Capita, can do the same thing. They can fire off the AK's position, the blue box position. I would say Elevate have all the right tools with the exception of they don't have a true soft breaching operator, no Bog, no Ram, no Sledge, but they have a Flores, which can do a similar job. And they have secondary soft breaching on the Nomad, so that can definitely do it as well. And they have no easy way to plant right now. What I mean by that is getting down the damn hatch. Yeah. If they flash the entire bomb site and Warden doesn't watch the hatch, sure they can drop. But other than that, they don't have a shield or any real coverage right now. And there will be that 5-5 execute because there's no roam from Weibo. They want to play for plant tonight. They got the Clash, they got the Toxic Vapes, and they got the C4.
Yeah, and a lot of ways to sneak back into the site as well. Now we see the Rotero from the Flores has taken down the castle barricade at the bottom of main stairs. That's going to create this power position for Romeo to play. He goes back up again, actually. Yeah, it's going to be hard to play at the bottom of main stairs when you've got the Clash here. A Nitro Cell on Hoven, but I don't think he's in position to potentially... Yeah, he's nowhere nearby to go for that Nitro. The Clash could potentially act as a little bit of a mirror window, but meanwhile, we've got Naka coming down on the Ying. Oh, he almost finds Reaps. Very low on HP is poor Reaps, as Naka is locked out of the site thanks to the gas. Meanwhile, Speakeasy has held down the fort on the other side of the bomb site, leaving Elevate with just these 2 players focusing up on Church. Naka eventually puts that smoke to rest. A flashbang to go out. Another Candela perhaps, just rolling on through. But the Clash is just sitting there behind the shield. It's Turdster. He doesn't have to do anything as of yet. His teammate is watching and helping and covering him, and he's actually taken down Nuka's only teammate. It's a 1v whatever. It doesn't matter. Elevate do fall. And, well, a bit of an uninspired first attack for the Brazilians. Gives Weibo a pretty comfortable round.
That's the issue, not having a shield or a sense or an OSA, like anything that can help you get in the bomb site is. They're going to be watching those long lines of sight. They got the Clash, they got blue control. Elevate, when they're going to be attacking against these operator bands, they have to either take a lot of map control and attack from a lot of different positions. So like dirt, blue, kitchen hatch, and church kind of all at the same time and try and find a gap somewhere. Or you got to full commit to one singular point of contact and just pick that apart flawlessly. They kind of went for a little bit of church, a little bit of vert, a little bit of everything, but not at the same time. That's the big thing. By the time the first Yinkadilla went off, there were only 2 attackers left in the server. Ideally, those Yinkadillas go down in that 5v5. You push with them, you gain the advantage, and then a lot of stuff happens in the server. And of course, missing out on killing the smoke in the gunfight, putting him down to a single point of HP basically, could also be round defining, because that stalled things out even further for the attackers. Speakeasy hit the Clash inside the bathtub or bathroom stall the entirety of the prep phase, so Elevate shouldn't really know about it. They still bring out the Nomad, I guess, just in case. And they brought the Maverick. They heard your prayers, James. They said, you know what, James, that's a good point. Instead of bringing can openers and EMPs and all these things, let's just play Maverick.
Well, it makes a bit more sense for Elevate considering that the Bandit wasn't banned. Whereas when Weibo were on the attack, of course, there was no electrification to worry about at all. I'll tell you what, though, foregoing the M4 in favor of the AR-15 DMR, that is not something you see every day. I think I almost never see anyone pick the AR-15 here on Maverick. My big problem with this gun is, while it does pack a serious punch, it's only got 11 shots. So where most of the on-meta DMRs have 21 rounds, it's just not quite as good when it comes to taking a lot of gunfights. You have to reload a lot more often.
Well, that's the Maverick. Oh, I was gonna say the Maverick struggles sometimes. He gets the job done, and surprise, surprise! Ape, the defender, opens up the wall for the attackers with that impact grenade. Okay.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. He said, you know what? You struggle enough, good sir. I shall help you out. Another orchid-paced round where Weibo are happily surrendering map control and playing by the bomb site, again forcing Elevate into the struggle that is going to be Execute. And they have even less tools this time because they got the Brava, they got the Maverick, they got the Sledge. These operators help you progress the map early on. They don't necessarily help you attack the bomb site. Of course, you can hack the Evil Eyes from Ape's Maestro or something like that. You can gain a bit of value on the Brava, but if you don't, you're just a walking gun, and Speakeasy is going to be nearly unstoppable here. Just bullying them, applying pressure, forcing flashbangs and grenades. I mean, that's good value for him.
Yeah, well, that said, it does a lot of HP damage onto Speakeasy here. He needs to be careful. If the guard break comes through, then he's surely going to be a dead man, and the Maverick is now opening up an angle onto Hoven. Speakeasy's tempted to go for a little bit of aggression. He's worried about the window as well. Hoven's still holding onto his position behind the Kiba barrier, which will be swiftly destroyed by that AR-15 from Naka. And Speakeasy is now back on site.
With a nade bounce, a rappel on in maybe with the Oza shield. I can see the tech here happening. They gotta get in the building, that's the problem. Right now they're completely stuck outside, and again, there are Maestro cameras in gym, in master bedroom, in office, waiting for them, at Clash, waiting for them, 20 seconds, waiting for Elevate to make the first move, and they gotta go any second.
In they go, it's Naka first, and he goes straight back out again, taken down. On his exit here, Reaps wants to try and get in a position to deny that plan. He's got the Nitro cell, but Turd has fallen. Reaps does eventually find Stemp, the plant still going down for Romeo, but his teammates are falling around him with the bullet hose. Ape goes deep and finds them all. The air jabs come to life, knock everyone from Weibo on their back, but it doesn't matter because there's nobody left alive to prevent the counter defuse. And Weibo are back into it.
Absolute chaos in the server. The jump in at the 19 seconds left mark, going for the 1 kill, jumping back out. Osa tries to get down the diffuser, the Evil Eye sapping away the entire time. fighting across the entire bomb site. It's again another lockdown for Weibo, and they've gone into this saying, you know what? We think Elevate are gonna struggle at simply executing. Let's make them play for executes. They can force it. They don't gotta roam. They don't have to extend. They don't gotta go for spawn peaks. They can literally just sit back and watch Elevate struggle until they can figure out their problems. And at the very least, you do this for the first 3 rounds. So the first time on every bomb site, you show your cards. Then you ban your final operator, and then in the last half, you can start playing aggressive if you want. You can start roaming, and now Elevate gotta start problem solving a whole different situation that you haven't shown to them. So Weibo right now are kind of cheesing their way through these rounds, but in a really good way. This is a great cheese. It's saying, hey, Elevate, you're bad at this. We're gonna expose it.
Yeah, it's still very close in all these rounds, though. Elevate have kept pace. Credit to them. I like a lot of the ideas that they've had. But yeah, like you said, late round executes is where things get a little bit difficult. When you finally get to that site and you haven't dealt with things like the Maestro, and you can't necessarily frag out in the late round, that's when things get difficult. We're back even, by the way. After Elevate's 4-2 defense half, Weibo have replied with 2 of their own. Elevate still yet to find an attack round.
A little bit more. Little bit more. Left. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now it's soft. Let's see if Abe has no impacts this time. Sadly, he's not gonna help in this. Got Flores though. Romeo, whenever you're ready, it's your turn. Unless they just. There we go. That's better. Gotta get the wall opened up. We see the Brazilian special screen peeking. It's completely allowed, by the way, both on LAN and online. You can look at your teammates' monitors. We saw, was it a Woogie Man or somebody else in Korea sharing their screen? Like, it was really slanted, so that everyone at the edge of the table could just look down and see it.
Yeah, I remember that. I can't remember
teams
which
do that.
team it was that did that, which player. Harvin's in a little bit of a pickle. Turds is with him as well. The Monty knows exactly where both these players are as Harvin falls. A lot of damage being done to these Weibo players. What is this from Speakeasy?
Oh my god.
Very cheeky. Contesting those holes. There's no one on Repel, and it does lead Elevate to have a lot of a HP disadvantage. 3 players on the attacking side on low health as Psycho wants to contest Turdster very aggressively, very close up. The fire comes out. It's going to make it even harder for Turdster, and Stemp will finally put him down. But guess what? Psycho's also spotted the Valkyrie down below. Up in an awkward spot. Reaps is finally taken down. Romeo's had a huge round, even though he's on the floor.
Troll
the round
territory
seems to be done here for Elevate. You're right. It's trolling from Weibo. They were winning this round outright, and one by one they have fallen. All of the 3 remaining attackers are low on HP. No C4, no impacts to work with for Upe, just this trusty MPX, but he's spotted from downtown. Stemp on top of the box puts him down, and the lead once again regained for the Brazilians.
Psycho didn't get a single kill playing the Monty, but he saw, I think, 4 out of the 5 defenders' exact playing positions, and you saw the gelling right there. Capture fire, turret, hold the angle, Valkyrie flanking bottom garage. Hey, one guy CC window. He was really just relaying the exact locations of every defender, and his teammates get the kills with it. It's such a good use case of Monty, and there was no real counterplay there besides a single Frostmat on the side of Weibo. So maybe Monty's the answer, and it makes a lot of sense, right? What they're missing is a way in the building, a way in the bomb site, a way to get down that diffuser. Monty gives you all of those things.
Yeah, and it's not banned, by the way. It's the Capital that gets banned instead, and Elevate are the ones taking their tactical, not Weibo.
So I say I couldn't see that red band, so I was very confused how you saw it. Okay, you're right.
Oh,
Capital
I have a second monitor in the
ban.
studio, by the way. Sorry about that.
I was like, am I not seeing what you're seeing?
So yeah, usually it's you, the color caster, who would get most of the value out of the like direct game top-down feed that I have in studio. So unfortunately, you're all the way in Denmark. So I mean, maybe next time we'll get you in here.
Don't get me excited now, right? Because now, if next time you don't get me in there, I'm gonna get very sad, very upset. I think I saw Rob say it's cold there today.
It is. It was
it's
bucketing
like
down
12
before.
degrees.
It was raining like
Temperature
crazy.
in Melbourne. Oh, it's 10 degrees Celsius. It's actually not even cold.
There you go. That's cold. That's cold. And it was
That's
raining.
not cold.
It was raining big time. Well, what's
Okay,
the temperature
so
there?
you know how we have peak summer in Denmark right now, right? Let me see your temperature. Peak summer in Denmark. We have 18-degree days on Tuesday and Wednesday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Right now we have 28 today, but
28.
Literally 28 today, 26 tomorrow.
That sounds.
And it's way too hot.
Pretty damn nice, dude. Go to the beach.
No, it's way too hot.
You guys have beaches?
Go to the beach. Denmark is literally all coastal. What do you think, James?
Well, the thing is, some places are coastal, but they don't really have beaches. They have cliffs, or they have like stones and pebbles instead of real sand that you can actually like sit on. Some places are really
We
polluted.
actually don't have that many beaches.
No? Well, there you go.
we don't have we have like I think we have a lot of rock beaches. Was like it's all rock, gravel or whatever.
Yeah.
We don't have many sand beaches, but we have some.
Ooh.
I'll take you next time.
Please, please. I'd love to make my way back to the old Denmark. Beautiful place. My favorite metro system in the world.
And you've been to Tokyo?
Yes, actually.
Wow.
Yeah, I
You
really
think
love
it beats Tokyo?
The automated metro system, the new lines. I love that. I mean, it's obviously it's small, but it's good.
Okay. Impressive enough.
Let's start our train podcast when we're not live on the Rainbow Six channel. How about that?
Fair. That's a fair deal. I was surprised not to see the Monty bando. I'm not gonna lie to you. Monty kind of works on all the bomb sites. Capital often mostly played on CCTV attacks specifically. Bandit ban for Elevate just means you don't gotta bring the Maverick ever again, and they free up their attacker lineup. Blackbeard and Blitz in this particular round, a bit of a roam clear, and look at Reaps. He is very much stuck inside of Kitchen. No real help, no teammates. Hatch open can drop. Wants to fight out first though. Oi, oi!
That's not good. He was not playing to die in there. He was playing to drop and fall back, but he died anyway. Turdster is still on this roam, but he's in an exposed position, and this has been a pretty disastrous round for Weibo. 5v3 here for Elevate. Oh, and look at this. The Blitz is all the way at the bottom of main stairs. He gets double teamed and does fall. Perhaps the first step back into it for Weibo. Meanwhile, Turdster is still hiding. He might actually meet a player upstairs. It was Ion. An uncommon Yana pick these days.
Yeah, very much so. Can't recall the last time I saw that being picked professionally. They have no clue Turtles in Garage. They have no drone either from what I can tell. And here is an attacker who might just die because of it. Oh.
There you go. This is the way back into it for Weibo. 3v3 we're back into now from the 5v3. Elevate caught asleep at the wheel a little bit. This could even be another pick for Speakeasy. He's just going to easily farm that one up. Psycho, not aware that there was a player on the angle. Now it comes down to the Blackbeard and Stemp on this buck to try and clutch up. And Speakeasy has now made it a 3v1. I can't believe it. 2 opening picks for Elevate. And then every single player dies with no response. Weibo needed that round. Damn, they did. And we're back at break point. It would have been match point, series point for Elevate. 1 round from making it to the grand final. But Weibo brought it back, and now we're even. Dead set again.
The worst part is, Elevate, they weren't even careless or lazy. The Iona drone, the copy, the Gemini, it checked everything. Connector, master bedroom, CCTV cache, catwalk rafters. It didn't check that grinder / Harry Potter position in bottom garage. So they tried. They thought there might be a guy there, and they spent the time looking for it, and still they missed the one corner, and they died because of that. Elevate, I want to see the Monty again. I'm not gonna lie to you. I really do want to see it. I feel like it worked so well. It was a great pick for Psycho. The only issue is you don't have a gun. And Psycho might want to get, you know, active. He was playing so well on border. But I think right now what Elevate need is just leadership, stability, and a way to progress the map without having to worry about 1,000 different things at once. Monty gives you all of those things, and yet they're showing us the same similar lineup as previously. The Nomad, the Brava, the Sledge, and the Heartbreacher on a Germ attack. But this time, as expected, Weibo aren't gonna full turtle hard hold the bomb site. They will actually play on the extended roam and challenge them a little bit early on.
I'm a little bit concerned though. It hasn't always worked out for Weibo when they've played aggressively. We saw that in the very last round. The extension from Reaps and Kitchen was wildly unsuccessful. Ion now gets his Brava clutch drone into the site. Hacks the first Banshee. Does fall, but still that's decent value. Exothermic goes out. You got the Jacuzzi breach already set.
Two minutes, 10 seconds, and Elevate. They just want to make sure that no one dies early. They need everyone alive for this one. There is no capital, so playing Catwalk makes a lot of sense, but with the wall being opened up, Turret will sprint on back. Keep it off top red. That's the second position. So they're playing the first position Catwalk Rafters. Second is top red. Then they have Cash. Then they have Connector. And they have Goyo Canister placed in all of those positions. They can play for time. They can choke Elevate out in this one because they're playing so slowly. They got to speed up. They don't realize this yet, but they will eventually. So you're going to keep in the window. That's going to be the fallback sign. 1 minute 30. I think it's about to be time. You've bought enough time on the clock right now to actually fall back and play the side. At least in my mind, it is good enough.
Keep it deployed.
Buying a nade. Yeah?
I mean, yes, time has ticked away, but it does feel like maybe a little bit of a premature forfeit. Didn't even pop the Vulcan canister.
Yeah.
The drones come out.
Could have done that.
Yeah, I mean, still, we can still see that Vulcan canister at top red is still there. Oh, they know there's a player. Well, they think there's a player.
Not a player here.
I thought there was for
Yeah,
a
they
second,
think so.
but no, you're right. If the Vulcan canister they're worried about. Overpeak from Hoven. That's going to punish them. Info from that Evil Eye no longer available as it is taken on down. Only got a little bit of tick damage onto Naka. Still plenty of time for Elevate to get this going, especially with the numbers advantage.
Bit of a shame seeing Turret playing that so well in the fallback just for Hoven to swing and die. Romeo somehow survives that engagement.
Now Ape eventually goes down. Here's a big backstab. Romeo traded though. Speakeasy wants to make his way back in, but the site has been stolen. It's Stemp deep inside. Naka as well looking for a safe haven to plant. But there's time for Elevate to bait this a little bit. Reaps wants to make his way back up the stairs. The plant's going down. Naka confirms it. Good info from Speakeasy. Good ears, good hearing. He's the last full health player alive for Weibo. It's him and a very delicate Reaps against this very vulnerable Naka hiding in the bathroom. Spots out Speakeasy. A little bit of damage done. It's now a 1v1. Naka can't clutch it up. Speakeasy to win his one. A monstrous round from him. After barely fragging on border, he's here on Clubhouse with a vengeance, and Weibo are just one round from pushing this to a third map.
It's gonna go all the way once more. It's got to. I feel like there's a bit more of Elevate in the tank. There was spare flashbang, could have played for time, could have rotated around, get to gym window, play a post plant. I will say this though, Speakeasy is single-handedly doing so much work for his team in this one. It's like the third or fourth round in a row on defense where this guy is just showing up, either getting damage, getting a kill, playing an important position, or just having the perfect read. Going towards CCTV, pre-firing from the window towards Con, getting a kill into Sledge, putting it into the 2 versus 1. Beautiful. 15 and 6, now playing Tashanga. It is quite literally him putting the entire team on his back. It's not Reaps this time. It ain't Turd. It's Speakeasy, the guy who is 0-5 on border.
Everyone else on his team is negative, by the way. We got 5 and 9, 5 and 8, 7 and 9, 6 and 8. Yeah, like you said, it's weird to see Reaps not fragging out. Ape often plays a bit of a passive and supportive role, so it's not too surprising to see him not in the kills, but like Turd, Reaps, Hoven, these guys are often in playmaking positions. Speakeasy's having to do it all right now, and it's not making things easy for Weibo. On the flip side of Elevate, you know, we talked a lot about Psycho and Stemp in the first map. Psycho's negative. Naka is... it's actually Naka and Romeo who are the two positive players on Elevate. Stemp just barely positive. Well, time to get to business here for Elevate. They don't want to go to a third map. No, they want to get it done here.
Top of the first call of CCTV. Get that nice line of sight opened up. Get the flying drone set up inside a bar. much quicker pace this time. This is softball, bit awkward.
Very weird.
You see here, Naka's thinking that that's intentional. There's a mini play to be made here, right? There's a punishment somewhere. We all see the outlines. There is nothing happening, but he's paying respects to it, calling with a soft reaching instead, save that exothermic charge, and don't risk dying to something weird. So they insta-pop the wall, they drone it, they pre-fire, they expect again something to be happening. There is Reaps on the other side instead of Jim, with a mute jammer. Being tracked by the demos.
I'm not sure he has an escape.
Just looking for the jammer. Oh, he hits him. What?
Yeah, he does fall back. Mute jammer goes out as well to try and support his position. Psycho finds the opening kill as Ape goes down. Turds tries to contest. Reaps in a difficult position. Oh, but the fire here might actually save him, at least for a brief moment. And look at this, the aggression from Turd. It's read by Stemp. Is there going to be another opportunity here for Reaps? He spots the player, but he's going to surely die. Jumping in from the window. It's absolute utter chaos. A Speakeasy is in a 1 versus 3. Still, this is not the bomb site, for God's sake. He finds the first one. It's going to have to be a big clutch from Speakeasy to win the map here before going to overtime. Stemp is 1 bullet from death. Psycho's taking a bit of damage too. And look at Speakeasy. Nerves of steel here. The Lord Tachanka assesses his domain. Looks to fall back, shoot another drone. Suppressive fire.
Oh my.
Bearing 9 comes out. Stemp is the one low on HP. Are they going to swing it together? The fire comes through as well. And Elevate will have to be ultra cautious of that. Plenty of time to work with here for Elevate. But Weibo have their best player from this game in the clutch position.
So intense. Adrenaline leaving Speakeasy's body.
They see him on the
now
drone.
back to being human once more. They see him on the drone, so much intel. The fire is going out towards himself. Be careful. 20 seconds to go.
But he does have the gun for it. It's got the destruction as well if he wants to open more angles in the soft wall next to him. He holds the passive angle. He sees him! Oh! He finds both kills! Speakeasy! He is the Lord and Savior for Weibo! It's a 7-5 on Clubhouse. We're going the distance here. Consulate coming right up.
Oh my god, that is ridiculous. I mean, it was just 60 seconds of waiting for his opponents, playing the positioning game, 19 kills and 6 steps in the end. What a huge 1v3 clutch. The series back and forth, Speakeasy, problem solving, getting all the kills. And yep, Weibo could not be taken down on this one. But now it means, yep, what on earth will happen on the third and final map? I have no idea, James.
Oh, who knows? Who's going to pop off? Is it going to be more clutches? Because, goddamn, we've seen a hell of a lot of those so far. Weibo and Elevate are fighting back and forth for the first spot in the Asia League Grand Final. We'll get Clubhouse, or rather Consulate, coming up right after this.
Saya sama Mama sangat-sangat dekat. Saya mungkin bisa dibilang anak paling dimanja karena saya anak terakhir dari 3 bersaudara. Jadi kemanapun Mama pergi aku pasti ikut. Kemanapun Mama, misalkan Mama kerja, saya pasti ikut. Mama pergi arisan pasti ikut. Waktu saya udah remaja, waktu saya gede, saya mulai bermain game kan setiap hari. Situlah Mama nggak suka, Mama selalu marah-marah, selalu kesel lah kenapa sekolah ditinggalin, kenapa, pasti dia marah terus. Setiap ditelepon akunya lagi di warnet misalkan, dia selalu ngapain kayak gitu, karena saya nggak pernah ngejelasin alasan saya kenapa bermain warnet. Waktu itu Mama saya udah mulai sakit. Waktu itu Mama saya itu divonis dengan penyakit gagal ginjal. Itulah alasan saya kenapa saya ingin menjadi pro player, karena ingin intinya membantu mama lah, cari uang untuk biaya dan segala macam. Sangat berubah drastis karena di saat itu saya mulai menghabiskan waktu saya di warnet. Saya jarang bareng mama saya lebih suka main game karena menurut saya itulah hal terpenting saat itu, karena yang saya cari hanyalah uangnya. Tapi saya tidak pernah menjelaskan itu kepada mama saya. Marah, selalu kesal. Saya dimarahin setiap hari kenapa nggak sekolah dan bla 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 bla. Gimana caranya saya hampir tiap hari main tuh. Hampir bisa tiap hari saya gimana caranya dapat uang. Entah itu dari mungkin keberuntungannya tidak berpihak sama saya. Saat itu singkat cerita mama saya berpulang dan di saat itulah hidup saya berubah. Saya sangat hancur, saya sangat sedih. Di saat itulah saya memilih untuk menghabiskan waktu saya bersama game, karena menurut saya itulah yang sangat membantu saya untuk melupakan hal-hal buruk, melupakan waktu, mempersingkat waktu, biar saya tuh main game, habis itu pulang tidur, repeat, cuma gitu aja gitu. Saya cuma nggak lama kemudian, sekitar mungkin 6 bulanan, salah satu teman saya reach out dan di saat itulah saya memulai karir saya sebagai pro. Dan dari situ karir saya menjadi sangat melejit, bisa dibilang, karena saya bisa pergi ke luar negeri, menghasilkan uang sendiri. Itulah yang hal itu menurut saya sudah tidak ada artinya lagi karena mama saya udah nggak ada. Jadi saya kehilangan tujuan utama saya kenapa saya bermain game gitu.
As I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about
Wait,
the
did you
past.
see that?
What?
Wait, what is this doing here?
Whoa, what the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Jess, Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Can't take this anymore. I'm tired.
He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
You're already dead.
There's no escaping now.
네 앞에서 no way 날 기억하고 맡길 수 없는 걸. Yeah, You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 난 영원한 your generation 놀래 나의 미래 놀래다면 내일을 No It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation 지나온 어제에는 새로운 너를 만나 You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 난 영원한 your generation 놀래 나의 미래 놀래다면 내일을 No It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation You know we're close off when too many people surround me And now everything's something I told you 2 weeks ago It means nothing You used to be the light that I need But now I can see nothing at all Sometimes we fear what's yet to come But I'm trying to show you now how I wanna fall apart with you I wanna fall with you I wanna flow with you I need to know the truth So tell me why you send me those signs Filled with flowers and lies Then you tear me to pieces and fade through the night I broke down my walls and then you left me falling I just wanna get you out of my life You got flame in your eyes Let's take it further tonight We don't have to keep it in So don't hold me back We don't have my side Why can't you be the light that I need Can't you see what you've done to me I wanna fall with you I wanna flow with you I need to know the truth So tell me why you send me those signs Filled with flowers and lies Then you tear me to pieces and fade through the night I broke down my walls and then you left me falling I just wanna get you out of my life We're born to fall and I give it all Just to let you know that I will keep you close We're born to fall and I give it all Just to let you know that I will keep you So tell me why you send me those signs Filled with flowers and lies Then you tear me to pieces and fade through the night I broke down my walls and then you left me falling I just wanna get you out So tell me why you send me those signs Filled with flowers and lies Then you tear me to pieces and fade through the night I broke down my walls and then you left me falling I just wanna get you out of my life When I hear it coming up like that I just know that things are gonna end bad When my body only moves for the beat You've been waiting for me I'll just keep dropping it Like there's no stopping it Then walk with it La 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 I'll just keep dropping it Like there's no stopping it Then walk with it La 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 I'll just keep dropping it Like there's no stopping it Then walk with it La 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 I'll just keep dropping it Like there's no stopping it Then walk with it La 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 I'll just things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat. You've been waiting for me. I'll just keep.
Well, we're back here for the upper bracket final of Asia in the APL. That's right, it's Weibo Gaming versus Elevate. We're deep into map 3. What started on Border and could not be settled on Clubhouse must be finished on Consulate. A determining map to see which of these teams makes it to the grand final of this oh-so-prestigious league first. Pengu, it's been quite a turbulent one. Elevate looked well in control in Border, although they were pushed the ultimate distance. And then, well, Weibo won the second map, but it really feels like Speakeasy won that second map.
It very much was a one-man job in a lot of those rounds, but this series is kind of gone the way that you'd expect, at least in terms of maps. We're on a third and decider. Elevate, they won their map. Weibo won theirs, and that's kind of what we thought was going to happen. At least that's what had to occur to get here. But how we got here, the individual rounds, the back and forth, the team performances, the good and the bad and the ugly, it hasn't really been what I thought it was going to be. Elevate were better strategically at dealing with Weibo's issues or setups than I thought they were going to be. Just like Weibo actually held on against Elevate's aggression a lot better than I thought they would on Border. Where that leaves us now on Consulate is very interesting to me, because I think it's going to come down to actual performance now of the players. If Reeves is going to show up, if Turret is going to show up. The fact that Speakeasy has to drop, what, 19 kills or 20 kills last game, to 19 and 6, I think, or whatever, to actually win out on Clubhouse is ridiculous to me. And you can't expect them to do it again. So we gotta see more from the individual players on Weibo now. They got the teamwork, they got the coordination, but they're not really hitting their shots.
On Consulate is where we settle it. And, well, from what I saw, looking at the stats, looking at the numbers for these teams, of course, Weibo played this map 2 weeks ago. They beat Soul's Heart on it, a good team. Elevate, on the flip side, this is actually their Instaban. So I'm a little bit surprised that we made it all the way here. Well, no, I expect another chaotic game, judging by what happened in the first 2 maps. I actually went out into the studio during the
it's going to be chaotic.
Of course, and you know what our observer Sky said to me? He said, if I have to observe one more round where a team loses the advantage, and he didn't finish that sentence, but you have a vibe of what's been going on. I mean, man, this has been like 4v2s that have been fed. We've had 1v3s clutched up. More clutches than I've seen in a single series for what feels like a hell of a long time. And of course, culminating in that big 1v3 on Tachanka from Speakeasy at the end of last game.
Oh, Turret shows up, opening up a second as well. Elevate locked out of the building. Classic Consulate. Getting in is difficult. Turret a second. I mean, is this just a fall flat round for Elevate?
Well.
Psycho on the glass, not enabled. Ion on Dokkaebi, not enabled.
If the trend continues, then Elevate win this round. So, let's not get too ahead of ourselves here.
Uh-oh.
Weibo, though, all they got to do is lock in the 5v2, just sit down, fall back, fortify their positions. You don't need to overextend. The onus is on Elevate to make the first move. In a 2v5, it should be pretty much impossible as Iron rounds the corner, almost finds Turd's head. Bit of damage received. As he looks to reclaim that diffuser, he's covered by Psycho, who does find a kill. Looking for more, Psycho misses his second. And now this is a pretty much impossible task for Iron. SMG-12, jiggle peeking. He's got to go up against the mirror window. And of course, the bomb site is downstairs as well. He spotted a very dominant start for Weibo.
Yeah, I honestly thought for half that round that it was a top 4 defense, because it made sense what was happening, where they were attacking, where they were defending. It wasn't. That's not the case at all. But all the same, you gotta clear top down on Consulate more often than not. It kind of plays a little bit like Cafe, where getting in the building initially, very difficult. And once you're in, you're always fighting verticality, you're obviously fighting horizontally, a lot of crossfires, angles, long lines of sight. It can be a tricky map to navigate. At Elevate, I feel like they've been very stubborn
because they've had Monty and most of the shields open on every single map, and yet they almost never bring them. The cleanest round we saw from Elevate on Clubhouse on their attacking side was arguably this easy PV attack where they brought the Monty. It was very clean, and they never brought it against Inns, and it's been open every single round. So I do want to see Elevate, if these attacking rounds aren't being figured out in the next 1 or 2 rounds, that they start getting a bit more flexible. They break the mold, they try something new, because their own stubbornness could be their problem. And that's, initially, I do think that was the big issue, why it didn't go to overtime on Clubhouse.
Yeah. Every now and then we saw a Blackbeard or a Blitz make an appearance, but it was never something that Elevate looked comfy on. That Monty was the one shield operator that looked just appropriate, looked right for Elevate. With no clash to worry about thanks to that ban phase, maybe it could help. Of course, now we're going actually to the top floor, and there is a shield. It's in the form of this Blackbeard. But actually, Hoven finds the opening kill. I don't know, just on the repels. Wow. At least there is a trade here for Psycho. Hoven dies. I'm not sure if he had any bandit batteries in pocket, but I'm pretty confident that there's none actually on this external meeting wall, so that should be free for Psycho or Naka to breach open. Oh, there, it's triple on admin.
Yeah, pre-placed. Interesting. It's a very, there's a lot of map hold here for Weibo. They're extending across, and Elevate haven't really been challenging it all that much. Here we got the second layer, deployable shield by the Soda Machine. They got frag grenades, they got floors, they got Capital. And there's no real protection for the side of Weibo, no Jaeger, no Wamai. So, by playing the Soda Machine position, it might actually work against you as a defending team, because you might just become a freebie for your opponent. We'll see how they play it. Ape playing by the meeting door. It's Reaps, of course, the man who we gotta see show up a little bit here. Recognize, okay, Blackbeard grenades, a bit dangerous. Maybe I'm gonna fall back just one step further towards the long desk. Flourish drone shot out. Step will try again.
Oh, actually the long desk hasn't been destroyed. I thought he'd got it right at the start of the round with that first Rotero, but he missed. And he only has one left. His defenders have been watching it very avidly.
You're right, like there's a bunch of like destructive powder on the ground as if he did get it, but it's still there.
I think he
There's
missed
the BB.
it. Oh, Ape's going deep for this kill. It doesn't work. Risks taken by Weibo. Elevate punish them and then absolutely collapse. Everyone falls. What a capitulation from Weibo. Very strange way to end the round. It felt like the execute hadn't even started. And Elevate found all the kills. Weibo, got to be careful not to get too overzealous on that mid-round aggression.
I kind of liked what they had going on admin though. The triple orbing force instead of admin, that they banned batteries, but then they kind of fell back when they lost the first player and just kind of played Soda Machine. And before Soda Machine had any sort of contest, then, you know, they fall back towards long desk and then the round ends. It feels like Weibo is still a little bit in the mindset of Clubhouse where we can fall back, and then eventually we hit the bomb site. And the thing about this map of Consulate is the bomb site itself isn't inherently strong. It's about the map around it. When you're playing lobby defense, you're extending top floor. When you're playing basement, you got a roam going typically. When you're defending top floor, you're extending out horizontally, playing yellow stairs, playing spiral, playing admin for as long as possible.
10 seconds to go.
If you're in even numbers, and the attackers, they pick, let's say, like strong operators, whether it's the Deimos downstairs or a Ying or a Grim or whichever execute operators, a shield operator, a Blackbeard, attackers are gonna have a great time. Ideally, you want to try and, you know, fight for that map control, get a kill, or burn a lot of time and drones, then fall back. Weibo are surrendering space just because they're gonna play further by the bomb side before they get kills, before they kill enough drones, before they burn enough time. It's early stage, of course, been a long best of 3 series. A lot of thinking, a lot of problem solving for the players. And a lot more rounds to go if I was to guess anything here. I would not be surprised if we go all the way to 7-5 regulation or overtime. Reaps with a good swing as a step, takes down the buck. Very high value target as this is a basement defense.
A bit of Pika's advantage there. He who swings wins. Not sure if Stemp was like holding a passive angle or what, but certainly was not expecting a face full of reaps. Logic bomb goes out. Hovens answered his phone. In Naka goes. Iron's pinging out a couple of these players as well with the Jackal as he makes his way down. So a lot of map to clear, isn't there, on these basement attacks? And my interest lies on whether they're actually going to go for a breach of the main wall, whether they're just going to go purely for a rear take, because it seems like the latter might be the case at the moment.
Rear take, no Verd. I mean, I don't know. We gotta see Romeo on the Blitz really step up then to get the intro going. They even have a Jackal, which with the Jackal nerf, very low value operator, one of the lowest value operators obviously on all of the attacking side. You get 5 Jackal trackers, but they only get 1 red ping per footstep tracked, and you don't generate footsteps in the prep phase any longer either. So
really,
Jackal doesn't. Yeah, actually since attacker repick, that's been the case.
Really, I didn't know
So.
that.
Yeah, I didn't realize either until recently actually, but since attacker repick, there hasn't been footsteps generated in phase.
Wow. Well, if we keep seeing trades back and forth, Weibo will be happy. However, Romeo has stepped up on this blitz. Reaps are still low. Marpe with his SMG-12. He's also got this Boss G to play with too. Elevate could maybe make this work. Funneling through this main angle. Speakeasy is lucky to have traded that shot. If he hadn't, it would have been a very difficult position to be in. Romeo's now in a crossfire, but blind. Ape still finds the kill. Ape finds a double with that SMG-12. Oh, it's the impact is what happens. And he covers his teammate as well. To perfection. Yeah, solid defense there at the basement for Weibo. Unfortunately for Elevate, once they lost that buck, there weren't a lot of options.
To go back to my previous point about the bomb size not being inherently strong, it's also a matter of you can't fit 5 defenders on these bomb sites. There aren't that many good playable positions. Let's say you're playing Oregon back when that was in the competitive map pool, right? Basement, you have one guy playing elbow, one guy pillar, one guy freezer, one guy laundry box. Now you have 5 people that can rotate around and help each other. Let's say you have 5 guys on basement on Consulate. It's hard to fit 5 people in actual playable positions. All the soft floor above you, the hatch that can be opened up, bottom spiral hallway gets annihilated by the attackers the second they get backside control. So getting in the fight early on defense, getting that 3-3 situation, then playing the bombs up the crossfires like we saw from Weibo is excellent. They fight early, they get into a comfortable spot, then they play the numbers on the side. Beautiful. Elevate, again, they lose step early, they lost the buck, and still it comes down to a relatively close round. If they can figure out the early stages here and get that 5 versus 5 or get open and kill or progress the map a little bit quicker, they'll be just fine. And I still think Elevate right now, they're not being stubborn, they're trying different things. They were trying the Blitz, they tried the Blackbeard, they tried utility. Now they're getting that Deimos, getting active, and bringing a ton of utility because the top floor bomb side, there's a lot of hard corners to clear where Weibo Gaming could be hiding or just bunkered up.
Yeah, it's the crazy thing about this map. So big, a lot of little rat spots to play. You can see why the temptation is to play Jackal even in his nerf state. Or the Dokkaebi, which is banned. Got to bring that Deimos. I feel like it's almost every round in this current meta. You bring one of those 2 operators, either the Deimos or the Dokkaebi, because it takes so long to drone for information. It's always good to have some form of passive information on the attacking side. Defense often has passive info. What is that? Reaps caught early. Iron just walking up these Visa stairs. And now he's just watching for any re-aggression. He might even be able to clear out this vending position as well. He should know it's clear because no one would have been able to survive that grenade. That is very quick work for just one single player of Elevate.
What now? No one holding the position, so it could be retaken now by Weibo. That soda machine if you want to try and go for a second grenade. Psycho kind of stuck outside the breach, needs help, has EMPs himself, should be fine. There we go, no help needed at all. Bandit isn't actively tricking, he's in the corner of meeting instead. And that's where Capitao, Deimos below, that final frag grenade from Romeo, they can come into play.
those corners. That's where you can utilize the utility instead. Stamp has been seemingly on this roll now for 2 or 3 rounds. It's on Flores, droning, waiting, soft destroying. Someone's gotta do it. So why not him? Speakeasy on the operator that he clutched with a Clubhouse. Tashanka can deny any plant position. Elevate, they gotta overwhelm the bombs here and go for kills. And that's great because they already have numbers advantage.
How are they going to use this Blackbeard's my question. Last time they took control of this top floor because everyone from Weibo just overextended. Doesn't seem like that's going to happen this time. Naka does fall. That's your Capitao gone. Out comes the rifle from the Blackbeard as he looks to get a little bit more aggressive. But Psycho's gone big here. He's having a massive impact on the recruit. Speakeasy needs to replicate his performance from map number 2, but he doesn't. And Elevate will fall onto the bomb site and dismiss Weibo. Another good round for Elevate, and the scoreline is once again tied.
It's a great backstab. I mean, they have pressure in so many areas. Yellow stairs, top spiral, meeting door, meeting breach. And when you got that 5 versus 4, you know for a fact there will be a gap somewhere. And you need to utilize that. So spreading yourself a little bit thin there, but attacking from so many different angles means somebody will find a position that is not manned by a defender. And that will be a place where you can utilize and get a free kill on angle or a lot of pressure being applied. Weibo, I'm not sure what their own expectations they are for this half. If it's a 3-3 that's good enough, if they think they need a 4-2, how much they believe in their attacks. The fact that Elevate technically permabanned this map until this moment and are still putting up an even round score of 2-2 so far is very impressive. They're obviously very competent on this map and they're doing good. And this is very much a defender-sided one. It's a lot easier to just like do your setup, hold your position, have your win conditions, and fall back if you need to, and trying to problem solve all these setups. Elevate, not gonna change too much around. They twitch for the Goyo, soft destruction of Ash for the Mira, and the Blackbeard staying true right now because again, it's been such a valuable operator for information, just walking around, grenading utility, and not dying to those pre-fires when Weibo keeps swinging on out.
Yeah, it really is that nade and Blackbeard combo. Like that's the crux of why he's so good in this meta. Because you've got those nades. It's so good to toss a nade from the safety of the shield and then immediately aim down sights and cut the player who's running away from that grenade. Now Weibo on this defense. I wonder if they're going to play a little bit more actively. It does seem like some of these rounds, they're kind of just playing passively, waiting for the action to come to them. And I'm seeing right now, Reaps with a C4 in hand. Pre-ripped, ready to toss out, and he does take down Romeo. Good usage of the Valcam upstairs. I'm not sure which one of his teammates was calling for that, but lots of value, and that's what we need to see from Weibo. You can't just sit back on your setups and wait for Elevate to start pushing through.
Yeah. You really gotta go get active. So far in this series, I mean, the man falling behind the most right now has actually been Turd. 14 and 23, so -9 so far. He's been a big talking point for a lot of people, myself included, because I feel like on the entry, yes, Reaps get stuff done, but Turd normally is in that fray in the battle as well, somewhere else in the map. So far against Elevate, he's been shut down almost every single time, especially on the attacking side. Turd's been struggling. In this round, Weibo are good for 2 kills early on, and it should just be one of those lock it down, play together, play by side, and don't take any of those troll gunfights where you might just die for nothing.
And speaking of Turd, that's what we saw a lot from him on Border, and we've talked about it a bit so far, but a couple of too many rounds where we saw Weibo in the advantage, and then Turdster would give away a 1v1 when it really wasn't necessary. I think he's reeled it in a bit now. We didn't see it nearly as much on Clubhouse. And he's a top 10 player in the league. That's why we hold him to such high esteem. Reeks takes down Stemp. Naka is about to find a face full of lead from Hoven. It's all up to Psycho. He's been so good for Elevate, not only as the leader, but also a key fragger. And a good pre-fire nets him a kill against Hoven. 4 more to find. There's no way he gets this. And Turd, patient as ever, will find the kill as he drops down that hatch. Weibo, once again, in the lead on Consulate, with 1 round left to go in the half.
Now the question is, 3-3 or 4-2?
Of course, you always want to have as much freedom to be creative as possible. And what I mean by that is when you go on the attacking side for Weibo, you're going to have to get creative on problem solving. They want to get that 4th round. They want to get as much leeway as possible.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
Let's see, a basement bomb site will be picked. With a very potentially passive setup here. I mean, the mirror windows, the Jaeger ADSs, they can fortify the old pipes position by the yellow door. We see a Banshee, we see at least 1 ADS, maybe more actually. I think they're hiding behind the pillar. I think they're being very sneaky right now. Mirror windows not placed just yet, still in pocket of Speak Easy. Could be used mid-round as well, but I think right now is a matter of setup. This man has a lot of work to do. Actually, he's gonna be running upstairs instead. This could be a...
Is there gonna be an offsite mirror?
Extension.
I think it
must be. He's got 2 in pocket, he's 2nd floor yellow. So he's gonna put the top floor from CEO into meeting then. So this is the setup that most people do on lobby defense. And they're using the same logic of the 9 top floor control on a basement defense, because top floor gives them piano, and piano gives them bomb site. So they're triple layering the defense, and now they're also getting that Clubhouse playstyle of let's fall back to the next room, the next room, the next room, and then the bomb site at the end. And it's gonna make Elevate fight for the very beginning of the round here.
Yeah, no, this is a really good read here from Weibo. It's a great setup to delay time, force Elevate into a lot of problem solving. And when it comes to the late parts of the round, once finally Elevate have, cleared out that mirror window position, and hopefully Weibo have fallen back with all of their players alive, it means that when it comes to that execute, there's just not going to be a lot of time. There'll still be a mirror on site, there'll be Banshees, Goo Mines, and of course Valkyrie cameras for any dead players of Weibo to watch. So it's a good setup. Has to be played well though. And this is critical. Weibo don't need to push for kills, right, off these mirror windows. They need to just hold their positions, get out alive. Delay as much time as they can in the process. Doesn't matter if they fall back with no kills.
I like that Elevate are kind of prying and prodding in different areas. Yellow door, in admin, backside on secret here, getting the main breach open up. Just applying pressure around the map, trying to force back the roamers to help the bomb set players. If Hoban dies or Speak Easy, then the room is done. You see it already now. Reap's walking down the yellow staircase because help is needed. Deagle pre-fire on the nade. He downed him.
Yeah, wow.
That worked.
The Deagle is a very deadly weapon in the right hands. You can spam that so quickly, and it deals a heck of a lot of damage, especially in close range. God. Reaps with a big reply. Weibo have done a great job in this round at really taking the fight to Elevate. Now it's desperation as the Brazilians funnel their way down the spiral stairs. Stem falls. Romeo against the world. 1v4, it's not happening. There's no way. They know exactly where he is as well. Nobody's going to pick. Nobody will give him the satisfaction. Even Ape here needs to be careful not to overextend. Romeo's playing it well. He's got 1 nade to work with. 1v4 just doesn't happen. I mean, look, 4 players are staring at him. Everyone peeks at the same time. A great round for Weibo. It's a 4-2 split. The Chinese organization. As we go into the second half, let's see if they can muster up the same level on their attack.
It's a great defense there. I think strategically very sound for Weibo. How they played it positionally speaking, when they were falling back, when they were helping each other was very great. We only saw Reaper's point of view fighting the Deimos on bottom yellow, but Speak Easy actually swung from the bomb site door as well. It was a 2 versus 1. So even if Reeves didn't come out victorious, there was help, there was going to be a trade. Reeves then just gets the injure, runs back, gets a 2nd kill, and just destroys Elevate on the roam game and by the bomb side. My question here for the situation was, what operator bands will Elevate go for? Monty, I think, is great here. Again, the simple problem solving. Then they might need some utility, a Capital or a Grim, or whether it's information like Mira or a Valkyrie, a Sami if you want to go for some default stuff.
Doke.
Clash, actually. Okay, well, then Dokkaebi on the attacking side. Okay, yeah. So Monty Dokkaebi. Okay.
I will say, when Elevate defended on Clubhouse, one thing they were really good at was forcing Weibo into awkward positions with those hard breach bans. Elevate understood Clubhouse in terms of the hard breach a bit better than Weibo, despite Weibo winning that. I mean, obviously, defense was really where Speakeasy in particular shone. But for Elevate, you know, triple hard breach on the attack, on the defensive half for them. It forced Weibo into some really awkward positions. They didn't bring that Maverick. They just relied on the tin can openers. This time they go for a completely different idea. It's the Monty Dokkaebi. We know Weibo like that Monty. Obviously the Dokkaebi is one of the most dangerous operators on the attack in the meta right now as well. So lurking is going to be a little bit more challenging for Elevate without the Doki, and doing like I don't know, how do you describe it? Like that mountainous, just hard push, the hammer anvil that you get with the Monty, also going to be a bit harder.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Love when teams to bring out the Tashanga, by the way, on top floor. There is about 3 or 4 bomb sites where Tashanga excels in Siege Pro League, and this is one of them. It stops the CEO default plan. I just think it's a slightly underutilized operator. Same with Sense, actually. It's a lot of effort to learn the operator, like custom game, trying around angles and lineups and such. And the weapon, not everyone likes those, but still, Ying, when she first came out, no one played Ying. And then you go forward, and now everyone's playing it, and Ying shotgun, and Ying this, and Ying that, and it's just an operator. People haven't given Tashanga rework and Sense rework as much of a chance in the theory crafting department as I feel like it deserves. Or they have, and it's just been a resounding, this isn't that good actually, which is very possible. I just feel like there is a lot of potential to be had.
We're starting to see a bit of Sense popularity. Turds is on it right now. It's the Blackbeard though. The first one to get aggressive. He's facing Stemp, who's got this Boss G.
Boss G.
Wow. Very dangerous weapon to try and face a Blackbeard with, who's going to have most of his body covered. Speakeasy actually finds a kill down below as well. That forces Stemp to think twice. He no longer has a buddy covering his backside. Gridlock tracks.
With an awkward elevate round.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, there's so much good setup here from Weibo. We already have a top Spiral player. We've got a lot of pressure, and we've got Speakeasy down below.
I think it's just like they're fighting it out too happily. I mean, look at the setup. They got Vigil wants to fight, Castle that can fight. Then they got a lot of plant deny, a lot of traps. You know, they should. Oh, that's a Boss G right there in high effect. Here comes the BB.
Surely
2 players, in fact.
Yep, comes through the trade very quick for Weibo as they start to push onto the site. And we see the light walls come out, the ROU projectors from the Sens of Turd, cutting off some of these lines of sight. Now it's time to figure out how to get back into it. And Naka, he's taken down that top Spiral player. He sees Hoven, who's coming for him, or rather Ape, with that Twitch DMR. It's going to be a double swing. He finds the first one. Turdster desperately looking for him. The shotgun comes out for Naka, and he gets the final kill. Big round from Naka. Elevate were on the ropes, but the smoke put the team on his back.
To no one's surprise, Elevate, they stay clutch as they have been so far throughout this best of 3. I really like how that started for Weibo. They were counting the aggression, they were holding the angles, they got the flank inside of lobby, everything was working. And then they seemingly forgot about Stemp on the Vigil on the Visa stairs, and he just gets a freebie on Deimos below. Has to be double pushed, but then Elevate the swing and re-aggress together. It's an awkward one for both teams, but they both had a very good counterplay. Elevate, the one thing I think that could be their doom is if they overpeak early in the round. And they start taking gunfights in areas that aren't very hard to deal with. They were very happy to fight last round, and I'm not sure they should have been. It worked out, but now Weibo can expect, okay guys, this will be Elevate like on Border. They're going to be running outdoors, jumping out windows, fighting us in the entry points. Now we need to adapt, make the right course correction.
5 seconds remaining.
A lot of attacker repicks right now. We saw Amaru, Jackal, Brava. Deimos and the Glass will be locked in for Turret and Reaps. Lineup that can do a lot here. They can roam clear, they can hit the bomb site. And there is actually a world where they can go for a direct take as well with the Thermite and the Glass, the smoke coverage, and the big heart destruction. We see the block upstairs here, meeting wall getting popped, the drone getting tossed on in. It looks like they do want to fight for map control and get that vert cleared first.
But it's going to be hard to do that. I mean, you look at this lineup. Valk for info, potential C4s as well. You got a Nitro and Naka as well on the Bandit. You got Elemines, you got Legions, Goo Mines. Castle barricades is a lot to deal with on this roam game. Weibo are going to commit to it, it seems. But yeah, this is going to take a while.
Who's gonna start the back here? That's the question. Ella, all crystal mines already pre-placed. C4 from Valkyrie already used as well.
Oh, is that?
I think it's pre-placed, the C4. Yeah, it is. So you can't really toss it if Blackbeard arrives at your destination.
Let's see this
but a camera above, surely. Yep.
Come in
You
meeting.
just pop it here. Do you...
Has he got a teammate on it for him? He doesn't at the moment. Romeo was watching it.
Oh.
But unfortunately, the timing is just off.
Spider
Hoven takes
desk.
a bunch of damage. Almost a kill for the Bark on the retreat.
Oh my god.
Iron gets away with his life. And Hoven barely skates away. Just a sliver of HP remaining. And what a shot from Stem through the floor. Deimos down. And that is a resounding victory on this roam game from Elevate. As Reaps finally finds Romeo. It's not done yet though. Stemp is still fighting for more. The Blackbeard sees him. They can't get the kill. Surely the trade comes through from Reaps on the glass. Out of bullets. Out comes a Deagle. Reaps finally puts him down. Damage done though. Look at Weibo. They're in shambles.
It's scrappy. What a disgusting gunfight between Reaps and the roamer of Stemp upstairs. Reaps hits the deck, goes for the reload and gets the kill. With 50 seconds left. Awkward player positions here from Weibo. Bach is still top floor. Glass and piano solo. No heart destruction. I'm not sure Therma got the job done earlier. They're quite limited right now. That hatch, you don't want to drop it. I guess the breach has been opened up because Naka is watching very passively. But is a plan possible? I mean, you have the Blackbeard, you have 2 smokes still in the pocket of Reaps. This is completely doable. They gotta go very soon. 20 seconds left.
Well, the vert could be big here. The contests. Hoven does see Psycho's gone deep. Is anyone able to kill Psycho? He snuck past the smoke. No, Speakeasy. You looked the wrong way. The knife from Reaps. The plan cannot be forced. He's the last one alive. There's nothing to be done but try and desperately plant in the smoke. But Iron will not let him. Elevate. Continue fighting. And their defense is looking fly.
Very awkward again. The Bug has the self-destruction in the vert, sees the Ella, but doesn't realize they crossed from the right to the left in towards the yellow door. Then Blackbeard gets shot at by the Ella, doesn't realize she's in the corner and sprints straight past her and then dies for free. A knife trade then for Reaps to even it down to almost close numbers, right? Like a 1 versus 2, but it's not enough. I feel like it started off pretty well once more. They juked the Valkyrie C4. Yeah, Iron kind of slipped away inside a piano, dropping down that hatch. Reaps doing entry duty on the glass, by the way. Not always that we see that, but it worked out. He got his kill. Felt like Weibo were very spread out across the map, not able to help each other necessarily. But that's also kind of necessary when Elevate or themselves on defense are spread so far across. You need to attack the entire map, spread out on the attacking side, or you take a bunch of attackers together and push from one end over. It's a tough one. Tied up 4-4. And to no surprise, defense Consulate a little bit easier than the attack.
That's where Elevate bring it back, right? With even again, 4 rounds apiece. And it's map 3. And it's for a spot in the grand final.
Attackers have discovered the location.
You win here, you don't have to go down to that lower bracket and fight your way back up again. No, you're through. I think a lot of people would have expected that these are going to be the 2 best teams in the region, that it would be a Weibo Elevate grand final. But after a bit of a tumultuous stage for Elevate, people perhaps question that. You know, they lost to Daystar, Soul's Heart, and Latent Dragon, in addition to Weibo in the regular stage. They were pushed pretty deep as well by Fury in their first game of the playoffs. And yet here they are, they've taken the fight to Weibo, they've looked like the best team to take that fight to Weibo. Nobody else has pushed them to overtime, let alone stolen a map like Elevate have done earlier today. Already a huge achievement, but Elevate, Psycho said it himself, right? Like, it's best in the region or not good enough.
Ooh. Stem gets away with his life intact, but a health bar looking pretty damn bad. 20 health left on him. Best in the region is a bold statement, but let's be honest, it is what they need to do to actually succeed here. Getting second, getting third, with a full import roster,
It's not enough,
with
is
a
it?
big name like Psycho on it, it's not enough. It's not.
It's expensive.
Now-
Expensive second place that would be for this organization.
It's been not the cleanest stage for Elevate, but to be honest, they are technically a new team that is put together for this, if not mistaken. And they gotta start gelling. They gotta start getting that experience, and they gotta learn the region first. And at the very least, Psycho had some great interviews where he was very humble and hard to hate. Because it's very easy to default to, they are the villains, they're the bad guys.
They've been very good here in this league. And they've been extremely good here against Weibo. However, Weibo are making their attack further and further forward. There's still a player here hidden inside of meeting. No one seems aware. Romeo finds the first kill. Oh, Turnstar doesn't realize the player behind him. Stem for 2. And that should be the round done and dusted. Hoven will trade eventually. But still, a lot of work to do for Weibo to bring this one back. It's a 2v4. Diffuser is cold on the ground. Reaps and Hoven. This nade might help a little bit. Still presence on the top floor to be cleared. Drone comes out. They need to time this together. They need to play this so well. Romeo started the equation, found the first kill of the round, and he's in such a difficult position to flush out now. And he finds another one. Hoven not able to trade. Eventually finds that kill, confirms with the pistol. Worried about the vert. 30 seconds to play with to bring a clutch out of his ass.
Yeah, unlikely that is. No case, no help, no kill. Knockup takes him down. Elevate, I'll be honest and say here, they're doing a great job at making things just simply difficult for Weibo. In the last round, we saw Weibo being spread across the map, attacking in different areas, and they couldn't really trade each other. That didn't really work. Now we saw Weibo, pretty much all 5 people attacking the same portion of the map from admin over. That also didn't work. Despite having so many drones and so much manpower, Stemp with 20 health on Valkyrie, who was shot earlier, was AFK in the meeting corner, gets 2 kills, goes unchecked, unnoticed, undroned. And Weibo, it's time to figure out how you can change things up. What you're doing isn't working. You've now given it a couple of goes. It's time for plan B, plan C, a different main thing to do. Elevate right now, they're not doing a lot in these rounds. What they're doing is the right things. Early pressure, play the right positions, have the crossfire, let Weibo problem solve you. They're not over swinging. They're doing the one thing that I was like, okay, if they do this, they're gonna be solid. They're playing corners. They're holding their crosses. Whereas we saw Elevate on Border, on Clubhouse, they are running at Weibo, seeking gunfights. They're playing the map the way it's supposed to be played, and they're being rewarded massively for it in round counts. 5-4, they take the lead.
Yeah, and that's actually the first time Elevate have taken the lead here on Consulate. They've always been chasing Weibo. Now they're ahead.
5 seconds left.
2 more rounds is all they need. And they're still on that defensive side. Weibo have not succeeded yet on the attack. As we go to top floor, Sens is brought once again. You mentioned it. No Amaru. A lot of teams brought that Amaru when Consulate came back into the competitive pool. But it's Sens and Blackbeard.
Shashanka, man. It's too good.
Yeah, true. Tachanka smoke in combination, even Ella with 2 Grismots in pocket. It looks to be an admin across take here for Weibo. And it'll succeed or fall in meeting. Like, trying to break into meeting from this hallway here. That's where things either go beautifully or terribly. Stemp is trying to take this fight with the Boss G. We've seen before, not a favorable fight to take against a Blackbeard with that Boss G.
Such a rat.
Yeah,
I mean, this is disgusting gameplay, by the way. Like, the fact that he's so confident means he must do this in ranked all the time. Because I wouldn't dare fight a Blackbeard with a Boss G. It's such a losing position to be in. He's making it work. He's alive for now. And he's a problem to be dealt with. What?
Reaps! That was so dangerous.
Eagle challenges that?
Oh, Speakeasy's going to die here too. Psycho coming up from behind is going to find that kill for free.
No.
Oh, what a bad way to go down here for Weibo. Turster and Hoven, all they're doing at the moment is barely trying to save their embarrassment. Another kill with the Bus G for Stem. Hoven is on the bloody roof in a 1v5. Knife. Okay, Hoven, I think this is an impromptu tactical timeout here for Weibo. This has got to be a big improvement for the next couple of rounds because Elevate have match point.
Oh! Psycho wants 1v1. Oh! Okay, Naga doesn't want that. Okay. I was gonna say a 1v1 knife fight on yellow stairs. I'm so down for that, but nope. Not quite.
Well, Pengu, it's 6-4. Elevate on the verge of knocking Weibo down to the lower bracket. And what a way to do it as well here on their Instaban map. Playing Boss G, contesting a Blackbeard in the hallways. Unreal performance in that round from Stem. A flawless with 2 match points before them.
I mean, you're losing a round to a Boss G Vigil top vs stairs with practically no support. You get flanked basement by a castle while you're on drones. It's a lot of small things right now for Weibo, but I don't know if Reaps is like inexperienced on Blackbeard or it's acts of desperation or he thought the Vigil would whiff the Boss G shot, but simply just right-clicking with the Vigil staring at you on Blackbeard hoping for the best. It doesn't fill me with a lot of confidence for the rounds to come, or the round to come. You got grenades, right? You got multiple people behind you. You got drones, like you can flank visa stairs. You have so many options. Reeves right-clicks, dies, and has 2 nades in pocket and round is over. It feels like they're not able to go through the motions of how do we deal with this player. Let's just try and kill him, and then we'll see what happens. Which, when Stemp is floating like this, spawn peeking with Boss G now, he's gonna take it down in that gunfight. You gotta get smarter. You gotta start using that utility. Use your teammates.
I just have a sinking feeling that Stemp is gonna find a spawn peek here with the Boss G. Hoven's vulnerable.
Oh, here comes.
If he runs out now, you might just find him. Flashbang goes out. Weibo are very careful. But still, I mean, it's a mental game now. If you're a Weibo player on a drone and you see those Vigil signals, you got a sinking feeling that Stemp is somewhere causing a big ruckus. That Boss G, the sound of it, sending shivers down your spine. And here it comes. Up against Reaps. Takes a bit of damage. And he decides to fall on back.
And now we see the Weibo locked outside the building, right? They're kind of scared to enter, and I get it. But how the last round played out, you don't want to lose like that again. So double checking drones, checking angles, holding positions, moving together. What this means, though, is like they're going very slow in this round. They're only just in top 4 now, CEO side, on the meeting balcony. That's it. They are barely in. Now they're in piano, dropping down that CEO hatch, doing a bit of vert. But there are so many things that are open. No one's holding lobby, no one's holding spiral, no one's holding yellow stairs, no one's holding top floor. So many flanks are open for Elevate here. Weibo, it looks like they have a lot of control. I don't think they actually do.
Oh, here it is.
They don't. Look at this. Tempest right here. They have no clue.
Behind you. Stemp's made a lot of noise, though. Hoven knows about it. And he can just wait patiently, but oh, it's a trade!
Oh my god.
The game sense from Stem to check that angle. A direct shade. Leaves Weibo more bloodied, but Speakeasy brings it back into the realm of possibility. Turdster cautious of flanks. He's got the vert with the sledge, but Naka has a pre-placed C4, and if he gets the Q, he might just smash Weibo's hopes and dreams. 40 seconds.
It goes out. Triangle for time with Speakeasy, no diffuser.
It's done. It's so over, Pengu. Tursa has to drop down. Desperation leads to nothing for Weibo, and Elevate are the first team through to the grand finals in APL Asia.
A crazy first map, a crazy second map, and then the third one, Weibo, they run out of steam and it just kind of falls flat.
Elevate, they're showing us that they're scaling. They're getting better every series, every map. They're getting the adaptations in, they're getting their reps in, and they started playing much more strategically sound, not just relying on gun skill. It's a much better Elevate today than just a few weeks ago, which means their future, well, a lot of potential.
Oh yeah, the future looks bright for Elevate. It's a very swift end to a very long series. Elevate, the decisive winners by the time we hit the end of it. Rob, I certainly thought Weibo would have a lot more to show on Consulate than that, but for Elevate to win, they're insta-ban, and in that fashion with the Boss G, it's absolute heaven for the Brazilians.
Is, and it really starts to cement a bit of this discussion about the imports. Obviously, we still have 2 other regions that we have to see pan out to see where they end up, but at the moment, Elevate in this series looked very strong. Even on the map that they lost, they still look competitive. They still looked in it. For me, I think that the most disappointing thing is just how this map finished, how Consulate finished. It should not have fizzled out the way it did, but unfortunately, Weibo, they could not get their ducks in a row. They threw way too many kills at the start of the rounds, and Elevate just way too willing to capitalize. We talked about it yesterday, Pengu, that Siege is a game of forced errors, but you have to be able to capitalize on those errors, and it felt like Elevate, certainly on Consulate, managed to do that better than Weibo.
It's 100%. Weibo, I don't know if they are uncomfortable on this map or they're uncomfortable against the playstyle of Elevate, but they kind of stopped fighting back. What we saw from Weibo and Border, very impressive. They're matching Elite's aggression, they're taking the gunfights, they're equally good. And then we go to Consulate, a couple hours later, it's like, okay, now Elevate is all the way up here, and you sunk down here. On Clubhouse, Speakeasy has to go absolutely nuclear with 19 kills to get you guys a 7-5 victory. Turret didn't show up, Reeves didn't show up.
That's actually a very big point that I just looked at before. We spoke about it in the pre-game, Dev.
Reeves is the guy, right?
And if he doesn't turn up, what happens?
Yep. Well, we saw it in map number 1.
Yep.
I'm seeing if I get the stats on hand.
Go
but
for it.
yeah, map number 1, Reeves and Ape were absolutely carrying.
Ape went crazy.
Particularly Ape.
Yeah.
Yeah, map number 2, weird to see the only player really firing. I think it was the only player who was positive, was Speakeasy out on 19. Whereas it did feel like we had a lot more consistency in the fragging department from the Elevate boys. In particular, like Stemp, he went nuts on map 1. Map 3, it wasn't like he was 15, 20 kills, right? But those kills were so impactful, and also just the mental game of what he was doing with that Boss G in the last couple of rounds. It was a real headache for Weibo.
Yeah, you just look at the consistency across the board for Elevate in all of the series, and they just have 4 really strong players, right? Every single map that they've played, they've basically got 4 that are above 100 EPS. And in a game, in a close series like this, you need that. Just in comparison for everyone at home, on Clubhouse, Weibo had 4 players under 90 EPS.
Meanwhile, what was Speakeasy's?
Just take a wild
120?
stat. You're way off.
140?
Way off.
180?
190 EPS.
What the fuck?
And that obviously that comes from his last 2 rounds.
That's
where
insane.
that impact was crazy.
I was watching, looking back at Clubhouse, and it was like, what, 3K, 4K, 3K, 1v2, 1v1. Insane stuff from him. And yet it's not consistent. That's the problem, right?
Yes.
So, and yeah, we saw a lot of Weibo rounds that were like pretty pitiful from the get-go. We saw ones where they looked good for a bit and then fell apart. It was Elevate who stepped up. And like you were saying, Pengu, they've really started scaling. Like, Elevate started and they didn't look the greatest. They lost 4 of their first 5 games in this league after coming through the reload event at a top 8 finish. Like, you expected way more out of them straight out of the gate. Now they finally got their first win over Weibo, because of course they lost to them in the regular stage. Not just a map, but a resounding victory in the BO3.
Yes.
They move into the grand finals, and they are the best shot at the moment of being crowned the kings of Asia, and they're not even from Asia.
What's your big takeaways from Elevate in this one, Nick? Because obviously there are a lot of things that we could talk about. I think map 1 was very interesting just from a dynamic of how the map actually played out. There were so many 3K, 4Ks. There were a lot. I think there was like 5 1vx's. Like, there were so many chaotic moments. But for you, what's the standout moments that you're kind of thinking to for Elevate moving forward for their grand final next week?
I think the thing that stood out to me the most is their depth. I saw Elevate as a pretty linear, almost one-dimensional team, and not in a negative way. They are really good at this one thing of playing the game. Today I saw much more different styles. They're playing less stubborn operators, right? They're playing more flexibility. That's the capital, the glass, the shields, etc. They're working around the heart-breaching bands. They're working around the Bandicoot bands, etc. They're showing that they do have a strat book, and it's getting built right now. It's going deeper and deeper, bigger and bigger.
Yep.
And I think they could also outlast and outsustain Weibo in a long series because they got the Brazilian experience where they play a lot of series and a lot of games.
Yeah, I think Elevate at the moment are looking by far the most dominant, especially after this series. As close as it was, you could see the divide. You could see the difference. As you said, Pengu, you could see the depth. It's time for us to welcome in our first interviewee. Naka, lovely to see you. Now, just for James and Pengu, we just need to slow the conversation down a little bit and not talk like
please.
Australians. Naka, obviously coming into this game, we were, I guess, expecting this to be very close. It ended up being even closer than I might have anticipated, but really, you guys took over at the end of Consulate there. Do you think that that's just an experience thing? What kind of kicked you guys into gear at the end? Did Weibo just fall off, or was that Elevate rising?
I think we worked very well on this week, so our preparation was pretty good. So anything they do, we know what should we do, you know?
Yes.
I think that's why the game that's why we won the game.
Dev.
Naka, I wanted to ask a little bit about your personal history and your career in Rainbow Six. I've been reading your Wikipedia page. I can see that you used to play for Malvinas Gaming way back in Brazil in Tier 2. You played for Elevate Academy for many years before joining their main roster here. And of course, Elevate entering the Asia League. This is your first time having a shot at qualifying for some big tournaments overseas, for qualifying for the SI. What does that mean to you? And what was it like to you to be picked up to this team and then coming all the way to Asia to play for Elevate?
For me, it's an honor. I think this is what every time I dreamed about it. So it's an honor. I would like to say thank you to Justin because he invited me. So that's it.
I just wanted to ask as well, where are you right now in Asia?
We are living in Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia.
Yeah.
And yeah.
How are you enjoying it?
We watch some films, we play some games. We don't go out sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to go out here.
Do you like the food, or do you miss the food in Brazil?
I miss the Brazilian food.
Yeah.
It's the best one, I think.
Of course, I can only imagine. Nick, anything from you?
A question about the map pool. So you guys tend to ban Consulate quite often. Were you nervous if you were to go on the third map? Because we thought maybe on Consulate you're not so strong, but then we see that you guys are actually very good on Consulate, especially on defense. Were you ever worried, or was it just completely okay?
I think it was completely okay. I'm more nervous now doing the interview than playing. So I think we prepared. We are prepared for the game. For any map that they pick, or the third map, everything is easy.
Oh, I love that. That's a very stark contrast from Psycho. Speaking of Psycho, we spoke to him last week just on a couple of different topics, and I just want to get your thoughts on this before we let you go. What are your thoughts on the Asia region now that you've been here for over a month? Do you feel like it's competitive enough, or do you really feel like you can notice a lengthy gap between the regions?
At the first moment, I think the teams wasn't good, but after I play against them, I changed my mind. You know, they are pretty good. I think Weibo it's a very good team. So we have good teams here, but I think the Asia League will be better. Like in 3 months, we have the Cyclops campaign in Reload, so I think in the next seasons they will be better. Every APAC team, you know.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with. I mean, that was the general consensus from all of us. Was like like rising tides, it lifts all ships, right? So everyone's slowly getting better and better in APAC. Would you like to say anything before we let you go, my friend?
Yeah, of course. I would like to say thank you to everyone that cheered for us, my girlfriend, my parents, everyone, and that's it. See you next week.
Oh yes, I love it. We will see you next week in the server, mate. Best of luck.
Thank you.
It's nice to see.
Wait, was that a birthday cake?
Hey! Is it your birthday?
Wait a second.
No shot. Happy birthday, my friend.
That's amazing.
Happy birthday, Naka.
Yes, we all get to celebrate with you, mate. What a way. What a way. Well, let's not start that one. My friend, thank you very much for joining us. Go and enjoy your birthday, and we'll speak to you next week.
Thank you. See you guys.
Oh, we love
I'm trying
that.
to think how to say happy birthday in Portuguese.
Do you speak fluent Portuguese?
No, but I learned a few words.
He likes to think that he does.
I know how to say boa noite.
Hey, you did good night.
Could have said that.
Yep.
Happy birthday, Portuguese.
Boa noite.
See, this is where things get risky, is when you try to replicate it. You know what I mean?
Feliz aniversario. That sounds about right.
Sure, that sounds better than what I would have done. So, I probably would have said something I shouldn't have. But Nick, I think an interesting takeaway from all of these teams that we're talking to, whether they're imports or not, is I guess a lot of people do come to the APAC region as a whole and expect it to be easier than what it is. Obviously, yes, it's competitive in the server. It's always going to be like that. I think what people at home are missing is that at international events, these teams do appear every now and then. The problem is, and this is a really good example for tonight, consistency, Nick. The consistency is always missing in this region.
Yeah, it's about consistency and then the ceiling, right? So if you have a really high ceiling, but you own, and that ceiling means the highest level you can play at.
Yeah.
If you reach your ceiling only once in 10 games, you're not getting to play that level very often, which means that your ceiling likely won't improve.
Yes.
So your ceiling stays here every single season, whereas if you reach that ceiling 7 out of 10 games, you're pushing the boundaries a little bit every single time, and your ceiling increases.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest problem. And Naka said this, we're not really too worried about the situation long term because we're gonna get better and better and better.
Yes.
It's just right now we gotta find our footing. In the first stage already, they're the best team in the region so far.
And what's more, something that makes it a lot harder for APAC teams is because the region is subdivided, instead of other regions where you get like 4 or 5 spots to events, it's each sub-region gets like 1 spot to events in this case. What that means is the talent is actually separated. So if your sub-region is competitive, you know, one stage it's Elevate who goes through, one stage it's Weibo, one stage it's Soul's Heart, one stage it's Fury. We see the talent disperse and we don't get that consistent experience at international events. If APAC was just one big region, then it would be the best team in all of APAC from stage to stage that we get to go, and you'd probably see the same teams make the return over and over instead of it being spread across the region. And I think the best example of that is OS right now, right? We went from having like one best team making everything to then it being a kind of a 2-horse race. Now it's a 3, maybe even 4-horse race, and it just means that it's going to be harder for everyone to get ahead.
And it means that the ceiling that Nick's talking about has to raise. And the roof eventually starts to get to a point where, hey, we can compete internationally. The problem is the ceiling is improving everywhere else and our little skyscraper's just building bit by bit. But on that note, it is time for us to go to our final break before we head into what is the last best of 3 of the day. Daystar take on Soul's Heart after this.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
처음 본 순간부터 눈을 뗄 수가 없었어. 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까. Then you got me sinking low. 사랑이란 단어로 썸도 아닌 썸을 타며 행복한 줄로. 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리. 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly. Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me. 내 곁에만 있다면 baby can't you see. 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭘 말이라도 걸어봐. 속마음을 표현해. I know we're gonna be alright. 손이라도 잡을까. 봄에 안겨볼까. Whatever your love language. I know we're gonna be alright. Can't take all this hot and cold. Love shouldn't be this hard. No. 뭐라고 있는지도 모르겠잖아. 어렵지 않아. 무슨 생각한지도 정말 진심인지도. Guess like I've never guessed before. 나 좋아하는 건 맞아. 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리. 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly. Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me. 내 곁에만 있다면 baby can't you see. 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭘 말이라도 걸어봐. 속마음을 표현해. I know we're gonna be alright. 손이라도 잡을까. 봄에 안겨볼까. Whatever your love language. I know we're gonna be alright. I know we're gonna be alright.
That sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar. All I want is satisfaction.
What a way to come back in.
I was
That
about to-
was,
all I want, all I want,
bro.
all I want. Da, da, da.
Do you know what it said?
I have no idea what I'm just.
All I want is satisfaction.
Oh, I thought it was.
Well
all I
done,
want,
James.
all I want is Daystar versus Souls Hard.
Yeah, it's close enough. I think
Oh
that's
my
the
God.
actual song. They preempted this, you know. It's just one of those kind of things. But obviously, final match of the day, an exciting one at that. The lobby is pretty much prepared, so you don't have to sit through a massive pre-show at home. We're going to go straight through this and just try to give you at least a landscape as to what to expect. Now, coming into this, if you are a completely new viewer to this league, I think the best way that that can be summarized here is young gunners versus old guard. Daystar have a lot of players that have come up over the last 2-3 years, whereas Soul's Heart have been in this region for so long, Dev. In fact, I can't remember a time I've ever casted Siege where I haven't spoken their names.
Yeah, I mean, this Thai roster of Soul's Heart has been around the block a few times. They once themselves held the Elevate name, of course, back in Sweden, SI 2022. That was the deepest run that team ever achieved. They had the Xavier name for a while, Q-Confirm for a little bit as well. Great roster overall. Yeah. But of course, the flip side of that, we've got Daystar. Like you said, a few newer names, but we've still got, your Souffle and Pika who have been around for, a while now. These guys, formerly Direwolves, they moved over to the Daystar roster. They've been looking pretty solid. Of course, we have seen these two teams go head-to-head already in the bracket, in the opening matches, the upper bracket quarterfinals, and Soul's Heart did win that, but it was a close 2-1. All 3 maps went 12 rounds or more. So I expect this to be a tight affair as well.
Pengu, when you look at, I guess, both of these teams, which team do you feel more comfortable with at the moment?
I would say Soul's Heart Esports. I like how they play the game. And of course, as you said, like they got that more experience angle to them.
Yes.
And I don't know. I just think they're fun. I do think that their match against Fury might be a bit of a mislead of how good they are on paper, maybe because Fury is at a really poor stage, to be completely blunt here.
Yeah.
So I am curious here whether it's going to be Daystar or Soul's Heart Esports, because I do think it's a bit of a toss-up, which almost every single match feels that way this stage, because you just don't know where teams are right now.
No, you really... You actually don't. That's the problem, is especially in Asia, it's always really hard to determine where teams actually fit in the seeding order. Let's have a quick look at the map Vetoes so that we can dive into this one and not wait any longer for the viewers at home either. I know that everyone's keen to get underway with our final match of the day. Daystar, Soul's Heart, and the first 2 maps we're going to Nighthaven Labs. So a repeat for, I believe... it's definitely Soul's Heart. Might even be for Daystar in the competition so far. Then Skyscraper, a map that I don't think we've seen at all in Asia League for the playoffs. I'm trying to confirm in my own brain. I don't think I've seen it once. And then we finish on Consulate.
Orchid Elevate.
There you go. So that just goes to show, Nick, how on point I am with my calls.
Just play it one time, so you're not too far off. I was going to say, it's James and I's first Skyscraper cast, at least. I believe this entire stage?
We've had...
Dare I say?
Yeah, I don't think we have. We've done a hell of a lot of Lair, but not today. It's the first ban. The ones I'm interested in here, the big one for me is just Consulate. That's the only repeat map from when these two teams played each other in the playoffs previously. Last time around, Soul's Heart picked Consulate and won it. Daystar picked Bank and won it. And Cafe was the decider. Obviously, Cafe and Bank have been banned out by the teams that lost them, presumably. I haven't worked that out exactly. But of course, Nighthaven and Skyscraper to kick things off. Consulate, if we need it, that'll be the rematch. That was a 15-round map as well. Nighthaven previously was the first ban by Soul's Heart, so that's a little bit of a surprise for me. I think Daystar, in my mind, are overall the weaker team. Of course, their head-to-head recently does back that up, but they start on a map which I think should favor them. So if they can get off flying, then they'll be in their best way to get this going.
Nick, you were going to comment on that?
Yeah, because Soul's Heart actually played Nighthaven Labs against Weibo Gaming and came out victorious against them as well in the upper bracket semifinals. So I feel like that match right there might give them more comfort to actually be okay with going to Nighthaven Labs against Daystar.
I mean, you'd hope that the experience that is on Soul's Heart, that they should realistically feel confident on most of these maps now. I think that from my perspective anyway, looking at this, Soul's Heart have consistently been just on the outside of the top 2, top 3 for the last 2 years. They have not been able to regain their former glory. And Dev, this is the best opportunity they're going to have, right? They've got Weibo waiting for whoever wins this game in their last lower bracket match before the grand final. So this is this is the best proving ground you could ever have for both of these teams, Daystar included. Daystar full of gunners at the moment. Joe Gore, is just a player that is waiting to be untapped. If you heard Harambe's interview back in the last series, Harambe was singing the praises of Joe Gore. And what to expect from him. But obviously, all we can do here and now is prepare for this matchup. The final best of 3 of the night here in the APL. It's an exciting one as we've got Daystar and Soul's Heart going head-to-head, the opening map of Nighthaven Labs. And, just in case you didn't know, your casters, Devin Pengu.
So what you don't see,
Nice,
Pengu, is
Rob.
that every time Rob does that fill and we go to map fly through, I'm actually running kilometers. I'm running to try and get to the other side of the studio and move into this little igloo where I have to cast from. So that's why he was filling. That's what that was all about. But guess what? We're getting into Nighthaven Labs, and Pengu, one thing I didn't realize when we were on the desk, because I hadn't looked at my notes enough, is we actually have seen Soul's Heart play this map of Nighthaven very recently. In fact, they beat none other than Weibo on it last week in the playoffs. It was the one map that they won in that BO3.
That's crazy.
And it's their Instaban,
That's
by
crazy.
the way. So they beat the second best team in the league on their Instaban, and now Daystar have taken us to it. So big call from old Daystar. Let's see if they can back that in.
I'm gonna call you out here. I'm gonna do it. You don't need good notes when you got a duo, because I made that exact same point as my finishing note to your response about the map, Veto.
Really?
I said that Soul's Heart beat Weibo Gaming in the upper bracket semifinals, and that's why they might have the confidence to take it against Daystar.
Well, this goes to show that I don't listen to you when you talk, which we already knew anyway.
I had to do this because I was listening, unfortunately, to Gus and Sinox's cast, I think yesterday. Oh no, it was last week during one of those really long days. And then I forget who made what point. I guess Gus made a point and Sinox then says the exact same thing. And he goes, "Are you kidding me right now? I said that word for word. Are you even listening?" So I feel like now we've done it, both Aussie duos, so to speak. We've now called out our co-commentator. All is good in the world. The balance has been restored. And it happens. A lot of things get said these days. There are long days as well. And we all got our own thoughts happening. I mean, you got your iPad, you got your brain, you got Rob, you got to deal with.
Sorry, I took my headset off to untangle the cord. What were you saying?
So anyway, we got the Nighthaven Labs here, which I believe Soul's Heart has played before. Yes.
Yes.
It's been a long day.
It has.
Also for the teams, of course, playing and watching and waiting.
These guys played.
One thing is playing one best of 3, but playing 2.
Absolutely. These guys played very long games earlier today as well. They were the longest that 2 mappers could possibly be, pretty much. And, of course, ban phase has flown by us. We're deep into the action phase now. It's 2 hard breach bans by Soul's Heart and 2 electrification hard breach counter bans by Daystar.
Of course, going from one series to another, we just saw Weibo against Elevate in action, and they were very much understanding of the pace that each other wanted to bring. This is the first round of a new series, so we can expect teams to kind of feel it out first and see what the pacing is going to be like. We see a call going out from Dokkaebi, Souffle looking for a kill in the kitchen hallway, gets shut down by Mr. Punch instead. DCH Catwalk, Mr. Punch from Aqua Stairs. The defenders, they're everywhere. They control the map, they own it, and they get the first pick as well.
Yeah, and losing the Dokkaebi as well, just about as bad as it can get in terms of trying to contain the defenders. That's the operator you want to deal with early. Mr. Punch is going for a big flank. Oh, he's caught out by Joe Gore. Hell of a lot of damage done, though, to the Hibana. This is a bomb site all the way down in the basement, by the way. If DCH can get out alive, then Soul's Heart will still be in pretty good stead.
Bit of vert damage there being done with the yellow ping. I9 on Maestro duty. Seeing a fair bit of Maestro today, actually. I'd love to see that. No Brava in response, but of course Dokkaebi was brought but then shut down earlier on, so I9 should have a great time in this round. And with 3 attackers solo on health, the Maestro gets even stronger. Same with the fire from the Goyo, same with the Gumans from Lishan, because Pikensu and Jogor are not far from death. Curious what the HQ will be here. Still doing self-destruction upstairs. 2 players on the garage hatch. Could just be a drop and try and go for something, but again, I think the odds are stacked against you, and I think it casts a barricade still by the door.
Yeah, well, the problem is time ticks away. It makes it harder and harder for Daystar here.
Gets popped.
In the late round Yeah, okay. So they do have an entrance onto site. Still Vulcan canisters to worry about. Still I9's Evil Eyes to worry about. 3 players low HP. They will get minced by the fire and minced by those Evil Eyes. Nice nade here. I9 just needs to swing and deny this. Someone needs to deny this. Somebody has got to deny this! What is going on for Soul's Heart? Daystar get away with a thief of a plant. Absolute theft from them. However, DCH gets into position to disable it, 2v2. And look at these Daystar players, they're low on HP. Mark will trade, 1v1. A triple kill on the round. Pika just has to find the angle that his teammate found before him, and he does!
Oh.
A big headshot in the 1v1 goes the way of Daystar.
But it never should have been their round. I mean, I guess there are no Evil Eyes left alive. That's the only real explanation here, but no one's contesting the plant. No one's swinging until it goes down successfully. No one's watching the walk-in. No one's playing by cargo stairs. No one's flanking upstairs. It seemed like Soul's Heart had like 4 different ways to win the round, yet they didn't. And it wasn't, I mean, it comes down to 1v1, but let's be honest, it's not really close by definition, because having the postman position upstairs down to the verticality, it should be a guaranteed win for Daystar on the attack, and they did indeed also lock it in. Falling short in what was such a great round sucks in the very first one, but the benefit is you're only down 0-1. It's not a huge loss right now. Had we been like 4-4, you know, match point situation, it's a whole different ball game. The Soul's Heart, they can still make up for this one. They gotta show up better in this second round. They're gonna go upstairs. Curse the downstairs bomb site. We don't want to go back to it again. Let's just swap things up, bring the mirror, bring some C4s, try and play around that wall deny, as we've seen teams do time and time again on this map. It seems to be what most teams like to approach it with, forcing you into the Hibana X Kairos and the can openers as your only way to hop reach these walls. I guess you have Maverick, but Maverick's always there.
Yeah, not picked a lot today though.
I would say, time to make a new door.
No, or this stage in general, I think it's not really been a preference for most teams, and I don't blame them, but at the same time,
I mean, if you give him back nades, maybe we'll see him come through a bit more. Imagine Maverick with tin can openers. I would love to see that. You reckon he'd get picked?
Yeah, because you could just Maverick a tiny hole, shoot the jammer or the bandit, and then breach the wall properly without like support and cover and such. But I'm against, so like my philosophy here, I don't think Jaeger or Amai should have a deployable shield because they have a protective gadget. I don't think any hard destruction operator should have EMPs or another secondary hard destroying gadget either.
What do you think about Recruit?
Because the beauty of CCT. Well, Recruit is the exception to the rule. Recruit has both, but you don't have a primary gadget, so that's the exception. Like imagine you gave Sledge flashbangs and nades. You like ADS clear and then grenade something, right? I mean
that's what Recruit has. It just doesn't have
teammates.
the sledgehammer.
Exactly, and I mean, okay, maybe it's just a bad example because Sledge sucks right nowadays, right? But yeah, it's a terrible example. But yeah, I like when you need help from teammates to do things.
I get what you mean. I'm just being facetious, but yeah, I totally get what you mean. It's good to have operators that like complement each other rather than gadgets that are too good on their own and complement the innate kit, which is I think why Blackbeard is so strong right now. Not only does he have such a good gadget, but also like the nades. It just complements the gadget almost too well.
I want to see Ford. Okay.
Wow, that's a.
The thing is, you have 4 raw aura gates, and he just has another one. Look, second one goes like that. C4 did nothing in the round, nothing at all. And what now? What are you gonna do now? Like, what's the plan B here? You don't have any impact grenades.
It's an interesting way to play this, though. Very rarely do we see a Ryora used in this particular position and closed again, so they can focus up and play deeper angles. A split push. Daystar getting very creative with the Ryora here. As they try and take down this player, Mr. Punch will fall. Good play from Seal.
Reload.
There's still a way that they could really lock this down with the Ryora. They continue isolating fights, but Pika loses his life. And this Azami of I9 is keeping this bomb site hold alive, making himself very difficult to clear. Time is ticking down. Daystar find a good opening from Giga Chad, but he gets traded back. Immediately, the fight follows through from Daystar. A 1v3, 2 players low on HP. Joe Gore, he needs to find this kill, but Mark gets it. No time for the refrag. And Soul's Heart steal it. Thanks to Mark with his big 1v3.
Kind of a sad way to lose the round because one person's going for a kill, second guy looking to maybe try and go for a plant. It looked so good, so stable for most of that for Daystar, and I think they did a great job problem solving everything. They were patient, they had the utility, they had 2 people at Aqua side. They had a very clear understanding that, hey, we gotta get IT Breach into Catwalk, into Aqua. And now with that triangular situation, we can now attack the bomb site and there should be no safe areas on site itself. And they had that. But time was definitely taken away. All the attackers left on very low health, enabled the clutch from Mark and Soul's Heart. And they will go back downstairs. It's such a funny pace difference because we just saw some of the fastest rounds maybe the league has seen on Border between Weibo and Elevate. And now we're seeing rounds coming down to 0 seconds, pretty much back to back between Daystar and Soul's Heart. Different ways of playing the game, different opponents, also in this case, different maps.
And we're also seeing what should have probably been a Soul's Heart round in the first round go to Daystar, and then the inverse happen in the second round.
5 seconds left.
I will say though, I do love seeing Rayora picked, and I think that's a particularly creative use. Rather than people look at new operators, and often they can think of a way that you can use it in a really spammy kind of plant-focused way, like, oh, Ying is out. All right, I'm going to throw all my Candelas in, then we're going to plant. Or Rayora is out. I'm just going to spam it on all these doorways, and then we go for a rush plant. But when you actually have like a more specific nuanced strategy, like we saw that round from Daystar, it's really exciting.
I love me some good creativity. Once upon a time, all we had was people playing Boss G Vigil and Alibi 1.5x scope and Ward not using their gadgets and people ripping their hair out being, why are they not doing this? Why are they not doing that?
To be fair, we still see people running around like headless chickens with the Boss G. We saw that last game.
Speaking of, seeing this game right now as well, Scatman's turn.
SMG-12, damn, such a good gun.
It's not. It's really not a good gun.
Really? Everyone loves it, bro. Have you watched any of Pro League?
Dude, I'm not sure if they like it or if they're forced to use it because it's either Boss G or Dokkaebi DMR on the other side.
No, you can use the K1A. Like K1A is like a very good gun as well on the defensive side.
Then why do people play Boss G?
Now, people love that SMG-12.
The Boss G is scary, man. There's no gun I would rather avoid fighting than a Boss G. It strikes fear into the back of my mind when I hear it. I don't like it.
And there's no gun that I would rather have in close range if I'm swinging someone that's like less than 5 meters than SMG-12.
I will counter you and say SMG-11.
Nah.
That's the better gun.
Okay,
this is nice though. Boss G, long range of sight. SMG-12 a close range of sight. I was actually never a smoke main by choice. It was by force. Just want to put that out there. I was forced to smoke because no one knew how to make goddamn rotationals. I always forget making them. I was like, I'll remember. So I make them. 5 years later, I retired as a smoke main.
So that's why you love Tachanka. You just want to get it done quicker.
It is much, much quicker. Oh my days. And you can actually fight back on long range as well. But I would never play that operator myself. The gadget is too slow.
Well, the reason...
That's just like Sledge.
The reason why we've had so much time to smack talk about this, Nick, is because this round has been very slow. I mean, 2.5 minutes have passed, and it hasn't been a single engagement.
We're waiting. We got, again, the Plant Deny, the Goyo, the Maestro, the good positions. We got Sledge breaking the floor for Daystar. No Dokkaebi call. A flank from Mark, though.
This is not going to work. Oh my god!
Okay.
He even reacted second as well. Oh, Soufflé just got absolutely and decisively shat on by Mark. But it seems like Daystar do have the gusto to conjure up and execute. This should be easily denied, though, from Scatman. It's just only I9 remaining, and there's not time to seal the deal for Seal. And so Soul's Heart do steal the round on time.
That is ridiculous. That the fact that the entire round could have changed off the gunfight in 90 hallway by kitchen between Mark and Dokkaebi. I thought he was as good as dead. He had no clue he was being watched, and yet he just domes the Dokkaebi in the corner. Unlucky, honestly.
I think that was a bad call from our observer. Why didn't you spectate the Legion? Come on, dude.
Yeah, like why didn't you watch the guy that got the kill? Like that's what we were supposed to be
Come
seeing
on,
here.
observers. You don't realize? I think what they should try next time is watching the guy who actually gets the kill.
Just do a better job. I think it's very simple. You know, we got. Have you watched any EML this season? It's like a very late schedule for you, obviously.
I watched the one that we casted.
Okay, that doesn't count. You're casting that one. You're not watching the casting. You're casting or you're watching. So you haven't watched it. So there's a new thing in EML. In one of the first games of the stage for G2, we only observed 1 out of 6 kills for Stumpin. And the Jinxieverse people were not very happy. The playday after and every playday following that one, we now have the Jinxie box, which is 1 round in regulation and 1 round in overtime, I believe. There will be a small box on the screen at all times the entire round where you see only Stumpin's point of view while still watching the main screen you guys see right now watching other people. So that's the solution that we found over there. If we ever have a guy flanking and a guy being flanked, just slap that on there. We'll always catch the kill. That's what I call problem solving.
Damn. Stompin' cam, huh?
Yep. Jinxie box, yep. It's not even Stompin' cam or something, it's Jinxie box. like Stompin's just playing his game, you're minding his own business, and then Jinxie's like, I wanna watch my boy Stompin', which is fair enough.
I bet he watches the stream and he like blows up that tiny box full screen just so he can watch Stompin'. Doesn't care about what's going on.
Oh yeah, he zooms in.
Yeah.
He was losing his mind when Stompin' aced against Falcons on 7-7 to win the game. He was, I think he like literally lost his voice. Oh, you saw that?
I did see that, yeah. That was pretty nuts.
My god.
Oh, is this Soul's Hearts going to the worst bomb site in the game again, like they always do? I think it might be. They just absolutely love this bomb site. Everyone hates it, except for Soul's Heart. And they insist on playing it all the time.
The thing about it that's unique to me is that there's no clash. I always say this. This bomb site with clash is somewhat playable. Without the clash, it looks very difficult. Now you got Capital against you, the Ram, the Monty, and these will just simplify how you can approach it. If someone got meeting control now, they're in the hallway, they're on the windows. Mr. Punch falling back 1 room. Looking to fall back even further. Maybe try and bait I9 in the corner, kill the drone for him, run away. If he gets chased.
God.
Oh my days!
What a flick from Mr. Punch. We saw it last round, we're seeing it again here, and this one-way keeper barrier has utterly destroyed Souffle and picked Daystar's round to pieces. Just Jogor and Giga Chad now. Hibana and Monty, they haven't even got top floor control. And the worst bomb site in the game isn't looking so bad after all when Soul's Heart are on the defense. They're absolutely abusing Montaigne. Oh my god.
Oh my.
Not a second kill here as I9 finds the final one. Holy crap, they just obliterated Daystar. That was not a fight, that was a massacre. And Soul's Heart are up 3-1.
I mean, that was too easy. It was just a matter of getting individual gun kills, but it's again a gunfight where Daystar, they probably should have won it. They walk in, they're ready for it, they're watching the angle, and a flick goes towards them. Mr. Punch gets that kill, and with that, you know, Daystar, they speed up, they look for more, but guess what? He wasn't alone. Einan was there for backup, and he gets a bunch of kills himself. Good small mini games being made though from Soul's Heart, getting a buddy, playing together, not making solo kills and solo plays. They're just gonna keep doing the same thing. They're playing utility, they're playing slow operators, they're making Daystar make the first move, and they're very comfortable doing so. They got a 3-1 lead, so why would you change? This is working perfectly fine right now.
Man, I'm going to say, Soul's Heart are always a team you expect to see a little bit of creativity from. We're seeing Maestro picked with not the older, but I always forget the name of this gun. It's ACS-12, I think, this slug shotgun. It is
yes, that's correct.
An interesting weapon, very unique. Not at all like the TCSG. Feels quite different. It's very slow firing. It's technically automatic if you hold down left click, but not very good. I9's going for a spawn pick with his army. Not an operator you would usually spawn pick with, but it doesn't matter if you're that good. And he does take down Seal. Big kill. He hadn't even put down all his barbed wire and keeper barriers, by the way. Just had to get that spawn peek in there.
I love that. See, I got places to be and spawn kills to get. I mean, that sucks. If you're a seal right now, I'm slamming my desk. Like, it's like, oh my god. You're Grim, 5 Grim canisters, like either secondary impedes or can opener. Yes, can openers. C4 takes a ton to make Skyros. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. You're locking Daystar out very successfully with that C4. They have only 4 pellets left now. 2 spare reinforcements from the defenders. They could close up shop right now, and there's no heart destruction from Daystar at all for garage or meeting wall. That's kind of ridiculous.
E1D, what are they doing on the back of that? Nothing, it seems. Just dying. Literally lying down to die. Yeah. Okay, there's been a real flip of the switch here, Pangu. I mean, Daystar looked pretty solid in that second round despite losing it. Last 2 rounds, they have looked utterly undignified. Soul's Heart have dominated. A 4th round likely on the cards here. A half, still a little bit of legs to it. Daystar needs to make good in either this round, coming back from the 3v5, or the next round. But if it keeps up the way it has been for the last round and a half, I think Soul's Heart could honestly be on here for a pretty dominant one.
They absolutely could. It's just a matter of when at this point that this round will be over. And it's sad because Daystar didn't really get to play this round. Like, not really. They've lost 2 players. 3rd gets shotgunned. I mean, are they trying 100% right now? I'm not sure. Good trade from Joe Gore. They're in the building. But no diffuser. Across the map, 40 seconds. And this hallway of Aqua to walk on in and try and make something happen. But they'll be met with crossfires. 4 defenders left alive. It's not going to be easy at all.
And even if they do get inside here, there's nowhere safe to plant. Will be exposed no matter where they go. Scatman finds Jokor all up to Souffle. 1v4. Yeah, toss a smoke down. See if that helps. Bit of damage, but the Evil Eye is also going to zippity zap him. And the round is done. It's 4 on the board for Soul's Heart. And they look so bored, man. They look so like, oh, that took a while.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, these rounds, like half of them, nothing's happening, right? And if you're defending, you will get a bit bored, and that's where some teams, some players, they will start swinging a dumb gunfight just to get something going, to get some action. But they're committing to this. It's working so well. As long as Soul's Heart can do a half-decent job on the attack, that's gonna be this map. That's gonna be Skyscraper, because Skyscraper plays very similar. You can turtle up around the bomb sites and wait for Daystar to make the first move. As long as Soul's Heart gets like a 2-4 attack and a half on both this map and Skyscraper, I can totally see them just winning out from that alone, because the defensive rounds are unbreakable from Daystar.
Well, one last round for Daystar. And are they really going to pick this Jackal? Pangu, watch out. We're seeing a Jackal pick, guys. It's all over. Never mind. It's IQ. I mean, what at this point do you do for Daystar? I mean, you just got utterly obliterated a couple of these rounds in a row. We need one more attack on the board. Otherwise, it's pretty much a done deal.
You take Monty. Whenever this happens, Monty is the single best solution to your problem. You can get in the building, you can literally hold W on your keyboard and never let go, and you won't die, and you'll get a bunch of map control for your team. And if any roamers are there with a gun without like a shield counter, they have to run away. You get permanent information, you can IGL more comfortably. I think it solves all of Daystar's issues right now. They're too slow, they're not getting map control, they don't have information. But they're being a bit stubborn here. I use the same phrase for Elevate, where they're kind of refusing to play shields, which in my mind would be a very good solution. Not to everything, but a good first step for sure. I don't know if they have a good shield player. I don't know Daystar that well, but I think even getting a person who doesn't like playing shields on the shield operator would be enough here. A run out.
Oh.
Ooh, the timing.
Yeah, I mean, ambitious from Mr. Punch, and I kind of don't blame him. I9 did a run out, spawn peak, kind of a different type of run out in the previous round, and it works. Like, Soul's Heart are taking that fight to Daystar, but not to be this time around. A little bit too ambitious, too big of a run out, detected for too long. Daystar have struggled when there's a lot of obstacles to deal with. We saw that on the cafeteria, defense, when there's a few obstacles and a bit of aggression. That seems to be the perfect recipe for Soul's Heart at the moment, but they are a player down.
Now time, gotta keep watching it, 1 minute 20 seconds. They keep bringing the sledge, likely because of the grenades to deal with the Maestro cameras. So you can now sledge the floor, destroy the Evil Eye, and progress the round. Grenade against the barricade almost takes out DCH, but he stays alive for now. And down next to stairs they go, 2-3 attackers. Are they going fast here? Are they speeding up? Not entirely, but they are making their way down the stairs.
There's also a flank here from DCH. I don't think he's going to be anywhere near anything. Maybe eventually, but
This
he's
could be
going
really
a little
good
bit too. He's just a bit too slow is the problem, I feel. Maybe he will get there in time.
I mean, you're gonna speak about slow. Daystar are slow. They haven't even progressed down the stairs yet. They're still going.
Yeah, and I9's found the pick onto one of those players on side. So it's pretty much red now. What Daystar are going for, they're pushing for 1v1s and Soul's Heart. Yeah, I mean, once DCH starts moving his way down, I don't think there's going to be much in it for Daystar. I9 still wins another fight on site, so it doesn't even matter about the flank yet because I9's doing everything here for Soul's Heart. Time's ticking away. Oh, these last two players just going to walk straight into the waiting arms of DCH. He finds one, trade it back. Desperation now as the attack has to erupt onto the site. There's a player above. Easy for Scatman. I9 finally taken out, but man, talk about slow. Daystar, the day really has not started.
They're still doing map veto right now. They're banning maps. They don't know that they're playing that Haven yet. I mean, it sucks to say, but they're just not holding W enough. It's very simple. They go down extra stairs. I saw 2-3 silhouettes. I'm thinking, okay, they're doing it. They're pushing down. They're gonna hit the bomb site. Good pace. Then they let go of W for like 30-40 seconds. And you're talking about how the Valkyrie is flanking too slowly. Under normal circumstances, in almost any Nighthaven Labs matchup I have ever seen, yes, the Valkyrie flying too slow. In this particular instance, it was right on schedule because Daystar are just not doing a fast enough job at progressing in the rounds. Side swap 5.5 for Soul's Heart. They need 1 round to look at match point, 2 rounds to take this home and take us to Skyscraper, their own map choice. Operator Benz, Kaid, and Bandit. Wow. And then Monty and the Buck on the other side, targeting both the entry, the soft destruction, and the verticality. Leaving kind of Ram on the soft destruction department unless you want to get Sledge with grenades.
Yeah, I'd be pretty scared about playing Sledge when you know that the opponents are banning Buck. It typically means that they're going for something specific. I mean, well, there's 2 sides to it, right? Often if you ban that Buck, if you force the Sledge play, you're much more vulnerable to the C4s. But the other thing that Buck's different about is, right, the vertical game from below upwards, which the Deimos is really the only other good substitute for. And as we're starting on the top floor, we do occasionally see Deimos and Buck played on this map. But I haven't seen it as much this stage, but definitely like when Deimos came out, it was one of the most powerful places I saw him played. I guess Daystar just really don't want to play against Vert on this site.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, it's one of those where Sophia, Ash, Deimos can do a similar job, so is it worth banning the Buck? That's kind of what I'm left with. But then also for the tertiary bomb side, if you have a Buck, you can just go into IT and then Buck all the way down. Or if you're playing Beast rather. So, I don't know. In the end, I don't think Daystar's defensive rounds will come down to the Arbiter Band phase. It comes down to their performance in the server, and if they play like they do an attack, or where they're not really being very proactive, then it won't matter a whole lot. We gotta see them have a game plan, have a counterplay, think about where the breaches will be happening, the plant will be going down, where the entries are gonna come from Soul's Heart. So far, pretty good pace. Got the first exothermic charge popping the connector wall. Looking now to get the main breach instead. They got Maverick and Thermite together. There is that mirror window, I think, on the exterior wall, so they gotta figure out how they want to navigate that first. There it is. It can be popped open and see forward. Impact trick already is popped open, I believe, actually.
Careful,
Oh!
Scapman. C4, yep.
Bang. Yeah.
Bang.
It's funny because in the first series that we casted tonight, the Elevate one, we saw so many C4s that like misaligned despite having the previs. But that was picture perfect because it actually had to go through the hole. You had to thread that needle. If it had landed on the inside, it wouldn't have killed the Mav. That's a big kill. Oh. ADS is going to save here.
Oh.
Yeah, he didn't juggle it in time. DCH team
team
killed
kill?
I9. What is going on? How on earth is Soulsheart team killing and starting in a numbers deficit and still ending up looking like the better position? End up losing one more player. 2v2. Daystar really need this. That's
It's
for damn
winnable.
sure.
They could try and air jab the Clash here. ADS burn with the flashbangs, get the air jabs involved. I mean, that would be the logical play in my mind here. One flashbang going out, perhaps. No, DCH, he cooked it. Not quite gonna go for it, though. They see the position. They know exactly where the Clash is. There
it's a
goes
swing.
the flashbang.
It's a wide swing.
A wide swing.
Out goes the flash. Out goes the second flash. He has to make good on this. He looks the other way. He doesn't
Oh, they
get
just
flashed.
push it.
Going in deep. One kill, the second one.
What?
How on earth does Soulsheart get away with that? Opening kill, lost. Team kill, doesn't matter. What on earth am I watching? It's a 6-1 scoreline and Daystar are in the gutter.
It's not pretty, but that is some ridiculous problem solving. I mean, come on. They flash, turn their back, push the Clash shield, and just kill them. Because they will be flashed and you won't. No air jab needed whatsoever. It's Daystar again, not really playing the right crossfires in the 2 versus 2. You can see that breach from IT, from Garage Catwalk, but yet no one's really watching it. Of course, the Clash is playing close, they'll be blinded. Clash could also pick up the shield and walk away and do something else. You got options. There was even a team kill from Soulsheart early on that could have been a 3 versus 2. It's just not their map, but James, who picked this map again? Was it Daystar? Yeah, Daystar picked this map?
Yeah, this was Daystar's map pick.
Yeah, that's concerning.
Yeah, I mean,
worrying.
It's, like we said, this is Soulsheart's insta-ban with the exception of that one time that they played it against, you know, Weibo, and then beat them.
Weibo. I mean, that's gonna give you so much confidence, though. If I can beat Weibo on this map, I'm beating Daystar on this map as well. Let
How
me
about
tell ya.
6-1, 7-1, something like that? Sound about right? Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Well, I watched a bit of the Soulsheart game from earlier today, but I was driving for a bunch of it as well. And from everything I heard, especially in the post-match desk, Soulsheart are looking like the real deal. You know, there was a lot of this stage where they were really looking pretty rough. And of course, they've just made a roster change. They're still figuring out how the new team is looking. But damn it, they're not looking pretty hot right now.
Here comes the entry in the Blackbeard. I9. Was great on defense, playing util of Maestro. He's gotten 10 and 4 so far. Now on entry duty instead. There's an Ella upstairs watching the hatch.
Oh.
Gets a free kill, so if he looks the wrong way. Jogor elsewhere takes down Mr. Punch, but honestly, pretty good trade for the defenders. Right? Taking out the Deimos, or losing the Ella. I'm gonna say worth it so far, and he's still holding map control inside of cargo stock, but here comes a flank, a backstab. Scatman whiffs every single bullet.
Not on the second spray, though. And you could see Jogor was tempted to come in for it as well. Look to try and make that a 2v1. Scatman was aware the whole time. Scatman still wins his fight. And this is not a good trade here for Daystar. Losing 2 players just to kill that Deimos. Losing all of this map control. Hatch is now open. Vertical dominance for Soulsheart. Pika still loitering, as is Jogor, hoping that they can find a kill on these staircases. But yeah, I think this might be the end of the line for Daystar on Nighthaven. Soulsheart are consolidating their position. They're holding down their flanks. They've got time to burn. They don't need to rush this, and they know exactly where this Warden is.
Oh, yeah. Get the BB over there, honestly, at this point. Get the shield to cover the angle, then go for the freebie. If you nade him, he's gonna run away. Like, he'll know. Shut the drone to whiff the nade. Second nade doesn't... Oh my god.
Bro, he was lit as well.
What have I just witnessed?
The nade was just trying to get him to move so he could spray him through the drone hole. Peak is now in the exact same position, by the way. Difference is he's not a warden. But they don't know about him. Yeah, okay. So he might actually find something here on the flank. DCH goes down. But now they know about it, and they might be flooding the site. GigaChad, though, holds down the fort. There's no way. There's no way. Well, I guess Daystar aren't losing quite yet. Unless if 11 and 4 I9 can find something miraculous out of nothing. He's got to deal with the keeper barrier. Down it goes. Tries to take some fights. He's not getting peeked. And really, there's nothing to be done for him. Nothing needed from Daystar. Somehow, they're still alive. Save the KD for I9. Game's not done yet.
Still processing what I'm seeing, honestly. I mean, it's a genius play with the grenade. Then they leave the flank open, no one's watching it. They start planting and go your fire. And I think they might have thought, you know what, it's over, guys. We did it, it's done. They weren't really covering every single thing and playing, you know, a perfect end round of Siege. Daystar, despite winning it in a clutch, I will argue, will call a tactical timeout to figure out, guys, what are we gonna do? It's one of those awkward situations of it's 4 rounds straight for overtime, or it's, you know what, it's okay if we lose 9 even laps. We got other maps to come. Right now, the best Daystar can do realistically, of course, they can mount a crazy comeback. But often that doesn't happen. But getting comfortable in the matchup, in the server, getting your reps in, getting some practice here, getting warmed up, that's great. That's what they can aim for. And just get as many rounds on the board as possible and get as good as possible for Skyscraper. That is the second map.
Keep in mind as well that Daystar won the first round. Soul's Heart actually won 6 in a row. So even just winning that round, even though it was very messy. Messy is one word for it. Even though it was very rough, even though it was very messy, even though there were plenty of mistakes, just getting 1 round. So that monkey's off the back. They're now through to a new era, potentially. You know, they've stopped that streak. They've taken their tactical timeout. 1 or 2 rounds here would, like you say, make a lot of difference for the mental. Moving into map 2, which is going to be Skyscraper. And yeah, I don't think I've casted Skyscraper in the current meta. In the current, on Siege X at all, maybe. Oh, sure, no, surely we did get reload. Since Siege X is out in the public, I do not think I have casted Skyscraper. We're guaranteed to see it. And even if Daystar don't fire up here, then they're going to need to there. Soul's Heart are the ones who picked it. I don't know whether Soul's Heart actually do crack and like Nighthaven, but have just been banning it to troll everyone. I wonder if that's the case.
Hey, often when teams, they permaban a map, they practice it in the shadows and then it comes out eventually. But some teams also just have like a very small map pool, and in best of ones, you can totally get away with it. You just have like 4 permabans and you play whatever's left. But then you play best of 3s and you'll get exposed if you don't have a big map pool, because you don't get to ban all those maps immediately. So it could be a case of either or. I will say though, Soul's Heart on the defensive setups, play like very clean Siege, very simple Siege, the best of ways. On their attacks, they've been good. They get explosive when they have to. They get creative when they have to. And they've only really lost out to Daystar winning individual gunfights. So they're very par for the course. Like, they're playing very, very great on 9 laps. There's not much I can complain about from that Soul's Heart.
Well, that's it. They've just
there
lost
it is, the lash out.
Yeah. That's all we need to see from Daystar. And we need to see they don't forfeit their advantage by overpeaking. We need to make sure that they play off of each other. We saw in the last round, a lot of the roams were very separated for Daystar. It allowed Soul's Heart to isolate them and find these picks back. Oh, here could be an exchange. No, I9's waiting. Listening. Souffle's watching the angle.
Has to call.
It's a bit of a standoff.
Let's see if we observe the guy who gets the kill here or not. This with the small box would be nice, no?
Yeah, can we pip this?
Anna has a Dogaby phone call. Yeah, pip it, pip it.
Pip this bad boy, boys.
Oh, the vault sound might give it away. Goes on cams.
Surely not.
You're visible from the window when you're on that boost spot, by the way.
Is he going to see the side of him? You can hear it. He's not going to peek it enough, though. And he is being watched.
You know.
He's got such an inkling. Got a feeling.
No one
How
else
long are
is
we gonna
here,
watch
that's the
this?
problem.
Oh, he saw him. I9 flashes, takes a bit of damage. Souffle gets away. Oh, nice shot though. Eventually, Souffle bites off a little bit more than he can chew. Meanwhile, Daystar has found their pick elsewhere, and the round has really subsided. This is a big kill though. No, Joe Gore!
What?
He needed to hold
He
that
wins that?
position. Somehow DCH won it, yeah. And now it's a 3v3. The advantage has truly subsided for the defense. One thing that's on their side is the clock. I9 though, about to round this corner. Through the gas, through the Elamine. Doesn't matter, he finds the kill regardless.
Oh my god.
Another flashbang to go on through. 2 players alive, but Pika holds it down on the bomb site. He's hit double digits, and he's kept Daystar in Nighthaven Labs. Third round is found by the defense.
So in Soul's Heart, they lose a player early. Things really stall out for them. They can't do their plan A. They're fishing for a very long time in that round. Maybe a little too long. I think they had like 10, 20 more seconds to work with. They could have made a clutch happen there. Instead, force a sprint on in, take back gunfights. They had good info though. We saw 3 separate yellow pings that got them to that final moment in a 2 versus 2. But even that wasn't enough. Operator bans going out. Monty, Buck, and IQ. And then a perfect counter response with the Bandit, Kaiten, and Valkyrie to follow through. Both teams recognizing the issue at hand, information and counter information. Very nice indeed.
It's always funny when you see like the direct counters to each other banned on out. I wonder if the plan was to play Valkyrie here for Daystar and it was just read by Soul's Heart. I guess, you know, you can always counter the the Valkyrie with Dokkaebi, which we know that I9 is going to pick every single round anyway, more or less, when he's not playing that black bid. He's usually on the lurky Dokkaebi.
Lurky Dokkaebi.
Little lurky Lou.
I like him on Blackbeard more.
Really?
Personally.
I mean, I like him on Blackbeard more than sitting outside of a window for the whole round, yeah. But if he's actually like getting in and lurking and taking ground, then I don't mind that.
Ah, okay. Because I was gonna say, yeah, like I think they just need to take map control and like take that space, and I9 is that guy. He goes in very quickly, not too many cares in the world, and then gets the job done. And one of the issues with this lineup that can happen for teams, who's gonna be entry? Ram, who's the only soft destroyer vertically, Twitch or Brava, who has drones as primary gadgets, the only Heartbreacher, or Dokkaebi, the global gadget that has to recharge for the first 45 seconds. It's very hard right now to get in the building unless you do this. Brava, Twitch will do their job first using their gadget. Meanwhile, Dokkaebi's, phone call, the first one, will recharge, and the Ace will just rush to get the Heartbreaching done. All of a sudden then, you're slow in the first 60 seconds, but after that, anyone can become an entry player. Bit of an impact trick there with the mirror window on the main breach. That is the struggle of playing Ace, but it's safe. If you play the Thermite, then you might just get C4'd. Same with Maverick. If you play Hibana, it's very slow, because you gotta do 2 pellets at a time. If you play Ace, well, you might get impact tricked. Pick your poison.
Yeah, I think he'll still be able to breach it eventually. Oh, DCH taking this fight on IT. I don't think there's an entry hole on the wall yet. I didn't manage to see this mirror window though. Even if IT control is taken, there's that mirror window to deal with, especially if you're pushing over from con. No, the wall's actually not correctly breached yet. Ooh, Souffle's exposed. DCH is close to being able to swing this. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that there was a reinforcement there. That makes a lot more sense. Still, I mean, if... Oh, no, wait. Ace is out of Selmas. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
No more hard breach
Impact
available.
trick in the main breach and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's kind of, yeah.
Okay, they're going to have to get desperate here, but Mark has made his way...
by the site, though.
Very close to site. Perhaps it's possible, especially with that pick. That's the player to take down on the site. Out goes a smoke. Can they bait some entries here? Can they bait some aggression?
I think so. Smoke can go in here. If the hallway is clear too, yep, they see it. They can jump on in. No vert holes. Valkyrie ban. No information. Not the best planned spot. Bit risky. Might work.
And the Dokkaebi calls ringing out as
yeah,
well
they don't know.
for some info and denying the info.
Hello?
Gathering from the defense. Plant is on the site. There was a clutch shot as well. Mark had already droned it. He knew there was no one in there. He played it smart. Souffle upstairs finds 2. Brings it back. Now 2 players making their way up the hallway. Mark gets a little bit antsy on the site. This is going to be a challenging post plant now for just Mr. Punch and Scatman. Souffle is up above. Oh, Mr. Punch is going to wait. He's leaving a drone for his teammates. Souffle is going to stay on the top floor. He might actually be able to save this. He does. Mr. Punch is down. It's nigh impossible now, but 2 big kills for Scatman. Oh no! Scatman! Look at him go! 1v3 in the post plant. Right as it slipped through Soulsheart's fingers, he brings it back again. What a way to end the map for Soulsheart. Big clutches, and we're off to Skyscraper.
Daystar not looking too bad either. They had a good read on the retake, pushing the hallway, going upstairs, taking vertical control, but then time was kind of slipping away. They had to go very quickly. Scatman in the right spot at the right time, gets the right kill in the right order, and with that, of course, the round. Daystar looks more warmed up now, which should make for a better Skyscraper, but what a brutal start to the half in that 1-5 defensive side on Night Haven Labs.
Yeah, it was not good on the defense from, not good on the attacking side from Daystar. A bit of a rough start. 6 rounds in a row from Soulsheart. Bit of redemption for Daystar, but it is a win nonetheless. We go to Skyscraper up next.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Into the level 1v1, the close out for the ball, win, saves and what is going on? He grabs that one out, 2-on-1, we're gonna see ese efectivo, y va intentando plantar mais a partida. Prioritization, immediately on the diffuser, Lagonis needs to get in there. You gotta go, Lagonis. Why are you not looking?
처음 본 순간부터 눈을 뗄 수가 없었어. 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까 Then you got me sinking low. 사랑이란 단어로 섬도 아닌 섬을 타며 행복한 줄로 같잖아 어렵지 않아 무슨 생각한지도 정말 진심인지도 Guess like I've never guessed before 나 좋아하는 건 맞아 친구들이 다들 바보래 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 Honestly Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me 내 곁에만 있다면 Baby can't you see 자꾸 쳐다보면 말이라도 걸어봐 속마음을 표현해 I know we're gonna be alright 손이라도 잡을까 품에 안겨볼까 Whatever your love language I know we're gonna be alright I know we're gonna be alright
That sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar. All I want is satisfaction. Make a move, baby, you got nothing to lose. Give me that good reaction. Gonna make it right, little like an offer I can't refuse. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion.
Welcome back, guys. It's Daystar versus Soul's Heart. We're getting into map number 2. Pengu, look, map 1 was a bit rough for Daystar. They won the first round. They lost 6 in a row after that before Daystar eventually found themselves 2 more and it ended up in a 7-3. At least they redeemed their pride a little bit, but yeah, Soul's Heart, pretty dominant win on Daystar's map pick.
Certainly. And not just convincing, but also one thing is how Soul's Heart themselves are playing. Another one is the areas in which Daystar they fail to show up in. That's my biggest concern, because this now means if they don't change things around that 5-minute break between map 1 and map 2, I don't know how we can expect a very different outcome. The whole storyline here is that Daystar like playing Nighthaven laps. Soul's Heart do not like playing it necessarily, yet Daystar was a team who looked like they didn't have much figured out on it. So we gotta see them switch up here for Skyscraper. But before we get there, we do have to go through a rehost, Mr. James.
That we do. It's Skyscraper, our first Skyscraper of the stage, Pengu. We're going to go to a really quick break while we get everyone back in the lobby. We'll be back for Daystar vs Soul's Heart in just a moment.
스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah. They provide me shade and I really thrive on it. 오늘도 역시 괜히 기분이 이상해. Sipping lemonade from my lemon tree honey. Let me spill the tea on all these haters all love me. Broke up all the killing it, winning attitude. 당당하게 올라가, see my altitude. 나랑 맞서 싸우면 baby you would lose. If I wasn't me I get it, I would hit me too. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah. 자신과의 싸움에서 지면 야구르지. 매일매일 일어나서 부터 보는 거지. Look in the mirror, say you're a winner. 주문을 걸어봐 yeah. In a bad mood 바꿔버려 in a hurry. 꿀꿀한 기분 털어버려 I don't worry. Get through the weather, feeling get better. 주문을 걸어봐 yeah. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah.
Banger after banger, tell them Tina Mina do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do that better. Banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger. Tina Mina do it better. Who could even do this better?
I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah.
Banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger.
주문을 걸어봐 yeah.
네 앞에서 no way. 널 기억하고 맡길 수 없는 걸. Yeah, you are the only thing I need. I can feel whatever.
Apologies for the delay there, guys, but we're back into it. It's map number 2, Daystar vs Soul's Heart. Pengu, how are you holding up?
Doing pretty good. I don't know why, but I think I slept too much last night, and I wake up like sluggish. I don't know if you get that as well.
I don't know
I feel
how
like I
you
need less sleep last night.
I don't know how you slept too much when you had to get up for an Asia League play though, which is pretty early your time.
I'm gonna tell you exactly how. You and I, we work the second shift, which means my first cast is like 12 midday.
Really? Oh, okay.
Which means I can sleep the entire day.
It's so funny because the other days you were waking up at like 5 a.m. or something, 4 a.m. What time? were
4.
you? Yeah,
4 and
Jesus.
5.
Yeah. Wowee.
Yeah. And now my body is confused because I'm waking up at like 8, 9.
Damn.
So I'm like adjusting. I'm like an old man, dude. When I was a pro player, I was traveling across the world, different time zones, no jet lag ever. And now I travel like to England, 1 hour time zone difference. My body's like, what is wrong? I don't like that.
Creature of habit. Oh well.
Yeah.
It's only 11 p.m. right now, and I am exhausted, despite having other streams that we've done that have gone until 4 or 5 a.m. my time. So, go figure.
That's crazy.
Let's try and figure out this game, because I'm still trying to make sense of what happened on map number 1. Soul's Hearts, insta-ban. They dominated Daystar on. Yeah, Daystar found a few consolation rounds at the end to make the scoreline look a bit better, but that game really felt like a 7-1, and it was on track to be.
It did.
Now we're on Skyscraper. This is Soul's Hearts map pick, and we're pretty worried for Daystar here.
C4 spawn peak. Here he goes. Finds nothing. It's very cheeky.
That's a
Now,
very big C4.
In my mind, Daystar needs to go absolutely nuclear on defense here. Like we're talking 5-1 half, 4-2 half at the least. Because look at how they were attacking Life in Labs, and I apply the same philosophy to Skyscraper. I just don't know if they can muster much. And Skyscraper, regardless of who you are, very difficult map to attack. Probably one of the hardest in the entire Pro League map pool right now. And always has been the case. It's never been like it's easy to attack Skyscraper. It's always been incredibly difficult. I love the Monty ban from Daystar. I love the Capital ban. Both are two very pivotal operators on Skyscraper to help make it easier. Whereas Ban and Kaid for Soul's Heart, they clearly just want to guarantee the walls to get opened up because that's step 1. If you can't get step 1, you can't get step 2. They are in.
Yeah, that they are. And the Finger Boost is enabling I9 to get a little bit more aggressive here. He's right on in the site. He's got this mirror window to work with the Blackbeard as well. Surely, Soul's Heart unable to actually consolidate here. There's Vert from down below, the mirror window pop. This is smart moves from Daystar on the retake. The plant will go down. Scatman confirms it. I9 still locking down the position, but he's getting minced up from down below the shotgun. He doesn't have a safe place to stand. Eventually, the C4 secures the kill. Took them a hell of a long time, but Daystar have their pick, but they don't have a lot of time to get this done. Flashbangs can come out, and the post plant is going to be massively challenging here. Nice shot from Pika. Another one from Pika as well. He goes for the jump pad. He takes down the 2 players on rappel. And this certainly opens the gates for Daystar, but a big pick from Mr. Punch. He just needs to take down that player on the diffuser. It's done from DCH. There's no time to get on the diffuser now. Pika might have had a heroic moment, but it's not going to matter. Soul's Heart, a very interesting rush, and the first round is theirs.
Ridiculous first round. I gotta say, I9 was the unsung hero. He didn't get a single kill, but he was in there. He tanked 2 2-barrel canisters, I think, a C4, 3 different players, shotgun holes from below. It took so long to kill him that they got the plant down for free. And look at how the round transpired afterwards. The reason why there was so low timer on the clock in the post-plant retake was because I9 took so long to die. Incredible positioning and finding that opening. It was just a finger on bomb site rappel, I9 walking in, and I think they also had a player maybe jumping in Geisha window. That's all it took. A very big roam commitment for Daystar meant the bomb site was left vulnerable, and nobody perhaps watching that exact position where I9 just walked in from on top black stairs. Bit of a rough start because I just said how Daystar need a really solid defending half. They can still do it, but the fact that Sosa made it look so easy is definitely a concern.
Yeah. Thing is, you know what's funny? When we were talking about how defenders sided Skyscrapers, I was thinking like, well, the thing about Skyscraper is it's actually quite hard to rush on this map. Yeah, there's a lot of layers of defense you can peel back, but there are very few valid and workable rush strats on here. And then we just saw one work. And partly it was because of such a egregious extension from Daystar, but partly it's because of that T-Room karaoke bomb site. It's the only one that you can really rush. Like, it's much harder to rush Exhibition here. Like, how do you do that? How do you get to the breach? How do you get the breach open quickly? How do you get in quickly? The only way that that can happen is if the defense doesn't have a lot of presence on site. And that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Loading new magazine!
Don't see Martial that often. Not the highest, value operator, but can work quite well for the roam game. Paired with the mute means droning is almost impossible sometimes, but that's where Blackbeard comes into play. A lot of information from I9. Outside the bomb site wall. Could just break through at any moment's notice if he wants to go for it. I think the rest of Daystar, they're not feeling a lot of pressure on the roam game, so they've mostly fallen back. They're playing beneath the bomb site, they're playing on it, and they're playing around it. The rush should not be possible in this one.
There's also a dread mine as well above the breach there. Now the breach is open. Also a couple of C4s teased done out. Pika's one here. Could really work. He tosses it. A lot of damage done to I9, but no kill. And Seal has fallen back to his mirror window. Not a lot of util to try and dispatch with that here from the Soul's Heart side. Selma's perhaps. And there it comes. Mirror's going to be taken down. Seal's feeling a lot of pressure on the site now. But on the flip side, Soul's Heart haven't made a lot of progress on the roam. They're actually going to have to just go for broke.
Say that.
Into the site. That's all that matters. They find the kill. Oh no, he's going to just contest him through the floor.
Oh.
I9 has found the pick down below. Daystar, the rug ripped out from underneath them. Once again, the bomb site not to be found. Souffle's the last one left. 1 kill, 4 more needed, and the plant is down again. How is it that Soul's Heart have already won 2 attacks? Daystar, we said that they needed to have a dominant defensive half here on Skyscraper, and that certainly hasn't been the case. This could be a bitter end to their campaign through the bracket. Soul's Heart are hungrier than ever, and they've completely shut Souffle out of the bomb site. Take him down and claim your second round of attack. It's a dominant and decisive start for the Thai team here on Skyscraper.
And again, I9, the man of the hour, finds the opening kill, goes through, locks down the bomb site, and Marks just cleans up afterwards behind him. It's very simple attacker rounds, and it's just working. Very small things, not working off a Daystar. I mean, Muzzy holding a vertical angle and just like getting completely destroyed on the angle. That kind of sucks for him. The C4 is not finding any kills, only a bit of damage. It very much feels like Soul's Heart, they're only really working with 1 room at a time, which typically on Skyscraper isn't all that effective. But Daystar are locking themselves away from the bomb site with 2 separate roamers, which means the bomb site is pretty weak if you can just overpower it. Just push it, rush it, take it. Plan B for Daystar, let's go tertiary bomb site. We tried the primary 2 upstairs. Let's go below, play vertically. We can now actually roam more around the map because we can hold the bomb site from above. Now forcing Soul's Heart for the first time perhaps to deal with the roam clear. Because there's no way surely that they could just go towards the bomb site when you got Geisha verticality, the hat chip off, gotta go and actually take map control.
Now the thing is, they've already hit the 2 rounds that they need, Pengu. Everything from here is just a bonus. No pressure. It means that they can take more risky plays. It means that if they're not going to take a risky round, if they're going to go slow and steady, then they're going to have the patience to make it work and make sure that they're not making mistakes. Because, like I said, pressure's off. No sweat, guys. Just chill out. Twitch drone goes in. Reveals its position. Oh, that's a high-value target right there, the Dread Mines. Actually, he's tempted to get inside. This is I9 we're talking about here.
Tagging the cameras, the Bravo drone is getting a bit of flank information. Just kind of looking for what we can find.
Imagine he could get
Fenrir's
the drum camera
when
Doesn't go for it.
It'll be quite nice. Nope. Bomb site window opened up.
It's.
I'm not gonna say that I'm concerned that they're gonna go for a side push here, but I'm a little bit concerned that they might actually just go for it.
So you're not going to say it, but you are going to say it. You don't want to, but you're going to say it regardless. The thing is, it's such a measure twice, cut once type setup from Soul's Heart. You got all these special drones to come in, assess the situation, get rid of all the Dread Mines, the Ella Mines, whatever setup we got, and then go for it. I mean, look at this. Mark's even got that BP on site. It's now been taken down, but that's a lot of info he's gleaned and a lot of information denied as well. Thankfully for Daystar, they find the opening pick, the opening 2. That's exactly what they needed. Finally, they put themselves in the driver's seat and get into gear.
Joker getting the kill upstairs, very important of course. As long as you have gauge control, you can see the entirety of the bomb site. Now Soul's Heart for the first time. Backs against the wall. Gotta find something else. Won't find it, no. I9 goes down 2. Missed the punch on the kitchen bomb site window. Has been here most of the round. Unsuccessful. They might not even find a single kill because Daystar are locked in for this one, holding all the right angles and doing it together.
And for the first time, we're seeing Daystar looking a little bit better. It's to be expected on Skyscraper defense. But definitely a resounding round is the way that you get your confidence back. Soul's Heart still have a lot of opportunities here. We're only halfway through the half. And Daystar are going to start repeating bomb sites pretty soon. Mr. Punch is just going to bait here, try and play for KD. But it's over. Oh, yeah, he's going to pump that
God.
KD right on up, isn't he? Round's done. Daystar finally on the board, but it's less a cry of celebration and more a sigh of relief. Finally, they have a defensive round. 3 more chances here, and they need all of them.
I'm curious what they can swap up though on the upstairs bomb sites. We didn't really see much happening. We just saw Sosa walk in, take it, they win the round. Arbiter band-wise, what Mira and maybe BB we could be looking at. Both teams using those quite frequently. Of course, Mute can kind of suck. IQ Mira. IQ, okay. So we're gonna start playing what? Valkyrie / Echo and just util in general? Yeah, both of them, Valkyrie and Echo.
Good read.
Okay.
That's the thing about the simultaneous bans, right? You see the IQ ban come out and you don't have the time to be like, oh crap, I should really, you know, get rid of the Echo or get rid of the Valkyrie. It's surely going to force a Dokkaebi pick here, and then you got to focus on hunting down a Roma, getting that opening kill, and then hacking cams. But that's a lot of work just to find where these cameras are, and even then it's hard because you have to actually get on the cams and explain to your teammates, oh, okay, it's in this room, in this corner, before you actually take them down.
I don't know if the Valkyrie Echo is gonna solve the previous round's problems. I mean, they're gonna have information, but I think like player position is maybe more an issue. But then again, if you know what the enemy is, you can position yourself more correctly. But when nothing's happening on the roam, the call logically would be, guys, they're going for the bomb site because the roam is clear. So I feel like Daystar already had the tools to get that kind of information. Bit of a run out, spawn peek across the map in different areas.
Yeah.
They want to just take down one attacker.
If Soulsheart have a really pacey attack here, or if they go direct, then the Valkyrie Echo aren't going to matter as much. Again, Souffle's looking to get cheeky. He wants to play quite an aggressive Valkyrie. That's it. He does have a C4. He's not going for impacts for a run out here. Here's a player again. It's Scatman. He's just biding his time. He's not going for anything as of yet. As the VIP
Very
wall
patient.
opened. Yeah, he is patient, isn't he? And Soul's Heart, they're just slowly but surely preparing to take map control.
I like this change up from Soul's Heart, though, not kind of showing the same thing 2 times in a row, keeping Daystar guessing, and all of a sudden with this, Valkyrie Echo much stronger. As they'll be coming into play, granting actual valuable information on the roam, on the site. We see Souffle playing around it, waiting for a C4 below. But now there's a rotation. Missed the punch with a backstab, Blitz nearby. What are they going to do with this play? A smoke, a call, and a push, but where?
Giga Chad is tempted. All right, so now Soul's Heart. Oh my god, what? They actually 2-timed him. Let's see where the Thermite came from, but look, this is an aggressive blitz from I9, boosted by the Finker, and happy to go for these ADSs. However, he's worried because that mute on the flank, Giga Chad, killed his protection behind him, and so he gets a little bit antsy. He loses his life. Now it's up to Mark and DCH. A round that seemed like it was looking pretty solid for Soul's Heart falls apart, but into the 2v2 again, thanks to Mark's heroics. They know where one of these players is as well, and he's watching the angle. Gets deleted by Giga Chad. Living up to the name with the SMG-11. 1v2 for DCH. As the Kawan Hive launcher goes out, and he vaults into sight. 5-5-2 in hand. He needs to take the fight to Seal. Needs to get this plant down. 30 seconds. He can fake this. He can bait this. And Seal does bait him off. Giga Chad sprays him down. He's taking the 1v1 against Seal right here. Goes for the pre-fire, loses it. Daystar have replied again. It's 2 rounds for the defense. The scoreline even.
The Valcam, the Yokai is worked off in that 1v2. A constant yellow ping spam from the Yokai inside of Karaoke was constantly giving away his location. He had full knowledge, made the right decisions, locked around because of it. And a small misstep there from I9 on the blitz. He saw the Asami by, what do we call it? What do we call it? Heaven? Like basically the hallway where you have to drop down towards lobby. We can also vault onto those little rooftops. Yasami.
Yeah.
And instead of dropping down, which I thought, he vaulted on the thing instead and just killed I9 from when he turned the back.
Yeah.
I don't know what you call that, actually.
I don't remember the last time I played Skyscraper, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of funny names for it, but Heaven seems like a pretty good one. It's a funny spot because, like, it's pretty awkward. Once you're on it, you make a lot of noise to get off of it. So it's dangerous, but yeah, it's such a little cheeky nook to try and hide in. Speaking of cheeky things, Valkyrie camera underneath the drum, by the way. That's going to be hard to find with no IQ. And even if it doesn't see anything, it's going to be very valuable. There it is. It's going to be very useful for sound. You can hear when someone's coming from this direction, clear as day when you're on that camera.
You know, today in Pro League level, you can just get the match replay files and figure out exactly where every single Valkyrie camera was thrown. Way back when, you had to sit there on the broadcast and try to watch this silhouette from the top-down view and go, I think the Valkyrie camera was tossed in this area.
Yeah. People
it's
used
crazy
to get really
the tools
upset.
that you have these days.
I remember when teams got upset that the broadcast would show where their Valkyrie cameras were.
Yeah.
We had a lot of like formal complaints back in the day. The observer keeps watching my Valkyrie cameras. Dude, get good. Find some new camera spots.
You had the MOS files that were publicly downloadable on ESL's website. We would sit there and comb through every opponent's MOS files for a photo of the Valcams as well sometimes.
Yeah, that's cheeky.
Yeah.
I used to comb through MOS files to find out information for casting. I used to like look through the MOS files to be like, oh, what was the score of that game? You know, before we had a lot of the matches on Wikipedia.
Oh.
Like, oh, what was the score in the end? Good times.
Wait, was there really a world without Wikipedia, or was it like really early on that I
when
came to
APAC
light?
Pro League started, like, you know, we had these random as teams like Irons and Mantis no one had ever heard of.
Oh.
Yeah, I would cast those games and I'd be like, well, we didn't really know what the scores of those matches were, what operators were banned and stuff like that. I had to fish for information in ways that we don't have to anymore. At the moment, Scatman's fishing for a pick on the site as he's exposed this really powerful position thanks to his hard breach. Oh my goodness. Daystar have come to life. But look at this from Mark. He's in the site. He's found his pick. He's looking for a little bit more. But he needs some support here. Mr. Punch wants to make his way up the VIP stairs. Meanwhile, where is I9? Is he able to come support? That diffuser is down on the ground. Needs to be picked on up here for Soul's Heart.
It might be winnable though if he finds this pick. Oh, Joker 1 HP. Punch with a good flank though on the staircase.
I9 is waiting. He's got this
I9
player
got a player
trapped.
stuck in a corner.
The thing is, I mean, I9 is kind of not helping right now, but if his teammate can get that guy to move, then this should be free. Indeed. Oh. Wow. So they swing him. I9 just gets saved. Now it's a 3v2. Joe Goss still on just a sliver of HP. And it's all up to this DMR player, the Aruni, but the trade comes through. SMG12 is just better. A third round on the attack for Soul's Heart. And that surely spells doom for Daystar.
Such a well-played attacking round as well. I mean, you saw the vision. Yes, they were down in numbers, but they had good player positions and a good timing on the punches that they were making. I9 knowing, hey, I got a guy stuck in this corner. Dokkaebi misses a punch, finding the gap on the staircase, sprints straight through, gets that kill, runs back, gets the final player as well. We're also seeing the downside of the IQ ban kind of come into light here. Of course, Dokkaebi is only gonna be a major problem when the phone calls are being rung, which is twice around at most, or when you hack the cameras. And it's difficult to hack the cameras because often on Skyscraper, you don't get an early kill on the attacking side. At least it shouldn't really be happening all that often. But there are these like 7 to 10 seconds of gaps that Soul's Heart can really utilize when that ring does come out. And it's working. You're getting good value, and the information, it's good to have when you're playing defense, but if you're not watching it or in the right position, so you whiff your shots in the gunfight itself, then it doesn't really matter. And Mr. Punch hit every single shot that he took. Worst they can get is a 3-3 half now on the attacking side, which is phenomenal from a statistical standpoint. And they can't even try and push for a 4-2, which, I mean, it feels like that will be it. But you never know if Daystar's going to turn up massive on their own attacks.
Stranger things have happened. Still one
Yeah.
last chance to make things a little bit easier in their second half. It's a retry of the same bomb site, by the way. Soul's Heart have looked really good at attacking Samurai and Exhibition. Out goes the big breach on VIP. You Scatman. Now Gigachad constantly going to be worried if he's going to get swung from that specific angle. Meanwhile, Blackbeard makes his way on over. There's a few roamers to deal with here. On the Karaoke T side of the map, Souffle at the bottom of the back stairs.
Yeah. It's a slow first 60 seconds, but now we're in the building, and now things can turn up very quickly.
Timing.
Ainan, does he hear the flank?
Oh, unaddressed, undroned. Not good enough from Soul's Heart. Souffle gets a freebie. Souffle gets a second freebie. All right, well, I guess Soul's Heart just wanted to give them the 3-3 half, make it a little bit fairer going into the second.
I mean, they can fish for kills here, but there's no way. I mean, you're Thermite Flores, you just into the building. Daystar got good information. They found the Valcam. They got the mute roaming.
Yeah, like if they lose it from here, they deserve to lose from here if they do. It should be
a
solid
historical
lockdown.
throw. I mean, look at this. They got a good crossfire on the roam, a renegade by the side.
Shoddy
Scatman has a good read, but yeah, what are you gonna? You can flash and rush on in and hope for the best. It's a triple crossfire. One guy Geisha Hall, one guy top dragon, of course mute in the corner.
Yeah, this is a really good angle as well. Yeah, from Pika to support Joe Gore. He's low HP. Scatman, Fate piecing on out of there. He wants DCH to come and help. DCH is going to die. There goes a flashbang in the swing. It's a flawless end to the half. Yeah, good for Daystar to find their way back into it, but 3-3 may still not be enough as we move on to their attack half. They need to show us what they got here on Skyscraper. Soul's Heart decided to take us here. They should be the better prepared team. Daystar got to give us their best showing. Otherwise, it's going to be elimination from the bracket.
Just waiting right now for the operator bans. I'm curious what the approach will be. I feel like getting rid of the Monty's gotta go, or the Blitz in this case, actually. Interestingly enough.
Double
now the
up,
question
maybe?
is, double shield ban? Yeah, exactly. Do you just double down on Bandikai double shield, or do you think you want to do one shield, one utility operator, Monty and Blitz, Clash, and the Kaid? Okay, I actually like the Clash ban quite a lot. I feel like that could definitely create some problems for Daystar, because the map is very narrow and there's not a lot of verticality or flanking or exterior angles, so it's very hard to deal with the Clash, just like it's hard to deal with the Monty for the same reason.
Yeah. That said, Bandit is in. So one thing that Soul's Heart didn't have to deal with was hard breach denial. Daystar are going to have to spend a little bit of time on it, and that does make things a little bit more annoying for them. And it just adds an extra step. Now, it's very possible to deny hard breach on this map. It's very possible to counter that denial. Very possible to figure out ways that you can kill the Bandit while he's trying to juggle or get rid of his batteries or whatever you want to do. But that takes time, and it takes resources, and it costs operators. And Pengu, like we've talked about so many times before, we're in a meta right now where like picking an operator is expensive, right? You have so many good operators you want to pick. We're in the current meta where you can't just pick your hard breaches and your operators like your Thatcher or whatever that gets rid of it. You can't just pick a bit of soft breach. That was the previous meta. You got to pick Spice every single round, whether that's a Capitao, a Grim, a Ying, a Shield. Usually 2 to 3 of your operators on your roster have to be that type of Spice. You can't just focus up on, okay, let's bring Thatcher, Ace, you know, a Barker, an Ashe, Zafir. You can't afford it.
Yeah. Yeah. There's so many good operators, and again, so many different ways to account for. And also, you have attacker repick on at least the attack inside. which means you gotta scout in the prep phase and then pick the right tools to counter the defending setup. If you go back a couple of years in Pro League, you mentioned with utility meta, with the finger meta, the innate meta, etc. If you go far enough back, we used to have what we call the +2 meta back in 2018, 2019. What that meant is you pick the same 3 defenders and attackers every round. For example, in that case, you played Thermite and you played Thermite and Sledge and Thatcher every single round. And you have +2, which could be literally any other 2 attacking operators. We don't have that kind of freedom to the same level these days. You gotta figure out, okay, what's the problems? Okay, I can pick A or I can pick B because they both solve that specific problem, but I gotta pick one of those 2.
Yeah.
Daystar, their problem right now might be to into the building, and that's because of the Blitz and the Monty ban. Now getting in will be more difficult. Souffle finds the opening though, somewhere on the map. Mr. Punch goes down, and that will of course make the entry a little bit easier.
Exposed himself
right
in the Shrine, and Dragon. That's a good catch from Souffle, and much needed, as we've said. It's hard to attack on this map. You want every opening pick you can get. Oh, wow. Mark deleted. Souffle finds a double. C4 could be the response needed, and Souffle eventually goes down. I9 will retreat, but damage has been done. Souffle already worth a lot in this round. Out comes the Capitao to try and take control of Geisha now, and Seal should be on the ball with that.
B's going out, but Scavan's staying on a mute jammer. That shouldn't be a problem. He holds onto Geisha right now. I mean, that can determine the round. There's 3 attackers. There goes 1 on the reach. Scavan goes down, however. Oh, they're in.
Yeah.
They caught the timing perfectly.
Pika did such a good job there. Brings out the Bailiff for the second kill, but with I9 eventually trading it, it becomes a 1v2. I think Joe Gore's got him locked down. Does go for the reload. It's him and Seal now against I9. I think they do know where he is. Or at least they have an inkling.
Sure.
He's pretending that they don't, or at least he thinks that they don't. It's going to be an execute here. Onto T-Room with I9 still in karaoke. He's going to have to run past some feet holes. He's being cut off in the hallway here by Joe Gore, but, by Seal, but I9, he's not going to watch the angle, and Seal will take him on down. All right, forget about what we were saying, Pengu. It's a flying start on the attacking half for Daystar.
I will say though, Souffle found 2 kills way too easily from outside the building. Well, one was inside, technically speaking, but just not jumping on the window. It shouldn't be that easy every single round, so Daystar didn't have to work that hard for this one. But it also shows us so hard they can be caught off guard, they can be caught under rotations and making the wrong decisions in their movement. But it opens things up for sure. Daystar buying that first round, gains the momentum. They buy themselves more space to also make mistakes and lose rounds in the future to come. I think Mute as an operator will be very important here. We saw Grim in the first round, they're hovering Grim and Deimos now as well. The only real counter is going to be Mute Jammers or Tuber out canisters, because that acts the same as a Mute Jammer effectively. And if you get that red ping information, that can of course just favor you in those gunfights. Daystar though, they're seeing the setup, they're doing the attacker repick duties and going for counterplay options. They gotta get on that Ash because they see a mirror that is a direct response. They're getting onto IQ, which honestly might just be to go downstairs and shoot the bandit batteries, shoot the 2 barrel canisters, and ensure that the hard destruction will be successful. If Soul's Heart read into this, they might need to have a player downstairs like TCH in bathroom right now to contest with the IQ to ensure the walls don't really get opened up, because that would be just denying Daystar that first step. A quick injury from Pika. Kitchen, barbecue. Not sure if he has a drone working for him. Right now he's just walking around the place like he owns it. And right now he does.
Yeah, so he knows where that battery is. Gonna time it well. Oh, here comes the Bandit though. He sees the other battery appear and he knows Bandit is juggling. Is he going to spray through the floor? How is he playing this? It looks like Bandit has been scared off. He doesn't want to lose his life for it. Peak is also backed on out. But of course, it means that Soul's Heart know exactly... Oh, wow. Okay. Smart move, though. It's just baited another exothermic here with the late reinforcement here on drum.
Panic batteries all pre-placed now, so DCH on Soto, or on Tuba rather, Soto canisters have to do the work to trick the walls. Time is kind of slipping by though. Half the round spent, and they've only gotten the Geisha wall opened up, and only one attacker actually inside the building, the IQ, who is still downstairs in Kitchen Barbecue area. So I'm not sure Daystar have their eyes on the setups yet. I mean, Souffle was in Geisha, could breach that second wall, hasn't done it so far. There's a jam on it actually, and they got no secondary EMPs. Daystar might have locked themselves out a little bit of this round by not having any EMPs at their disposal.
There's a problem with not banning that bandit. They wanted to get rid of the clash instead. Maybe come next round they'll add another band to the fixture, but for now, yeah, like you said, time ticking away. Pika, all he's really done this round is enable the breach of the external Geisha, and that didn't matter much because they then have to breach inside of Geisha into Drama. They haven't done that. So what is going on here for Daystar? It's been a very quiet mid-round.
They're not ready to go yet. The thing is, Soul Sergeant start peeling back and play side, right? They got the Fenrir mines, they got the mute jammers, they got the mirror windows, and they come out.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Here. Hello?
Mr. Punch going deep. Peak is gone. A big flank with a shotgun. Giga Chad out of it. Daystar have been picked to pieces. What the hell was this? 1v5 for Joe Gore. I mean, yeah, you did some nice work with those Twitch drones at the start of the round. You zippity zapped a couple of dread mines, but there's nothing left to be done but lie down. Flawless for Soul's Heart on the defensive side. And not a lot happened in that round.
No, I don't think Daystar had a good read on what the setup looked like and what they wanted to achieve in that round. That's where playing the Monty can just simplify that, but it was banned out specifically by Soul's Heart so that they wouldn't have that ease of a round. I mean, Blackbeard's open. Surprised I haven't seen it yet, to be honest. You get that second set of grenades, you get, you know, a good bit of coverage. The IQ downstairs did do a good job of getting the Geisha wall together with the Thermite. But that's the very first step. They didn't even get the drum wall. Didn't get the side wall, really, because there was one soft, there was one reinforced. They didn't get the mirror windows until the very end of the round. Daystar are struggling with what most teams struggle on Skyscraper, progressing. Either you take a lot of people on the same side of the map and you will just push them on over, or you will spread out in two separate groups, one attacking the bomb site, one applying pressure on the roam, and you're kind of accomplishing two goals at the same time if you succeed. But that's risky, because you have less manpower to help each other with. Soul's Heart can set up the defense and mostly play sheltered passive roles until Daystar get too close to the bomb site, then they can start lashing out. That's what they did last round, and it's what they can keep using as a recipe going forward.
Well, I get excited when I see teams cooking, and I see Seal on the Rayura. And I mean, she's a very niche operator. I got a little bit excited when I saw her on Night Haven, using a way I haven't seen her before. I want to know what the plan is here. We're going to Tea Room Karaoke. What's the strat with the Rayura? Is it to leave the roamers on the roam? Is that the idea? Just lock out so that you can go for a rush? You could, in theory, like lock up Terrace so that people couldn't help as you attack the site.
I feel like, I don't know actually. I'm not sure what I feel like on this one. Normally we see Roar on the other bomb site, but not so much right here.
What's the plan?
Right now it's a cut off. Oh, they're closing drum actually.
I guess
they can take the roam a little bit easier.
Yeah, exactly.
Like this. But the thing is, there is no roam. They're all in drum, karaoke, geisha, shrine. It's one of those situations where if Aura doesn't find value in this round, it's expensive to have her, like you said earlier. That could have been a Capital, a Shield, yeah, like any like really high value operator in this meta. PvP, I mean, Dokkaebi is open actually too. I kind of forgot about that. Yeah. Great operator for Skyscraper to go for executes.
Yep, the Valk is in. We don't have a counter for it. No, the IQ nor the Dokkaebi. His army's in, and how are you getting rid of that? Where are these Rotero drones from Flores coming through? I guess we got the DMRs. Certainly helps.
They shred them.
Yeah, they do.
But now we see they just fall back one layer. Soul's Heart, they start offensively, they fall back to the mid piece, now they're by the bomb side. They don't mind the 5v5 because Skyscraper has a very strong bomb side. They got a shotgun close, they got Bandit tricking from Drum, forcing Daystar to walk in Drum door and Dragon door in towards the side itself. If I9 can hold Geisha the entire round, that gives them the entire hallway in their control. Daystar need an opening somewhere, they need a gap find.
They find it.
Ooh,
at least the kill. Also, the Tuberau is here to protect this wall for as long as possible. It will also slow anyone trying to swing that doorway. Well placed from DCH. But another opening pick for Daystar and a third. It's all up to Scatman and I9. This might not work out for the attacking side despite that advantage. But GigaChad, he's the one with the diffuser. They've just got to find Scatman. The diffuser will not go down. He's got to reload. He's got to hold on. He can't clutch it. He stood up with the worst gun in the game. Seal clutches the round on the Rayora.
He stood up. He had it. He had one shell to his name, 2 players to find, gets the first, gets back in cover, reloads the second shell, gets the injury on the second. There's 1 second left on the clock. But I think that's lost in translation in the chaos of the round. Had he let go of his mouse and keyboard, the timer runs out, but instead, he was fighting back like a player typically should, just not in that particular instance.
If he waited for 0-0, dude, wouldn't have taken much.
I think it was 1 point something seconds. It was so close.
Wow. I'm not even sure if they would have been able to pick up that diffuser because there was a downed player right on the diffuser, and it's the same button to pick up a player as it is to pick up the diffuser. Oh man.
Defenders, protect your
That's going to be a gutting one.
It's such a shame. Yeah, when you go, guys, how much time did I have left to go? You know, like 1 second.
Still, that would have been like one of the best plays ever. Well, I mean, he didn't have to do much, did he? He just got fed. If we're lucky, we'll see a highlight of it. So that was the first. It was literally a 1 versus 5. Literally a 1v5. And look at the players fall. 1v3, essentially 1v2. 1v1 against Seal.
Oh!
Oh. Heartbreak.
0.31 seconds.
No way.
0.31 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
That's going to
heartbreaking round.
Sting. That's really going to sting. I mean, it was a 1v5, dude. Down to a 1 versus 1. If he'd realized it was a 1v1, he definitely wouldn't have gone up. I think because he got the injure and not the kill, he maybe thought that that player was planting. He thought it was still a 1v2.
The Orbiter bans came through as well. Mute that was mentioned, got target ban. This enables the Deimos and the Grim. Thankfully for Soul's Heart, they actually answered back with the Grim ban themselves, so now the Deimos will be on the board.
And here it comes.
But it does mean, I think, it's gonna get more difficult for defenders now. I mean, you gotta speed up the attacks now. You can't deny the walls of the Mute Jammers, only Bandit. Can't deny the Grim or the Deimos of the Mute Jammers, either for information. That's gone. And drones too will just like get straight into the building. So the game plan now for Soul's Heart has to change a little bit. Yes, they can still play, you know, passive and play by the bomb side, but they can't literally not be holding angles like in the last round. They have to deny Daystar freedom to live inside of these rounds.
Mr. Punch is hungry for something. He's being droned out. He's felt a lot of pressure. Damn, this is an angle and a half. Soul's Heart got to be careful not to lose any early picks. Of course, they're now trailing behind. It's their map pick, and there's the opener. Mark finds it. Goodbye, Deimos. That's the deadly operator that you were talking about. Not worried about counters from the Mutant. It's to die through the drone hole. That's just an embarrassment.
Most important pick you can get, honestly, in this case. He had a shotgun, mind you, but still, that Vendetta on long range does a lot of damage. A lot of drones being shot in Geisha, 4 left, no Terror drones to speak of, 2 nades on the Recruit. Side being downstairs, I mean, they could keep 1 defender here, miss a punch and bait for a kill. The nade might be a problem.
Wow.
What?
He was blind, at least partially. He still finds his kill before being traded. Worthwhile for Soul's Heart. As they maintain numbers, DCH, they... Oh! Scatman! You've just gotten yourself a freebie. Peak is going to be confused. Now Kikachad's hunting for it. Seal and him against 4 players from Soul's Heart. DCH is still undetected as well inside of Karaoke. That's on the top floor. The bomb site is down below. That's where Gigachad is going to have to drop down. Last minute sledgehammer usage to try and open up angles. I don't think he saw. There were players' feet on his screen. So he drops. And now he's contested. I9 on the side. It's him and Mark together to find the final 2. We're back even again. Soul's Heart have tied the scoreline 5 rounds apiece.
Oh, I'm not sure what to expect here. I feel like Daystar, half the time, they make those attack rounds look easy. The other half, they're completely locked out from the beginning. Demo's down into a drone hole. It seemed like the round kind of just ended right there. And I think it goes back to the operator lineup of Daystar. They're playing a lot of passive operators, utility, things that are great when you get towards the bomb site, when you get past that first step of roam clearing and breaching the walls. But they kind of get stuck very early. It might be time to play more for roam clear, kills, and progression. I'm talking Dokkaebi. Obviously the demos, which died last round, that's great. But I'm not sure I'm buying into the Flores dream right now. I don't see the value. Same with Nomad here. I don't know if flank watching or air jabbing things is going to be a big concern. You've banned the clash. And think about this, Soul's Heart, they're not really flanking you almost ever. They're not really swinging you, going for runouts ever either. It's a very passive Soul's Heart with some extension, met by a very passive attacking lineup that tries to watch the flank.
Yeah, and you know what they've done as well is they've just picked off of the Ash and off of the Ace, which are the 2 counters to the mirror here. Like, how are you getting rid of these mirror windows? I don't think you are. How are you getting rid of the Vulcan canisters? What, 2 sets of nades? That's all? No Twitch? Soul's Heart, we're bringing Twitch and Brava. You've banned Mute. Like, you have the ability to really lean into drone operators. I know you mentioned you weren't a fan of the Flores. You want a little bit more aggression and gusto from Daystar. Well, maybe you'll like the Deimos and the Blackbeard picks. That is something. But I'm looking at the defensive lineup and thinking, man, this is going to be a headache to attack.
Thankfully this wall is soft though. You can just block it on open. Feels a bit like a missed opportunity. Not. Oh, wait, injured.
What the hell?
Ow.
It's a rush! 2 players
Another
on the
injured.
ground, though, for Daystar. And a double C4!
And double C4.
I9 has closed the door, shut on Daystar's face. It's Souffle versus everybody else. His teammate on the ground, a mirror window staring him down. And he's choking on Fenrir's gas. C4 almost finds him. I think that might have been the second one. There you go, DCH. Big with the DMR. Soul's Heart. Well, after a great first half, in the second half, they finally get themselves to the match point that they've been looking for.
I'm still not sure how Buck got injured. It wasn't the C4. He was like on the floor out of nowhere. Technical timeout from Daystar. Yep.
DMR, I think. It said, I think it was a DMR of DCH on the Tiburon.
Oh, was he the injured at the end?
He was one injured
at
the end, yeah. Well,
tactical timeout.
Last legs
late,
for Daystar. Yeah. It's a very late tactical timeout. Staring down series point when you lose here, and you're out of the bracket. If Soul's Heart win here, well then they got a date with Weibo in the lower bracket finals. Last legs.
At least to know what bombs they'll be attacking, I guess, right? I mean, they gotta go over against a Karaoke. Most likely. I mean, there's a world where you go to, you know, the 4th bomb set master bedroom, which is never played, by the way. There's Karaoke. So they can take the timeout. They can specifically just like make a strat or talk about a strat for this one round, go into overtime, and then take it from there. Because all they need is one more. Like they haven't been too off the mark here. There's been close moments. But when they fall early, they saw that. It's like they lose one attacker, it seems like everyone else just kind of slows down. Brown said the previous round was a rush. When the first person dies, everyone kind of dies. That's how it goes. But if you go back 2 rounds in the past, 3 rounds in the past, if the attacker falls early, stop. And then nothing happens from there on out. They have to clutch it, or that's it. Soul's Heart, they're bringing the same few operators most of these rounds because they can get the job done. Fenrir has been a stable for them. Lesion's been good. Valkyrie's been good. and then mixing up some Wall Deny and Bandit sometimes or not. This time it's I9 on Vigil, which I do actually like because they haven't done an aggressive roam. Vigil can do that.
Oh.
Boss G spawn peek a match point, you gotta be kidding me.
It's Blackbeard shooting the camera. Blackbeard might come from the other angle too.
C4.
He checks another spawn peek. He's not going to find one. I don't think anyone's going to cross his line of sight. Blackbeard getting very close.
Oi.
Scary. But DCH elsewhere. He finds his spawn peek. It's a run out from Geisha, is it not? Yeah, it is. And guess what?
Yeah, it is.
He's just killed Thermite.
Oh,
Goodbye,
it's a
Hard
Thermite.
Breach. Goodbye, Diffuser.
Oh, no.
Surely that is the nail in the coffin here.
I mean, if you had a hard time problem solving previously, have fun doing that with literally 0 heart breach. Now, this bomb site only really has 1, maybe 2 walls you're gonna breach. One is the Geisha wall, which was soft, now that's reinforced. The other one is where Scatman almost clutched. We call that gold in that small nook and cranny inside the T bomb site. Sometimes that's one more soft, sometimes they're both reinforced. Now, Soulsheart, if they recognize Thermite is dead, they shouldn't get too crazy here. They shouldn't get too aggressive with gunfights. Valkyrie doesn't have a C4, but is playing below. Blackbeard, Dokkaebi, Capital Line. I like this lineup so much from Daystar. It looks so good, but they can't get the breach, which means they are limited to walking indoors or walking up a staircase.
Yeah. It means they can't afford to make a single mistake, and they have to find multi-kills here. And I9 has just taken Pika out of the equation. He's peeking now at the Boss G. Look at him go. Holding down the line. 2 shots expended. He wants to keep peeking it against Souffle. Daystar need to find something. And they need it now.
Waiting. Holding ankles. They're waiting for Soulsheart to make the first move, not understanding that they gotta force this themselves. They are the attackers. They gotta go first.
Oh, there's a potential flank on as well. Look at that from I9. He's gotten aggressive, very aggressive. And now he's feeling the pressure as the Blackbeard starts coming his direction. Seal puts him in the dirt. And Daystar damn well needed that. There's a Soulsheart roamer down below. It's Mr. Punch on the Valkyrie. What info's he got? Meanwhile, Daystar turn their attention to the side. It's Scatman in the position where he lost the clutch. Last time we saw them play this bomb site. Daystar is so close to executing, and they need to do it. They need to make good on this promise. They step up to the challenge, and they walk into the bomb site. Soulsheart just holding on, but Joe Gore finds the opening. Mr. Punch will reply. Everybody from Daystar will fall. Seal, there's nothing left for him to do because Daystar have been knocked out of the tournament. And Soulsheart will rocket forward to the lower bracket final.
Thankfully for Soulsheart, they had a nice and easy time on Nighthaven Labs, conserving energy for Skyscraper. Normally, it's very easy on defense. Daystar made their work for it. There are a lot of tense moments, a lot of things that could have gone one way or the other. A lot of 0-second clutches from both teams, actually. But in the end, Soulsheart, they get defense in the second half, which means they also get the last laugh.
Indeed they do. History repeats itself. It's another win for Soulsheart. Daystar cannot get the better of them, Rob.
And I think if you look at this game in a snapshot, I think that it plays out the way that you would expect, given the status of both teams over the last couple of years. I think Soulsheart have been consistently in the top 4, and Daystar, formerly kind of a mix of the roster from Dire Wolves, were always pushing as hard as they could, but could never find the opportunity. I think the greatest success, excuse me, the greatest success that could ever be found, the greatest success that could ever be found for the former Daystar roster was when they made APAC last chance qualifiers for the Asia region, which was absolutely massive. They beat some monstrous teams to compete in Melbourne for that tournament. And I feel like that was like the last great hurrah that we've seen from them. This is the performance for Soulsheart that we needed to see. We needed to see a confirmed victory because, Dev, I have been worried about this roster for a long time because they do just sit there. They continue to be a threat in Asia, but it's the case of always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Well, the thing is, like, so this is the Direwolves roster, more or less. You got Pika and Souffle, who are the core of that team. And a couple of years back, they were undefeated the best in APAC South.
Yep.
Right? One of the best teams in APAC as a whole. It's still the same Pika. It's still the same Souffle. What has happened? Obviously, the meta has changed, but old talent has retired. New talent's come in, and it just hasn't met the same level. And unfortunately, that's what we're seeing, all right?
Yep.
A lot of fiery players on this roster, but why is it that it tends to be Souffle or Pika that are the top fraggers still on this team? Why don't we have them stepping up to the next level? That's the thing that's been so disappointing about this Direwolves and now Daystar roster for such a long time.
The performance here, Nick, is a little disappointing. It does have to be said. You know, almost 2 quick maps, if I'm being completely honest, in what is kind of like the lower bracket semi-final. Like, there's only one more game before you get to the grand final now. I was hoping for a bit more out of Daystar, but the positive signs are there for Soul Heart. However, there is still some things that are glaringly obvious. There are issues where they are winning rounds that they shouldn't be winning based on the team they're versing. And when you go up against Weibo next, those opportunities dissipate.
That's the hard part. Today was merely a step in the journey for the winners today. But next week rather, it's going to be much more difficult. I think Daystar didn't provide a big enough challenge today to prepare them for the finals with Jack and Soul, right? So I worry for them a little bit, but I also think they came into this with a very clear, defined game strategy where they were going to play a very slow-paced defense and let Daystar work through the steps, recognizing that Daystar are incredibly slow at that. And I mean, you saw the 97 laps. They barely did anything on defense, yet they won the vast majority of those rounds.
Yeah. 2 best of 3s today, and they've knocked them out in 2-0s.
Yeah.
Very decent considering their competition of Fury. And then, like, for me, I would say that, look, you could probably put Team Orchid or Daystar in it. You literally could flip a coin, and either of them would have been playing this team right now. But Soul's Heart have looked good across the day. Dev, how do you feel like they will go once we get to the Titans now of the region? Your Weibos, your Elevates.
Next up is Weibo, and it depends on which Weibo rocks up. Because if it's the same one that we saw today, honestly, I think Soul's Heart actually have a real solid crack at that. Because it's not the peak Weibo. You were talking about ceilings versus averages, Pengu. And we've seen peak Weibo. They look great. But average Weibo, not as good. And Soul's Heart, I think, are stepping up not only their ceiling, but also their consistency. And that's something that maybe was a bit of a struggle for them in the past, especially when they were under no cap. Took them a long time to build up that consistency. We know that they can take the fight to the top teams. We know that they beat Elevate before as well. So, Soul's Heart do have a solid chance here. I wouldn't count them out as contenders for the crown, but yeah, they're definitely not the favourites, that's for sure.
All right, well, it's time to hear from Nano for the 4th time in this iteration. Nano, lovely to see you again. I don't want to ask you how that game was because you guys played very well. I want to kind of look into the conversation around the game itself. Did you feel as though you went into that well prepared against Daystar? Because it looked like you had a decent vision in mind.
Yeah, I think we prepare for the map. All the map in the Veto. It's all predict. It's all in my predict. Yeah.
Yeah. So you predicted this map, Veto. Nighthaven Labs is historically a map that you don't like to go to. You usually ban it, but we know that you're good on it because you beat Weibo. So is Nighthaven a map that you like, or is it a map that you don't like?
It's the one of our best map.
There you go. People have learned a very valuable lesson. Nick?
I have a question about next week's match against Weibo. Looking at today's match against Daystar and Daystar's level against you guys, do you feel prepared enough to go up against Weibo next week and comfortably feel like you can win that matchup?
Yeah, I think just for our team, we just planning for the practice. I tell the teammate, just believe your teammate, trust what we planning for your practice. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
focus on you. I think that that's the best way of doing it against the Titan of the region. Nano, would you have anything that you'd like to say before we let you go?
No, thank you for coming and cheer us. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go sleep.
Yes, yes. No, of course, mate. Thank you very much for joining us. Best of luck against Weibo next week.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
One game away.
Thank you.
From the grand final. One game away from the grand final. You could see in a universe, don't know if it's this universe, Soul's Heart could come out first in this region.
Dude, that's not on my bingo sheet, that's for sure.
No. It's
no.
I think it's fair to say, Nick, that they feel like a bit of a vibes-based team. Like, they're very positive.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they're very... I mean... Do you have the same issue with it that I do, where it's like, it's all good and well until things go wrong, and then, you know, like, how good are the vibes once things start rolling out of control? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's kind of why I was worried about next week's matchup, is that today was, from Soul Heart's perspective, a very easy matchup, I think. He said they did the prep work, they followed the prep work, and they won the game.
Yeah.
What happens when you do the prep work, you follow the prep work, you're down 0-5, it's not working, what's the adaptation, what's the backup plan, right? And what do you do going to the second map when the first map prep did not work whatsoever?
Yep.
So, and I think against Weibo, against Elevate, if they were to call the distance, their prep work isn't going to pay off as easily and as well as it did today.
That's it. I think particularly against Elevate, right? Because we saw what happened today in the Weibo game. Like, Elevate will be like, oh, yeah, this was the plan, but we're actually just going to frag out. We're just going to, like, spawn peek every round. We're going to run out doorways. We're going to pick border, and we're going to play it like it's TDM. And that, even through Weibo off guard, as good as Weibo are.
Yep.
So I think that Soul's Heart, do really have to be ready, not just to, like you said, play to their preparation, but adapt in the game.
Only 2 games left. Let's have a look at the bracket very quickly before we close up shop for the night. A lot of games have been played across the last 2 weeks. In fact, 8 best of 3s in the last 7 days. That's a lot of games to have had to play and to have to, I guess, dissect individually, because all of these teams have different storylines heading into it. For me, I think probably the biggest disappointment has been Fury, Dev. I would love to have seen them make a deeper run, but regardless, this is how things have panned out.
Yeah, no, early exit for Fury. To their credit, they got knocked out by 2 top 3 teams, and pardon me, if Soul's Heart ends up beating Weibo, then they got knocked out by the champions and the runner-up champions. So credit to Fury, particularly because they did get a map over Elevate. I think more people would be surprised that they didn't get one off of Soul's Heart. Obviously, the Thai rivalry there comes into play.
Of course.
It's a bit of a very particular matchup between those 2 teams, a lot of history. But yeah, of course, Fury struggling this stage after losing I9, who went over to Soul's Heart. I think maybe if they can find their groove with their 5th, they'll find a bit more success. But yeah, Soul's Heart obviously exceeding expectations. Weibo, I think I expected them to be head and shoulders the #1 team in this region.
So did I.
So I think that they've actually not quite met expectations. They're looking a little bit less confident than I expected. And Elevate through to the grand final. Credit to them, well deserved.
Nick, final thoughts on the night?
Not particularly. I just a point of Fury, I guess. I think expectations were low coming to playoffs because they had a pretty poor group stage earlier on. And then maybe playoffs is actually just a matter of, like you guys said, the matchups. Had they played other teams, maybe Orchid or Daystar early on, or at least in the lower bracket, maybe they would have gone further. But they literally played Elevate into Soul's Heart, and then people underestimate Soul's Heart, so that looks like, oh, Fury are bad. And then Elevate, of course, they've just been better and better and better as time goes on. So maybe at the end of the day, Fury are actually not as bad as they look, simply because they've gotten quite unlucky in playoffs after what was a pretty bad group stage.
Yeah, I think you've kind of, both of you have put it nicely there. The top 2 out of the 3 teams have been the ones that have knocked Fury out, and that's, I guess, that's some consolation to take with you as your journey for this campaign continues, because Fury will be back in stage 2, and you better believe that they'll be nice and dangerous by then. Dev, I know I've already gone to you for final thoughts, but just thoughts on tomorrow before we get into APAC North.
APAC North, Korea versus Japan. I'm just keen for it. That's all I got to say.
That's nice and simple, mate. We'll keep that one short. Thank you very much for that one. Thanks for joining us. For everyone at home, of course, Asia playoffs continue next week. However, APAC North waits tomorrow, 2 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time is when we will start the proceedings.
Nice.
Otherwise, please just take care, stay safe, and as always, have a beautiful night.
I love it when you cook it. Aphrodite, Indica, Genesis, Hera, Icarus, Narcissus, Medusa, Pegasus, Ashalalala, Cissus, Minerva, Ecopus. I love it when you cook it. Aphrodite, Ventus, Hera, Icarus, I love Aphrodite, Ventus, Hera, Icarus, I love it when you cook it. Love it when you cook it. Love it when you cook it. I've been thinking, 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 thinking about you. 아무리 고개를 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 숨이 좀 나. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 다가가도 괜찮겠지? 다른 애들보다 내가 훨씬 단단하게 걸어가면 다들 속닥 My confidence is shooting through the roof. 아무리 고개를 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 숨이 좀 나. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. Hey, boy, I can sleep at night. So 내가 한번 해봐 이리 와서. Hey, boy, I can sleep at night. So 내가 한번 해봐 이리 와서. I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you.
That sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, destined by the motion, loving this devotion. Live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, where I'm going. Stay on the fly, just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You are